The Empire's domain encompasses countless stars, and in this dark, terrifying, distant future, only endless warfare persists. Yu Hang has ascended to the position of governor of a desolate planet, where his predecessors met their demise for failing to deliver the tithe on time. Monsters and waves of energy storms ravage the land, while survivor factions engage in treachery. Technology is primitive, productivity languishes, ancient deities awaken, and the greenskin creatures take root and flourish. Do not panic, just yet let me examine the panel, he instructed. Military cards, heroes, technologies, events. Beginning as the planetary governor, he seeks to forge a fleet that traverses the starlit seas, suppressing all aliens, heretics, traitors, and chaotic demons. Though I have clandestinely formed a battle group, funded combat nuns, redirected imperial taxes, and disregarded orders, I am acutely aware of my unwavering loyalty. What traitors? This is undoubtedly the Third Empire. Chapter 1, a declaration. In this world, merely surviving is a formidable challenge that we dwell within abandoned mines, using the most rudimentary tools, or even our bare hands, to extract minerals, bartering scraps for sustenance from other survivor camps. We have never harmed anyone, we simply wish to survive. Yet even this has drawn the avaricious gaze of others upon us. The gaunt man kneeling before Gu Hang, named Patel, was neither tall nor robust. Beneath his tattered garments lay roughened skin. By appearance, he indeed resembled a man scraping by in a desolate mine. Patel continued, 8 days ago, a band of wasteland marauders, calling themselves the prisoners of death, slaughtered 17 of our people and abducted 42. By the grace of the God Emperor, the youngest among them is merely 4 years old. They demanded a ransom, which we complied with, yet they only grew more insatiable, refusing to release our kin and instead demanding even more. I traveled to Revival City and sought assistance from the Alliance officials. They dispatched a warning to the prisoners of death, admonishing them to cease their hostilities. A warning just the day before yesterday. Those brigands stood at our doorstep, slitting the throats of 2 children and tearing that warning paper to shreds amidst the ensuing blood. They declared that we must produce double the ransom within 3 days, or they would assault our mine, slaughtering everyone and seizing all that we possess. We find ourselves in a dire predicament. Some propose fleeing, while others insist on fighting back with nothing but shovels and fists against those armed with guns and cannons. Yet, I understand we are not without options. A new governor has emerged in this world. I must implore you for aid, Governor. I beseech you to save us. Patel bowed his head, his demeanor earnest. From his vantage point, he could only see Gu Hang's boots, soft leather, adorned with satin ribbons linked to golden buckles, exuding elegance and complexity. These boots, he mused, would require the toil of over 900 souls within the mining community for an unending duration of hardship to earn. The boots shifted before him as Gu Hang crossed his legs, adopting a more comfortable posture to address him. Why did you not come to me before seeking the alliance? Patel was momentarily taken aback, fumbling for a response as he stammered, we are members of the alliance, and it is the alliance that should oversee this matter. Gu Hang shook his head and replied, you believe that as members of the alliance, you will be protected, while I am merely an appointed governor, perhaps destined to occupy this position for no more than 2 years before meeting the same fate as my predecessors executed for failing to pay taxes to the empire. In your heart, you regard me as inconsequential, and only when the alliance turns its back on you, when you find yourself in dire straits, do you come to me. I absolutely do not think that. Patel protested anxiously, biting his lower jaw as he made a significant resolution. If you can save us, we are willing to give everything. 2 years hence, we will pay the empire taxes at an even higher level. Gu Hang's disappointment deepened. Let me put it this way, Patel. You are well aware that I arrived on this planet a month ago. My camp is right here, not far from you. Yet, you have never paid me a visit until calamity struck, and you found yourself kneeling before me, pleading, Governor, please save us. But deep down, you never regarded me as a true governor. You even hesitated to believe in the declaration I made on my first day here. I proclaimed my intention to rebuild the entire wasteland, to ensure that all who submit to me lead prosperous lives. But you did not believe. Many of you dismissed me as merely an insufferable tax collector. You seek to exchange taxes for my salvation. How do you intend to pay those taxes? According to the Empire's standards, The people of the wasteland society would toil until death in the mines and still be unable to meet the obligations. Patel's somewhat dark and rugged face displayed palpable tension. Governor, I believe your words please save us. As he spoke, he prepared to bow his head to the ground. However, Gu Hang stopped him. With a firm grip on Patel's shoulders, he lifted him up, compelling him to stand. Jiu Hang embraced Patel's shoulders, undeterred by the grime and dust that clung to him. There is no need for bowing or kneeling. I will certainly help those of you who work diligently and faithfully. Those marauders who contribute nothing are our common adversaries. Yet they are but a minor issue. The true task is to rebuild our world. This is not mere rhetoric. Since you have implored me, I shall completely save you, not merely by vanquishing the caged dead, but also by assisting you in establishing a territory where you may thrive. Now, I ask you, do you believe in me? Tears streamed down Patel's face, unsure how much was due to emotion, how much was relief, and how much was pretense. I believe. I wholeheartedly believe. From this moment on, the Wasteland Society shall strive for your ideals. This should be our shared ideal. Jiu Hang patted Patel's shoulder. You should rest for a while. It will not be long. I will personally lead my troops to rescue your compatriots. May the divine emperor bless you, and my compatriots and I are profoundly grateful for your assistance. As Patel departed, profusely expressing his gratitude while following a soldier, Gu Hang turned his attention to the impeccably standing officer beside him. Captain Yin, your gaze suggests a hint of doubt. Yin Fengshu saluted and hesitantly spoke. Are we truly obligated to assist the waste hole society? Such occurrences transpire almost daily on this desolate planet, and we cannot manage them all. Jiu Hang lamented. It appears, Captain Yin, that you too harbor skepticism regarding my declaration. I would not dare, Yin Fengshu replied, though uncertainty lingered in his heart. However, to speak candidly, Your Excellency, you have merely 2 years in office. Within this time frame, we must at least remit a quarter of the imperial tax required for the entire Angry Hawk Star. Otherwise, Jiu Hang continued his line of thought, otherwise, I shall face dismissal and execution. I'm well aware of this. Yet, Captain Yin, we have been on this planet for a month, and you have witnessed its condition. That it is a realm that has endured a cataclysm, where much of the land is uninhabitable, ravaged by energy storms, and infested with mutated creatures and desperate marauders. The remaining survivors are huddled in various settlements, struggling to endure. They are barely surviving and cannot afford such exorbitant taxes. Tax collection equates to a death sentence for them. The conflict between imperial taxation and planetary development is the crux of the issue on Angry Hawk Star. Previous governors focused solely on tax collection, and the biannual imperial levy became a fatal decree that ultimately cost them their lives. But I am different. I intend to adopt a new approach. Development is the fundamental truth. If Angry Hawk Star becomes more prosperous, taxes will merely be a minor burden, and we will have succeeded. Yin Fengshu sighed. Your correct. Development is the rightful path. However, it requires time, which is precisely what we lack. Your first term lasts only 2 years, and we must submit at least a quarter of the imperial standard tax. Yet Angry Hawk Star has historically managed only an eighth, leaving a substantial deficit. In 2 years, doubling the planet's output that depends on my capabilities. Gu Hang smiled. It just so happens that I possess a modicum of confidence in this regard. As he spoke, a holographic message appeared before him, visible only to his eyes. 1st Mechanized Light Infantry Battalion, 300 personnel, training completed, unit level. Upgraded to T5. Due to limitations in equipment and personnel quality, this unit cannot undergo further training enhancements. Chapter 2. The bestowal. This marks the first month since Gu Hang traversed to this realm. He now finds himself in an era of cosmic grandeur, within a vast human empire that reigns over limitless star domains. A millennium ago, the celestial sovereign ascended, establishing the Spirit Network, which bestowed spiritual energy upon humanity. Presently, the empire is governed by the Supreme Council, seated on the human homeworld of Terra. Approximately 120 years prior, the planet Gu Hang currently inhabits was an ordinary world. A cataclysmic war obliterated the surface environment, transforming the once thriving planet of Fury Owl into a desolate wasteland. 29 years ago, the imperial government assessed that Fury Owl still held the potential for salvation, subsequently dispatching a governor for reconstruction efforts following the war. Within the imperial framework, Planetary governors wield the authority to govern their realms by any means necessary, provided that their loyalty to the empire remains unwavering. What constitutes loyalty? The payment of taxes signifies loyalty. Failure to pay taxes or insufficient payment results in execution and the appointment of a more loyal successor. As of now, Fury Owl has witnessed the replacement of 5 governors over the past 29 years. Each of the 3 governors preceding Gu Hang served a mere 2 years, as they all perished before their first tax collection. Now, Gu Hang has arrived. A month prior, upon his transference and the merging of memories with his new form, he found himself aboard a starship bound for Fury Owl. He aims to ensure that, 2 years hence, Fury Owl can fulfill at least 1/4 of its tax obligations, with the remaining 3/4 covered by the sector government, a generous arrangement negotiated by his political lineage, the Gu family. By the second tax collection 4 years later, the full amount must be remitted. A cruiser belonging to the sector navy is stationed in orbit around the planet, providing him with support. On the surface, he commands a mere 3,000 servants, 300 mechanized soldiers with excised frontal lobes, and 30 marine soldiers led by Captain Yin Fangxiu. The principal political authority on Fury Owl is known as the Alliance, established by the first governor 29 years ago. Ordinarily, upon arriving on Fury Owl, Gu Hang would have descended upon the capital city of Revival City, assuming the mantle of the Alliance's leader, and commenced exercising the powers of the planetary governor based on the Alliance government. However, he chose a different course. He established a camp not far from Revival City and immersed himself in endeavors that perplexed many. For instance, Captain Yin Fangxiu could not comprehend why Gu Hang insisted on training the 300 mechanized soldiers. These beings, devoid of independent thought, struggled even with operating basic equipment like armored vehicles and artillery, relegated to the role of expendable cannon fodder, rendering training seemingly futile. Yet, he was compelled to confront his own narrow-mindedness. He observed, with astonishment, that under Gu Hang's guidance, these mechanized soldiers underwent a remarkable transformation in a remarkably short span of time. He witnessed them swiftly organizing into formation and conducting equipment checks, tasks that had previously eluded them, while also demonstrating a tactical proficiency that far surpassed their prior capabilities. Shooting, physical fitness, tactics, all of these have undergone significant enhancement, coupled with their inherent fearlessness in the face of sacrifice and their unwavering adherence to discipline. They have transformed into high-caliber soldiers. This level is already comparable to that of the Imperial Guard's regular forces. Despite this, he still did not perceive these mechanized soldiers as worthy adversaries to his elite Marine Corps, but that was only in a one-on-one context. The elite Marines numbered merely 30, while these mechanized soldiers totaled 300. More critically, Yin Fangxiu could not comprehend how Gu Hang achieved this feat. It completely surpassed his understanding. The prowess of mechanized soldiers was not solely determined by their condition at the time of augmentation. Was subsequent training not rendered meaningless? Lost in thought, he heard Gu Hang's resonant voice. Captain Yin, urge your squad to expedite their movements. How can the elite Marines' pre-battle preparations be slower than those of mechanized soldiers? Coming back to his senses, Yin Fangxiu felt a twinge of embarrassment and saluted Gu Hang, then turned to his equally astonished subordinates, who were dumbfounded by the changes in the mechanized battalion, and shouted, "What on earth are you lazy fools dawdling for? Move faster. The 5 slowest will start sleeping with the mechanized soldiers tomorrow." In his vision, ethereal floating text materialized, presenting multiple options. Current blessing points, 2. Total territory income, 5 Terra month, hero, troop badge. There were 4 items in total, and Gu Hang selected the second item. Total territory income. Here, he encountered more detailed information. Governor's temporary camp, 5 Terra month. There was only this single line. According to Gu Hang's understanding, this monthly total income depended on what the system recognized as the total income provided by the territory he governed. Currently, his territory consisted solely of this temporary camp. Upon discovering the system and learning of his appointment as governor, he had initially been eager to ascertain how much a planet would provide him monthly as his domain. However, after landing in Revitalization City, that figure had remained a mere 0. At that moment, he speculated that a nominal territory would not gain recognition from the system. It had to be under his actual control. As an airborne governor, how could he hope to command a loosely connected wasteland alliance and unify the entire coalition? If it were an easy task, the previous governors would not have met their demise. Thus, he decisively abandoned the path that led to the downfall of his predecessors, pivoted from the starship, and requisitioned servant slaves and some armed forces. Leaving Revitalization City, he sought an open space. intending to start afresh and utilize the golden finger that had accompanied him through the transition. After establishing a fully controlled temporary camp, the income figure finally shifted from 0 to 4. Gu Hang surmised that the initial force stemmed from the population. Later, the increase was likely due to the camp's expansion and enhancement. Within the system, the subsequent 2 items revealed, Hero, displaying his own panel, while Troop Badge contained 2 entries. The Marine Corps First Squad, with an overall rating of T4, is composed of 30 individuals. Their equipment, training, and experience all fall under the T4 category. This is the condition of the 30 men led by Yan Fangxiu. In contrast, another force, the recently upgraded Mechanized Light Infantry Regiment, boasts a comprehensive rating of T5 and cannot be further enhanced. This regiment comprises 300 personnel, equipped and trained to T5 standards, though lacking in experience. The T rating signifies the overall strength of the unit, with lower numbers indicating greater elite status. Initially, the Mechanized Light Infantry Regiment was deemed subpar, possessing complete equipment such as rifles, grenades, and squad machine guns, along with mortars and grenade launchers at the platoon level, yet it lacked heavy weaponry, categorizing it as a light infantry regiment. By investing 3 points of merit, he elevated this regiment, which had been considered a brainless entity, merely following orders and regarded as a unit of minimal training value, into a formidable force over the span of 4 days. Achieving T5 training level effectively signifies that it has reached the strength of the Imperial Regular Army, while the Marine Corps, at T4, is considered a conventional elite force. It is precisely because the mechanized infantry, once regarded as mere cannon fodder, has undergone this transformation that Gu Hang feels emboldened to assertively engage following news of the waste whole society's situation. This represents an opportunity, and he now possesses the capability to seize it. He aspires to integrate the waste whole society into his actual dominion, rather than merely serving as a nominal governor. In the future, he intends to gradually expand his sphere of influence until it encompasses the entire planet. Chapter 3. The captives' demise. The journey from the makeshift camp to the wasteland cavern spans a total of 4.5 hours. The elite members of the Marine Corps dispersed in quintets, acting as vanguards and scouts. Gu Hang, accompanied by the victim Patel and the majority of his mechanized troops, advanced steadily. He entrusted Lieutenant Yan Fangxiu with the task of leading the Marines and a contingent of robotic soldiers to annihilate the enemy while striving to capture survivors. Lieutenant Yan, a seasoned naval elite, executed this task with remarkable ease, devoid of any unexpected complications. However, Gu Hang's mood soured after he heard the testimonies of the survivors. He summoned Patel and remarked, "It appears these brigands never intended to spare you." Patel, having witnessed the state of the transport convoy, responded with indignation. Indeed, they were transporting vast quantities of volatile explosives. Not only could they blast open the gates of the wasteland caverns, but they could also collapse the mine, entombing us all within. Gu Hang shook his head, adding, "Moreover, according to the intelligence gathered from Lieutenant Yan's interrogation, they have long conspired with the greenskin merchants in the ruined high walls. Your wasteland caverns, with a population exceeding 900, are regarded merely as premium fodder to be sold to those greenskin beasts." What? Patel, fully aware of the malice harbored by the captives' demise gang of wasteland marauders, was nonetheless taken aback by their ferocity. The term green-skinned beasts fittingly described those mutants. They are not confined to Angry Owl Star. Rather, they proliferate throughout the cosmos, often referred to as the cancer of the universe. They lack sexual differentiation, reproducing through the shedding of symbiotic spores embedded within their bodies, which then grow from the earth. Their sustenance is similarly derived. These beasts, initially primitive and savage, wielding stone axes and wooden clubs, evolve rapidly once they consume sufficient intelligent brains, leading to advancements in technology, iron weaponry, firearms, and even interstellar travel. Their inherently bellicose nature and propensity for destruction render them an ever greater calamity as they gain strength. Logically, such a race should be deemed the enemy of all humanity. The Empire indeed has a directive for extermination against the greenskin mutants, advocating for their complete annihilation and the purification of the land to eradicate the spores, ensuring they do not resurface. However, policies and their execution often diverge significantly. On Angry Owl Star, where taxes remain unpaid and basic sustenance is not guaranteed, myriad factions are embroiled in conflict, resulting in a chaotic state of affairs. The governor has even been compelled to cultivate his own crops. Under such circumstances, it is unreasonable to expect brigands like the captives' demise to harbor any sentiments for the fate of humanity. Nevertheless, Not only is it intolerable to engage in commerce with these cannibalistic beasts, but the imperative to eradicate them is clear to Gu Hang. Yet, this task is not for the present. The testimonies reveal that the Greenskin tribe residing in the ruined high walls numbers in the thousands and has at least evolved to possess automatic weaponry, equipping them with technology that does not significantly lag behind that of the planet's inhabitants. To cleanse those beasts is a task far beyond the current capabilities of Gu Hang. Fortunately, the ruins of the high wall lies quite a distance away, allowing for a temporary respite from concern. The primary focus now is to confront the band of wasteland marauders threatening the abandoned cave society. Gu Hang has now acquired precise intelligence regarding their whereabouts. A temporary camp established by the prisoners of death lies 4 kilometers from the mine where the abandoned cave society is situated. These ruffians have never anticipated that the abandoned cave society would dare to engage them in open combat, and thus have made no preparations for defensive fortifications. It presents an excellent opportunity for a surprise attack. Our mortars can inflict significant damage. Yin Fangshu appeared invigorated. Very well, let us proceed. After a brief period of rest, the team, which initially faced a 2-hour journey, arrived at their destination in just over an hour. They hastened their pace, concerned that the supply convoy might delay and alert the marauders to their presence. Following a rapid march, they required some time to recuperate before launching their assault. The 30 elite soldiers of the Marine Corps were relatively fine, but the mechanical aides required rest. They would not complain of fatigue, yet they would indeed tire. And exhaustion would diminish their combat effectiveness. Following Yin Fangshu's advice, the soldiers would set out again in 45 minutes. An hour later, the mortar positions would commence bombardment. As the location of the prisoners of death camp came into distant view, Gu Hang patiently led the team in recuperation, consuming nutritional paste and meditating to restore their strength. While also constructing the mortar positions, he understood that this patience was essential for the impending battle's success. At this moment, Kaga felt an inexplicable irritation. Damaged weapons and depleted ammunition were challenging to replenish. Major factions were unwilling to engage in trade with marauders like them. Only the Greenskin tribes showed any willingness. Although the technology of the Greenskinned was subpar, with high malfunction rates of weapons and ammunition frequently misfiring, their power in Kaga's hands was significantly diminished compared to when wielded by the Greenskinned themselves. Yet, it was better than nothing. To be frank, Kaga had little regard for the ores most abundant in the abandoned cave society. These resources were heavy and of little value, making them difficult to sell. However, the 900 individuals within the cave were invaluable, serving as sustenance for himself and a means to trade for green-skinned weaponry at the ruins of the high wall. Herding people was far simpler than herding sheep. For this purpose, the prisoners of death had nearly emptied their nest, aside from a few elderly, women, children, and guards left behind. Kaga led the majority of over 100 individuals out. The abandoned cave society had many members, but few firearms, rendering them insignificant. Their survival in the wasteland for so long was primarily due to their advantageous terrain. Kaga had personally scouted the mine, finding it to be easily defensible yet difficult to assail. The entrance was securely sealed with stone and metal, and with a heavy door barred from within. It was impossible to breach by mere human effort. His patience had been exhausted. There was no way to deceive the miners into opening the door. So he resolved to wait for the explosives to arrive and blast it open. He had previously urged his subordinates to attempt to contact the supply convoy via radio, but they had been unable to establish communication. This only heightened his unease. He became acutely alert. Such a bizarre situation inevitably instilled fear and hesitation within him. Those lacking in caution would have already met their demise, buried beneath the desolate earth, their bones long vanished. Kaiga's brow furrowed tightly. Why had he been unable to establish contact before? He had mentioned that their radio was malfunctioning, just repaired, and fearing for our concern. He had hastily sent a message. After speaking, he swiftly stepped outside and shouted to the brothers preparing for action. Hurry, we are departing at once. For heaven's sake, do not waste your precious ammunition. Take whatever supplies you can carry and discard the rest. Move swiftly. Prepare for a breakout. One of the subordinates, having just heard his orders, appeared bewildered. He caught up a few steps and inquired, Boss, this. What do you mean? Hurry up and relay the message, and once you've done that, grab your weapon and join the ranks. Why? The lad remained dazed. Kaiga struck him on the head. It is certain that someone is tailing us. Distract the enemy if possible. If not, you will pay for your sluggishness with your life. With that, he disregarded the foolish boy, took up his weapon, and rallied his comrades to prepare for departure. As he reached the entrance, he suddenly heard a whistling sound from the sky. His face turned ashen. It was the sound of artillery. Take cover. He quickly dropped to the ground, cursing profusely. Damn. They're shelling us. Damn it. I swear. Boom. The thunderous explosions rendered him nearly deaf, and he could only vent his fear through a torrent of expletives. He realized that they were indeed being hunted, and the worst-case scenario loomed. Perhaps they were already encircled. Yet, he had not anticipated that those pursuing him possessed artillery. Fortunately, luck was on his side, aside from a ringing in his ears and a slight daze. He suffered no serious injury. He crouched up and scanned his surroundings. The artillery bombarding them was likely of a smaller caliber, perhaps mortars. Had it been heavy artillery, a barrage of a dozen rounds would have annihilated everyone in the camp. Nevertheless, even in their rudimentary encampment, devoid of fortifications, these mortars inflicted substantial casualties. A quick glance revealed at least 20 brothers either dead or severely injured. The remaining men were all stunned by the blasts. Yet, this was not the time for dawdling. Staying here meant certain death. He bellowed, "Charge! Charge! Break through!" Just then, gunfire erupted from outside. They had indeed been encircled. Following the bombardment, infantry were advancing. The only glimmer of hope was that the gunfire sounded somewhat distant, suggesting that the small squads he had previously dispatched were engaged in combat. This was their sole chance for survival. He shouted, "Reinforcements, move up. It's time to fight. Those who wish to live must fight fiercely." Just then, a second round of shelling commenced. Chapter 4. Is this a mechanical servant? What a pity. Yu Hang, peering through his binoculars, uttered these two words. He lamented the enemy's swift reaction. They had already taken action before the bombardment commenced, which meant the potential gains from the artillery fire could have been even more substantial. He regretted the inadequacy of his own firepower. Had they replaced the 60mm mortars with larger caliber howitzers, the infantry would merely need to clean up the battlefield, with the primary issues being resolved directly by the artillery. Yet, given the circumstances, there was little that could be done. Ultimately, after 2 rounds of shelling, the enemy had suffered a loss of 1/3 of their combat strength. Although it appeared there might be opportunities for another 2 or 3 rounds, it was unlikely that the results would be as favorable. The remaining enemy forces would inevitably need to be dealt with by the infantry. Meanwhile, Patel observed with great satisfaction, from the intelligence gathered from the living, he already knew that most of his kin, aside from those who had perished, had been relocated to the stronghold of the captives for detention, eliminating concerns of collateral damage from the bombardment of the temporary encampment. Thus, witnessing this band of marauders threatening his homeland being bombarded, reduced to utter chaos and staggering casualties, filled him with unrestrained joy. "Oh, Governor, may you eradicate these brigands. I, Patel, pledge my unwavering service to you for a lifetime." As he mused, he noticed the governor putting away the binoculars and signaling the nearby soldiers to advance. He quickly fell in step. With precision, he identified the target, fired, and eliminated it. Feeling the faint warmth radiating from the HS-3 and AMP, Oppos, Eagle and AMP, Oppos, electromagnetic rifle against his cheek, Yin Fengshu felt a wave of relief wash over him. The battlefield was ever-changing. He had initially thought that, taking advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness, a series of mortar strikes on their positions would deliver a devastating blow to these native marauders. The remaining foes should have been left dazed and confused, allowing him to lead the infantry to merely tidy up the battlefield and deal with a few surviving adversaries. However, to his surprise, the enemy was remarkably astute. Even if they were merely wasteland raiders, they could not be underestimated. The enemy had swiftly deployed multiple small squads, compelling him to launch an immediate attack, lest they discover his presence. The bombardment commenced a few minutes earlier than planned, and the infantry under his command had to eliminate those small enemy teams from several hundred meters away from the enemy camp. Eradicating these marauder squads was not particularly challenging. Yet, the subsequent battle left him somewhat perturbed. The casualties inflicted by the mortars were less severe than he had anticipated, forcing him to lead the infantry into a more arduous confrontation. Victory was assured, but at what cost? If he were to engage a group of wasteland raiders and gain the upper hand only to suffer significant losses, it would be a disgrace. Moreover, excessive casualties could jeopardize the governor's strategic plans. He felt confident in the 30 Marines he had personally brought down from the starship. But the mechanical soldiers were a different matter. Initially designated as expendable troops, their equipment was subpar, and more critically, the combat instincts implanted in the mechanical soldiers were geared towards being cannon fodder, emphasizing a reckless disregard for life. While being expendable may be advantageous, It did not necessarily translate well to regular troops. He genuinely feared that these mechanical soldiers might be excessively reckless, leading to unnecessary losses. However, once the battle commenced, he felt a significant sense of relief. While annihilating several raider squads on the periphery, the mechanized soldiers did not exhibit any remarkable qualities. After all, he had directed the Marine Corps to eliminate the primary targets. The mode of operation, leaning towards special operations, was inherently the forte of the Marines, especially since they were equipped with auxiliary targeting systems, rapid reconnaissance, and precise firing units, among various other enhancements. Regardless of their training or equipment levels, they possessed a crushing advantage over the raiders, making their unscathed victories entirely expected. The mechanized soldiers, deprived of opportunities to showcase their prowess, nonetheless displayed exceptional discipline during the assault on the camp. They did not charge recklessly like mere fodder. Each squad maintained a staggered formation, advancing in groups of 3. There were assault troops, fire support units, and machine gunners providing suppressive fire as they moved forward. Although the mortars stationed a kilometer away could not inflict particularly significant damage, they continuously lobbed shells to accompany the soldiers' advance, suppressing enemy fire. To his discerning eye, the tactical maneuvers of the mechanized soldiers, while somewhat rigid, were sufficiently standard and effective. The raiders attempting to break free were pinned within the camp, unable to escape. They could only sporadically fire a few shots, lacking accuracy and daring not to expose themselves, let alone aim properly. Soon, multiple assault teams had infiltrated the camp. The mechanized soldiers maintained their commendable standards, advancing in alternation, providing cross-cover, executing multi-angle flanking maneuvers, and addressing blind spots in their line of sight. All the requisite tactical actions were employed. The bandits, believing they could finally mount a substantial counterattack at close quarters, were met instead with the ruthless slaughter of the mechanized soldiers. Of course, the mechanized soldiers were by no means invincible. In close quarters firefights, casualties were inevitable. Yet the situation was far better than Yin Fangxiu had previously anticipated. Was the governor's training genuinely effective? It appeared to yield tangible improvements in combat capability, rather than merely serving as a fade. In a remarkably brief period, 300 mere fodder had transformed into 300 regular troops. He found this transformation truly astonishing. However, this was a positive development. With the mechanized battalion operating at such a caliber, he no longer had to worry about substantial losses in the assault. The bandits could not withstand the onslaught of the mechanized soldiers. This battle was assured. Yin Fangxiu found the turn of events unbelievable, while Kagan was engulfed in despair. His brothers were trapped within the camp, their numbers dwindling to less than half. The howling mortars had ceased their bombardment, fearing collateral damage. He had hoped this would grant them a moment to breathe, perhaps even an opportunity to launch a counteroffensive, but that did not materialize. The soldiers with mechanical eyes were the most disheartening aspect for him. He had heard of such mechanized servants, some of which were under the command of powerful factions, but they were merely akin to slave labor. They did not possess the capacity for independent thought, could only follow orders to perform low-level, repetitive physical tasks, and were ill-suited for training as soldiers. If compelled to do so, they would merely amount to a cadre of cannon fodder. If one were to speak of advantages, there exists but one: an unwavering loyalty that guarantees absolute confidentiality and obedience. Yet, what of these mechanical soldiers? Is it conceivable that such automatons could exist? In their frigid gaze, one discerns not a hint of folly, only a relentless ruthlessness. They are meticulously trained, swift in their actions, methodically slaughtering his subordinates. Resistance? Indeed. Many of his fierce comrades attempted to retaliate, yet their scattered efforts proved futile. Even when a mechanical soldier sustained injury, it scarcely affected their demeanor. Concealed amidst debris and the remnants of shattered structures, they remained undeterred. Those mechanical soldiers would relentlessly hurl 2 to 3 grenades before advancing with unwavering resolve, disregarding casualties. Yet often, casualties were minimal, allowing them to extinguish the last vestiges of resistance from the bandits. Now he realized it was all over. His makeshift encampment lay in ruins, strewn with debris and craters. His brothers lay scattered, victims of explosions, shrapnel, or the long-range fire of those well-equipped soldiers wielding electromagnetic rifles, or executed at close range by the mechanical soldiers. The Apos, prisoners of death and Apos, had indeed perished. Yet, Kaga retained a final gambit. His tribe was beyond salvation. But perhaps he still held a chance for survival. From within his cloak, he retrieved a small, palm-sized green glass vial, his face betraying a moment of hesitation. He had witnessed the fate of those who had consumed this substance. It was scarcely preferable to death itself. However, abstaining meant certain demise. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, he uncorked the vial and downed the potion in hurried gulps. Chapter 5. The green-skinned beast referred to as the cancer of the universe. How formidable is the green-skinned beast? Today, Gu Heng witnessed it firsthand. As the battle approached its conclusion, he personally led the remaining troops into the fray, intending to bring the conflict to a close while savoring the acrid scent of warfare. Suddenly, he heard a tremendous roar, reminiscent of a bear. Before him stood a mutant giant, towering at least 2 meters tall, with a muscular physique and skin of a deep green hue. This creature was nearly bare, with only tattered strips of cloth clinging to its form, evidently having outgrown its original attire. Its skin was a rough, vibrant green, and the weapon it wielded was wild in design, with most components appearing haphazardly assembled. In the hands of an ordinary person, it would resemble a handheld cannon or rocket launcher, yet in this beast's grasp, it was akin to a standard shotgun, even capable of being fired with one hand. Upon its emergence, it immediately drew the attention of the surrounding soldiers. The mechanized soldiers, armed with G7 assault rifles, aimed at the creature and pulled the triggers, unleashing a barrage of automatic fire upon it. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The green-skinned mutant, despite enduring such a hail of gunfire, remained entirely unscathed. In that fleeting moment, at least a dozen rifles were trained on it, yet it did not falter. The soldiers, gripping their triggers tightly, continued to unleash a relentless stream of bullets. Given its immense stature and lack of movement, most of the shots found their target. Logically, unless it were composed of iron, any flesh would surely be shredded under such an assault. Yet, it stood resolutely, bullets ricocheting off its body or losing all momentum before falling away, some embedding themselves in its skin and muscle but failing to penetrate deeply. While blood flowed, it was hardly enough to be deemed injurious. Thus, the beast took off running towards the outskirts of the camp. Its towering frame and powerful musculature did not render it cumbersome. Instead, it enhanced its speed and agility. As it moved, the accuracy of the mechanized soldiers plummeted. If it had chosen to disregard everything and merely sprint away, it might have had a genuine chance of escaping. However, throughout this chaotic escape, its attention was perpetually drawn to the nearby mechanized soldiers, an overwhelming urge to attack them gnawing at its instincts. On one hand, being shot at irritated it. The bullets from the assault rifles, though non-lethal, were still painful. On the other hand, the effects of the drugs coursing through its veins only intensified its bloodlust, compelling it to unleash a torrent of violence. At last, it could no longer resist. Though still running, it slowed its pace slightly. Turning its head, it aimed the grotesque, rugged firearm at a nearby soldier and pulled the trigger. Thick black smoke billowed from the muzzle as a cluster of shotgun pellets erupted forth, obliterating the upper half of the mechanized soldier, scattering blood and flesh into the air, some even splattering onto Gu Heng. Bathed in blood, the green-skinned beast grew ever more frenzied. It pulled the gun's bolt back and fired again, claiming another soldier's life. Yet, when it attempted to fire once more, the weapon misfired. He held a shotgun with only 2 rounds remaining. Instinctively, Kaga reached into his clothing, seemingly attempting to load ammunition. But his hands met only emptiness. His attire had been torn to shreds, leaving no room for carried cartridges. Discarding the wild shotgun, he lunged directly at the third victim. The targeted mechanized soldier raised his weapon and fired while retreating, yet before he could discharge more than a few rounds, the swiftly moving green-skinned beast had already closed the distance. With a powerful grasp, Kaga seized the soldier and effortlessly tore him in half. Hoisting the severed body above his head, blood cascaded down upon him, filling Kaga with exhilaration, even leading him to believe that his already unparalleled physique had reached new heights. A fragment of his remaining sanity recognized that the potion he had consumed earlier was further unlocking his latent potential, a notion that could spell trouble. However, that fleeting concern, that brief struggle, was quickly overwhelmed by an overwhelming tide of bloodlust. His singular desire was to continue the slaughter. A grenade was thrown at his feet, detonating shortly after. But Kaga had already rolled away to evade the blast. A machine gunner had established a firing position 100 meters away, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Yet, at this distance, the combat instincts imprinted from the potion coursing through Kaga's veins allowed him to dodge most of the projectiles while maintaining his charge forward. At that moment, his eyes burned crimson with a singular intent to rend the machine gunner asunder. Just then, he stumbled, and his body succumbed to inertia, crashing heavily to the ground. He felt as though his left leg had been severed. It was as if it had been cleaved by some unseen force. Looking down, he found his left leg intact, suffering only minor injury, yet it seemed beyond his command, as if it belonged to another. Using his hands and the remaining foot, he laboriously propped himself up, raising his gaze to see a man clad in fine garments approaching, shielded by several Marine soldiers. Even the continuous fire from the Squad S heavy machine gun, far more potent than the assault rifle, could not swiftly eliminate him. However, the Eagle electromagnetic rifles wielded by the Marines were of a different caliber altogether. The metal spikes accelerated by electromagnetic force were capable of piercing his skin and muscle defenses. After the 4 Marines emptied their magazines, Kaga was reduced to a mass of wounds. Yet he still clung to life. Even as the holes in his body began a slow process of self-repair, he remained unvanquished. Gu Hang strolled forward, observing, "So this is Kaga, the leader of the prisoners? Capable of transforming humans. The technology of these green-skinned creatures is rather astounding." He was not particularly concerned with Kaga as an individual. Rather, it was the state exhibited after his mutation that raised alarms. Kaga could no longer articulate words, emitting only meaningless growls from deep within his throat. Gu Hang, disinterested in further dialogue, waved his hand, allowing the soldiers behind him to take over the concluding tasks. The electromagnetic rifle unleashed a barrage of metal spikes, reducing the head of the green beast to a pulpy mass. Dealing with a green-skinned creature is quite a cumbersome affair. Killing it is merely the beginning. One must also incinerate the area where its blood has flowed and the spot where its corpse lingered with searing flames. Otherwise, it won't be long before a profusion of mushrooms emerges, eventually giving rise to diminutive green monsters. First, there might be impish creatures, followed by goblins, and then the emergence of orcish brutes. Although this green beast is likely a mutation of the prisoner of the dead leader, who can predict if similar occurrences might arise. In any case, the battle has concluded, and there is ample time to cleanse the battlefield. Gu Hang also needs to tally his gains. A resounding victory, earning 19 points of grace. Losses, 9, enemies eliminated, 146, captured, 11, 1st Mechanized Light Infantry Battalion. Losses, 9, enemies eliminated, 105, Marine Corps. Losses, 0, enemies eliminated, 41. Chapter 6, an upgrade. After the conclusion of the battle, a new interface materialized before Gu Hang. As he beheld the words resounding victory, his expression turned somewhat peculiar. Was it not also necessary to have terms like epic triumph, slight advantage, or narrow victory? Not only could he observe the overall gains and losses, but also the specific conditions of various subordinate units. More significantly, he had received 19 points of grace following the triumph. The spoils of this battle amounted to nearly 4 times his monthly fixed income. What a revelation! It appeared that this was a system designed for battle. The greatest rewards stemmed from combat, while agriculture merely served as a means to facilitate warfare. He clicked on the system interface and noticed the hero section faintly glowing. Upon further inspection, it was his own name that shimmered. Hero, Gu Hang, Faction Leader, LV1. Sufficient experience to level up, 10 grace points. Physique, 7. Spirituality, 14. Traits, Psionic Spellcaster. You wield the power of psionics, capable of consuming spirituality to unleash psionic spells. Governor of Furial Star. You are the legitimate ruler of Furial Star, possessing a greater probability of legitimizing local factions on Furial Star. This was his personal information. Among the 2 traits, the Governor of Furial Star was derived from his title, requiring no further elaboration. The other, Psionic Spellcaster, reflected his individual prowess. Gu Hang was indeed a legitimate psionic, and his family, the Gu clan, naturally cultivated their core descendants. They provided education, political connections, and business opportunities, ensuring that those like Gu Hang, who exhibited psionic talent from a young age, were not overlooked. His aptitude for psionics was commendable, as evidenced by his attribute score of 14. Gu Hang had generally grasped the essence of attributes: strength, agility, neural response, and resilience. All physical capabilities were classified under physique. A robust physique was essential for evolving into an exceptional warrior. In this era of extraordinary powers, even amidst technological advancements, individual valor in warfare still held significance. The most elite warriors, equipped with the finest gear, might not literally cut starships in twain, yet charging into battle, breaching trenches, and capturing fortifications were indeed within their grasp. The green-skinned beast he had just encountered stood as a testament to this. Had it not been for Gu Hang, that creature, though ultimately doomed, would have exacted a far greater toll in terms of machine servants and even the lives of marine soldiers. Psionics, on the other hand, remain shrouded in mystery, often referred to as sorcery or magic in many unenlightened realms. This supernatural force, originating from the world's shadowy recesses, powered starships faster than light travel and numerous high-caliber weaponry. The Empire maintained specialized energy worlds to harvest psionic energy, condensing it into crystalline forms. Concurrently, the more advanced the technology employing psionic energy, the greater the level of skill required from psionics practitioners. Powerful psionics could exhibit formidable combat capabilities without reliance on any equipment, wielding psionic spells with remarkable effectiveness. It was precisely such psionic spells that Gu Heng had employed to subdue the green-skinned creature. With a swift incantation of soul severance, he temporarily incapacitated one of its legs, rendering it a living target. This was the soul psychic spell mastered by Gu Heng, a skill notoriously difficult to acquire. Devoting several decades to the arduous study of psychic arts was not a pursuit he aspired to undertake. However, the upgrade options presented within the hero interface offered him a promising new avenue. Why wouldn't he embrace the prospect of direct enhancement? Prior to this, the upgrade option was non-existent. He noted the phrase sufficient experience, which he surmised was a consequence of winning a battle. It appeared that the option for upgrading manifested only when one possessed ample experience. As for the requisite 10 points of grace for the upgrade, he gritted his teeth and paid the price. With the acquisition of 19 grace points this time, combined with the 2 he previously had, he found himself with a total of 21 points, sufficient for his needs. Suddenly, a new prompt materialized before him. Please select one option from the 5 categories of physique: spirituality, commander, leader, or unique to generate a new talent. Such a thing existed? The categories of physique and spirituality were self-evident, pertaining to personal strength. The next 2, commander and leader, bore similar meanings, yet undoubtedly possessed distinct nuances. Gu Heng speculated that the former referred to military leadership, enhancing one and Oppo's capability to lead troops into battle. The latter pertained to the leadership skills of a ruler or governing official. As for the final option, unique, it likely alluded to a distinct talent bestowed based on individual differences. What that specifically entailed, however, was beyond speculation. He attempted to select unique, only to receive a new prompt. The upgrade project for the unique sequence has not been unlocked. Upgrade failed. The conditions for unlocking remained a mystery. Resigned to his circumstance, he could only choose from the preceding 4. He opted for the spirituality talent. He refrained from selecting physique, as it was evident that he possessed greater aptitude on the path of the psychic rather than that of a warrior. While the enhancements from commander or leader would certainly be beneficial in the early stages, with a limited number of troops and a small territory, such boosts would likely prove minimal. Conversely, individual strength would be more pronounced in small-scale conflicts. Moreover, if he truly became a psychic master capable of moving mountains and filling seas, wielding extraordinary personal power, he might find that his individual prowess could rival the cumulative effects of an entire army or faction. Upon finalizing his choice, Gu Heng felt a wave of warmth surge from his heart to every extremity of his being. His complexion flushed as a result, though thankfully, only a few mechanical soldiers were present to witness this transformation. These unreflective automatons would not inquire further. A comprehensive enhancement. Summoning the system once more, he beheld the data reflecting his upgrade. Hero, Gu Heng faction leader. LV2, insufficient experience for upgrade. Physique, 8. Spirituality, 15. Traits, psychic spellcaster. Governor of the Angry Owl Star. Talent, protective aura. When sustaining damage, one may expend spirituality to negate harm. Spirituality 1. Indeed, his physique had increased, likely due to the inherent boost in base attributes accompanying a level up. His physique stat had been rather low, hence the noticeable improvement. While the enhancement to spirituality was less pronounced, ultimately his spiritual essence can indeed experience a slight enhancement, attributed to the newly acquired talent of protective aura. The improvement in physical constitution is undoubtedly beneficial, promoting greater health and vitality. Furthermore, the elevation of his spiritual attributes enables him to unleash a greater array of spiritual spells, augmenting their potency. The most significant aspect of the protective aura talent lies in its intrinsic special effects. With a mere thought, he perceives a wondrous energy permeating his entire being, enveloping every cell within him. When faced with external assaults, the resultant damage is counterbalanced by spiritual energy, until he consciously deactivates this ability or his spiritual reserves are depleted. Crucially, the functionality of protective aura is highly commendable. It operates as a toggleable passive effect, incurring no cost while active, with consumption only occurring upon sustaining damage, even in the event of a surprise attack. There is no need for concern about activating the skill in time. Moreover, in critical situations, he can temporarily deactivate it, enduring some injury to preserve a measure of spiritual energy for a counterattack. In summary, the operation is remarkably flexible. With such a practical skill that exchanges blue energy for health, Gu Hang is thoroughly content. Chapter 7. Could it possibly get worse? While a cacophony resounded outside, the wasteland society remained eerily silent within. Though their numbers were considerable, they possessed merely a handful of firearms, rendering them too timid to even glance outside to witness the unfolding events at their doorstep. It was only when Patel established contact through their clandestine channel and confirmed his authenticity, assuring them he had neither disguised himself nor defected, that they finally permitted him entry, albeit solely as an individual. Initially, he harbored concerns that the governor might be displeased. However, to his relief, Gu Hang graciously allowed him to enter first to clarify the situation. The governor's forces would linger outside the Wasteland Society for 2 days, awaiting his report. Although Gu Hang did not explicitly state what news was anticipated, Patel grasped its essence. The governor had fulfilled the promise of salvation, and now it was time for the Wasteland Society to demonstrate its sincerity. Patel felt no discomfort regarding this expectation. The Wasteland Society was entirely subservient to the governor. What could be amiss in that? Familiar faces emerged before him, their countenances pale and grim. The pallor stemmed from prolonged subterranean confinement, far removed from sunlight. The darkness was a result of sweat and mining dust amalgamating, with scant opportunity for cleanliness. As the leader of the Wasteland Society, he recognized each of the 900 faces within the cave. People clamored to approach him, their voices a chorus of inquiry. Patel? Are we saved? Have those wretched bandits been exterminated? Who is our savior? Indeed, we have been rescued. All the bandits have been vanquished. It was the governor who saved us. The joyous revelation elicited tears of elation among the crowd. Pride surged within him, born from the fact that he had summoned reinforcements to deliver them all. Yet, a shadow of anxiety loomed over the uncertain future. With a subtle sigh, he turned to behold his uncle, Old Butchie. Upon recovery, Old Butchie made no attempt to seize power. There was little to be gained in the Wasteland Society's conditions, where exploitation and oppression had no place. Leadership was conferred through consensus. The communal poverty rendered even the chief's lifestyle scarcely distinguishable from that of the others. Due to his disability, Old Butchie could no longer perform arduous tasks, yet he still contributed his wisdom, diligently assisting his younger counterpart, Patel, with his remaining hand. He patted Patel's shoulder. You've worked hard. It is my duty, Patel replied. The two entered a modest chamber where Patel recounted the entire saga of his plea for assistance to Old Butchie. The elder sighed heavily. A blessing or a curse? His tone bore a hint of pessimism. Patel disagreed with this sentiment. What do you mean by a blessing or a curse? I see no calamity here. This is undoubtedly our opportunity. The governor has promised not only to save our lives but to deliver us entirely. He is here to construct a new world, with the Wasteland Society as his first station. Patel lamented, pondering how one might ever place trust in the words of such influential figures. In their eyes, he thought, we are akin to vermin, unworthy of recognition as human beings. When one seeks to utilize another, they may utter flattering words, feigning great regard, yet once their usefulness wanes, they are cast aside without mercy. Patel remarked, I do not perceive the governor as such a person. Old Buck scoffed, you naive boy, what do you understand? You have only known him for a few days. What difference does that make? Patel deftly sidestepped the issue of trust, countering, can our situation possibly deteriorate further? Over 900 souls toil beneath this mine, laboring to the point of exhaustion, with none daring to be remiss. Those who are negligent face starvation. Yet, even so, we remain perpetually undernourished and inadequately clothed, suffering injuries on the job, and each winter, we lose lives to the cold. We possess no surplus to arm ourselves with weapons. When danger approaches, we can only lock ourselves away in the caverns, praying the threat passes us by. Our survival thus far has been due to our abject poverty. Bandits are disinclined to expend much effort prying open a tortoise's shell, as there is little flesh to be had. Now, we face the most avaricious of foes, resolute in their intent to invade and convert the living into provisions, leaving us to await our inevitable demise. I refuse to allow my compatriots to endure such a life any longer. Moreover, what more do we have to lose? This discourse rendered Old Buck momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, he finally responded, "We shall lose our freedom." "Ha ha, freedom." Patel's laughter boomed, echoing nearly to the threshold, leading the unaware to believe he was genuinely amused. "Can freedom serve as sustenance? I too have journeyed to the capital of the Alliance, Revival City, and have witnessed the plight of slaves. Their existence surpasses ours by far. We are scarcely better off than beasts of burden. If relinquishing freedom could spare our people from starvation, freezing, and being consumed as sustenance, I would willingly forfeit my liberty." Old Buck was left without further retort, only able to exhale a heavy sigh. "I oppose none of your decisions. I merely hope we shall not regret them." "We shall never regret it. I believe you will not regret it." This was entirely within Gu Hang's expectations. The members of the Waste Cave Society had no alternative. Patel humbly stated, "Governor, there are a total of 907 individuals in the Waste Cave Society, awaiting your first command. Let us enter the cave and see." "What? You wish to venture inside? Is it unwelcome?" "No, but the conditions there are quite poor, you." His apprehension stemmed not from any other reason but the wretched state of the mine. Over 900 individuals were crammed into a cramped cavern, even with a ventilation opening. The air was far from pleasant. The living conditions were Spartan, with filth strewn about. Patel feared that the squalor of the mine would tarnish the governor's splendid attire, and even more so, that it would taint the governor's spirit. Gu Hang waved his hand, saying, "I must ascertain your true circumstances to determine how best to proceed." Chapter 8. The True Salvation. Though Gu Hang's arrival was abrupt and unexpected, leaving no time for a grand welcoming ceremony, the inhabitants of the Waste Cave Society exerted every effort to create a semblance of formality, striving to convey their respect to the esteemed governor. As Gu Hang entered through the somewhat tidied entrance of the mine, he was greeted by the illuminating glow of all the lights within. The people of the Waste Cave Society stood in two lines, flanking the tunnel, welcoming the arrival of the individual who would determine their fates. Gu Hang was not the first to arrive. His military supervisor, Captain Yin Fangxiu, had already ushered in over 100 individuals. Along the way, mechanized soldiers had formed a barricade, separating the passage from the residents of the Waste Cave Society. The soldiers stood at attention, rifles in hand, while the onlookers knelt in reverence as Gu Hang passed by. Wherever he walked, the populace bowed in greeting. The Waste Cave Society, lacking in material wealth, could offer nothing more than their presence to mark the occasion. As Gu Hang made his way through the crowd, he observed the various conditions of the community. The people appeared pallid and unwell. The mine housed rudimentary tools for extraction, pickaxes, carts, and the like, indicative of their manual labor, devoid of any sophisticated equipment. Progressing further, he arrived at an open chamber within the mine, which had been transformed by the Waste Cave Society into a square and vital living area. Numerous makeshift wooden structures were haphazardly erected, likely serving as homes for many. A greater number of residents had gathered here. As Gu Hang stepped into the space, hundreds knelt in unison under the leadership of their chief, Patel. Their display of respect was unmistakable. A temporary platform had been constructed, and upon ascending it, Gu Hang found a microphone already in place. His voice resonated not only throughout the small square but also through speakers positioned throughout the mine, reaching those unable to gather in the limited space. Standing on the platform, Gu Hang gazed upon the faces illuminated by the dim light. He perceived in their expressions a mixture of relief from their harrowing experiences and gratitude towards their savior. Yet, he could also discern their bewilderment regarding the future, the uncertainty surrounding the individual responsible for deciding their collective fate, and the numbing despair left by their bleak existence in the wasteland. The path ahead was daunting and laden with responsibility. Nevertheless, he began to speak slowly. "Residents of the Waste Cave Society, I am your governor, Gu Hang. Today, I witness all of you kneeling before me, expressing your allegiance. This is commendable, as it confirms that you have made the right choice. Your leader, Patel, beseeched me for salvation, and I have acquiesced. I have brought my forces to the Waste Cave Society and vanquished the bandits that posed a threat to you. 146 corpses lie neatly outside, and 11 captives will soon stand trial in your presence. The salvation you sought has been attained. However, the salvation I wish to bestow upon you has only just commenced. In this harsh and merciless wasteland, whether through natural disasters or man-made calamities, our very existence remains perpetually threatened. Today, the prisoners of fate have arrived, and tomorrow, something else may follow. You must possess the means to defend yourselves, and I shall arm you for this purpose. This is the first act of salvation I intend to grant you. You toil day and night within the mines, yet the fruits of your labor yield a life devoid of sunlight. one where hunger and cold are your constant companions. And each winter claims lives. You have the right to a better existence, and I shall ensure that all who are willing to strive may attain it. This is the second act of salvation I wish to bestow upon you. A secure environment, adequate sustenance, and warmth may be your most fervent desires at present. Yet, once you are well fed, your aspirations will surely expand, yearning for improved living conditions, richer spiritual fulfillment, self-actualization, a sense of honor, and unwavering faith. I shall provide you with a platform to pursue these higher aspirations. This constitutes the third act of salvation I intend to grant you. In my vision, it is only after I have bestowed these three gifts upon you, allowing you to live safely and abundantly, that we may truly speak of rescuing you. As Gu Heng concluded his address, a wave of jubilation surged among all the residents of the wasteland community. Whether they be fortunate enough to behold his visage in the square or relegated to distant corners, straining to hear his words through the loudspeakers. When Gu Heng proclaimed that the marauders outside had been vanquished, elation erupted. These brigands had killed and abducted their kin, confining them within the caves for countless days, depleting their food reserves. They had lived in perpetual dread until their salvation arrived, and their gratitude was genuine and profound. When Gu Heng spoke of arming them, a fervor ignited among the residents, particularly the young and impassioned. The people of the wasteland community have long understood the significance of firearms in such a ruthless environment. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, lacking the means to protect oneself renders one merely prey, regardless of one's size. For hunger drives all to seek a bite. Yet, weapons are not acquired without cost. The most coveted commodity in the wasteland is munitions. The residents of the wasteland community struggle to secure even the most basic necessities and cannot afford them. Possessing weapons instills a sense of security. In a situation akin to the current crisis, regardless of their capability to fight, they would at least possess the means to resist. No longer destined to wait idly for others to rescue them. The second promise, adequate nourishment and warmth, ignited an even greater fervor. Gu Heng's words struck a chord deep within their souls. How can our tireless labor and suffering yield naught but hunger? They may not grasp the exploitation of external markets or the disparity between primary and processed product values, but the governor has vowed to provide them with sustenance. This alone is sufficient to galvanize their unwavering support for any endeavor the governor wishes to undertake. However, in regard to the third point, the so-called higher pursuits, many people do not feel particularly impacted, and some are even left in a state of confusion. Merely existing is already a formidable challenge throughout their lives. They seldom contemplate greater aspirations and fail to comprehend the concepts of self-actualization and sense of honor. They cheer not out of understanding, but rather as a continuation of earlier sentiments, believing that the governor's words are invariably correct. Nevertheless, amidst the torment of their arduous existence, there remains a small faction that perseveres in thought. Upon hearing the governor speak on this matter, their eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. The vast majority within the Waste Cave Society found inspiration in Gu Heng and Apos' discourse. They could perceive a luminous and hopeful path unfolding before them. Chapter 9. How many devices are worth freedom? Old Buki found himself in a complex emotional state. With age comes the burden of numerous trials, and having shouldered the safety of the entire Wasteland Society, he could not help but overthink and harbor suspicions about everything. In his view, the several hundred souls of the Wasteland Society, huddling together in the perilous wasteland, sought only survival, regardless of the circumstances they faced. It was far better to contemplate deeply and exercise caution, even if it meant missing numerous opportunities, rather than making a single misstep that could lead to irreversible calamity. When the governor arrived with troops for their rescue, he felt immeasurable relief. Without external aid, they would all perish. Yet, to speak candidly, what he truly desired was for the governor to eliminate the bandits and then depart, even if it meant they had to pay a higher price. He had envisioned the worst-case scenario, doubling their taxes in 2 years, which could starve half of the Wasteland Society's population, but that was still preferable to total annihilation. However, now the governor not only asked for nothing in return, but was also willing to offer them more, which filled old Buki with great anxiety. The absence of any cost could signify the gravest price of all. After listening to Gu Heng's speech, he too felt his emotions swell and joined the crowd in exuberant cheers. The governor's words echoed his own hopes and aspirations, dreams he had long harbored. But was it truly feasible? The people of the Wasteland Society possessed nothing but sheer strength. They lacked technology, equipment, and even resources like mines, which were mere remnants of pre-war sites with scant reserves and high extraction difficulties. If there were rich veins of ore, how could they possibly fall into their hands? How could they pursue a more prosperous life under such circumstances? Old Buki found it unimaginable. He wished for a different reality, yet he could not suppress his darker thoughts. Suspecting that Gu Hang's rhetoric was merely a ruse, a prelude to their potential enslavement. However, he was no longer the leader of the Wasteland Society. The current leader, Patel, appeared almost brainwashed, fervently trusting the governor's words. Following the governor's address, Patel could hardly contain his excitement, eagerly rushing off at the governor's beckoning. Claiming to discuss the future development plans for the Wasteland Society. Sold out and still counting the profits for others. He did not dwell on his discontent for long before a knock echoed on his door. Upon opening it, Patel entered. The room was shrouded in darkness, and Patel inquired, "Why not light a lamp?" According to the governor's teachings, a life of happiness cannot be achieved through mere frugality. "Huh, you seem quite enamored with the governor's words," Old Buki remarked. "He has saved us." "I have never denied that," he replied. "He is to bring us a bright future." Old Buki responded somewhat dismissively, having given up on persuading Patel. At this point, what else could be done? The Wasteland Society was utterly powerless. Even if Patel were to heed his advice, what could be done? Could they possibly resist the governor? With such thoughts, despair weighed heavier on him. He asked, somewhat disheartened, "Why do you come to seek out an old man like me instead of discussing matters with the esteemed governor? I have already conferred with him. I am here to request your assistance." "So soon?" "The governor values efficiency. What would you have me do?" "Lead our people to the surface and establish a settlement. We can no longer endure living in these mines. Such deplorable conditions will invite disease upon us." However, Old Buchi hesitated. Living on the surface would indeed be splendid. Who would willingly choose to dwell in a mine? In fact, the Wasteland Society had previously contemplated expanding to the surface, where they maintained a camp. Yet, they were subsequently overrun by the prisoners of the dead. Those dozens who were captured had been taken from that very surface camp. The surface is far too perilous. With the Wasteland Society's capabilities, they could not possibly defend it. "I understand your concerns," Patel remarked, "but we possess the means to protect ourselves. The governor will leave behind 100 mechanical soldiers to ensure our safety, and he will also deliver 100 sets of soldier equipment." Selecting individuals from the Wasteland Society to arm a full company. At this, Old Buchi was taken aback. He suspected the governor was merely spinning tales. Yet he was astonished that the promised assistance was to be realized so swiftly. No, it was indeed two promises, arming the Wasteland Society's own soldiers to ensure their self-defense, and constructing homes on the surface to improve living conditions. Change was imminent, and Old Buchi could not evade this matter. Yet his curiosity was piqued by another question. "If you require my help with the construction of the surface camp, what will you be doing?" Surely it could not be military training. That would undoubtedly be overseen by someone from the governor's side. Setting aside military authority, even if the Wasteland Society were to undertake it, none possessed the capability to do so. Patel smiled mysteriously, no longer holding back. "I intend to establish our own production line. New mining machines will be delivered, along with alloy smelting furnaces. The governor seeks not only to enhance our mineral extraction efficiency, but also to directly establish a production line for alloy steel." Upon hearing this, Old Buchi found himself truly speechless with astonishment. This was the very crux of Old Buchi's pessimism. For the Wasteland Society to lead a prosperous life, it must possess sufficient intrinsic value. He never expected others to provide endless, free support. Such a notion was utterly implausible. Even temporary appeasement was merely a means to greater ends. Whether for reputation or more sinister agendas, it ultimately boded ill. Yet now, he realized he had been profoundly mistaken. Indeed, Gu Hang would not provide unlimited, gratuitous support to the Wasteland Society. He had his own objectives. However, what he sought was something the Wasteland Society could not currently afford. But that mattered not, for Gu Hang could foster the society's development. As their productivity increased and their intrinsic value rose, they would eventually be able to meet Gu Hang's demands. Certainly, by that time, the debts owed by the Waste Whole Society to Gu Hang may far exceed a mere act of salvation. Yet, Old Buchi relished the prospect. Such an opportunity was what he had longed for. He was fully invigorated, having cast aside his previous anxieties. "When shall we commence?" Patel teased. "Didn't you say it was a calamity in disguise? You also mentioned something about losing our freedom?" Old Buchi blushed crimson, but stubbornly retorted, "You little rascal. What do you know? Is the equipment brought by our esteemed governor more valuable than our freedom?" Observing the complete turnaround in Old Buchi and Apos' demeanor, Patel too erupted in laughter. This was not mockery of Old Buchi, but rather a celebration of the promising fate that awaited them all. Chapter 10. Technological System. After delivering his speech, Guhang reopened the system interface, only to discover a new message. Is the Union functioning properly? In the system's assessment, even a small place like the Ruined Society has been recognized as a faction? He continued to examine further. Current grace points, 11. Total territory income, 6 terra month. Governor's temporary camp, 5 terra month. Ruined Society, 1 terra month. The total income had seen a slight increase each month. Guhang pursed his lips, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. The population of the Ruined Society was insufficient, and its productivity lacked strength. In contrast, his temporary camp, though built from scratch, boasted over 3,000 inhabitants. Nonetheless, both sides still held considerable potential for development. He believed that once productivity and prosperity improved, the monthly grace income would witness significant growth. However, from Guhang and Appos' current perspective, relying solely on fixed monthly income would only provide a safety net. To achieve great wealth, one must engage in warfare. What grace system? This is the Berserker system. After eliminating the main force of the prisoners of death, he garnered 19 grace points, leaving him eager for more. Upon completing his tasks in the Ruined Society, he dispatched Yin Fangxiu, instructing the captain to lead half of the elite Marine Corps along with a mechanized infantry battalion to attack the stronghold of the prisoners of death, based on the captives' intelligence. This should prove to be an easy battle. The main force of the prisoners had already been decimated outside the Ruined Society, leaving behind mostly the weak and infirm. After all, even bandits have families. The small number of remaining bandits posed little threat. At most, they numbered only 30 to 50. And it was uncertain how many firearms they could muster. The troops led by Yin Fangxiu were more than sufficient to eradicate them. Guhang hoped that Yin Fangxiu could rescue as many surviving captives from the Ruined Society as possible. However, if it proved impossible, he would not press the matter. Furthermore, Guhang was more eager for the grace points to be accrued. Although he understood that the enemy was weak and the grace yield would not be substantial, it should surpass the meager fixed monthly income. With these thoughts in mind, he continued to scroll down, only to be met with an even greater surprise. He discovered that the system had quietly introduced a new feature. Beneath the heroes and military badges sections, a new option lingered. Technology. Guhang's heart raced with excitement. Previously, he had perceived this system as one dedicated to warfare. Not only were the points awarded for victory substantial, but the system's functions were also geared towards preparing for battle, whether it was personal upgrades or military training advancements. Yet, he had not anticipated that the system's features had not been fully unlocked for him. Were there additional functions yet to be revealed? What conditions would be required to activate these new features? Such questions remained unanswered. There would be ample time to delve deeper into this later. For now, Guhang's primary interest lay in the technology, feature, and its implications. Upon opening the interface, he was greeted by a celestial expanse adorned with countless stars, each dim and awaiting his touch to illuminate them. Upon closer inspection, these dark stars appeared to be interconnected, their shapes intricately complex and varying in size, with each representing a specific technological advancement. Investing merit points allows for a single random technology unlock. The success rate and level of technology unlocked increase proportionately with the points invested. A minimum of 10 points unlocks once, the second tier requires 100 points, and the third tier necessitates 1,000 points. Was this merely a card draw, a lottery mechanism? Surely, it couldn't and Appos' be a scam. Guhang harbored some trepidation towards such lottery-like contrivances. Yet, he found himself with little recourse. Currently, he possessed only 11 merit points. Utilizing the minimum investment would deplete them entirely. Based on his understanding of similar mechanisms, a basic attempt rarely yielded favorable outcomes. However, the crux of the matter was that if he refrained from spending his points here, those 10 merit points would remain purposeless. As for his heroes, he was presently at level 2, stymied by experience constraints. Even with merit points, advancement remained elusive. In terms of troop training, he was unable to advance to T5 without a substantial influx of resources, each 100 soldiers yielding just 1 point, with T5 to T4 requiring 10 points per soldier, and T4 to T3 necessitating 1 point per soldier. His current mechanical servants were T5, and hardware limitations prevented further upgrades. The elite ground troops could be promoted. Yet elevating just 11 individuals to T3 held little significance. Without enhancements in equipment, their overall strength would remain inadequate. Thus, contemplating his options, He realized that if he wished to avoid letting his merit points languish in obscurity, pursuing technology was indeed his sole avenue. With that in mind, he resolved to proceed. May fortune favor him. With a mere thought, the 10 merit points dissipated, replaced by a single star now aglow amidst the dim, celestial tapestry. Basic technology, alloy plastic steel, a product of the Imperial Mechanical Church and Oppos. Research. This is a qualified multifunctional material, forged from steel and a blend of various minerals. Depending on the formulation, it possesses diverse characteristics. It can be utilized for soldier bulletproof plates, construction materials, vehicle armor, and spacecraft components. Indeed, it was merely the most rudimentary technology, primarily concerning raw materials. However, upon further investigation, Gu Hang's jaw dropped in astonishment. He had stumbled upon a treasure. Alloy plastic steel itself was not particularly rare, yet the performance disparities resulting from different ratios and crafting processes were astonishing. The finest plastic steel could serve as the core material for precision instruments, while the inferior variety was relegated to mere construction use. If only he were provided with the crafting techniques, formulations, and blueprints, its utility would be limited. Given his current lack of resources, he had no means to realize these processes and blueprints. However, the system offered a nurturing hand. The illumination of a technology granted him 3 essential elements. First, the theory, the crafting techniques, and the design blueprints. With these in hand, provided there was sufficient technological talent and an industrial foundation, he could directly implement the technology on a large scale and establish factories. While this was not particularly surprising, what was remarkable were the latter 2 components, the black box manufacturing machine. The term black box serves as an adjective, denoting a device whose internal workings remain inscrutable to all. By merely inputting the most basic raw materials, it can directly yield finished products. Among such black box manufacturing machines, there exist 2 distinct entities. The first is the finished product black box, which requires only the input of iron or in any proportion of supplementary materials, enabling it to produce the highest quality alloy plastic steel. The second is the master machine black box, which similarly necessitates only the most fundamental materials to fabricate a smelting furnace capable of producing qualified alloy plastic steel. This is truly remarkable. Gu Hang, gazing upon the 2 machines that he could manifest at will, along with the wealth of knowledge in his mind, recognized the immense power of the technological system. He was so engrossed that he could hardly be bothered to eat. Although Gu Hang's subordinates possessed little in the way of technological expertise with this invention, even a troop of baboons could likely establish a production line for alloy plastic steel. The blessings of Ten-O and Oppos clock have proven bountiful. What is this battle-mad system? I proclaim, this is the most formidable agricultural system. Chapter 11. The Black Box Manufacturing Machine assisting the waste whole society in establishing its production capabilities was an endeavor meticulously planned by Gu Hang. He held little regard for the meager mineral outputs of the society. These individuals struggled to sustain themselves, leaving little room for surplus value. It was imperative to develop them further to achieve Gu Hang and Oppos' ambitions. Yet, his aspirations extended far beyond merely ensuring that these people could pay their taxes. He envisioned a planet flourishing in prosperity, necessitating a larger army, more advanced weaponry, and a robust supply chain. The waste whole society represented both a starting point and a crucial model. Should it succeed, he intended to replicate this paradigm continuously. However, first, he had to establish this prototype effectively. Initially, his strategy relied on the aerial presence of the Quintet starship. When Gu Hang departed from the capital of the Star Sector to assume the governorship of Angry Hawk Star, he did not embark on this journey alone. As a core member of the Gu family, a distinguished political dynasty within the Pegasus Star Sector, he arrived aboard the Quintet, a dreadnought-class strike cruiser belonging to the Imperial Navy of the Pegasus Star Sector. Following the completion of its escort mission, the Quintet did not depart but remained in orbit around Angry Hawk Star for a 2-year tenure, poised to act as a formidable support for the governor's efforts to rejuvenate the planet. Such privileges were reserved for Gu Hang alone. Previous governors had managed with mere escort vessels. Theoretically, with the Oppos, Quintet, and Oppos hovering in orbit, Gu Hang could navigate the terrain of Angry Hawk Star with impunity. On this wasteland, no entity posed a threat to the Quintet. Conversely, the cruiser could unleash devastating orbital bombardments on any location on the planet and Oppos' surface. Additionally, the Oppos, Quintet, and Oppos offered immense assistance in other realms. This colossal starship, stretching 11 kilometers in length, housed a crew exceeding 100,000, comprising organic servants, slaves, combat personnel, technicians, elite marines, engineers, and psionics, an array of individuals fulfilling diverse functions. In many respects, this grand vessel resembled a city drifting in the sky. The crew primarily consisted of individuals drawn from various planets. Yet the prolonged nature of space travel limited opportunities for departure. Many crew members were descendants of unions formed aboard the starship, likely born and perishing without ever setting foot on solid ground. This vast skyborne city could provide Gu Hang with numerous resources. His initial contingent of 3,000 slaves, 300 machine servants, and 30 marines were all sourced from the starship. He had originally intended to procure the necessities for building the waste whole society from above. The quintet was capable of supplying manpower and weaponry. When Gu Hang stated his intention to select 100 soldiers from the waste whole society and arm them, he spoke with conviction. Ammunition was to be sourced from the starship, yet he encountered challenges in acquiring certain production equipment. He originally intended to procure resources from the City of Revival, for he was the planetary governor and the head of the Angry Owl Alliance. Even though his actual control over the alliance was limited, he believed there were ways to exploit its resources. However, it now appeared unnecessary. The technology feature provided by the system offered far more substantial advantages than mere resource exploitation. Without hesitation, he summoned Patel to discuss the establishment of a production line, which left the leader of the ruined society utterly exhilarated. After dismissing Patel, Gu Hang departed from the ruined society and ventured to the outskirts. His soldiers were stationed outside, while the inhabitants of the ruined society began to emerge, led by a man named Old Butchie, commencing the construction of their ground camp. Patel then began selecting 100 soldiers from the ruined society who were to undergo training, and he swiftly finalized his choices. To be frank, Gu Hang was not particularly satisfied with the quality of soldiers from the ruined society. They hailed from a background of hard labor, yet suffered from malnutrition, making it difficult to cultivate robust physical qualities. They appeared somewhat frail, and their bodies bore the scars of prolonged arduous work. Although they possessed a resilient spirit, they could hardly be deemed exceptional recruits. However, he found himself lacking alternatives. The 3,000 slaves he had brought down from the starship were not in any better condition. Subsequently, Gu Hang left behind 100 mechanized soldiers and led the remainder, along with the newly recruited young men from the ruined society, to the temporary camp. Those mindless mechanized soldiers lacked any capacity for independent combat. The entire camp still resembled a bustling construction site. After the initial leveling of the land and the establishment of rudimentary walls and simple structures, the majority of the slaves were engaged in a singular task, constructing a landing site. This landing site was intended for the starship, not for the entire vessel to descend, but rather to facilitate the docking of transport ships descending from the starship. This was not an especially efficient means of transport on planets with better conditions. Space elevators and orbital starports served as the mainstay for interstellar transportation. Nonetheless, given the current circumstances, Gu Hang could hardly afford to construct a space elevator or starport. Thus, he had to rely on the ships carried by the starship for transportation between ground and space, necessitating a landing site, or even an airport, to enhance efficiency. The scope of the completed project was not insignificant, yet there was no need to achieve everything at once. A functional setup would suffice. After briefly reviewing the progress of the construction, Gu Hang found an unoccupied area outside the camp and materialized 2 black box manufacturing machines. These machines were indeed black boxes, opaque, composed of an unknown material, forming 2 large cubical structures. One was larger than the other, resembling 2 houses. They featured 2 doors, one for input and the other for output. Gu Hang scratched his head, a bit taken aback. The system had not indicated that these black boxes would be so large. How was he to move them? He could only rely on engineering machines. Using human strength alone would be quite excessive. Upon reflection, Gu Hang realized that it was unnecessary for him to transport these 2 items to the Wasteland Society. The finished black boxes could be utilized, and he could import the necessary ores from the Wasteland Society. Although this slightly contradicted his promise to Patel to establish a production line for the Wasteland Society, there was no inherent conflict. The finished black boxes would surely be employed to produce the finest alloy plastic steel materials, albeit in limited quantities. As for the production line at the Wasteland Society, it would rely on the various components produced by the mother machine black boxes, which would be transported to the Wasteland Society for assembly, ultimately constructing an alloy smelting plant. It is conceivable that as both camps continued to develop, their exchanges and transportation would become increasingly frequent. Road construction would indeed be necessary, Yet transportation equipment would also play a crucial role. He did not wish for his subordinates to endure an 8-hour round trip with handcarts. Vehicles and engineering equipment were of utmost importance. His gaze turned skyward. It seemed he would have to take advantage of the quintet once more, including the promised 100 sets of weapons and equipment for the Wasteland Society. However, the mere thought of dealing with that woman filled Gu Hang with a sense of annoyance. Chapter 12. The Brigadier General Captain. The mere thought of dealing with Gu Hang fills Yalisha with a sense of annoyance. As a bona fide Brigadier General of the Imperial Navy and the captain of a strike cruiser, she stands as a formidable figure in the Pegasus Star region. One must ponder, who holds greater weight, a naval Brigadier General or a planetary governor? There are only 7 cruisers stationed in the Pegasus Star region, while there are 9 planets, rendering the comparison nearly equal. However, they do not belong to the same system. The planetary governor holds a unique position within the imperial administrative framework, while the starship captain is part of the military hierarchy of the Imperial Navy. In theory, the regional leaders possess no direct command over the Imperial Navy. Yet, in practice, the situation is quite different. The Pegasus fleet was established within the Pegasus Star region. With officers and soldiers largely recruited from various planets within the region, the ships were purchased with regional funds, and logistical support is also provided by the region. In terms of duty, the Pegasus fleet is responsible for the defense of the region, coordinating with the regional government, thereby lacking significant independence. In summary, the positions of the 7 cruiser captains and the 9 planetary governors within the Pegasus Star region are not easily comparable, as they are roughly on par. However, when it comes to Gu Hang and Yalisha, the contrast becomes stark. Among the 9 planetary worlds of the Pegasus Star region, the other 8, despite varying in status, are still considered local lords. Only the planet of Angeral presents a rather challenging predicament. According to past conventions, Gu Hang's appointment as governor resembles a 2-year reprieve from death. How could he possibly be compared to Yalisha? Yalisha, hailing from a distinguished lineage, belongs to the Fafana family, an ally of the Gu family and a supporter of the current regional leader. She herself is a rising star in the military, the most radiant newcomer within the Pegasus Navy, and the sole female among the 7 captains, being the youngest as well. While her heritage undoubtedly plays a role in her ascent, her own abilities cannot be overlooked. The disparity between Gu Hang and Yalisha is immense. Nevertheless, the female Brigadier General grapples with her own dilemmas. It has been nearly 2 years since she assumed command of the quintet, and doubts continue to echo around her. Age, experience, gender, each has become a target for criticism. As for her capabilities, merely asserting one's abilities is too abstract and cannot be translated into tangible results unless they manifest as undeniable achievements. She is determined to prove herself by orchestrating a stunning victory, striking down the green-skinned warlords, kicking the chaotic traitors, exterminating the void insect race. Anything will suffice, as long as it culminates in a resounding triumph that silences all naysayers. Yet, instead of securing a glorious battle, she finds herself dispatched to Angeral, tasked with safeguarding a political ally of her family, the young man appointed as governor. 2 years of stagnation weigh heavily upon her. Frustration simmers within her. Yet rebellion is not an option, compelling her to accept her assignment with barely concealed ire. The situation is already vexing, and that individual seems to delight in creating trouble for her. She is now uncertain whether the Gu family holds Gu Hang in high regard or not. If they do, why has he been relegated to such a place? Assuming a significant responsibility, it is certainly feasible to develop the challenging Nuaxiao star. Yet one cannot help but notice the limited resources allocated by the Gu family. However, if one were to argue that they do not prioritize this endeavor, one might question why the sector government would assign one of the only 7 cruisers of the Tianma fleet, particularly the quintet, under her command, to remain stationed there for 2 years. This perplexity need not be overthought. She perceives herself as a soldier, and thus, she resolves to carry out her orders with utmost simplicity. The directive she received is to ensure that Nuaxiao Star remains loyal to the Empire, to assist the planetary governor, and to provide military support. In this regard, she has never contemplated creating difficulties for Gu Hang. As long as the governor articulates a need, she shall fulfill her duties as a member of the Imperial Navy. To her mind, her responsibilities merely entail exerting deterrence from orbit and, if necessary, executing strikes, an endeavor devoid of pressure, as she can proceed methodically. Yet, Gu Hang did not solicit her assistance in bombardments. Rather, he requested the relocation of a contingent of servants and soldiers. This caught her off guard. Initially resistant, She ultimately acquiesced to Gu Hang's relentless persuasion and allowed the personnel to depart. Upon reflection, she felt a tinge of regret. While she is willing to assist in warfare, he cannot abscond with her personnel. This is beyond her scope of responsibilities. Furthermore, she commands the Imperial Navy. Although it is true that there are 100,000 souls aboard, which may seem substantial, such a massive vessel, spanning 11 kilometers, necessitates such a complement. Should Gu Hang abscond with too many individuals, it would directly compromise the combat efficacy of the starship. Moreover, the naval strength is fundamentally reliant upon the starship itself. Displaced from the vessel, those 100,000 individuals, cast onto the surface, would hardly make a ripple on a planetary scale. In comparison to the Imperial Guard, which boasts legions numbering in the millions, their figures do not even remotely match. Gu Hang's withdrawal of over 3,000 personnel would not significantly impair the operation of the starship. Yet this situation is a one-time occurrence. Regaining her composure, she sat upright and instructed the technician to connect Gu Hang's communication signal. His visage soon appeared at the center of the command screen. Brigadier General Elisha, it is a pleasure to see you again after half a month. You have become even more beautiful. The female Brigadier General replied sternly, Governor, please refrain from flattery. Let us get to the matter at hand. Oh, do not be so serious. I come bearing good news. What news? Our forces have annihilated a rebel faction on Nuaxiao Star today, eliminating nearly 200 enemies of the Empire. A band of marauders, termed as rebels and enemies of the Empire in Gu Hang's description. Strictly speaking, he is not entirely incorrect. Elisha, while not fully versed in the specifics of Nuaxiao Star, recognizes that there is some exaggeration in Gu Hang and Appo's assertions. However, the crux of the matter lies in 200 enemies? She displayed a look of disdain. Is this paltry achievement truly worthy of boasting before me? I understand that you, Brigadier General, may not regard these 200 individuals with concern. But what if this figure were to escalate to 2,000, 20,000, or even 200,000? Or perhaps the annihilation of a greenskin warlord? Eradicating a heretical cult that does not adhere to the divine emperor, and even obliterating the indigenous evil deities? The expression on Elisha's face turned grave. Upon hearing Gu Hang's words, she instinctively began to ponder, if what he said were true, that they had exterminated hundreds of thousands of traitors within the Empire, annihilated a green-skinned warlord, and vanquished a malevolent god. What a remarkable achievement that would be. Was it not accolades she sought? What irked her most about her time on Fury Hawkstar was the sheer waste of 2 years spent idly. Yet, she was not so easily swayed. How could you speak as if Fury Hawkstar were on the brink of upheaval? Are there truly such foes present? She expressed her skepticism. There could be. Gu Hang replied, a hint of an enigmatic flavor in his smile. Chapter 13. Mutual assistance. While mutual aid is indeed commendable, I still intentionally inquired if such adversaries exist. Your Excellency, please provide me with precise coordinates, and I shall initiate orbital bombardment forthwith. Whether they be green-skinned or heretical cultists, I shall unleash the Emperor's most terrifying wrath upon these foes. How dare the enemies of the Empire expose themselves to the light of day? They cannot act openly. I require some time to unearth these adversaries. Your assistance is essential. Elisha fell silent. She now clearly understood the implication behind Gu Hang's words. These enemies might very well be lurking on Anger All-Star itself, which would be ideal. If they do not exist, they could potentially manifest. But this would necessitate the governor's authority to aid in the endeavor, as Elisha would find it exceedingly challenging on her own. Gu Hang's voice resonated once more. My demands are few, and I do not require you to deploy additional personnel. I seek merely 200 sets of weaponry for mechanized soldiers and some armored vehicles suitable for terrestrial use. These items, resting aboard the starship, serve little purpose. However, they could pave the way for opportunity. I wish to avoid execution by the Internal Revenue Department 2 years hence. And you surely do not desire to squander 2 years in orbit around Anger All-Star. So why not assist each other? This is not a transaction. It is our mission here and the pathway to our future. Coughing lightly, Elisha attempted to speak but discovered her throat was parched. To be candid, she felt a stirring of interest. Yet, Gu Hang's words had opened a new door for her. She began to earnestly contemplate the feasibility of the situation, weighing what she would need to contribute against what she might gain in return. The conclusion seemed rather straightforward. In the worst-case scenario, she would provide personnel and armaments. Yet Gu Hang could still achieve nothing, leaving her to waste 2 years in vain. The critical point is that it would cost her not a single penny, as the imperial treasury would bear the expenses. Beyond that, there were no other costs to consider. Was she truly to worry about threats to the starship? She found the notion laughable. The enemies that had perpetually hindered Al-Star from supplying adequate resources and taxes would be vanquished. Restoring the planet to its rightful course, was this not the honor she sought? With a resolute determination, Yalisha declared, "If that is the case, I agree." "Splendid," Guhang replied. "The crew aboard the quintet operates with remarkable efficiency. It was not long before 2 transport ships ascended from the starship. My starship's marine contingent is not extensive, and the stockpile of equipment is rather limited." Wait a moment. Hadn't she resolved not to part with a single coin, irrespective of Guhang's assertions? Had he merely spun a grand tale for his own benefit? The crux of the matter was that he had yet to provide any tangible benefits or even a specific promise, and here she was, relinquishing 200 sets of individual equipment, along with 4 armored vehicles. She had been duped by that man. Yet, his reasoning was so compelling. It resonated deeply with her innermost thoughts. Sighing softly, Yalisha resolutely urged herself to relinquish her anxieties. What more could be done after everything had been given away? She could only hope that Guhang would indeed fulfill his promises. Having acquired what he desired, Guhang was in high spirits. It wasn't long before he spotted 2 transport ships arriving from the quintet, landing at his still unfinished airport. A multitude of servants stood ready. As the ship's hatch opened, they began to offload the cargo. After a thorough inventory, nothing was missing. 200 sets of individual combat gear, primarily centered around the G7 assaulter rifle, were supplemented with several squad machine guns, mortars, and combat uniforms. These uniforms were equipped with ballistic inserts made of alloy plastic, offering decent protection, albeit still serving as mere armor. Guhang promptly allocated 100 sets to the newly recruited Waste Hole Company. Subsequently, he utilized the last remnants of his blessings through the system's military badge function, investing them in this unit. Waste Hole Company, comprehensive level, not upgradable. Type, light infantry, quantity, 100. Equipment, T5, training, dash. Experience, dash. This represented the current attributes of the Waste Hole Company. Based on Guhang's previous experiences, he anticipated that within approximately 3 days, the results of the training enhancements would manifest completely. By that time, this new army would elevate its overall level to T5. This was the minimum standard of the Imperial Regular Army, capable of decisively overcoming the brigands and petty warlords on the planet Uciel, while maintaining minimal casualties. Simultaneously, the transport ships also delivered 4 V-type light armored vehicles. These formidable vehicles, featuring 3 pairs of wheels, were armed with rapid-fire cannons, making them fearsome combat machines. Thus, Guhang now commanded a force exceeding 400 personnel, equipped with 4 high-caliber armored vehicles. This constituted a formidable armed presence. His gaze turned toward the direction of the Alliance capital, the City of Revival. Chapter 14. Hypoxia. Do not misunderstand. Guhang is certainly not deluded into believing that with over 400 individuals and 4 armored vehicles, he could seize Revival City through sheer force. Such a notion is utterly unrealistic. Revival City, the capital of the Alliance, boasts a permanent population of 130,000, with countless more displaced individuals relying on the city for sustenance. It is surrounded by numerous survivor enclaves, both large and small, under direct or indirect control, numbering in the hundreds. The conventional military presence consists of tens of thousands of fully armed soldiers, a substantial cache of artillery, domestically produced tanks, and propeller-driven aircraft. If necessary, they could summon a far greater number of mercenaries than their standing forces. The disparity in military strength is staggering, particularly in terms of ground forces. Sending his 400 men to confront Revival City would indeed be akin to a fragile egg attempting to strike a stone. However, hovering in orbit is the quintet. Its starship cannon trained upon Revival City, capable of obliterating the city from the surface within a single day through orbital bombardment. This represents the most formidable deterrent of military might. Simultaneously, Guhang holds the title of planetary governor, and the Alliance government is theoretically the sole legitimate authority on Fury Al-Star, rendering him the highest leader of the Alliance by default. Every previous planetary governor who arrived on this planet did so to take control of Revival City, inheriting the Alliance's authority and thereby exercising the governor's powers. Guhang initially followed this same path. Upon acquiring the system, he aspired to establish a domain of his own, believing he had secured a dreamlike start. Upon his arrival, the entire planet appeared to be his territory, and the fixed benefits provided by the system seemed to promise a bountiful yield. He thought that with the system at his disposal, any trouble encountered on the planet would be easily resolved after 2 years of farming. How could he fail to meet his tax obligations? However, reality swiftly delivered a harsh blow. Although he was warmly welcomed upon arrival, the system remained entirely unresponsive, failing to acknowledge his nominal leadership over Revival City, let alone the entire planet. Thus, Guhang found himself compelled to act independently. His considerations were multifaceted. Firstly, the system's refusal to recognize his territory meant that without land, he could not activate its capabilities, rendering him devoid of any means to receive benefits. If the system could not function, he would naturally seek ways to utilize its potential. Otherwise, what good was the golden finger he had acquired? Secondly, the system's lack of recognition implied that significant troubles loomed within Revival City. Gaining true power through political maneuvering would prove exceedingly challenging. Guhang did not consider himself adept in the art of political intrigue, having never studied such matters, and doubted his ability to outwit the entrenched local powers. Thirdly, based on the previous 2 points, he came to understand that his predecessors, the former governors, had failed to address the core issues plaguing Furial Star. Besides the planet's harsh environment, abundant dangers, and lack of productivity, it seemed they could not fully grasp or consolidate power. With the objective conditions being unfavorable and internal strife persisting, it was unsurprising that they could not develop the region or meet the demands of the imperial taxes. Guhang realized he could not tread the same path as his predecessors, otherwise, hope would be but a distant dream. It was precisely due to the consideration of multifaceted factors that he chose to embark on a new path. However, this does not imply that he intends to abandon the city of Revival. It stands as the largest hub in the vicinity, endowed with ample manpower, a developed light industry system, and serves as a center for commercial trade and exchange. Guhang must secure it, and he cannot afford to delay for too long. Otherwise, relying solely on gradual development may lead to his execution for failing to pay taxes in 2 years. He has begun to formulate a strategy on how to proceed. Connect me to Revival City, Guhang commanded. Understood. Zhang Chao replied loudly and proceeded to operate the radio. He was the only individual who accompanied Guhang upon his arrival from his family, serving as his attendant, a rather astute young man. Before long, the communication was established. And a weary, aged voice resonated from the radio's speaker. Greetings, Governor. This is Revival City. I am Million Hodgson. Guhang had encountered the self-proclaimed Million Hodgson once before, when he had just landed on this planet. This dignified elder, the Speaker of the Alliance Council, held actual power over Revival City during the absence of the planetary governor. Following the appointment of the new governor, he was expected to step back and serve as an advisor and counselor. Yet, it was evident that Guhang, an unconventional governor, had caught Hodgson completely off guard. Exhausting, Guhang thought. In the presence of Hodgson, he did not adopt the same courteous demeanor he had employed while speaking with Elisha. He had no interest in appealing to sentiment or reason. Instead, he directly issued his demands in a commanding tone. I require 100 tons of food, 10,000 sets of textiles and garments, along with various industrial consumer goods. I shall provide you a list, and it must arrive at my camp within a week. He appeared quite dissatisfied. On the other end, a hesitant young voice responded, Governor, the speaker. What has happened to him? Guhang inquired. The speaker has fainted. Guhang's initial reaction was disbelief. It can't be that easy to faint. I merely requested a modest quantity of supplies. However, listening to the chaotic sounds from the radio, he began to suspect there might be some truth to it. His second response was a twinge of guilt. Is this too harsh? His third reaction, however, was a dismissive thought. Why should I feel guilty? He brought this upon himself. It was indeed his intention to provoke Hodgson. The old man's fainting was an unforeseen consequence, but not of great concern. Clearing his throat, Guhang continued. In any case, you have all heard my demands. This is a governor's order. The supplies must not be lacking, and the timeline must be adhered to. That is final. Several dozen minutes later, in the inner council chamber of Revival City, the silver-haired elder, wearing an oxygen mask, gasped for breath. Upon regaining consciousness, Hodgson convened the Alliance Council and publicly relayed the governor's requests to all council members. The assembly erupted in fervent discussion, and with the oxygen mask still in place, Hodgson felt an intensifying pain in his head as darkness swirled before his eyes. He lamented to himself that if things continued in this manner, his time would indeed be limited. He had to pound the table with considerable force, and only after several minutes did the tumult gradually subside. Taking a deep breath, he slowly removed his mask and then stated, continuing this uproar will yield no fruitful outcome. Let us proceed to a vote. I wish to see just how many possess the audacity to defy the governor's orders beneath the barrage of the Imperial Cruiser S orbital cannons. Chapter 15. My everlasting trust in the Governor Hodgson called for a show of hands, yet the assembly remained enveloped in silence. The parliamentarians exchanged glances, none willing to voice their opinions first. Hodgson and Oppos' impatience grew. He pointed at a middle-aged man. You, who thrives in the food trade, speak up. The individual designated by the speaker was none other than the parliamentarian Vaughn. However, we must adhere to the governor's directive, another member lamented, for otherwise we shall be deemed rebels. The artillery does not entertain reason, and we cannot afford to lack the Empire's essential supplies or the interstellar trade that requires the governor's signature. Vaughn scoffed. You amassed 2 months' worth of grain, awaiting winter to inflate prices, knowing that the food sent to the governor will come from your reserves, thus delaying your profits. You are the one who disregards the governor's orders and exposes Revival City to the artillery fire. As tensions rose among the assembly members, Hodgson was compelled to strike the table again. Enough. My voice may be frail, but I demand a vote, not a debate. I seek but one answer. Contemplate where the resources will be sourced if you agree, and what will become of the interstellar trade quotas and imperial aid if you do not comply. Now, raise your hands if you consent to follow the governor's orders. Those who do not raise their hands signify dissent, and there shall be no abstentions. With an air of resignation, he raised his own hand. His action prompted the other parliamentarians to hesitate. Then, albeit reluctantly, they too raised their hands one by one. Ultimately, even Vaughn, who had vociferously questioned the governor's understanding of the significance of 100 tons of grain and 10,000 textiles, was left with no alternative but to raise his hand as well. This elicited a chuckle from bystanders. He could not protest, muttering under his breath. What else can we do? Are we truly to forgo the quotas? Damn, this governor is utterly absurd. Why can he not simply remain in Revival City? At least then we would have 19 ways to keep him in check. Mind your words. Hodgson reprimanded hoarsely. The man promptly fell silent, though his eyes betrayed his discontent. The young man remained, reporting, Sir, Vaughn convened his subordinates after the meeting and reached out to several mercenary brokers. Though he would not dare act against the governor, fearing the repercussions, he may attempt to target the goods slated for transport from Revival City. Upon hearing this, Hodgson's expression remained impassive as he replied, Let him be. He shall bear the consequences of his actions. We must, however, remain vigilant and observe what he and his associates undertake. I fear he may incite the governor's wrath, bringing calamity upon Revival City. Sighing, Hodgson lamented. But what can be done? I am the Speaker of the Parliament, yet I am merely that. Even if I were to grasp the gravity of this matter, how could I possibly impede Wohan? His voice bore a hint of despondency. Conversely, the young man standing behind him, his grandson, offered solace. On the first day of the governor's tenure, he publicly declared his intention to reconstruct the wasteland, ensuring a good life for all. He would not easily cast his ire upon the entire city of Revival nor act irrationally. A dry chuckle escaped Hodgson's lips, his tone somewhat hoarse. Do you not trust this new governor? No, I shall always place my trust in the governor. Hodgson waved his hand dismissively, asserting that only the governor could salvage angry All-Star. Yet, a half-formed thought lingered unspoken between him and his grandson. But is he truly the one? He felt a twinge of surprise. The agreement had come too readily, devoid of the anticipated resistance. However, it mattered little, despite the absence of the hoped-for events. Tangible resources had been secured, which could not be deemed a loss. With time still on his side, he dismissed the matter from his mind. Triumphant victory. Earning 1 point of grace, 0 losses, 45 eliminated, 13 captured, 1st Mechanized Battalion, 1st Company, 0 losses, 38 eliminated, Marine Corps, 0 losses, 7 eliminated previously. He had dispatched Yin Fengshu to lead a team to eradicate the remnants of the prisoner of death, where only a few defenders and the elderly, women, and children remained. As expected, in the complete annihilation of the enemy, his forces suffered no losses. Following Gu Hang's orders, all remaining members of the prisoner of death were to be executed. These cannibalistic marauders, engaged in human trafficking, would not be granted a reprieve. Their corpses would be displayed in their ravaged encampment, with their blood inscribed as a dire warning, the fate of the cannibals. As for the 1 point of grace received post-battle, it was anticipated. The enemy was too weak to yield substantial rewards, and he paid it little mind. He later turned his attention to his 2 black box manufacturing machines. These devices were positioned not far from the camp, guarded by specialized mechanized soldiers, enclosed within a makeshift factory. Only authorized workers were permitted entry. Upon Gu Heng's arrival, both machines were operational. A shipment of, or from the Wasteland Society had already arrived. The workers fed the ore into the intake, and the black box machines commenced their work. A cacophony of sounds emerged, reminiscent of friction, vibration, and high-temperature processing, yet it was not overwhelmingly loud. The materials fed into the black box underwent a series of mysterious and unknowable transformations, ultimately yielding high-quality alloy plastic steel, which was expelled from the outlet. The gleaming alloy ingots displayed their strength and resilience, a testament to the exceptional quality of the materials produced directly by the black box machines. Meanwhile, the waiting workers continued to transport the newly produced alloy plastic steel into the intake of another machine. Subsequently, the mother machine's black box commenced its operation. After a brief interval, a vital component for the construction of the smelting furnace was ejected from the discharge port and transported by the workers to the opposite side of the warehouse. There, a considerable number of components were already amassed, ranging from large, monolithic castings to small yet intricately precise parts. Gu Heng felt immensely satisfied. Chapter 16. Acknowledging the inevitable alloy plastic steel stands as the most fundamental and widely utilized multifunctional material within the realm of imperial civilization. Its applications extend to construction, the manufacture of machinery and weaponry, as well as the repair and fortification of facilities and transport vehicles. Its exceptional strength and corrosion resistance enable it to thrive in the most extreme environments, fulfilling the diverse demands of various settings. This characteristic is particularly crucial on the harsh planet of Furial. According to Gu Heng's knowledge, Furial lacks the technological capacity for large-scale production of alloy plastic steel. The entire planet still relies on relatively basic and primitive ordinary steel. In stark contrast, the performance of alloy plastic steel is vastly superior. It is evident that if the capability for mass production of alloy plastic steel were to be acquired, the Wastehole Society would reap substantial profits. The scarcity of alloy plastic steel coupled with its extensive demand has driven its price to remarkable heights. However, possessing the black box, Gu Heng can significantly reduce production costs, even more so than manufacturers specializing in this industry on other planets. Furthermore, the benefits derived from alloy plastic steel extend beyond mere profit. Yet, the prospect of large-scale production raises concerns for Gu Heng. The output of ores from the Wastehole Society may prove insufficient, with an inadequate workforce and a lack of mining equipment. Compounded by the average quality of the Wastehole mineral veins, the current supply is merely adequate. However, as more smelting furnaces crafted by the black box are produced, a shortfall is likely to emerge in the future. Nevertheless, by that time, a stable output should be established. Finding a market for the products will not be a concern. Sales are guaranteed. Large-scale importation of raw materials is also feasible, and the Wastehole Society's pillar industry will undoubtedly transition from resource extraction to metal smelting. The components that have been produced should suffice for the assembly of a smelting furnace. They should be transported to the Wastehole Society, as production can commence. Patel has never doubted that the governor would fulfill his promise. When he vowed to establish a production line, it was certain to materialize. Yet, he never imagined it would arrive so swiftly. He witnessed a contingent of workers, escorted by mechanical soldiers, delivering a batch of components from the governor's camp via carts. Having received advance notice, Patel, along with the able-bodied members of the Wastehole Society, assisted in unloading the cargo. The instruction manual was at the ready, and a skilled technician from the governor's camp would guide them in assembling the smelting furnace. Initially, Patel feared that he and his largely illiterate subordinates would struggle to comprehend the process. However, upon engaging in the task, they discovered it to be far simpler than anticipated. The manual contained text, but it was predominantly filled with various diagrams that were easy to interpret. They began by installing the furnace body vertically, meticulously aligning the connection points. Next, they secured the various components of the furnace body with fasteners to ensure its solidity and stability. Subsequently, they proceeded to attach the furnace lid, observation window, and exhaust pipe. Finally, he personally installed the furnace door. The assembly took them half a day to complete. They placed the energy crystals, delivered alongside the transport convoy, into the energy module of the smelting furnace and activated the heating system. The entire furnace gradually became intensely hot, with the temperature steadily rising. A batch of prepared ores was fed into the furnace. The workers of the Wastehole Society, quickly drenched in sweat from the scorching heat, steadfastly remained at their posts until the alloy plastic steel smelting furnace finally roared to life, emitting a thunderous sound. Several hours later, darkness enveloped the surroundings. The molten alloy metal cooled within the molds, solidifying into neatly stacked ingots. Patel was unaware that the batch of alloy plastic steel he produced was of significantly inferior quality compared to the exquisite plastic steel emerging from the governor's camp. However, even if he had known, it mattered little. As long as it was qualified plastic steel, it sufficed as a commendable industrial product on the planet of Fury Hawk. Old Butchie, who had initially overseen the construction of the camp at Waste Hole Society, could not resist coming to admire the finished product. The two leaders of the Waste Hole Society, gazing upon the batch of alloy plastic steel ingots, exchanged foolish grins, their hearts brimming with immense satisfaction. No one could better appreciate the might of industry than they. From this day forth, the Waste Hole Society would no longer be the entity that could only rely on manual labor to mine subpar ores, which they sold at meager prices merely to procure insufficient food. They had acquired industrial capabilities, enabling them to directly produce alloy plastic steel and sell it at higher prices. They would no longer endure hunger and cold, as the governor had proclaimed. With diligence and hard work, they could lead fulfilling lives. Old Butchie sighed. Even if the governor demands our lives, I shall accept it. Patel chuckled, patting his uncle's shoulder. The governor does not wish for our demise. He hopes for our prosperity. Before long, a second smelting furnace was also delivered to the Waste Hole Society, further enhancing their capacity to produce alloy plastic steel. Yet, the concern that Gu Hang had previously voiced materialized. Merely 2 furnaces had nearly consumed all the ores produced by the Waste Hole Society. To continue expanding production, more raw materials were imperative. Simultaneously, energy posed another challenge. The smelting furnaces operated using energy crystals, a type of advanced technology within the Empire and Oppos as framework. According to Gu Hang's understanding, this was essentially a form of battery, albeit far more potent than any battery he had previously encountered. Undoubtedly, Fury Hawk itself lacked the capability for such production. The energy crystals currently in Gu Hang and Oppos' possession were still remnants obtained from the quintet. However, it was unsustainable to continually rely on such sources. Yet, there was good news. Firstly, the energy crystals at Gu Hang and Oppos' disposal were still sufficient. Secondly, the smelting furnaces could also be powered through direct electrical connections. Gu Hang had time to establish a power supply for his territory. Fuel, raw materials. Garbage Town? Gu Hang muttered to himself. The garbage town he referred to was a survivor settlement located 100 kilometers north of the Waste Hole Society, where he could source the necessary outputs. Chapter 17. A demand for explanation. Approximately 100 kilometers to the north of the Waste Hole Society lies the domain of the High Wall Ruins, a stark reminder of a once thriving core city, now reduced to mere remnants. This landscape, fraught with energy storms, mutated beasts, and the treacherous green-skinned orcs, poses a formidable threat to humanity, both in its environment and its inhabitants. Yet, amidst the vast expanse of urban decay lies a treasure trove of riches from the pre-catastrophe era. Adjacent to the High Wall Ruins is the settlement known as Garbage Town. Initially established by scavengers as a waypoint for adventurers seeking to explore the ruins, it has since evolved into a bustling township. Here, there exists no central government or sovereign. Instead, a cadre of merchants known as agents governs the scene, creating a societal framework comprised of agents, caravans, adventurers, mercenaries, and scavengers. Armed adventurers secure and protect resource points. Scavengers delve into the remnants for valuable materials. Caravans buy and sell these resources, while the agents orchestrate the entire operation from behind the scenes, monopolizing commerce. Among the primary resources extracted here is energy, a topic that inevitably leads to the discussion of the terrifying phenomenon known as waste energy storms. These storms, remnants of the devastation wrought during the war, unleash ferocious winds that stir the residual energy from high-density, waste energy surges. This energy, in its typical state, is rendered unusable, inflicting lethal damage upon both living organisms and mechanical devices. Humans cannot endure this hostile environment, and even the mutated creatures born of waste energy shy away from the storm's epicenter during its most violent moments. The High Wall Ruins stand as one of the regions most frequently besieged by these storms. However, after each tempest, remnants of value remain. The violent waste energy can occasionally combine with certain minerals, yielding a substance known as thermal ash stone, though distinct from high-density energy crystals. This material can produce sustained high temperatures when ignited, thereby becoming a viable source of power generation. Thus, The two primary outputs of Garbage Town are raw materials and thermal ash stone. Gu Hang recalls that the Waste Hole Society previously supplied or primarily to Garbage Town. They had aspirations to sell to the nearer Revival City, but the latter had no interest in raw ores. The only nearby location capable of initial processing of raw materials was Garbage Town, which offered low prices, one of the significant reasons for the past hardships faced by the Waste Hole Society. Yet, the past is of little concern to Gu Hang. What matters is the connection between the Waste Hole Society and Garbage Town. For his territory to continue its development, an ample supply of raw materials and energy is essential. He has already contemplated the nature of the goods to be traded: food. Garbage Town does not produce food, typically relying on imports from Revival City. Gu Hang envisions a cyclical economy wherein the Waste Hole Society produces alloy plastic steel and possibly other industrial goods to be sold in Revival City. Food will be procured from Revival City and sold in Garbage Town, and raw materials will be acquired from Garbage Town to expand production. A splendid cycle indeed. The shipment of 100 tons of grain he procured from Revival City will indeed prove beneficial. Beyond sustaining the governor's territory, he intends to sell the surplus to Garbage Town. This batch of supplies is expected to arrive within 8 days, and Gu Hang patiently awaits their arrival. During this 8-day period, 2 pieces of news arrived, one favorable and one unfavorable. The good news is that the fixed monthly revenue from the bestowed resources has surged dramatically, thanks to the extensive production of alloy plastic steel initiated by the Waste Pit Society. Current blessing points: 1. Monthly fixed income, 12. Governor's Camp, 8 Terra month, Waste Pit Society. For Terra month, the figures have doubled. The enhancement of the Governor's Camp should similarly reflect an increase in productivity. The distinction lies in the fact that the Waste Pit Society's output relies on the installation of 2 smelting furnaces, whereas the Governor's Camp is dependent on 2 black box manufacturing machines. Although the yield of alloy plastic steel does not match that of the Waste Pit Society, its quality is significantly superior, and it has also produced 2 additional smelting furnaces. In summary, the expansion of production is undoubtedly a positive development, not to mention the increase in the system's monthly fixed income, which holds substantial value as well. Gu Hang hopes to augment the monthly fixed income as much as possible before the distribution of blessing points this month. He considers ways to boost the population, establish trade routes, and expand production. Aside from overseeing the soldiers' training, these plans have occupied his thoughts over the past few days. However, on the 7th day, he received disheartening news. The goods had been robbed? Gu Hang's face darkened as he interrogated the man before him. The man lamented, "Indeed. We set out from Revival City with 30 carts of supplies. As we approached our destination, we planned to take a break, sitting on the ground and singing. Suddenly, several hundred marauders ambushed us and stole everything. Did you not consider enjoying a hot pot while at it?" Gu Hang retorted with a cold smile. Not a single item was left behind, and no one was harmed? Have the marauders of the wasteland become so merciful? That's not entirely accurate. "Governor, look at my nose," the man exclaimed. "A rifle but struck me, and my nasal bone is broken." His voice grew softer as he noticed the governor's expression darkening. A palpable sense of authority filled the air, as if an imposing mountain were bearing down upon him. He struggled to continue. "We surrendered." The assailants seemed not to be mere bandits, but rather mercenaries lurking around the outskirts of Revival City. "Initially, we were terrified, yet after surrendering, they truly did not kill any of us. They simply took the ox carts." At this juncture, he paused before adding, "I suspect that someone spotted our shipment when we departed. Those mercenaries, blinded by greed, did not dare to act near Revival City and instead followed us all the way." Gu Hang interrupted, "You claim that you were ambushed 15 kilometers from my camp?" "Yes. Your numbers are few, and your firearms insufficient. After they surrounded you, you surrendered, and the marauders spared your lives, merely absconding with your goods?" "Indeed." "Very well." Gu Hang felt no inclination to engage further with this individual. He departed from the temporary quarters housing the disheveled members of the transport team and summoned Yin Fangxiu, instructing him to lead the more than 20 Marines within the camp, along with the fully trained Waste Hole Company, to investigate the scene of the incident and strive to trace the marauders. "My goods have been plundered, and I demand an explanation from you." Chapter 18. A tragic transformation into ashes. The governor and Apos' formidable presence rendered Hodgson speechless. He was acutely aware that remaining silent at this juncture was quite impolite, yet he found himself in a perplexing predicament. What justification could he possibly offer the governor? Nevertheless, he understood that he could not remain mute indefinitely. I shall endeavor to ascertain who is responsible for this matter. No, Gu Heng interjected. If it merely involves casting blame on a mercenary group or a band of marauders, then that would be utterly unnecessary. I seek but one explanation, as agreed. 8 days have elapsed, and by tomorrow, I demand to see the required items, each and every one of them. Otherwise, send a fresh shipment from the City of Revival. If you depart now, it would still be timely. Alternatively, I could retrieve them myself. Hodgson felt an uncomfortable dryness in his throat. The notion of dispatching a new shipment was preposterous. 100 tons of provisions and 10,000 articles of textiles cannot be conjured at will. Even within the City of Revival, not everyone is guaranteed a sufficient meal. Where could one possibly procure such supplies? Should a satisfactory answer be presented, perhaps the esteemed governor could seek out those who pilfered the goods, requiring only a name to pursue. If no answer were forthcoming, then the governor himself would have to venture to the City of Revival to retrieve them. Regardless of the source, it was certain that the process would not be gentle. Who, then, would bear the brunt of this harshness? At this juncture, Hodgson realized he had no alternatives left. He provided Gu Heng with a name and added, "Grant me 2 or 3 hours more. I shall send you the precise address shortly, esteemed governor." "Very well, I shall afford you these final 3 hours." After the communication ended, Hodgson pressed another button to summon a servant. He intended to articulate his thoughts, yet he was interrupted by an unbearable itch that provoked a fit of severe coughing. His cough was intense and violent. Meanwhile, the servant and Apo's voice, filled with concern, echoed from the other side, "Chairman? Chairman? Are you all right?" Hodgson was unable to respond. "I shall be there immediately. Hold on." Moments later, 2 individuals burst into Hodgson's office. One was the servant, and the other was Lambert Hodgson, the grandson of old Hodgson, summoned by the servant. By this time, Hodgson had ceased coughing, slumped in his chair, gasping for breath. Upon seeing that his grandfather had suffered no grave harm, Lambert felt a measure of relief. "Please, do not speak of that yet." Hodgson raised a hand to halt his grandson's inquiries, immediately directing him to contact the personnel from Wohan Company. It was imperative to ascertain where the mercenaries he had hired had diverted the goods intended for the governor. Lambert was taken aback. Did he truly take action? Indeed. But there are no buts left. We have only 3 hours. Is the governor enraged? Lambert speculated. Yes, Hodgson sighed. Our governor is far more resolute and ruthless than I had anticipated. Gu Heng did not consider himself to be particularly ruthless. It was not merely a matter of engaging in intricate schemes. The fundamental question remained, even if one could outmaneuver others, what significance would it hold? Inefficient and time-consuming. Gu Heng had no leisure to indulge in their games. He preferred a straightforward and decisive approach. He summoned his men, brought along the radio, and prepared to take 100 people, leaving another 100 behind, before setting off. Gu Heng intended to catch up with the team led by Yin Fangxiu, which had already departed, to assess the scene of the incident and see if there were any leads to pursue regarding the enemy's whereabouts. Any discovery would be welcome. If none were found, he would await news from Hodgson in 3 hours. The worst-case scenario would involve him leading over 200 individuals to Rejuvenation City to demand the supplies he required. The personnel at his disposal would undoubtedly be insufficient, and he might need to solicit a bit of assistance from Brigadier General Yalisha. He believed she would not refuse. By that time, she would likely achieve considerable merit. After all, how could a sword-bearer lack deterrence? Should anyone doubt the governor's intimidating presence, he would not hesitate to demonstrate through action, making an example of those who dared to challenge him. He would simply observe whether Rejuvenation City would willingly play the role of the sacrificial chicken. 2 hours later, Gu Heng and his troops reached the scene, joining forces with Yin Fangxiu. The lieutenant had made some notable discoveries. Rejuvenation City? Yin Fangxiu inquired, perplexed. Isn't this the work of raiders? Do you suspect that those supposed allies within Rejuvenation City are responsible? What is there to decipher? Gu Heng replied, while Yin Fangxiu scratched his head, conceding, yes, it is quite obvious. Though I did not arrive at the conclusion, I shall not admit to my oversight. Gu Heng regarded Yin Fangxiu with a hint of exasperation. A skilled warrior in battle, yet seemingly inept in this matter. He chose not to elaborate further, turning his gaze to the surroundings. The traces of the raid were hardly conspicuous. There had been almost no combat, no deaths, thus no corpses, and scarcely any bloodshed. All transport vehicles had been removed, leaving virtually nothing behind. From this perspective, the scarcity of clues at the site made it quite a feat to backtrack the raiders who had struck hours earlier, especially given that they had undertaken counter-surveillance measures. This indicated that Yin Fangxi was not entirely inept. With this thought, Gu Heng felt somewhat reassured. As long as his military skills were intact, he did not expect him to be a polymath. The ensuing hours would be spent in patient anticipation. Meanwhile, intelligence from both sides arrived almost simultaneously. On the other end, the Speaker of the Rejuvenation City Council also contacted Gu Heng via telegram, providing 3 specific locations, ranked by likelihood. The 2 sources of intelligence corroborated one another, revealing overlapping details. Ultimately, Gu Heng identified the target, the Mantan River Valley Manor. This was a private estate owned by an alliance member named Wahan. The Mantan River Valley Manor was his property and the birthplace of his fortune, situated on some of the rare fertile land around Rejuvenation City suitable for agriculture. After establishing a solid foundation, Wahan not only produced grain but also engaged in the grain trade, amassing considerable wealth, which eventually led to his election as an alliance member. At present, Wahan's primary business revolves around the grain trade, with the agricultural output from the Mantan River Valley estate constituting only a minor fraction of his endeavors. Nevertheless, he holds this location in high regard, treating it as both a retreat and a cherished sanctuary. It sounds like a rather splendid place, and it would indeed be a lamentable loss if reduced to ashes. Chapter 19. The River Valley Manor. The River Valley Manor is indeed a rare gem in this desolate world, at least in terms of its scenery. A narrow stream meanders gently through the landscape, its untainted waters nourishing the surrounding earth, giving rise to a verdant expanse. Stone walls constructed from gravel encircle patches of lush greenery, while several buildings are scattered throughout, and crops thrive in the fields, swaying with the breeze as if showcasing the bounty that is soon to come. As dusk approaches, the surface of the river reflects the golden rays of the setting sun, shimmering like a mirror that enhances the beauty of the surroundings. The sky gradually transforms into a soft orange hue, the afterglow of the sun fading away, replaced by a resplendent star-studded sky. The farm by the river, at this moment, bathes half in the warmth of the sunset and half illuminated by the starlight, presenting a scene of exquisite tranquility and beauty. How beautiful, Yin Fangxi remarked, filled with nostalgia. It has been ages since I last beheld such a sight. For so long, I have either been aboard a starship or, upon landing on Fury Owl, confronted with nothing but devastation. The last time I witnessed such a scene was many years ago. An hour prior, Gu Heng and his troops had arrived at this location, neutralizing the outer sentinels. Subsequently, they began to regroup nearby. Tension enveloped the manor due to the disappearance of the guards, yet he remained unfazed. His men had encircled the vicinity. Those wishing to flee could do so, but anyone attempting to abscond with a significant amount of supplies would find it impossible. As the soldiers rested, Gu Heng admired the scenery while the inhabitants of the manor trembled in fear. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the predetermined time for the assault had arrived. He turned to Yin Fangxi and said, "Let us commence." The skirmishers began their assault, and 4 black armored vehicles emerged from the sparse woodlands, their engines roaring like thunder in the valley. The leading mechanized soldiers, armed with assaulters, charged towards the manor's defenses, their bullets slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Simultaneously, mortars began to bombard the River Valley Manor, the explosions resonating like the echoes of hell, enveloping the estate in a haze of smoke. Wherever the artillery struck, vegetation was incinerated, the earth shattered, with sparks and debris crashing against the manor's stone walls and rooftops, producing a cacophony of thuds. The raiders immediately retaliated, taking cover behind the structures and stone walls, returning fire. The gunfire intermingled, making it impossible to discern who was shooting. All that could be seen were bullets soaring through the air, stirring up dust and rubble. The resistance from the raiders was remarkably fierce, suggesting that there were perhaps 100 or 200 individuals inside. Withstanding the onslaught of mortars, the hail of bullets, and the casualties, they boldly stood their ground, fiercely counterattacking. In terms of both equipment and fighting spirit, they were far superior to the prisoner bandits encountered previously. The prisoner bandits wielded makeshift iron pipe rifles, which not only lacked precision but also bore insufficient power, failing to penetrate the plastic steel body armor of the mechanized soldiers. At that time, the casualties in battle were primarily inflicted by the mutated greenskin beasts. Currently, the mercenary groups active around Revival City are far better equipped. They possess automatic rifles, significantly enhancing their firepower, while the strength and accuracy of their ammunition are markedly superior. Some are even armed with machine guns. Utilizing cover, they effectively target the attacking mechanical soldiers, gaining a considerable advantage, with enemy soldiers occasionally falling under their fire. Those who fall are not necessarily dead. Their bulletproof vests and helmets, though lightweight, are crafted from alloy and plastic steel, providing excellent protection and preserving lives. Typically, injuries occur in the legs, and a significant proportion of the wounded can return to their ranks after recovery. However, it is evident that the offensive is fraught with difficulties, particularly as the attacking soldiers draw closer to the estate. As the distance decreases, the enemy's fire becomes more accurate and ferocious, resulting in increased casualties for the soldiers. When far away, the enemy struggles to penetrate individual vests, but at closer range, the likelihood of being hit, especially in unprotected areas like the face, neck, and limbs, escalates dramatically. Under normal circumstances, if Gu Hang aims to swiftly seize this estate, he must be prepared to incur the requisite casualties. A direct assault could potentially result in the loss of half a company. To avoid excessive losses, he must be prepared for a prolonged engagement by digging trenches that extend inward. A lengthy stalemate with sustained artillery bombardment would eventually deplete the enemy's manpower and ammunition to a more manageable level before launching a final assault, thus keeping casualties under control. Yet, Gu Hang is neither inclined to suffer high casualties nor to engage in a protracted war of attrition against these mercenaries. He possesses decisive weaponry, 2 formidable pieces. To be precise, the first comprises 4 V-type Marauder armored vehicles. As they close the distance, the vehicles and oppos cannons unleash a furious barrage. The paired 45mm double-barreled cannons fire rapidly, projecting a torrent of projectiles that devastate a section of the stone wall. Each oversized round, imbued with tremendous destructive power, sends debris flying, obliterating the wall beyond recognition. The mercenaries, who had sought refuge behind the wall, find themselves utterly incapable of withstanding such a relentless assault. The 4 marauders advance mercilessly, sweeping the area with their gunfire. The shells tear apart the wall and shred many mercenaries, creating a grisly scene that instills fear in those nearby. Following the marauders' onslaught, the intensity of the mercenaries' resistance is palpably diminished. As the mechanized infantry company is subdued, the ruined whole infantry company, accompanied by the 4 marauders, initiates a second wave of assault. The mortars also begin to advance forward in tandem with the marauders. As they close in, the accuracy and destructive capacity of the mortars will continue to improve. At that moment, a mercenary suddenly emerged from the side, shouldering a cylindrical weapon. Its design appeared somewhat rudimentary, yet it was unmistakably a rocket launcher. This fellow, whether by sheer fortune or the extraordinary prowess of a seasoned veteran, struck true with a single shot. He aimed, fired, and the rocket, trailing a long plume of flame, found its mark, hitting an armored vehicle that was actively engaging. A smile graced the mercenary's face as he discarded the launcher, preparing to seek new cover. Yet, he was horrified to witness his hand flying away. With his lower body lying not far off, he understood the grim reality. He had been struck by a high-caliber cannon, severing him at the waist. The cover he relied upon failed to provide any protection. The crumbling stone wall was utterly inadequate. But what filled him with disbelief was that the very vehicle he had targeted was responsible for his demise. The last image etched in his mind was of the armored vehicle emerging from the smoke, unscathed. Why was this so? He perished, burdened by pain and confusion. Chapter 20. All geniuses. The 4 walkers represented the first weapon that Gu Hang could wield to shatter the defenses of the River Valley Manor. The second weapon, however, was none other than himself, as he personally joined the fray. Seated within the armored vehicle, Gu Hang's gaze was fixed upon a particular bunker. A hole had been excavated there, with heavy stone materials constructing an upper structure that left an aperture for firing. Inside, heavy machine guns posed a significant threat to the infantry. Faced with the formidable fortress, even the cannons mounted on the walkers struggled to make an impact. The mercenaries had erected 3 bunkers, forming their secondary line of defense. Upon realizing that a mere stone wall could not withstand the onslaught, a substantial number of mercenaries had already retreated, intending to rely on this bunker for sustained resistance. Gu Hang closed his eyes, sensing the tremors of his spirit and the taste of blood in the air. Within his psychic perception, the resisting mercenaries manifested as indistinct shadows, discernible through his spiritual vision. He locked onto the nearest bunker, and with a blade invisible to the naked eye, he severed the heads of 2 mercenaries within, effectively beheading them. In the physical realm, their bodies appeared unchanged, yet they fell backward rigidly, as if decapitated, their bodies twitching from neural spasms. Subsequently, Gu Hang employed the same method to eliminate the gunners in the other 2 bunkers. He noted that his spiritual energy was holding up well, at least less depleted than it had been in the encounter with the mutated green-skinned creature. This disparity could be attributed to 2 factors. Firstly, the beast, Having been enhanced by serums, boasted a robust physique that corresponded with a heightened soul strength. The energy expended to sever one of its legs far exceeded that required to dispatch multiple mercenaries. Secondly, following his recent upgrade, his spiritual attributes had seen a modest increase, enhancing his capacity for wielding spiritual power to 150 of what it had been prior. The value of a single attribute point was immense. Eliminating these mercenaries, whose wills were only slightly more resilient than those of ordinary men, proved to be relatively effortless. The simultaneous silencing of the three bunkers' firepower created a significant breach in the overall defense of the mercenaries. Under the cover of mortars and the advancing cannons of the armored vehicles, the infantry seized the opportunity to charge forward. Some mercenaries attempted to retreat back into the bunkers to reactivate the heavy machine guns. But those who dared to do so were either torn apart by the vehicle's cannons or accurately dispatched by the elite Marines. For those who managed to enter, Gu Hang's spiritual vision allowed him to see them clearly. Another soul cutter would easily sever their heads. At this juncture, the morale of the mercenaries utterly collapsed. They realized escape was futile. With no hope of evading the armored vehicles on flat terrain, especially with the looming threat of a formidable spiritualist, a significant number of mercenaries laid down their arms and raised their hands in surrender. Thus, the second line of defense at the River Valley Manor was obliterated. The mercenaries stationed within the estate have largely been annihilated. The precise number of those who surrendered and those who perished remains unaccounted for at this moment. However, based on preliminary inquiries and testimonies, it is estimated that no more than 20 adversaries remain, all concentrated within the central edifice. This structure is situated not far from a small river bend, serving as the residence of the Master S family. Not all of these 20 individuals are mercenaries. The majority are likely private bodyguards of Wohan. Additionally, the location of previously plundered supplies has been discovered, stored in several warehouses not too distant from the main building. Gu Hang has dispatched personnel from the Waste Hole Company to clear the warehouses, both to ensure no foes linger within and to inventory the completeness and quantity of the goods. The remaining forces have encircled the last structure yet to be breached. The building, aesthetically pleasing, spans 4 floors and occupies a considerable area. When Wohan is absent from the city of revival, he predominantly resides here. Within the house, he is attended by servants, a butler, and various others catering to his needs. Conversely, the serfs who cultivate the estate's fields are prohibited from approaching this vicinity. Their dwellings are located further afield, in rudimentary barracks housing nearly 200 individuals. This area has also been secured by soldiers, with the unarmed serfs remaining docile within their homes, too frightened to stir. At least 20 armed individuals remain inside the main building. The soldiers of the Waste Hole Company have attempted to persuade them to surrender, yet the soldier dispatched for this purpose was met only with gunfire. Fortunately, the distance was not too great. Only 2 bullets struck his chest, intercepted by a ballistic plate. The company commander, Pabov, approached and kicked the young soldier twice. "What are you panicking for? Can these 2 bullets take your life?" The young soldier recoiled, while he had boldly charged into combat. Unafraid to approach for negotiations, he harbored a genuine fear of his commander. Logically, this should not have been the case. Commander Pabov was an old acquaintance, originally from the same locality as the Waste Hole Company, having been the leader of the mining team. When they were conscripted from their hometown, the chief appointed Pabov to lead them. After their formation into a military unit, Pabov was promoted to temporary commander, overseeing training. A leader of an mining team. How could he possibly grasp military training and command? Yet, in the past few days of training, this commander astonishingly acquired the skills and abilities to lead troops. Even he found this transformation perplexing, as though during those days, his memory, comprehension, and even muscle memory had been augmented. He swiftly evolved into a competent officer. Aware of how to train the soldiers, he understood that leniency, as in the past, could not prevail. Discipline and rigor were indispensable within the ranks. Nonetheless, he also maintained a sense of understanding and care for all, viewing these soldiers, compatriots from his homeland, as family from the depths of his heart. Under his training, these soldiers, akin to a miraculous enhancement, swiftly mastered the skills of a competent officer, acquiring the diverse techniques essential to becoming proficient soldiers. From their initial inability to even fire a weapon, they gradually evolved into adept marksmen, capable of executing precise tactical maneuvers, comprehending military terminology, and understanding how to form ranks, launch assaults, and execute retreats. Throughout this remarkable process, Pabov found it both astonishing and yet entirely natural. He sensed that the transformations occurring within him were merely expedited, perhaps, Among this 100 or so individuals, they were indeed all born to be soldiers, each a prodigy in their own right. Let not such thoughts linger. Under normal circumstances, you are all indeed exceptional. Chapter 21. Wind and bullets. The governor reassured everyone not to worry, and indeed, there was no cause for concern. In the vastness of the world, the governor reigned supreme. The exceptional training results and performances had significantly altered the mindset of the entire unit of 100 men in the dilapidated pit. Upon learning that they would soon engage in battle, they were invigorated, aspiring to secure a resounding victory to demonstrate their loyalty and valor to the governor. The battle commenced, yet it unfolded in a manner quite different from what Pavlov had initially envisioned. After surrounding the estate, he sought the governor's permission to lead the charge, only to be denied, relegating him to follow behind the armored vehicles as part of the second wave of the attack. While this was undoubtedly less perilous than spearheading the initial assault, resulting in fewer casualties, he and his soldiers felt a palpable lack of honor in their current role. At that moment, seeing his own young soldiers clamoring boisterously before the governor, Pavlov felt a twinge of embarrassment. After chastising the young soldiers, he turned to Gu Hang, saluting before inquiring, "The enemy has rejected our offer of surrender. May we initiate an attack?" Captain Pavlov appeared eager, awaiting the governor's nod to charge forth with his comrades. He had already devised a strategy. Mortars would bombard the first and second floor windows. Machine guns would rake the entrance. Following this, the elite infantry squad, distinguished in training, would storm through the shattered entrance and windows to seize control of the hall. "Indeed, we shall launch an assault, but you need not engage," Gu Hang interjected. This time, I will lead personally." He then called out, "Yin Fangxiu, you two come forth with 2 assault teams." "Understood." The lieutenant saluted and turned to assemble his men. Governor Pavlov felt a surge of impatience. However, Gu Hang raised a hand to halt his protest. "I recognize your eagerness, but please, restrain yourself." The governor's gaze shifted back to the edifice before them, his eyes transforming into a piercing blue and white. He sensed a formidable adversary lurking within. "We, the denizens of the pit, fear not," Pavlov proclaimed, his chest puffed with resolve. "You have bestowed upon us a new lease on life, and we are willing to prove our loyalty with our very lives." "That is commendable," Gu Hang replied with a smile, "but loyal soldiers should not sacrifice themselves needlessly. Your lives hold greater value, yet to be realized." Observing Pavlov's intent to speak further, Gu Hang waved his hand. "Execute the orders." "Understood." Without concern for the officer's actions, Gu Hang continued to observe the interior through his heightened perception while calculating the remnants of his spiritual energy. Although a portion had been expended earlier, it was not critical. He deemed it sufficient for the impending confrontation. At this juncture, Yin Fangxiu had assembled the elite Marine Corps, ready to engage, and he too would join the fray. Overall, this contingent, having descended from the quintet, truly lived up to its reputation for excellence. Their equipment was of superior quality, and their tactical prowess was commendable, making them a reliable force. Nevertheless, even with such strength, they would not simply burst through doors or windows. While prowess is commendable, relying solely on brute force without assistance is a sign of folly. Nevertheless, the artillery provided by the battalion can still prove effective in this confrontation. The mortars from both the battalion and the machine gun teams were deployed independently. The machine guns unleashed a barrage upon windows and doors, maintaining a prolonged suppressive fire. Mortar shells were directed through the windows, and under optimal conditions, well-trained soldiers possessed the capability to deliver the shells with precision. Occasionally, a shell may veer off course, exploding against an exterior wall, but that is inconsequential. They can simply reload and continue firing. Although the territory under Gu Hang's command has yet to produce supplementary ammunition, the artillery's capacity still relies on the provisions pilfered from the starship. Fortunately, the reserves remain ample, avoiding the need for rationing. After 2 rotations, Gu Hang and Yin Fangxiu, accompanied by the Marine soldiers, surged forward. Initially, they encountered no resistance. The areas of their assault had already endured a barrage of fire, and no mercenary dared linger in rooms engulfed by machine gun and artillery fire. Subsequently, the Marines began their swift clearance. Divided into small, trained units, they confirmed the absence of threats outside and proceeded to kick open one door after another. They adhered strictly to tactical protocols during breaching, utilizing a battering ram to open doors, tossing tactical grenades inside, and establishing crossfire cover before entering. Regardless of whether the rooms were occupied, they executed the procedure meticulously. If the room was vacant, it merely cost them time and a grenade. If occupied, The efficiency and lethality of their actions left little room for resistance. Thus, they systematically cleared room after room within the villa. As Gu Heng ascended the staircase, he heard the sporadic sounds of gunfire echoing briefly from various rooms, only to quickly subside. The tide of battle had been determined. He could perceive a concentrated tempest lingering within a single room. Were they too timid to resist? How wasteful of my caution. When the Marines had finished their thorough sweep, Yin Fangxiu approached Gu Heng and quietly reported, "All rooms in the villa have been cleared, save for this one before us." "Good," Gu Heng commanded. "Proceed with the standard breaching protocol." Yes. The prepared Marines commenced their operation. However, this time, the atmosphere was far from tranquil. The moment the wooden door was smashed open, a dense, visible spiral wind projectile surged forth from within. The Marines who had just breached the door were caught off guard, unable to defend themselves against the impending strike. Yet, in that critical instant, Gu Heng intervened. The clash of psychic energies shattered the spiral wind projectile. The residual force, akin to a tempest, sent the breaching soldiers tumbling backward in disarray. The gale swept through the corridor, leaving everyone slightly unsteady. Though their predicament was precarious, at least there were no casualties. A man's voice emanated from within. "Don't come any closer. Stay back." His tone was rife with panic. It was evident that the occupant was not a valiant warrior. However, the Marines outside remained resolute, undeterred by the realization that their adversary wielded extraordinary power. Despite this awareness, they continued their advance without hesitation. Amidst the howling winds, Yin Fangxiu was the first to react. He leaned in and beheld a pallid middle-aged man flanked by 2 bodyguards. The black-clad protectors attempted to fire upon him, but Yin Fangxiu and Apos' movements were far swifter than theirs. As they raised their weapons, the lieutenant discharged his electromagnetic rifle. The metal spikes propelled by electromagnetic force instantly vanquishing the 2 assailants. He then turned his weapon towards the middle-aged man. Observing the man raise his hands in a futile attempt to defend himself, Yin Fangxiu fired again without a moment's hesitation. A miniature tempest encircled the man, the pulsating energy momentarily deflecting the metal spikes. However, following closely behind Yin Fangxiu, several soldiers entered, unleashing a coordinated barrage. The protective tempest was swiftly rendered precarious. Ultimately, Gu Heng stepped into the fray. Chapter 22. The primordial fury cult. The electromagnetic rifles of several Marines unleashed a ferocious barrage. The middle-aged man, under the relentless onslaught, found himself unable to launch a counterattack as he had before, desperately maintaining a storm shield to avoid being gunned down. However, he was nearing his limits. While his extraordinary powers were formidable, they could not withstand the full force of multiple electromagnetic rifles. The mere seconds he managed to endure were, in fact, astonishing. As the storm shield began to falter, it was evident that his mortal form would not withstand even a single metal projectile, and death loomed imminent. Yet, at that critical moment, the Marines ceased fire. The only individual capable of commanding such a halt was none other than Gu Heng. "Capture him alive." Yin Fangxiu signaled with a raised fist. At this point, the storm shield surrounding the man had weakened considerably. The once vibrant white whirlwind had dulled to a near-transparent hue, on the verge of dissipating. The man himself appeared pale, half in shock from his dire predicament, and half due to the overwhelming drain on his spirit. Gu Heng stepped forward, and with a mere wave of his hand, the invisible blade of his soul targeted the now exposed weakness of the storm shield, severing it with precision. The backlash of spiritual energy caused the middle-aged man to cough up blood. Gu Heng fixed his gaze upon the man's face and spoke, "Wohan, is it? We have met before, upon my arrival on this planet." At the sound of Gu Heng and Apos' words, Wohan and Apos' previously vacant expression flickered with a hint of awareness, as though he had finally grasped the situation. Without time to wipe the blood from his lips, he stammered, "Governor, esteemed governor." "I can explain," he faltered, his words trailing off. Why have you ceased?" Gu Heng prompted, observing Wohan's inability to articulate a defense. Indeed, Wohan found himself at a loss for words. Caught red-handed, with irrefutable evidence against him, how could he possibly argue his case? "I concede, esteemed governor. I accept all accusations. I completely surrender to you. I implore you, spare my life. I am willing to pay any price." As he spoke, he struggled to move. Kneeling before Gu Heng in a prolonged gesture of submission, he endeavored to convey the utmost sincerity. Gu Heng smiled, his expression tinged with amusement. "Only when one reaches the end of the road does one recognize the folly of their ways. It is, perhaps, a tad too late. Wohan, It is with regret that I acknowledge you once held the position of a council member within the planetary government under my leadership, a role that could have secured you recognition as an official of the empire. Yet, you have committed grave offenses, pillaging goods, assaulting the governor, engaging in duplicity, and conspiring with a heretical cult. I fully admit. Wohan began, but then faltered. What? Conspiring with a cult? No. His eyes widened in disbelief. He was no ignorant commoner. He understood the implications of the accusation. If only the first 3 charges were levied against him, he might have had a sliver of hope. After all, his greatest transgression was merely opposing the governor. Now, defeated, yet not completely vanquished, he still held sway in Revitalization City, retaining influence and control over a significant portion of the grain trade. These matters ought to hold significant value for the governor. Should he surrender entirely, willingly relinquishing everything and committing himself to serve as a loyal and reliable hound for the governor, there may indeed be a glimmer of hope for survival. Alternatively, if he can weather the current storm, it is conceivable that in 2 years, when the governor meets his demise, he might once again rise as a notable figure in the city of revival. However, should he become entangled with a cult, his fate would be sealed. Within the grand scope of the empire, so-called heretics and cults are regarded as the gravest internal traitors, committing unforgivable crimes. The only faith permitted within the empire is the veneration of the great god emperor. On the planet of Furial, the situation for cults is marginally better, yet still dire. The multitude of threats to humanity's existence on Furial precludes any large-scale eradication of heretical sections. Nevertheless, this does not imply that those already identified as heretics will be treated with leniency. The heretics on Furial can essentially be equated with the primordial owl beast sect. The name Furial is derived from a colossal predatory terrestrial creature that roamed the planet prior to the cataclysmic war. Resembling a giant bear adorned with feathers, possessing the head of an owl and antlers akin to a stag. Current records depict this creature as somewhat endearing in appearance and gentle in temperament, though capable of ferocity when provoked. This sect believes that in the once relatively serene Furial, the owl beast symbolized a positive ideal. The first owl beast was born alongside the planet and ascended to divinity, safeguarding the entire world. However, the catastrophic war incited the wrath of the primordial owl beast, transforming its fury into an eternal storm of destructive energy that will not abate until humanity has atoned for its sins. The primordial owl beast sect is devoted to this atonement. In addition to their own set of religious rituals, their principal act of penance involves sacrificing sinners who do not heed their will to the deity, beseeching for forgiveness. Their actions have undoubtedly wreaked considerable havoc. The gruesome blood sacrifices are merely the tip of the iceberg. After all, life on Furial is deemed expendable. Whether consumed by mutated monsters, succumbed to starvation, or perished from illness, the outcome is scarcely distinguishable from being offered up in a cult's sacrificial rites. The crux of the matter lies in their indiscriminate targeting. This malevolent sect aims to make the entire planet atone for the deity's wrath. They have instigated numerous events resulting in the annihilation of entire settlements, seeking to amplify the area afflicted by the storm of destructive energy, which diminishes arable land, renders mineral deposits unusable, and obliterates investments in factories. They have thus become public enemies. From the perspective of the Empire's laws, as well as the conditions on Furial itself, Wohan understands that if he is implicated in collusion with a cult, his death is inevitable. He now deeply regrets employing storm incantations when they breached his door. The critical issue is that he cannot escape. He can only strive to feign innocence, Governor. Please believe me. I have not collaborated with the cult. I do not know them at all. I just. One day I discovered that I could. Duhang nodded. I have heard your testimony. I will verify it. You shall soon face interrogation, during which you will divulge all that you know. Ultimately, I shall convene your trial in the city of revival, where a final verdict will be rendered. Rest assured, this period shall not be prolonged. You will swiftly meet your deserved fate. Chapter 23. The thoughts of the lieutenant. The battle by the river bend has drawn to a close. The trembling serfs, huddled together in the adjacent makeshift barracks, were driven out. The junior officers of the Waste Hole Brigade announced their liberation by the governor, granting them freedom. Upon hearing this, the serfs remained utterly still. They had never regarded freedom as something precious. They scarcely comprehended its meaning. Was freedom merely a reference to the precarious existence they endured while wandering the wasteland? Or was it the relentless struggle for survival at the foot of the revival city, marked by hunger and cold? In those days, they indeed experienced a form of freedom, doing as they pleased, Yet they lacked sustenance, clothing, and witnessed death daily, whether from starvation, illness, or violence. Winter, in particular, was the most excruciating season. Compared to those times, they found some semblance of satisfaction in their current lives. Though their rations were meager and toil relentless, they were laborers in the fields, and their masters would not allow them to starve before they became incapable of work. Now, however, a group claiming to be the governor's subordinates had arrived, delivering a barrage of blows. It seemed their master had met his demise, and they were liberated, granted freedom. Yet confusion enveloped them. I am free. Tears nearly welled in their eyes. Nevertheless, the subsequent declaration brought them considerable comfort. They may not have understood the merits of freedom, but they certainly recognized the value of bread. A generous supply of food was distributed. The serfs, who had previously subsisted on scant rations, now consumed their meals with fervor, relishing their newfound status as free men. As they feasted, arrangements for the future were communicated to them. They were no longer serfs, but free citizens under the governor's jurisdiction. The governor would personally oversee the entire River Valley estate, requiring a substantial workforce for agriculture. Meals and lodging would be provided, alongside a modest bonus that would increase with production. They could come and go as they pleased, and those willing to stay could accept employment. It would be foolish not to remain. In an instant, the turmoil, confusion, and bewilderment in the serfs' hearts dissipated. They needed not delve into further complexities. The knowledge that they would not go hungry or face the biting wind sufficed. Once their hunger was satiated, it was time to labor. Corpses needed to be collected and cremated, the walls damaged in battle required repair, and the ravaged fields necessitated restoration to salvage as much harvest as possible. The entire estate was abuzz with activity. After arranging matters, Yin Fangxiu found himself with little else to occupy his thoughts. He gazed at the undulating mountains across the river bend, lost in contemplation. Reflecting on his recent encounter with that psychic, or perhaps occultist, he pondered his own future. When he was dispatched to the surface as the governor's guard, he initially perceived his prospects as bleak. He vividly recalled the day the governor sought armed protection from Captain Yalisha before departing the starship for the surface. The brigadier had intended to assign merely 300 mechanical servants to the governor, thinking it sufficient to fulfill the task. However, who could have anticipated that day when, out of sheer boredom, he engaged in idle banter with his colleagues, joking about an inexperienced woman who had been swiftly promoted to captain, becoming a brigadier general? What was even more pivotal was that the captain overheard him. As the divine emperor bears witness, he harbored no significant grievances against the female captain. He merely joined in the jesting, as was the custom among his peers. Yet, why did the captain have to hear him precisely at that moment? Utter nonsense. To make matters worse, the governor, known as Gu Hang, was lamenting that 300 mechanical servants were rather insufficient, prompting Yelisia to cavalierly command him to take 30 marine soldiers under his wing to serve the governor. Amidst the gleeful laughter and schadenfreude of his colleagues, this young Marine Corps captain was left with no choice but to descend to the surface with 30 men. He was heartbroken, feeling as if his life had turned bleak. Who was unaware that the governor of Fury All-Star was merely a resource to be consumed every 2 years? As a mere captain, offending the captain meant being exiled to the surface. Even if he managed to safeguard this governor, that fellow would inevitably face execution for tax evasion. He too would squander 2 years on Fury All-Star, achieving nothing. Nevertheless, he was bound to fulfill his duties. On one hand, there was the soldier's sense of responsibility. On the other, if the governor were to be executed by the tax authorities, that would be one matter, but if he were to perish under his protection, the blame would fall squarely on him. As for the governor ultimately navigating the tax situation, securing his position, reviving the planet, and expressing gratitude for his humble assistance, elevating him as a pillar of support to rise in prominence? Such thoughts danced in his dreams, but were too audacious to entertain while awake. He certainly wished for a future like that, yet it seemed exceedingly improbable, especially since the esteemed governor harbored grand illusions. Intending to develop the territory from scratch rather than swiftly assimilating the alliance's governance and addressing tax collection, by the divine emperor, did he truly possess the luxury of time for such aspirations? However, upon reflection, he pondered how this concerned him. After all, should execution befall him, it would not be his own fate. Gradually, as time passed, his spirits began to lift. The thoughts he had only dared to dream about when he first arrived on the surface began to occasionally surface while he was awake. Was there a possibility for Gu Hang to succeed? The reason he entertained such thoughts was not solely due to the governor's seemingly firm grasp on everything. He had encountered many pretenders, and was uncertain whether the governor was among them. He preferred to focus on facts rather than attitudes. The fact was that this governor was a rare psionic, actively participating in combat alongside the soldiers. They had won 2 battles and secured 2 camps. While these accomplishments were far from sufficient to ensure survival, the governor was indeed advancing his plans. Moreover, the governor had mysteriously acquired 2 black box manufacturing devices. Such wondrous contraptions would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price from the Imperial Mechanical Church. These developments imbued him with a newfound confidence in the governor, beyond mere sense of duty. Particularly regarding those 2 enigmatic black boxes. It seems that the situation is not entirely devoid of hope. Today, he had an audience with a psychic alongside the governor. Initially, he perceived the individual named Wulhan as merely an ordinary psychic. However, according to the governor's assessment, he was deemed a cultist. A cult, a heresy. This presents a significant adversary. Should the so-called primordial harbinger sect be unequivocally classified as a heretical cult, the merit of their eradication would be considerable. Yet, he remained plagued by doubts. Is it truly a and opos, cult and opos? Could it be that the esteemed governor is fabricating this narrative to procure further assistance, or is there authenticity to it? Chapter 24. The spoils of war. This matter is not of such great significance. Even if it is fabricated, what of it? The Navy requires accolades, and I require targets. A heretical organization that does not believe in the divine emperor has long been one of the principal culprits behind the unyielding strife on Angry Hawkstar. Such a triumph would not only satisfy Brigadier General Yalisha, but would also yield substantial benefits for me, uniting the people of this world. Therefore, this cult must indeed be genuine, and that individual named Wohan ought to be a true heretic. Pausing momentarily, Guhang noted the lingering hesitation on Yin Fangshu's countenance, and with a smile, he patted the captain and Apos' shoulder. Moreover, it is indeed true. The primordial hawk beast sect is a cult, and that man named Wohan is undeniably connected to the primordial hawk beast. How do you discern that he is a heretic rather than an ordinary psion? Guhang pointed to his own head and elucidated. The power of a psion emanates from within, arising from our own spirit. We possess sufficient talent and spirituality to extract psionic energy from the omnipresent yet imperceptible spirit realm, forming psionic spells. Conversely, the strength of a heretic derives from the filthy dark god they worship, not from themselves. These 2 sources of power are fundamentally distinct, and in my perception, the difference is stark. At this juncture, Guhang silently added to himself that the divine arts mastered by the priests of the imperial state religion operated on a similar principle, though he refrained from voicing this thought. Upon hearing this, Yin Fangshu rubbed his head in contemplation. I must admit, I had not previously grasped these concepts. However, if he is indeed a heretical apostate, then there is no issue. Rest assured, Guhang replied, we are on the right path. In reassuring the captain, Guhang maintained a serious demeanor. This officer was one of the few capable individuals under his command. He had ventured to Angry Hawkstar alone, without any support from the alliance government, operating without a foundational base. Among his subordinates, only Captain Yin was truly reliable. The members of the Waste Hole Society appeared to have settled down for the time being, yet they were largely illiterate and could not be relied upon for significant undertakings. His aide, Zhang Chao, was indeed trustworthy, but lacked experience. Perhaps with time, he could develop into a capable individual, but he was far from it at present. Thus, only Yin Fangshu remained. At the very least, he was a naval captain, a legitimate officer of the Imperial Navy. Guhang did not concern himself with the fact that Yin Fangshu still belonged to the Navy hierarchy and was not directly under his command. He followed orders due to Yalisha's directive. It made little difference, as long as he currently served him, possessed capability, and was worthy of trust. Guhang turned his gaze away from Yin Fangshu, surveying the entire contingent. The troop comprised nearly 300 individuals, hauling ox-drawn carts as they made their way back to the governor's camp. This endeavor had proven immensely fruitful. He had stationed 20 soldiers from the Waste Hole Company at the Marsh River Valley Manor, not only to ensure the safety of the estate, but also to compel the hired laborers to diligently fulfill their tasks. Among the laborers, one named Slamo had been selected as the overseer. The remaining soldiers, approximately 200, along with about 100 laborers, embarked on their journey homeward, tasked with transporting the reloaded supplies to the governor's camp. The so-called cart refers to an ox-drawn vehicle pulled by a creature known as the mangy bull. This species of bull is likely not native to the planet of Fury Star, but rather an extraterrestrial species introduced long ago. Following apocalyptic wars, This creature did not face extinction. Instead, it evolved further while still retaining its tameable characteristics. In the current wasteland, the mangy bull serves as a vital source of draft power. The supplies that arrived from the City of Revival were originally transported by these oxen-drawn carts, and they have now fallen into the hands of Gu Hang. Upon inspection, the materials match precisely what Gu Hang had requested from Revival City. These items can be considered a rightful return. Additionally, Gu Hang seized nearly 200 sets of individual weaponry, primarily rifles. The models of these rifles varied widely. Their overall craftsmanship could not compare to that of the assaulter rifles, which are standard issue for the Imperial Army and the Marine Corps, although intended for grunts. The basic production quality and technical standards are reliable. In contrast, the firearms used by the mercenaries, produced on Fury Star, displayed inconsistent quality, with even the best among them falling short of the assaulter. However, they were certainly more dependable than the rusty pipe rifles wielded by the prisoners of death, which Gu Hang deemed unworthy of even salvaging as scrap metal. Gu Hang intended to put this batch of equipment to use. In total, he possessed approximately 100 sets of assaulter rifles and 200 sets of locally produced arms, enabling him to further arm 300 soldiers. While weaponry was secured, the issue of manpower was manageable. The Waste Hole Society could contribute additional personnel, and he could also draw from the 3,000 former slaves he had brought down from the starship. Although these former slaves were not qualified soldiers, their physical capabilities were still superior to those of the starving individuals from the Waste Hole Society. Under Gu Hang's system, the inhabitants of the Waste Hole could be transformed into competent soldiers, and the former slaves would fare even better. While the quality of the recruits might not be exceptionally high, this would merely limit their advancement. Nevertheless, under the system's capabilities, training them to T5 standards, achieving regular army proficiency would pose no challenge. Beyond the rightful supplies and the captured weaponry and ammunition, a more substantial boon came from the rewards obtained after the battle victory. A resounding triumph, earning 33 points of rewards, losses, 20, enemies eliminated, 116. Captured, 42, 1st Mechanized Light Infantry Battalion, partial losses, 16, enemies eliminated, 43, Waste Hole Squad, losses, 4, enemies eliminated, 21, Marine Corps, partial losses, 0. Enemies eliminated, 52. In this engagement, including both kills and captures, a total of 158 foes were dealt with, resulting in losses of 20. A T5 level army, supplemented by 30 T4 level Marines, would certainly possess a combat capability far superior to that of the mediocre mercenaries, even though the defending side held a considerable advantage. And despite the soldiers executing a full frontal assault under Gu Hang's command, the final exchange ratio was still strikingly skewed, approaching an alarming 1:8. Of course, had there been no walkers operated by the Marines or the involvement of Gu Hang, a psionic warrior, the exchange ratio would have been even more disheartening. This level of loss remained within Gu Hang's tolerable limits. One cannot expect a conflict to transpire without casualties. However, he also needed to contemplate the reinforcements for his troops. The losses incurred by the Waste Hole Brigade were not particularly concerning, as replacements could easily be drawn from the Waste Hole Society. Extracting 4 individuals posed no significant challenge. Yet, the mechanized soldiers were a different matter entirely, as there were truly no replacements available for them. These issues could be addressed later. For now, his immediate concern was how to utilize the newly acquired 33 points of grace. Chapter 25, New Technology, G9 Gun Clan. 33 points of grace. This represents the most substantial sum Gu Hang has acquired thus far. He intends to reserve 3 points for the training of 3 additional battalions. As for the remaining 30 points, he pondered the possible avenues for expenditure. He first accessed the Hero interface, where his personal information panel remained stagnant, displaying a notification indicating insufficient experience for upgrades. The means of acquiring experience is through warfare. Beyond that, Gu Hang is uncertain if other activities, such as managing political affairs, might yield experience as well. He believes they should, yet he has not verified this and remains unclear. In any case, the recent victory in battle did not suffice to elevate him to the required experience threshold for an upgrade. Instead, he encountered a new hero available for activation, Yin Fangxiu. Activation requires 10 points of grace. This left Gu Hang in a slight quandary. Should he activate Yin Fangxiu as a hero? Upon becoming a hero, one can accumulate experience, allocate points for upgrades, and acquire talents. However, That individual appears to lack any psychic aptitude and is likely to be merely a warrior template upon activation. Furthermore, should he exert substantial effort in nurturing him. 2 years hence, when the Alicia starship departs, Captain Yin Fengshu of the Navy would likely depart as well, rendering any investment in him futile. Gu Heng does not doubt him merely due to his naval affiliation, yet investing time and resources in his development is another matter entirely. For the moment, he set this aside and opened the technology panel. He attempted to invest 10 points of grace. Investing 10 points of grace, probability of illuminating new basic technology, 70. Confirm investment? No. Gu Heng was taken aback. Is there a chance of this probability decreasing? Previously, with 10 points of grace, he directly acquired a basic technology. He had assumed that each exchange would consistently yield 2 black box machines for 10 points. Now, however, it indicates that the probability could diminish. A 70 probability is not negligible, but Gu Heng is concerned that it may continue to decline. Does each successful illumination of technology lead to a reduced success rate for the subsequent attempt? Gu Heng speculated about the system and Oppo's technology functionality panel. A heavy blow indeed. He had anticipated that with such a significant advantage, future endeavors would be effortlessly victorious, for technology is the primary productive force. Even if the imperial taxes became excessively burdensome, he could sell the black box manufacturing machines, compelling entities like the Imperial Merchant Guild and the Imperial Mechanical Church to eagerly come forth with funds. He need not worry about tax issues at all. Alas, the decline in probability has struck him hard. He must proceed with utmost diligence. Gu Heng thought to himself, fortunately, he had not relied solely on the sale of technology as his singular lifeline. He aims to resolve tax matters in a conventional manner. These black boxes, along with the future illuminated technologies, remain the capital essential for his continued growth and strengthening. In this gubernatorial position, he does not harbor thoughts of merely enduring for a few years and then seeking reassignment. The planetary governorship is indeed a remarkably unique position. Individuals like the governor of the Angry Alstar may not command much respect. However, for planets boasting exceptional productivity and military prowess, the governor's influence becomes exceedingly significant. The leader of the Pegasus star zone, Pedis, maintains his current position primarily due to his brother, the governor of the pivotal planet, Wing Planet, which is home to a staggering population of 10 billion and substantial, stable productivity is most formidable support. Technology is the foremost driver of development, unless absolutely necessary. Gu Heng is resolute in his decision not to sell the black box manufacturing machine. Presently, the success rate for the technology function has diminished. Yet the remaining 70 still presents a commendable probability. He possesses over 30 points of grace, ensuring that he can successfully exchange for something of value. Invest 10 points of grace to illuminate the probability of new foundational technology at 70. Confirm investment? Taking a deep breath, he affirmed his decision. Foundational technology, G9 rifle series. The Imperial Mechanical Church undertakes orders from the astral military, developing a new generation of kinetic rifles. While maintaining lower overall costs compared to the previous generation, the design continues to emphasize lightweight and modular features, allowing for simple modifications with various attachments to create machine guns. Automatic rifles, precision rifles, and compact submachine guns, further optimized for compatibility with alloy bayonets. A smile crept across Gu Heng's face, growing into a grin of uncontainable joy. What a treasure! While other regions may remain unaware, at least within the Pegasus star zone, the primary armaments used by both the Imperial Guard's astral military and the Marine Corps predominantly consist of the G7, also known as the assaulter rifle. Previously, Gu Heng recalled rumors regarding the gradual replacement of the G8 rifle, yet to this day, the scale of transition has been modest, with production capacity still insufficient. Now, however, he has direct access to the more advanced G9 model. This represents yet another formidable asset. Should Gu Heng successfully unify the entire planet, the production of the G9 rifles alone would generate a substantial influx of orders. The astral military of the Pegasus star zone, the Navy, and even local defense forces across various planets need not concern themselves with transitioning to the G8. They could leap directly to the G9. Securing these contracts would suffice to cover the imperial taxes. Of course, these thoughts remain speculative. Firstly, achieving such a massive production capacity is no trivial endeavor. Secondly, should there be significant activity, the origins of the technology would be challenging to explain. Unlike foundational materials such as alloy plastic steel, which are widely produced, The G9 series is still relatively rare. If this were to attract undue attention, would the mechanical church and Oppos' engineers not come knocking? Moreover, should the origins of this technology become questionable, the tribunal might very well investigate. Suddenly acquiring knowledge of an unknown source is a manifestation of chaotic corruption. Nevertheless, Gu Hang would not allow fear to stifle his progress. The technology must be utilized when necessary. At the very least, deploying it on a small scale within his own forces should pose no issue. Initially pondering the utilization of weaponry obtained from mercenaries, it now appeared that such a course of action was largely unnecessary. Eagerly, Gu Hang once again accessed the technology interface, investing 10 points of grace. The probability of illuminating a new basic technology is 40. Do you confirm the investment? Indeed, it has decreased again. A successful technology illumination now incurs a 30 drop in success rate. If this continues for 2 more attempts, wouldn't it be entirely diminished? Absurd. Who would still be willing to invest under such circumstances? Gu Hang grumbled. Yet, he proceeded to invest another 10 points. What else could he do? The rewards offered by this technology system are simply too enticing. Illumination failed. Gu Hang's expression soured, frustration boiling over as he poured in the remaining 10 points. Yin Fangshu suggested, let us hold back a bit. Drawing cards is somewhat more crucial. Illumination failed. This is ridiculous, with a 40 probability to fail consecutively twice. What does that signify? Upon further reflection, it seems that within the technology panel, each tier of the reward pool is finite. The more one draws, the lower the probability becomes. Thus, one must either upgrade to a higher tier for better rewards or pay an exorbitant price to chase after lower probabilities. Within this framework, it appears there may also be a hidden mechanism. When the probability is high at the outset, obtaining valuable items is feasible. Otherwise, should valuable items fall into low probability categories, the losses would be significant. Chapter 26. Long-term plans during the journey back to the camp. No extraordinary events transpired. The governor, for reasons unknown, wore a perpetual frown that deterred anyone from approaching him. Gu Hang's attendant, Zhang Chao, awaited outside the governor's encampment. He had received prior notification from Gu Hang and had arranged for the reception of supplies within the camp. Due to a scarcity of personnel under Gu Hang's command, Zhang Chao, whom he intended to cultivate, was stepping up. Although the lad did not appear to possess the qualities of a soldier, he seemed apt for handling administrative tasks and paperwork. The situation was dire, as the number of literate individuals in Gu Hang's ranks was quite limited, leaving him with few alternatives. Nonetheless, Zhang Chao performed commendably. While they could not construct sufficiently large warehouses in time, they had managed to free up some prefabricated structures for storage purposes. Items with minimal storage requirements were stacked in an open area, shielded by large tarpaulins, providing a temporary solution. Subsequently, Zhang Chao busied himself with inventorying the supplies and organizing their distribution, including determining how much needed to be sent to the Waste Hole Society. His reliability reassured Gu Hang, whose expression softened somewhat. The frustration from previously having drawn empty lots had significantly diminished by this point. Engaging with technology often requires a certain degree of fortune, and probabilities are simply part of the equation. If luck fails, one can only hope for better outcomes in the future. Upon entering his quarters, Gu Hang retrieved paper and pen, beginning to devise plans for the impending days. Zhang Chao was already coordinating personnel to excavate bunkers. Gu Hang envisioned establishing a core secret base to serve as the future research center of the camp, necessitating stringent confidentiality. The concept of a black box should be kept out of public sight as much as possible. The lottery for technological advancements was merely a minor diversion. The true focus now lay ahead. The supplies procured from Revitalization City, whether by request or coercion, alleviated the scarcity of resources within the camp, particularly regarding food. Within his current sphere of influence, achieving self-sufficiency in food production was still unattainable. The marshland River Valley Manor could yield crops, yet a bountiful harvest would not be realized until the autumn months, contingent on maintaining a stable population size. However, this was an unrealistic expectation. Gu Hang's next objective was to expand the population. The alloy and plastic steel production line required expansion. The G9 rifle production line also demanded labor, and construction efforts necessitated workers. In the foreseeable future, additional technological advancements might be acquired, leading to the establishment of further production lines, all of which required manpower. The question remained, where would these individuals come from? This conundrum was easily resolved. Although Angry Owl Star was a desolate wasteland with a sparse population, it was in stark contrast to the densely populated worlds teeming with billions. Yet, ironically, the inhabitants here were particularly undervalued. Roaming survivor tribes and the impoverished, struggling to make a living around Revitalization City, represented a potential source for Gu Hang's population growth. However, indiscriminate recruitment was not an option. With new arrivals, Gu Hang needed to provide employment and essential goods. In essence, he had to ensure that he could sustain them while enabling them to realize their greater potential. This endeavor required additional resources and increased production capacity. At present, the first step for him is to sell the most crucial outputs within his sphere of influence, as well as the alloy plastic steel that will be of paramount importance in the future. Only by successfully selling these products can he contemplate expanding production capacity. With this thought in mind, Gu Hang's gaze shifted towards Revival City. It wasn't merely about seizing an opportunity. Rather, it was the proximity and the suitability of his identity that made the venture so effortless. Moreover, he had long regarded Revival City as his own possession. What's wrong with making use of what is rightfully his? Ultimately, he must gain control over that city. He had a mere 2 years. It was implausible to cultivate resources from scratch in a barren land to generate the financial and material means necessary to pay for a planetary tax in 2 years. Establishing a new foundation elsewhere was essentially an attempt to pursue another route towards seizing control of the entire planet. To fully dominate Revival City and engage in political struggles with the local power brokers would be a futile endeavor. However, if he could command a force of his own, the acquisition of Revival City, and even the administrative power of the entire Alliance government, would unfold under a different paradigm. In the not-so-distant future, when he was prepared to take over, he would ensure he possessed the capability to cleanse the power hierarchies of Revival City, thereby harnessing the entire city's strength for his purposes. Such power could not solely rely on the deterrence of the quintet, as mutual destruction would spell doom for him and the city's representatives alike. Mere nuclear deterrence was insufficient. If Gu Hang demanded 100 tons of supplies, they would comply. Yet, if he sought a purge, they would resist fiercely, willing to perish alongside him under the threat of orbital bombardment. He required a truly effective conventional force to support his ambitions. Thus, the conclusion was drawn. He must expand his military. Expansion was straightforward. He would select 200 individuals from the slaves brought down from the starship. 100 would be equipped with the remaining G7-foot assault rifles, while the other 100 would make do with the locally seized mismatched firearms. With a mere flick of the system, expending 2 points of grace, he assembled a light infantry battalion alongside that 100 from the Waste Cave Alliance. The task of recruiting new soldiers from the 3,000 servants was assigned to Yen Fangxiu. Lieutenant Yen was utterly perplexed. He understood that his governor intended to showcase once more the ability to train a regiment in mere days, something that ordinarily took 1 or 2 years. His mind was in a whirl, and he could only conclude that this was the governor's exceptional talent. Indeed, the governor was a prodigy in military training. Although this explanation seemed rather far-fetched, he could conjure no alternative. Of course, despite knowing that even the worst recruits could be molded into a semblance of soldiers under the governor's guidance, he diligently selected the 200 best from the 3,000 servants. Once the weapons were distributed, Gu Hang casually spent 2 points of grace on a training package for these soldiers through the military badge, then ceased to involve himself further, merely making daily appearances to maintain the facade. Before long, new information emerged. 2nd Infantry Battalion, Light Infantry, comprehensive, non-upgradable, quantity, 300 personnel, equipment, T5, training, T5, experience, the commander of this unit, Pabov, hailing from the Wasteland Society, has been promoted to the rank of battalion commander. Chapter 27. Take my wallet away. This was a version of Waste Hole Society that Dennis and Henry had never encountered before. He could scarcely fathom the monumental transformations that had transpired in merely a month's absence. Hailing from Junktown, he was a mere itinerant merchant. Previously, he had been the one to acquire the ores produced by Waste Hole Society, which he would then transport to Junktown for initial processing into usable pig iron, subsequently reselling it. He had heard rumors of a band of raiders setting their sights on Waste Hole Society. Initially, he believed that the society was doomed and quietly offered prayers for the unfortunate souls, lamenting the loss of a cost-effective resource outlet that would result in diminished profits. However, to his astonishment, Waste Hole Society not only endured but also received assistance from the planetary governor. Was this not a case of fortune arising from adversity? Within the confines of wasteful society, Henry beheld sprawling factories and towering smelting furnaces belching white smoke, symbols of industrial might. He observed the makeshift residences nearby, where, at mealtime, wisps of smoke spiraled upwards, revealing that the residents of wasteful society enjoyed a standard of nourishment that surpassed that of his native Junktown. He also noticed the sentinels stationed at their posts, clad in combat attire with reinforced vests, their mechanical left eyes gleaming with a cold blue light, exuding an air of elite prowess. Patel, standing beside him, took in Henry's astonished expression with great satisfaction. The sight of other surprise brought him immense joy, reaffirming in his heart the correctness of his decision to fully embrace the governor's authority and become a loyal subject. Patel patted Henry on the shoulder and urged, "Don't be lost in thought. Come along. There are even more wonders to behold." Mentioning this topic calmed Henry somewhat. "We are already under the governor's rule. We are part of the alliance." Patel detected the insincerity in his words. Disappointment washed over him as he genuinely believed that Junktown could contribute to the governor's endeavors. Of course, he understood that his old friend Henry was merely an ordinary merchant within Junktown, with a status that was rather modest. Junktown boasted a population exceeding 100,000, a vast settlement where authority lay with individuals known as agents. These various agents, large and small, dictated the trajectory of Junktown. Henry was but a merchant, still vying for even the most minor agent's qualifications, rendering his voice insignificant in such matters. Yet, it appeared he had underestimated the situation. Those agents, raking in profits from raw materials and energy, and thriving on the efforts of scavengers and adventurers, would hardly relinquish their gains easily, unless, of course, they witnessed firsthand the governor's formidable presence. He pulled Henry along to showcase more marvels. Before them lay the alloy plastic steel products crafted by wasteful society. Gaping at the neatly arranged plastic steel, Henry was once again rendered speechless. "This is alloy plastic steel? You can actually produce such a thing?" He was genuinely astonished. Previously, as he gazed at the smelting furnaces, he thought that producing steel was already an impressive feat. He had begun to contemplate transporting raw materials from the garbage town, subsequently processed by the wasteful society, and then sold in Revival City. This route seemed far more lucrative than trading in mineral resources. However, to his astonishment, the wasteful society produced not steel, but alloy plastic steel. This material surpassed steel in performance by a considerable margin. With various formulations, it could exhibit remarkable compressive and tensile strength while also possessing significant plasticity. From a merchant's perspective, its selling price would undoubtedly exceed that of steel, albeit to a limited extent. This was primarily due to manufacturers. Whether utilizing alloy plastic steel for weaponry, machinery production, or construction materials, being highly sensitive to costs in their low-end product lines with substantial demand. If the cost of alloy plastic steel were excessively higher than that of steel, they would prefer to continue using the cheaper option. Nonetheless, if there existed some alloy plastic steel materials with exceptionally unique properties, they could indeed be valuable for specific applications, such as superior cannon barrels or more robust mechanical structures, leading to high-value production and commanding premium prices. Despite the ordinary alloy plastic steel materials not fetching exorbitant prices, a reasonable pricing strategy would ensure a steady demand. Moreover, it appeared that the factions capable of producing alloy plastic steel across the wasteland were exceedingly few. Perhaps the Blackbird Heavy Industries Group possessed such capabilities. Yet their production capacity was barely sufficient for their own consumption, thus, they had not been seen selling this material externally. From this perspective, the alloy plastic steel produced by the Wasteful Society could be considered a unique business venture. Beyond mere profit, it represented immense influence. Dennison Henry was practically impatient. "How much for these? Sell them to me," he exclaimed, rubbing his hands together. "Not so fast," Patel chuckled, leading Henry to another location. "Here." They showcased some finished products made from alloy plastic steel, including individual armor vests and helmets. Patel proudly introduced, "Look at these. A shot from an iron pipe rifle can barely leave a mark." To emphasize his point, he produced an iron pipe rifle, a rather rudimentary, yet commonplace firearm in the wasteland. This simplistic weapon, with a metal tube bound to a wooden handle and the most basic firing mechanism, could discharge gunpowder bullets. Due to the lack of craftsmanship, its power was rather unpredictable, and accuracy was even more uncertain. A well-made one might perform adequately, while a poorly made one would merely function as a noisy stick, with hitting the target being left to chance. The Wasteful Society had over 100 such guns, confiscated from the bandits after the prisoner of death was eradicated. The governor regarded these as worthless scrap, providing them as self-defense weapons. Patel fitted an armor vest onto a target, pulled the rifle's bolt, and fired several rounds from a distance of 12 meters. Once finished, Henry leaned in for a closer look. The bullet marks remain evident, yet none were able to penetrate this individual combat vest. The target behind it was jolted slightly askew, yet it sustained no damage whatsoever. This level of defense is more than sufficient. Henry even took the liberty of trying it on himself and found the weight to be entirely within an acceptable range. The alloy plastic steel is capable of maintaining ample strength and toughness while ensuring lightweight properties. This contraption is a formidable weapon in the wasteland. Equipped with such a suit, even the most common iron pipe rifles in the wasteland would be rendered mere firewood. He could already envision the fervent admiration this combat vest would receive from scavengers and adventurers alike upon its arrival in Garbage Town. This is all money. Enough talk. I shall buy it. Take my wallet. Chapter 28. Corpse Starch. Henry was genuinely intent on making a purchase. The alloy plastic steel material itself, along with the individual soldier's vest crafted from it, had already unveiled to him a tremendous profit potential. In his hometown of Garbage Town, he was indeed just a peddler. However, he harbored grander aspirations, pursuing the esteemed title of agent. Garbage Town, though a chaotic realm, was also a veritable sanctuary for commerce, abundant in resources and populated by many. In such a place, if one could establish a sufficiently large enterprise, amass a considerable workforce, and wield enough force, they could gain substantial influence and ascend to the rank of agent. Within the tumultuous political landscape of Garbage Town, it was the agents who held the reins of power. Each had a unique monopoly over a particular trade, engaging in both competition and collaboration, thereby forming a formidable network. Henry's current workforce was inadequate, and his business too modest. Yet, if he could indeed secure the alloy plastic steel venture, he would possess a unique business of his own. With the support of the Waste Hole Society, enabling him to monopolize, he could swiftly amass considerable profits. The remaining concern was merely financial, a matter easily resolved. The allure of the agent and Ampos' identity was beckoning to him. To be candid, had it not been for the esteemed governor backing the Waste Hole Society, he would have certainly turned away, seeking to rally a force to obliterate the society and firmly seize control of the alloy plastic steel production capabilities. Unfortunately, that was not the case. However, securing exclusive agency rights for this venture would suffice. Henry solemnly addressed Patel. I will purchase your entire shipment at the most favorable price. We can also sign a long-term cooperation agreement. Trust me, I will ensure these treasures are sold throughout the entire wasteland. We shall become the best of partners, provided you sign the exclusive agreement with me. Wait, just a moment, Patel interjected, raising his hand. Henry's brow furrowed tightly. Do you have any conditions? Speak freely. Patel quickly waved his hand. I have no conditions, but I must clarify that I lack the authority to make promises. Before Henry could respond, he continued. Everything here belongs to the great governor. I cannot casually agree to anything. Without the governor and Ampos' approval, not a single piece of alloy plastic steel can be sold. The mention of the governor. Henry steadied himself, feeling a headache creeping in. Deceiving Patel might not pose a challenge, but deceiving the governor. He had heard tales of the man named Gu Hang, eccentric and independent. He had shunned the opportunity to assume control of the alliance government upon his arrival, choosing instead to engage in development in the wilderness. Could construction truly rescue the entirety of Fury Hawkstar? Henry harbored doubts. Even though the Waste Hole Society had undergone dramatic transformations under the governor's rule in a relatively short span, such changes were far from sufficient to alter the ecological landscape of the entire Fury Hawkstar. 2 years hence, Gu Hang would likely meet the same fate as his predecessors, dealt with by the imperial taxation. Yet, until that time, he remained the governor, the nominal supreme ruler of this planet. As a mere itinerant merchant, what capital do I possess to deceive a governor of the empire? Patel appeared quite earnest when he uttered these words. Yet, Henry could not shake the faint notion that there lay a deeper implication. If your intentions are not genuine, you shall face dire consequences. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. How could Patel harbor such intricate thoughts? Taking a deep breath, Henry resolutely declared, I shall go to meet the governor at once. At that very moment, the esteemed Governor Gu Hang was preoccupied with examining a corpse. Its form vaguely resembled that of a living creature, possessing 4 limbs and appearing somewhat upright, akin to a headless ape, grotesquely swollen with pus, its limbs disproportionately aligned. This creature moved with remarkable speed and ferocity, each limb equipped with sharp claws. Upon capturing its prey, it would rend the carcass into pieces, then, through the pus-laden masses on its body, dissolve the fragments, assimilating them into itself. The locals referred to this entity as the pustule monster, a common denizen of the wasteland. At that moment, while Gu Hang rested in his quarters, a sudden commotion outside roused him. Zhang Chao reported that a dozen pustule monsters had attacked workers at the construction site on the periphery of the camp. Although the soldiers stationed to guard the camp swiftly eradicated the menacing creatures, 3 workers tragically perished. Death and injury are undeniably regrettable occurrences, however, in this wasteland. Gu Hang chose not to dwell on the irreversible events that had transpired. Instead, he scrutinized the monster's corpse and posed a profound question. Is this creature edible? Yin Fangxiu, taken aback by the governor's inquiry, could not fathom his line of thought. Gu Hang, slightly perturbed by Yan's astonishment, reiterated, in the wasteland, sustenance is paramount. Each day upon awakening, my thoughts are consumed with how to provide for the thousands inhabiting our camps. We cannot merely rely on the land. We must explore every potential source of nourishment. This creature seems promising. It is said that the wasteland teems with such beings, as well as zombie dogs. If they could all be consumed. Governor, please wait, Yin Fangxiu interjected with resignation. These monsters are laden with highly corrosive pus, which hardly seems fit for consumption. How can we ascertain without an attempt? Gu Hang remained steadfast. Of course, I do not intend for our people to eat it directly. I have heard that on many planets, there exists technology capable of decomposing organic matter into food. They refer to it as corpse starch. In any case, it is a form of starch block. I wonder if such technology exists on the planet Nuxiao? Regardless, it certainly exists aboard the quintet. We must endeavor to acquire it. Yin Fangxiu felt even more exasperated. My dear governor, I have tasted the starch block. Generally speaking, the synthetic starch is still somewhat normal. The minuscule traces of it, let us not speak of them, and we shall remain good friends. Chapter 29. What happened to the puppet? Gu Hang expressed his intention to utilize the festering creatures as a source of sustenance, and he was not merely speaking in jest to disgust. He truly believed this notion. Given the choice, of course, conventional food would be preferable to anything else. However, in this desolate wasteland, the conditions for production were such that the number of individuals who could be sustained was limited, compelling one to explore every possible means. Filling one's belly was, after all, of greater importance than the quality of the fare. His gaze turned skyward. Perhaps a certain faction on the Angry Owl Star possessed similar technology. Yet, the fact that Gu Hang had not encountered it near Revival City suggested that even if it existed, it was far away and difficult to procure. Moreover, the technology for synthesizing starch was likely quite rare on this barren planet. Such factions would not readily part with it. Rather than expend effort in pursuit of this, it would be more prudent to seek opportunities aboard the quintet vessel. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he cleared his throat a couple of times. Feeling somewhat embarrassed at the notion, having recently acquired 200 sets of equipment and 4 armored vehicles, he was now contemplating requesting new technology again. It seemed rather inappropriate. Thus, he resolved to refrain from inquiring today and to wait until tomorrow. With this decision, Gu Hang felt considerably lighter. In a buoyant mood, he hummed a little tune as he awaited the arrival of the traveling merchant from Junk Town, Denison Henry. Finally, Denison Henry met Governor Gu Hang. After undergoing a thorough search, he was escorted to the door of the governor's modest abode. This structure was merely a simple board house, appearing no different in essence from the adjacent dwellings of the servants, save for its larger size. It bore no special decorations, nor was it constructed from any precious materials. As the guard opened the door, Henry stepped inside, greeted by an unadorned interior. The room featured no particular embellishments, just an ordinary long table. At the opposite end sat a rather youthful man, presumably Governor Gu Hang himself. The governor's presence seemed incongruous amidst such simplicity. While the surroundings were austere, his attire was exquisite. Yet, this disparity was rendered negligible by the governor's calm demeanor in the face of his humble environment. Henry dared not linger in observation. He lowered his head as he approached the table, refraining from taking a seat. Instead, he placed one hand upon his chest and bowed deeply. Remaining in this humble posture, he spoke with reverence. I am Denison Henry, hailing from Junk Town. It is my honor to extend the most sincere greetings to your excellency. Your words upon landing on this planet resonated profoundly, revealing your grand aspirations and compassionate spirit as you arrived to rescue us, your subjects, from this dying world. As a resident of the Angry Owl Star, I hold your nobility in the highest regard. With eloquence, he lavished praise upon the governor. In the midst of his speech, Henry produced a beautifully packaged box. Upon learning of the fortune to meet your excellency, I could hardly contain my excitement and resolved to prepare a gift to express my admiration for you. Regrettably, due to the haste of the moment, this humble offering is all I could manage. I hope it does not displease you, Your Excellency. He maintained a bowing posture, holding the gift box aloft with both hands above his head. A nearby guard approached, took the present from his grasp, and brought it before Gu Hang. Gu Hang did not cast a glance at the gift box, his gaze remaining fixed on Denison Henry, a smile of intrigue gracing his lips. Stand up. If you continue like this, you may break your back. Henry complied, straightening his back. Sit down, let us have a proper conversation. Only then did Henry dare to take a seat. Gu Hang tapped his fingers on the table, stating, Denison Henry, I am aware of your intentions. Henry cautiously replied, I humbly request, Your Excellency, the opportunity to serve you. Gu Hang chuckled softly, you are quite eloquent, and I am pleased with your demeanor. I understand that your words may not reflect your true sentiments, yet I am indifferent to that. I am willing to entrust this business to you. But I have two conditions. First, I shall provide you with goods, and you must deliver what I require, ensuring quality and quantity without any compromise. The first part of Gu Hang's statement, regarding the insincerity of Henry's intentions, stirred a sense of unease within him. However, the latter declaration instantly filled him with elation. Securing the agency was, after all, his primary objective in seeking an audience with the governor. Could this possibly be a detriment? Without hesitation, he nodded affirmatively. No problem. I am eager to serve Your Excellency. Gu Hang waved his hand, saying, I have a second requirement. You must strive to expand your influence in Garbage Town, becoming an agent, perhaps even a significant one. Upon hearing this second stipulation, Henry regained his composure. Aspiring to be one of the agents in Garbage Town was intrinsically his goal. Logically, the governor's condition posed no conflict and should have delighted him. Yet, he prided himself on his intellect, aware of the underlying implications concealed within the request. If he became a prominent agent in Garbage Town under the governor's auspices, who would ultimately hold the power, himself or the governor, his shadowy benefactor? Nevertheless, he swiftly cast aside this hesitation and turmoil. Contemplating such matters seemed absurd. An opportunity had presented itself. Why not seize it? What was the harm in being a puppet? Many aspired to such a role, yet could not attain it. Moreover, it was not necessarily a position of puppetry. Diligently serving the governor could afford him a measure of authority. The governor, burdened with myriad responsibilities, would still rely on his judgment regarding the affairs of the modest Garbage Town. At most, he would need to fulfill the governor's objectives and follow his lead, which was only to be expected. Furthermore, to put it more bluntly, whether the governor remained in power 2 years hence was uncertain. With that thought, he noticed the enigmatic smile on Gu Hang's face, prompting him to refrain from further speculation. He felt as though his thoughts were being scrutinized. Chapter 30. Applying pressure. When Denison Henry came to meet the governor, he was initially taken aback by the communication. He seemed to have garnered what he desired with minimal effort. Yet, it was not entirely without cost. Having received the goods, he was obliged to settle the payment using the alliance's minted currency. The governor presented a series of demands, requesting him to procure various items. Upon reviewing the list, Henry noted some challenges, such as the governor's desire to revitalize the finest textile machinery, sewing machines, import textile raw materials, acquire thermal greystone power generation units, and establish a cement factory and brickworks. Despite the daunting nature of these tasks, Henry felt invigorated. This was a prime opportunity to demonstrate his capabilities. If everything were easily attainable, the governor could simply enlist anyone else for the job, rendering Henry's involvement unnecessary. A pivotal point was raised. Denison Henry sought to obtain exclusive sales rights for the alloy plastic steel industry. This was crucial for safeguarding his interests, ensuring that the market avenues he forged would not be usurped by future competitors. Eliminating rivals and engaging in monopolistic business would undoubtedly yield greater profits. However, Gu Hang was unyielding. He countered with reason, stating, "This is how I can better serve the governor, and this will help me expand my influence in Garbage Town, allowing me to assist you more in the future." Yet, his words failed to sway Gu Hang. "You desire these powers, I can grant them, but they will not be given freely. You have yet to accomplish anything. On what grounds do you demand so much?" Gu Hang insisted. "Prove your loyalty through your actions." With the conversation reaching this juncture, Henry found little recourse. He nodded earnestly. "I shall demonstrate this to you, my governor." Furthermore, he requested an additional favor. "Please, command me. My camp requires additional manpower. There are numerous vagrants in the surrounding cities of Revival City. Bring them here." "Not a problem. I will ensure to deliver healthy and reliable vagrants at a most reasonable price." Yu Hang shook his head, visibly dissatisfied. What are you discussing regarding payment? Those vagrants are not recognized as official residents of Revival City, yet I acknowledge them. Every human on Fury Star is a subject of the Empire and my subject. I want you to spread my benevolence, my policies, and my proclamations among them, encouraging their migration here. Should they face difficulties, you must provide them with necessary assistance. If required, I will extend my direct help. Do you comprehend my intent? Henry was momentarily taken aback. How could he not understand? It was crystal clear. Wasn't he at a free ride? The governor's desire was to bring people without spending a dime. Henry feigned deep shame. Indeed, you are correct. I was indeed short-sighted. However, according to your words, it seems there might still be some potential. Though Revival City is vast, the job opportunities and the capacity to sustain individuals are limited. Outside the city, many vagrants struggle to survive. Through the means of propaganda, it is not impossible to inspire these individuals to voluntarily migrate here. However, Your Excellency, I must implore your forgiveness. Should we proceed in this manner, the quantity and quality of the migrants cannot be assured. Those who cannot survive are predominantly the elderly. The weak, the sick, and the disabled. The robust and capable individuals will still be able to secure employment to sustain themselves. Gu Hang waved his hand dismissively and stated, This is your duty, to convey my will to the populace, which is also a testament to your loyalty. Do not let me down. Damn it. Truly wishing for an easy ride. Dennis and Henry could only respond with resignation. Yes, I understand what must be done. After dismissing the ambitious merchants, who were eager to embark on grand endeavors while satisfying their reasonable and unreasonable demands, Gu Hang swiftly turned his attention to another matter. He instructed his aide, Zhang Chao, to send a communication to Revival City. It was imperative for Gu Hang to receive an explanation from Revival City regarding the cultist affiliations of the council member, Wahan. Naturally, the specifics of the explanation were of little consequence. What Gu Hang sought was an opportunity to leverage the situation. Originally, he would have had to exert effort to unearth such a chance, but now it had presented itself readily. Within the nominal ruling body of the alliance, a council member had been revealed as a cultist. During Wahan's rebellion, he had employed storm sorcery, which Gu Hang astutely identified as not being derived from his own spiritual prowess, but rather originating from some external source. This realization nearly made him burst into laughter. After capturing Wahan, he had gleaned most of the necessary intelligence through the appropriate interrogations. Indeed, this individual was undeniably a follower of the cult. Although not a devout believer, he subscribed to the tenets of the primordial Al-Beast sect and was willing to provide logistical support to the cultists in his capacity as a council member, offering them money and resources. He was not a core member, merely a more affluent devotee. He had also gained certain benefits, such as receiving divine blessings and mastering storm sorcery. He could enlist the cultists to undertake clandestine tasks that he found difficult to execute himself. In truth, his intention in troubling the governor was to incite action from the primordial Furial sect, but due to their manpower being temporarily allocated elsewhere, they had declined his request. Armed with these testimonies, and with Wahan still alive, Gu Hang found himself in a position of significant leverage. Upon establishing communication with Revival City, Gu Hang found himself conversing with the council president, Milion Hodgson. Good day, Your Excellency, Hodgson began with a greeting. Gu Hang offered no courtesy, his tone stern. Mr. Hodgson, I am profoundly disappointed in your administration. Upon hearing the governor and Apos' words, old Hodgson felt a nerve in his brain throb ominously. The governor was about to cause trouble again. You received the substantial supplies you requested. I have delivered the individuals you demanded. What more do you seek? How can a council member be corrupted into a heretical cultist? What sort of leadership are you providing as president of the council? Is the Alliance's parliament still loyal to the Empire? Has the city of Revival become the stronghold of the primordial beast sect? Gu Hang's relentless accusations came crashing down upon him like a torrential storm. Hodgson was utterly taken aback, unable to fathom that Gu Hang would unveil such information, leaving him bewildered as if a heavy pot had been unceremoniously placed upon his head. Until that moment, he had been oblivious to the fact that Wohan was a cultist. Chapter 31. Is this the governor? Hodgson was indeed unaware that one of the members of their alliance council, Wohan, was a cultist. He had completely lacked knowledge of this information beforehand. Upon being exposed by Gu Hang, he was left utterly bewildered. This matter was of great significance. Do you possess concrete evidence to substantiate this claim, Governor? The evidence is irrefutable. The attackers on the transport convoy were instructed by Wohan I eradicated that band of brigands on his estate and captured him personally. I witnessed this scoundrel employing storm sorcery. You appear to be entirely oblivious, Chairman Hodgson. I am gravely disappointed. One of the Alliance and Oppos' own representatives has been corrupted. And as the council leader, you possess not a shred of information. Is this a dereliction of duty? Or has the Alliance Council itself been complicit in the resurgence of this cult within Rebirth City? Hodgson immediately denied. Absolutely not. We have been intensifying our efforts against the cults. How could we possibly permit their proliferation? I will investigate this matter. Hodgson's words were abruptly interrupted by Guhang. Investigate? While you take your time to investigate, what will become of Rebirth City? If even council members can be corrupted, how can I trust you to uncover any results? Hodgson found himself in a state of utter disarray, the unexpected revelation catching him off guard. He had not prepared for such a scenario and could only muster the resolve to state, "We shall implement practical and effective measures to address this issue. We will conduct thorough background checks on all council members and enhance the scrutiny of cult activities throughout the city." Guhang replied, "I grant you this opportunity. However, I must remind you that our city faces a grave threat. I need you to resolve this issue swiftly and decisively. If I do not observe a more proactive attitude from you, I will take matters into my own hands and hold you accountable." Hodgson could only assure him, "We will spare no effort and take all necessary measures to ensure the safety of the city. I promise you, we will provide you with an explanation. You had best follow through on your words." After hanging up, Hodgson furrowed his brow tightly. He did not wish to remain in a position of weakness during every communication with the governor. Yet, what recourse did he have? The first request for supplies had come with the governor's authority demanding allocation, a sum that was substantial yet not beyond their means, just sufficient to force them to concede. No one was willing to offend the governor over such a trivial matter, risking a confrontation. The second incident involved Woolhin's unauthorized attack on the transport convoy, an act he undertook independently. Hodgson felt no qualms about sacrificing him. Now, with this third confrontation, although the governor had not issued overt threats or demanded anything specific, his tone was the most severe, directly accusing the Alliance Council of either dereliction or treachery. He held the upper hand in the dialogue, and unfortunately, Hodgson found himself unable to refute him. The governor had firmly established his position of dominance. The cult of the primordial owl beast stands as a formidable adversary amidst the myriad factions of the wasteland. They reject the worship of the emperor and instead revere the so-called primordial owl beast, wielding tempestuous sorcery and having undeniably orchestrated numerous catastrophic incidents that have obliterated settlements. The revelation that a member of the Alliance's council is affiliated with this malevolent sect is utterly perplexing. How can one even begin to rationalize such a contradiction? The governor's indignation is both justified and poignant. Initially, one might have assumed the matter pertained merely to a self-serving grain merchant. If that individual chose to oppose the governor, he would merely expose himself as a target, deserving of his fate. Yet, the revelation that he is entwined with a cult is a development that has caught Hodgson entirely off guard. He now comprehends the gravity of the situation. After a moment of hesitation, the elder Hodgson turned to his grandson Lambert and inquired, "The governor claims that Woolhin is a cultist. Do you find this plausible?" "It could be true, or perhaps it is false," Lambert Hodgson responded cautiously, having listened intently to his grandfather and Oppos' dialogue with the governor. Yet, the truth of the matter had become secondary. The governor's invocation of this allegation indicates he possesses some form of evidence. Even if this evidence were fabricated, it would undoubtedly be meticulously crafted. We are now undeniably at a disadvantage. Regarding Lambert's conjecture, the elder Hodgson sighed and continued, "What do you think the governor will do next?" Lambert pondered. He may seize this as a pretext to further entrench himself in the political machinations of Revival City, under the guise of combating the cult, thereby stripping us of our authority and ultimately seizing control of the entire city. From your tone, it seems you harbor discontent with this prospect? Lambert was taken aback. Grandfather? He struggled to fathom why his grandfather would pose such a question. The governor, as the imperial appointee and the head of the Alliance government, was surely within his rights to seek absolute dominion over Revival City, was he not? Lambert furrowed his brow tightly and hesitantly replied, You mean? But the elder Hodgson then broached another topic. I recall you once expressed an ideal of saving this world? Yes, those were the foolish musings of youth. Then I ask you now, does that ideal still reside within your heart? I have told you before that only the governor can save this world. I am uncertain if this particular governor is the one, as I have harbored doubts, much like the previous governors who have all failed. Yet, I have recently come to realize one critical question. How many more governors can we expect to see? I do not understand. Do you mean? No, we have not yet arrived at that juncture. I simply feel that this governor possesses certain distinctions from his predecessors. The elder Hodgson continued, as for the present moment, I believe you have misidentified the crux of the matter. Please enlighten me. The current focus should not be on the governor and Oppos, as subsequent actions, but rather on our own course of action. Our task is straightforward. We must ascertain the extent of the primordial Albeast cult and Oppos, as infiltration within Revival City and their ultimate objectives. This is paramount. It is a matter of survival. What significance is there in our internal strife? Defeating the governor only to have the city destroyed by cultists is utterly absurd. I see it now. Chapter 32. The weight of affection and modest gifts. The news of the burgeoning cult incited a flurry of activity throughout the city of Revival. Yet, the esteemed governor, as the instigator of this turmoil, exhibited no urgency whatsoever. At dawn the following day, he commenced discussions to resolve the food supply issue in his territory. Reaching out once more to the quintet in the sky, Alicia remained as unyielding as ever. Gu Heng, however, was unfazed by her demeanor, even finding it entirely understandable. Were he in her position, subjected daily to relentless exploitation, his reaction would likely surpass hers. Given my empathetic nature, might I request the technology for synthetic starch? He mused. Naturally, Gu Heng was aware that he could not simply ask without offering something in return. Brigadier Alicia, I bring you good news. Upon hearing this, Alicia recalled her losses: 3,000 servants, 300 mechanized soldiers, an array of weaponry, and 4 V-walkers. The thought pained her. As for the Marine Corps captain she had previously dispatched, Alicia's expression hardened. The good news from the governor always comes at a steep price. How could it? I am merely sharing our accomplishments with my finest partner. If there is serious business at hand, please, do speak. I have made some progress regarding the cult that has taken root on the planet of Furial. I have apprehended a cultist, who astonishingly is a high-ranking official within the planetary government. Alicia and Oppos' countenance grew grave upon hearing this. Has it deteriorated to such an extent? Tell me where the enemy lies, and I shall eradicate them. Not just yet. I will soon ascertain the precise location of these heretics, at which point I may require you to deploy elite marines, even the forces of the shipborne chapel, to assist in purging the heresy. That is feasible, but it would be preferable to create an opportunity for direct orbital bombardment. I shall do my utmost. Alicia had little reason to decline this matter. Orbital bombardment was the most convenient option, and while she was open to deploying ground forces if necessary, as long as it yielded merit, she had no objections. Furthermore, this method of sending Marines into battle differed significantly from the previous arrangement of borrowing personnel, which was little more than a euphemism for sending them away. The individuals and Oppos, borrowed and Oppos, by Gu Heng were those who had long been under his command. In contrast, for missions, the entire command system remained under the control of the starship, with Gu Heng merely providing targets and suggestions. Alicia's expression softened slightly, and she felt a sense of relief. The eradication of the cult entrenched within the capital of the planetary government was, after all, a matter of significance. In her uplifted spirits, she posed a question that she would soon come to regret. Very well, is there anything else? Indeed, I require the technology for synthetic starch. Alicia and Oppos' face froze. I initially believed you were merely here to deliver news. It turns out you have come to request something after all? I am solely responsible for combating the enemies of the Empire, Alicia declared. Supporting construction is not my duty. But this is precisely to strike against the Empire's foes. Gu Heng retorted, the core of cult proliferation lies in the people's despair. When one struggles to fill their stomach, it becomes all too easy to fall prey to such malevolent influences. The technology of synthetic starch can aid us in resolving this issue. Alicia found merit in Gu Heng's argument, yet pondered. Would the salvation of people through such means be considered a triumph of the Navy? As she contemplated, Gu Heng's voice resonated once more. Brigadier Alicia, please understand, while it is indeed vital to annihilate our enemies with overwhelming force, should the situation escalate beyond control, necessitating total destruction for salvation, it may not be a favorable outcome. When a cult corrupts a city and subsequently destroys it, or when heretical ideologies spread to terrifying extents, yet under your command, Brigadier, are eradicated, saving hundreds of thousands of imperial subjects, consider which scenario is preferable? The destroyer or the savior. The former may seem more formidable, yet within the bounds of the Empire, particularly in the Pegasus sector, the latter holds greater significance. At this juncture, Alicia could not help but concede that Gu Hang's perspective had once again struck a chord with her. She began to contemplate how she might provide Gu Hang with the technology for synthetic starch. Would the cost be substantial? The conclusion was, not particularly. However, while significant, the utilization of synthetic starch machines was infrequent. In peacetime, starships could procure supplies relatively smoothly, and few would willingly consume starch blocks. At present, the provisions aboard the quintet were ample, sufficient to last for several years. Moreover, there was more than one synthetic starch machine aboard the starship. Dispatching one would pose little challenge. Of course, what Gu Hang sought was the technology, rather than merely the machine. Yet, this was no insurmountable issue. By assigning a technician responsible for logistical support to descend with a machine and some components, Gu Hang's requirements should be met. Logically, this would suffice for Gu Hang to produce synthetic starch machines independently, provided he possessed a certain industrial foundation. Should he lack such a foundation, Alicia could only express her inability to assist. I am not your mother. I cannot directly feed you. I have agreed. According to his words, this was a token of gratitude destined for Brigadier Alicia, a specialty of the Angry Owl Star. In truth, it was merely a small portion of the batch of food and textiles transported from Revival City, allocated for delivery to the heavens. It was not without significance, as it would enhance the rations for those aboard the starship, providing some supplies. Ultimately, it served to convey that the governor was not one to dine without merit. As for the disparity in value, it is the thought that counts. After watching the transport ship soar into the distance, Gu Hang immersed himself once more in the grand scheme of expanding production. Chapter 33. The Fast Track to Development in Gu Hang's Vision. The Waste Cave Society was intended to serve as the heavy industrial production center of his dominion. Its advantageous location, near the future raw materials and energy hub of Garbage Town, along with its inherent mineral resources, made it an ideal choice. However, the burgeoning heavy and energy industries of the Waste Cave Society rendered a workforce of merely 800 insufficient. Gu Hang had already begun reallocating workers originally assigned to expand the governor's camp and construct an airport to meet the manpower demands of the alloy factory there. Nevertheless, this labor pool had its limits, and the governor's camp also required personnel. The need for labor to sustain production and expand the military was pressing. Gu Hang's current demand for manpower was exceedingly high. Attracting population from external sources became an unavoidable necessity, which led him to particularly instruct Dennis and Henry to devise strategies for promoting and drawing in new inhabitants. It was worth noting, however, that those recruited from outside the revitalized city might not necessarily qualify as an adequate industrial workforce. Moreover, even the inhabitants of the Waste Cave Society, including former slaves brought down from the starship, were not particularly qualified. The literacy rate posed a significant challenge, while illiterates might manage manual labor. Transitioning into skilled workers would prove difficult. Yet, this was a solvable issue. Gu Hang had already mandated the establishment of night school programs in the Waste Cave Society, including his direct camps. The first step would be to conduct literacy programs, followed by basic skills training, experience sharing, and knowledge transfer. Indeed, there were many eager individuals among them, willing to learn and improve. For these individuals, opportunities would ignite their ambitions, propelling them forward with vigor. However, not everyone displayed this desire for self-improvement. Now that they could live above ground without fearing for their safety, with sufficient food and clothing to keep warm, and with the promise of electricity and heating on the horizon, they found themselves content with their circumstances. This diminished their drive for advancement, a situation Gu Hang was unwilling to accept. If they did not exert themselves, how could he expand production and rebuild the world? In response, Gu Hang introduced a system of labor credits. Work would be compensated with credits, which would, in turn, dictate the allocation of resources and benefits. To enjoy better food, housing, clothing, and to ensure that their closest kin could also lead a good life, hard work became imperative. Additionally, he established classifications for skilled labor among the workforce. Through assessments, individuals could attain the status of skilled workers, receiving a higher credit allocation than their unskilled counterparts. The prerequisite for becoming a skilled worker was dedication to learning. Moreover, while attending school would not yield direct credits, it would provide a meal at dinner, saving on rations, which was a worthwhile incentive. This dual approach of visible upward motivation and tangible increases in food allocations garnered widespread approval for the night schools established in the Waste Cave Society in the governor's camp. Recognizing the limitations of available teaching resources, Gu Heng understood that producing exceptional students would require more than mere effort. It necessitated optimal conditions. Regarding the labor credit system initially mentioned, Gu Heng had contemplated the introduction of a currency system. The circulation of goods in the wasteland is characterized by a profound disarray. While currency exists, including the revitalization coins issued by the Alliance and various other currencies from significant factions, the monetary systems are chaotic and cumbersome to exchange. Some more distant settlements may not even recognize certain currencies. The most prevalent method of trade in the wasteland remains the primitive practice of barter. The faction under Gu Heng's command is not yet sufficiently large to warrant the issuance of its own currency, as promoting such an endeavor would require considerable effort, and reliance on external currencies risks internal collapse due to overwhelming external pressure. Participants earn labor credits through production. These credits can be exchanged for housing and rations, serving as a rudimentary prototype of currency within a simple planned economy. If the objective of the wasteland society is to advance towards a center of heavy industry, Gu Heng envisions the governor's camp as a transportation nexus and a hub for light industry. While transportation is a critical focus, the core task lies in establishing a link with the celestial treasure ship, the Quintet. When selecting the site for the camp, Gu Heng deliberately chose a flat terrain devoid of natural fortifications, primarily to facilitate this connection. Gu Heng's directive to Dennis and Henry to procure textile machines and relevant technologies forms a crucial component of his light industry strategy. Beyond textiles, the food industry also plays a significant role. The synthetic starch manufacturing machines delivered from the Quintet have commenced operations under the guidance of technicians who arrived with the shipment. Simultaneously, a new production line for synthetic starch is under construction, relying mainly on components transported from the starship. The alloy factory of the Wasteland Society has also received orders, tasked with producing compliant components as per the technician specifications. For certain components with high demands on craftsmanship and materials, Gu Heng resorts to producing them through finished black box alloy steel. Nevertheless, some essential parts remain beyond the current industrial capabilities of his faction. The technician from the starship, at the governor's behest, is endeavoring to tackle these technical challenges, exploring potential solutions, and there is considerable optimism regarding this endeavor. The industrial foundation of the governor's camp is starting from scratch yet is developing rapidly, primarily due to the availability of advanced material technologies. Even if the alloy steel produced by the Wasteland Society is deemed inadequate, the products derived from finished black boxes are of exceptional quality. However, until the technical challenges are resolved, the scale of the synthetic starch production line cannot be expanded further. Nonetheless, the current production capacity is already substantial enough. As long as sufficient raw materials are available, the production line can operate at full capacity, ensuring that all personnel under Gu Heng's command are well fed, which is more than adequate. In fact, there remains a considerable surplus of capacity, allowing for food reserves and even potential exports. The population and resources have been thoroughly absorbed by Gu Heng's faction. The two major industrial centers, along with the gradually revitalizing agricultural production in the Mantan River Valley estate, have propelled the overall productivity of the governor's faction onto a rapid development trajectory. Chapter 34. A ray of light. As Osina surveyed her surroundings, she was met with the sight of a vast construction site. The territory of the governor, which had been proclaimed by that benevolent figure as the land of redemption, appeared starkly different from her expectations. Following the conclusion of last winter, her homeland, referred to as the southern provinces by the inhabitants of Revival City, had been besieged by a massive tide of mutated monsters. This calamity wrought devastation, leaving many settlements utterly obliterated. Though they had endured the onslaught of the aberrant creatures, the cessation of the immediate threat did not herald the end of their tribulations. The planting season had been lost to the harshness of winter, and after enduring such a season, combined with the ongoing struggle against the monstrous invaders, the people found their food supplies severely depleted. Hunger and scarcity plagued the southern provinces. What would those unable to survive resort to? They would become fiends. Osina and her brother had once enjoyed a life of considerable comfort. The fertile lands of the southern provinces, relatively untouched by the ravages of energy storms, allowed for numerous settlements to thrive through agriculture. In truth, these provinces had always been a vital source of sustenance, with Revival City, both its inner and outer districts, relying heavily on imported grains from the south. Osina's father was a plantation owner. Before the world crumbled, their estate boasted thousands of inhabitants. capable of feeding not only themselves but also generating surplus for trade in industrial goods. It is easy to imagine that Osaina lived like a little princess, her comforts far exceeding those of the majority in this desolate land. However, all of this collapsed in the transition from spring to summer. An overwhelming number of raiders besieged the plantation, followed by internal strife. In a desperate bid for survival, her family attempted to break free from the estate under the protection of their guards. Many innocent bystanders, who did not partake in the uprising, joined in their flight. Yet, amidst the chaos, she became separated from her father. Assuming a false identity, smearing ash across her face, and cutting her hair, she and her brother followed the stream of displaced persons, eventually finding themselves in Revival City. Along the way, she endured unimaginable hardships. For a morsel of food, she was willing to undertake any task, however minuscule, that might yield even a scrap. She resorted to begging, fighting, stealing, and deceiving. Before the world fell apart, she had been taught to conduct herself as a proper lady, never imagining she would descend to such depths. Yet she persevered. In the months that followed, she suffered from hunger, while her brother, just over 10 years old, faced malnutrition. Nevertheless, they remained alive. Still, she often found herself engulfed in confusion. Had she not glimpsed beauty, perhaps she could have languished indefinitely in the darkness. Just months prior, she had been a little princess, her father's cherished jewel, preoccupied with appraising and restoring expensive pre-war artworks and assisting in managing the estate's finances. Now, she was left to ponder what they would eat the following day. More critically, there was no end in sight to this grim existence. Hope was a distant memory, and not a glimmer of light illuminated her path. She felt as though she could no longer endure. More than once, she pondered whether it might be easier to succumb to death in such a wretched world. Curiously, in the past, she had not been particularly close to her younger brother, who was 7 years her junior. In fact, she often found this mischievous little imp quite irksome. Yet, in the span of these recent months, she would rather perish than let her brother face danger alone. On one occasion, when he was abducted, she had fought tooth and nail, biting her attacker fiercely, sustaining grievous injuries without relinquishing her grip. Even she could not fathom why. But she knew one thing. Anyone who dared to threaten her only remaining family would face her wrath. However, she sorrowfully understood that their survival was becoming increasingly precarious. The turmoil in the southern provinces had wrought significant consequences. The insufficiency of food imports had caused the prices in the city of Revival to soar. Relying on odd jobs, it became progressively challenging to satiate the hunger of both herself and her brother. Recently, an even graver piece of news emerged. The largest grain merchant in Revival had mysteriously vanished. Consequently, the food prices in the city became even more volatile. At this juncture, a traveling merchant opened a free porridge shop in the slums outside Revival. Anyone could receive a bowl of hot porridge, provided they listened, in full, to the proclamation made by Governor Guhang on the first day he arrived in this wasteland. After engaging in a scuffle, she managed to secure a spot for herself and her brother. One statement resonated clearly in her mind. The governor promised that every subject under his rule would be afforded a good life. The next day, the porridge shop remained open, and she returned. However, this time she was informed that those who had already eaten were not permitted another serving unless they were willing to join the merchant caravan and become subjects to the governor. Without much hesitation, she pressed her hand onto the paper. After waiting a few days, she and her brother set off with the caravan. While the decision to follow the caravan to the governor's camp was driven by necessity, there lingered within her a glimmer of hope for change and a brighter future. She had envisioned a flourishing city, only to be met with vast expanses of dust. There were numerous rudimentary concrete structures already erected, yet many more were still under construction. Nevertheless, observing the bustling activity within the camp suggested that employment opportunities might abound. But could her fragile frame withstand the rigors of construction work? With her mind in turmoil and uncertainty clouding her thoughts about the future, Osaina took her brother's hand and followed the arrangement of the group to the registration area. When it was her turn, the registrar inquired about basic information: name, age, skills, and desired occupation. Suddenly, the registrar exclaimed, "You can read?" "Ah, yes," she replied. "Excellent. Please proceed to that table and fill out another form." "Congratulations, you will receive favorable treatment," the registrar exclaimed with delight. Osaina, bewildered, approached the table, where few others remained. After completing a form, she was assigned 2 tasks. During the day, she would serve as an office clerk for the soon-to-be-established textile factory, organizing and executing production plans, tallying production results, and managing the production processes. The second task involved teaching a literacy class at a night school. The nature of these responsibilities reassured her considerably. This was truly her area of expertise. During her time at the estate, she had assisted her father with various management duties, although it had been in agricultural production management. Transitioning to the role of an office clerk in a textile factory felt far more suited to her abilities than engaging in physical labor, particularly after hearing about the remuneration. She felt even more enticed. According to the calculation of work points, the daily allocation of resources she could earn would more than suffice to sustain both herself and her brother, allowing her to save quite a bit as well. While everything paled in comparison to her past life as a little princess, it represented the sole glimmer of hope she had encountered amidst the turmoil of the past few months. Chapter 35. Henry. Henry Denison discovered that with each visit to the governor's camp, he encountered a new marvel. This time, after concluding a business transaction, he returned to meet the governor, accompanying Gu Hang to inspect the newly established synthetic starch production line. He observed workers utilizing the remains of bizarre, decomposed monsters alongside discarded wooden scraps and foliage from the adjacent forest, blending them together and feeding them into the machine. After undergoing processes of crushing, decomposition, and reconstitution, the machine produced rectangular blocks of starch at the other end. Each block weighed precisely 50 grams. A few blocks were sufficient to stave off hunger for an adult. Despite the peculiar nature of the raw materials, Henry recognized the immense value of this technology. Toxic monster corpses, wooden refuse, nutritionally deficient weeds, old clothing, and rags. These once worthless items could be transformed into precious sustenance through this machine. What did it matter how repulsive the raw materials were? When faced with starvation, such concerns seemed trivial. This was bona fide food, rich in carbohydrates and high in calories. Was it not superior to foraging for wild vegetables, grasses, and insects, then boiling them into a thin, soupy gruel? Henry pinched his nose and dared to sample a piece. The taste was utterly bland, reminiscent of consuming plaster powder, with perhaps a hint of sweetness from the starch being minimally broken down by saliva, accompanied by a slight saltiness. Yet, as he pondered, such issues were inconsequential in a wasteland, in dire environments where starvation loomed. Even the Imperial Star Fleet and Navy resorted to substantial food rations derived from corpse starch when supplies were sparse. Who among them was truly noble? This was a terrifying technology. Henry was transfixed, exclaiming, "Incredible, but he was interrupted by Gu Hang raising a hand. "Let us not discuss that. I brought you here to see." Henry felt a flush of embarrassment wash over his face. However, he quickly realized that he would not gain insight into this aspect of the business, particularly the production line in technology, from the governor. In a sense, this technology possessed the potential to transform the entire world, carrying significant implications. He could only lament this reality while resolutely determining to cling to the governor's coattails. After touring the recently established synthetic starch production line, Gu Hang escorted Henry to his office. Having just completed a business deal, Henry had several matters to report to Gu Hang. Sitting before the governor, he felt somewhat apprehensive. This time, "I did not fail in my mission. Alloy plastic steel has caused quite a stir among material merchants in Revival City. Previously, this material was only available in limited quantities from Blackbird Heavy Industries, which they controlled tightly. Now, with an additional channel, the merchants are exceedingly pleased, and our goods are selling remarkably well. However, recent unrest in Revival City has affected our prices. The Alliance Council has embarked on a frenzied citywide purge of heretical cults, causing widespread panic among the populace. It is rumored that a council member responsible for food supplies has been implicated in collusion with these cults, and it is said that the governor has even lost his temper. The situation has escalated dramatically, throwing the entire city of Revival into disarray. Moreover, that council member has met his downfall, resulting in chaos within the grain trade he controlled, which has in turn destabilized the entire market. If not for this turmoil, our alloy plastic steel could have fetched a better price. However, the current situation is not dire. Revival City remains the largest market in the vicinity, boasting robust consumption capacity for various raw materials. More importantly, it serves as a vital trade hub connecting multiple factions and regions. I have established long-term agreements with numerous agents, capable of absorbing substantial quantities, ensuring a steady outlet for our products. Additionally, our bulletproof vests have gained immense popularity in Junktown, astonishingly capable of withstanding bullets from green-skinned orcs. Our merchandise has become a sensation there. Recently, the activities of those green-skinned beasts have expanded, leading to increasingly frequent clashes with scavengers and adventurers, making arms and protective gear the most sought-after commodities. This presents an opportunity, my esteemed governor. I do not seek exclusive rights to all products, but if you would grant me the exclusive rights to sell the armored vests, it would greatly bolster my bid for the Junktown agency. This would enable me to serve you better. Denison Henry, after reporting a plethora of information in hopes of garnering favor, could not restrain himself from mentioning his long-cherished desire for exclusive authorization. In his view, Governor, you asked me to demonstrate my loyalty, and I believe I have done so admirably. The supplies and equipment you requested, I have gone to great lengths to procure them for you. The population you wish to attract, I have personally funded their arrival. Is this not sufficient proof of my loyalty? You are unwilling to grant me the full authorization for the alloy plastic steel production line. Is it too much to ask for exclusive rights to the bulletproof vests? Henry, oh Henry. Gu Hang mused over his name, pondering whether to deem him clever or foolish. I do not understand. You are undeniably intelligent, expressing your accomplishments and contributions, while simultaneously demonstrating your loyalty and intent to do even more in the future, hoping to secure exclusive rights from me. You fear that by opening up the market for materials and protective gear, other merchants might flock to me, encroaching upon your exclusive business. While this might be perceived as a compliment to your intellect, Denison Henry could only feel awkward. Gu Hang's insights were indeed reflective of his own thoughts, as they were not particularly difficult to deduce. However, who speaks so plainly? Where is my dignity in this matter? He remained silent, yet Gu Hang continued. But you are also woefully naive, unable to grasp the essence of the situation. The production capacity for alloy plastic steel is limited, and scaling up will require time. In the present and foreseeable future, you can absorb all the goods available, so what do you truly have to fear? Are you concerned that you may not be willing to devote yourself wholeheartedly to my endeavors, leading me to seek a more suitable collaborator? Do you fear that your ability to manipulate the prices of goods may be restricted by me, potentially hindering your future profits? Are you apprehensive that you cannot ensure my unwavering reliance on you, thereby jeopardizing your position as the true master behind the governor in the future? Oh, Henry, tell me, are these indeed your worries? Chapter 36. The Reckoning. Denison Henry suddenly found himself kneeling before Gu Hang, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. The three questions posed by the governor felt like layers of skin being peeled away, stripping him of his psychological defenses, though he did not consciously entertain such thoughts. Deep down, as a businessman, he could not deny that he instinctively considered the implications. He was a merchant, intent on profit, while the governor, not being a merchant himself, imposed numerous demands that inevitably affected his ability to earn. He certainly did not wish to invite competition from other merchants, even if he might one day be unable to consume the entirety of his production capacity. As for deeper considerations, he had not thought them through. But if he were to become the exclusive authorized dealer, securing the agency for Garbage Town, wielding power and influence, and subsequently expanding his business through exclusive rights, the governor would increasingly rely on him for future expansions and developments. He would become a crucial ally of the governor, with his every word and action significantly impacting the governor's strategies, thus elevating his own influence. These thoughts, once unthinkable, now felt shattered under the weight of the governor's inquiries. He bowed his head heavily, exclaiming, "Governor, I absolutely dare not." Maintaining his position of submission, he could not see Gu Hang's expression, only hearing the governor's indifferent tone, which eventually broke the silence. "Is that so? You are clever enough to ponder deeper matters, yet you fail to grasp this simple truth? I dare not entertain such thoughts." Henry had abandoned any pretense. Today, he was genuinely enlightened. "You are right, Governor. I am indeed a foolish man, blinded to the essence of matters. I should have realized that as long as I diligently serve you, I need not concern myself with those ethereal uncertainties. Thanks to your guidance, I now fully understand. Please grant me another opportunity." He lifted his head, earnestly gazing at the governor before bowing deeply once more. Observing Denison Henry's submission, Gu Hang finally allowed a faint smile to surface, his tone softening. "If you can be a bit more astute and think more deeply, then that is commendable. Rise now. No need to kneel any longer. I shall take you to inspect a new batch of goods. Did you not say that weapons and equipment are the finest commodities in Garbage Town? I believe the standard arms extensively outfitted by the Imperial Star Realm Army would hold great allure for those adventurers." Denison Henry abruptly lifted his head, his eyes brimming with excitement. Just after receiving a sharp rebuke, he now found himself presented with an irresistible opportunity. The standard equipment of the Imperial Star Realm Army. If he could procure a shipment for Garbage Town, it would undoubtedly sell like hotcakes. Initially, Gu Hang had not intended to chastise Denison Henry. Objectively speaking, the fellow had performed adequately in his recent endeavors. Gu Hang has acquired everything he desired. All necessary personnel, numbering in the thousands, have significantly supplemented his upcoming capacity expansion. However, that individual persistently sought exclusive authorization, much to the annoyance of the governor. Consequently, Gu Hang decided to adopt a more assertive stance. Simultaneously, he clarified a crucial matter. What exactly is the positioning of Denison Henry? It appears that he has identified himself as a collaborator, as a businessman. It is only natural for him to seek profit and personal gain from any partnership. However, Gu Hang's perspective differs. What he truly wishes to convey is this: I have not deceived you or misled you. I have presented you with an opportunity for meteoric rise. Will you continue as a mere businessman? Or will you become my subordinate, an esteemed official in the future planetary government? A common merchant, even one who has earned some money through the governor's influence, cannot compare in status to a genuine high-ranking official. Of course, this is a venture fraught with risk. Whether the governor will ultimately seize power and achieve genuine development remains a decision that Henry must make, one that may even require significant investment. Nevertheless, Gu Hang is brimming with confidence and graciously extends this opportunity to Henry. At least for now, Henry seems inclined to seize the chance, which is promising. How he articulates his intentions is of little consequence. After this declaration, Gu Hang will closely observe his future conduct. As for the provision of standard military equipment from the Star Realm Army for Denison Henry to sell, this was already part of Gu Hang's plans. Offering him a small token of goodwill serves a dual purpose. The production line for the G9 rifle family is not yet established, but it will be soon. In fact, small-scale production is currently underway using a black box manufacturing machine. Subsequently, a complete production line will be output from the master machine, thereby augmenting the heavy industry of the waste whole society with an additional arms production capacity. With sufficient raw material availability for alloy plastic steel, the production of the G9 rifle family will rapidly increase, and before long, it will fully equip the 2 infantry battalions under Gu Hang and Appos' command. The gradually phased-out G7 rifle family must find a destination. Selling them to Rubbish Town would be advantageous, as Gu Hang and Appos' territory is rapidly developing and has a significant demand for raw materials. Naturally, he does not intend to sell them all. A small portion will be paired with the assorted local makeshift weapons confiscated from mercenaries during the battle at Man Beach Valley Manor for bundled sales, which should yield a reasonably favorable price. The remainder he plans to utilize temporarily during military expansion. He still intends to expand his forces. Currently, after a brief registration and reorganization of the newly recruited refugees, some will be assigned to the Waste Whole Society. Some will contribute to the alloy plastic steel industry, while others will participate in the construction of the thermal ash stone power plant. Although Gu Hang currently possesses a sufficient supply of energy crystal blocks, employing such precious high-energy batteries for industrial production is excessively extravagant. It is far more prudent to conserve these energy crystal blocks by leveraging the capabilities of a cost-effective power plant. Apart from sending individuals to the Wasteland Society to supplement the workforce in heavy industry, the remaining population will be mobilized at the Governor and Appos' camp to establish a textile factory. Human resources remain scarce, yet Gu Hang is determined to expand his military forces. In this desolate world, he is engulfed by insecurity. To put it plainly, all his current endeavors are akin to dancing on a tightrope. The quintet in the sky is undeniably formidable, yet it is not his to command. He is the governor, a ruler, but his direct military strength is still woefully inadequate. If a powerful faction, such as Garbage Town or Revival City, were to feel cornered and launch a relentless assault, Gu Hang would find himself with no recourse but to rely on the quintet for vengeance against the forces that threaten him, or simply await his demise. Setting aside these unlikely scenarios that have yet to materialize, there is an imminent threat that directly challenges his sense of security, the menace of mutant abominations. Chapter 37. The Hatchery. Without delving into the anxieties stemming from the inadequacies of his direct lineage and the paranoia of persecution, there was an imminent matter that compelled Gu Hang to expedite the expansion of his military might. Previously, there had been an incident within the governor's encampment involving an attack by a pus monster. Subsequently, Yin Fangxiu, accompanied by a contingent, investigated the origins of the monster assaults and discovered they emerged from the western woods. During training exercises, Yin Fangshu utilized the area both as a testing ground and as a means to exterminate these creatures. The results were startling. In that forest, they encountered numerous monsters beyond just the pus variety. Furthermore, they unearthed several incubation nests of these creatures. Gu Hang himself ventured to inspect one of these nests. In the densely infested woodland, the bark of the trees was corroded, riddled with holes from the secretions of the aberrant monsters, exuding a potent stench of decay. The incubation nest he observed was concealed within a dark and damp region of the forest, its entrance shrouded by thick vines and thorns. After incinerating the vines and thorns, they entered the nest. Surrounded by parasitic trees, the nest was enveloped in darkness and humidity, with a pungent odor pervading the air. In the corners of the nest, numerous eggs of the aberrant creatures clung to the damp ground, their semi-transparent shells housing writhing embryos of mutated monsters. A thick layer of viscous slime coated the eggs, occasionally dripping to form pools of foul, green pus. Fissures in the egg shells emitted eerie glimmers, casting strange shadows upon the walls of the nest. In response, Gu Hang ordered the destruction of this nest, employing fire and explosives. However, this was merely one small incubation site, and the extent of others lurking within the forest remained unknown. According to their subsequent assessments, if left unchecked, a wave of mutated monsters would soon surge towards Gu Hang's encampment, including the Waste Hole Society, within a few months. The cost of quelling such a tide was uncertain. Fortunately, they had discovered the situation relatively early. Time was still on their side. Gu Hang recognized the necessity to bolster his forces to safeguard the encampment. His vision entailed that, once the troops were reorganized, aside from essential garrison units, the remaining teams would rotate into the forest to cleanse those monster nests. The primary objective was to quell the threat at its inception. Moreover, there were immediate rewards to be reaped, which Gu Hang valued greatly. This reward manifested as blessing points. Upon Yin Fangshu's successful destruction of the first aberrant incubation nest, Gu Hang received a combat resolution interface, indicating no losses and the acquisition of 2 blessing points. He further learned of the considerable number of incubation nests within the forest, and his eyes gleamed with opportunity. While undeniably a threat, Gu Hang perceived it equally as a vast treasury. After considerable effort spent developing the territory, attracting population, and managing light industry, heavy industry, and construction all at once, he finally succeeded in increasing his monthly fixed income from 12 to 25, an impressive doubling. Just as he was eager to build upon this achievement and enhance the figures further, anticipating the rewards at the end of January, he unexpectedly unearthed a significant gold mine. Destroying a single incubation nest yielded 2 points of grace. By incinerating 10, he could match an entire month's harvest. Yet, despite this windfall, agricultural endeavors remained essential. These 2 pursuits were not mutually exclusive. However, it was precisely because of this newfound bounty that he began to regard it with greater importance. The 1st Mechanized Infantry Battalion remained largely untouched. Stationed strategically at the River Valley Manor, the governor's encampment, and the abandoned Cavern Society. The 2nd Infantry Battalion, on the other hand, was primarily deployed into the Monster Forest, a name newly coined by Gu Hang. Captain Yin Fangshu was entrusted with command of the troops, tasked with cleansing the forest. In recent days, they had already incinerated 7 nests. Captain Yan's cautious approach prioritized safety over speed, as he preferred a more measured pace to minimize losses. After all, how could they justify the governor and Apos' trust without achieving significant results? Gu Hang felt immense satisfaction with the fervent combat enthusiasm displayed by Pabov. Consequently, he chose to endorse Yin Fangshu and Apos' tactical approach. The situation had not escalated to the point where lives needed to be sacrificed unnecessarily, and therefore, Gu Hang saw no reason to order his soldiers to face needless peril. The extermination of the monsters within the forest could proceed gradually. Eliminating threats and destroying incubation nests could be accomplished at a steady pace. There were still several months remaining. And even with Yin Fangshu's cautious strategy, the issue should be resolvable. Of course, as a leader, Gu Hang needed to exercise additional prudence. The destruction of those 7 monster nests had collectively granted him 11 points of grace. He intended to recruit another infantry battalion from among the refugees and slave laborers. Utilizing the black box manufacturing machine, he would soon be able to produce sufficient weapons and ammunition to equip them. By expending points of grace, he could rapidly train these newly recruited soldiers into competent warriors. Gu Hang's capacity for rapidly expanding his forces was unparalleled. The governor's will was swiftly executed. Recruitment centers were established in both the abandoned cavern society and the governor's encampment, attracting eager volunteers. Naturally, their motivations varied. The less enthusiastic among them were the recently assigned refugees, who possessed no particular aspirations but were drawn solely by the appealing terms offered by the governor for military service. Ample provisions, 2 sets of uniforms, and weaponry, these incentives were more than sufficient to entice those who possessed nothing. Moreover, Gu Heng promised to distribute work points, allowing them to purchase desired goods at the supply station. After 2 days of informative sessions, they clearly understood the value of work points. Following Gu Heng's directives, the 3rd Infantry Battalion was formed by selecting 150 soldiers from the refugees, 100 from the starship laborers, and 50 from the abandoned cavern society. The composition of personnel is rather intricate. However, Gu Heng aspires for the military, this grand crucible, to amalgamate soldiers from diverse backgrounds as much as possible. An even more effective forge is the systematic soldier badge system. Within a brief training period, Gu Heng will cultivate a competent infantry battalion. After 3 to 4 days of training and approximately 6 days for equipment production, this infantry battalion will take shape. While preparing the troops, Gu Heng, who intends to initiate an operation in the alien forest, has not forgotten another matter. What is the status of the investigation into the cult situation in Revitalization City? Chapter 38. Assault warning. The turmoil instigated by Congressman Wohan regarding the cult has reverberated throughout the city of Revival. From the mouths of the displaced and from Denison Henry, Gu Heng has gathered that the authorities of Revival City are in utter disarray. He finds satisfaction in this chaos. By allowing this incident to unfold, he aims to stir the political landscape of Revival City, paving the way for future intervention. Thus, despite being aware of the Alliance Council's current predicament, Gu Heng has no intention of relenting. Instead, he seeks to stoke the flames further. He reached out to Hodgson. The weariness in Hodgson's voice was palpable. Your Excellency, we have undertaken a series of actions and have achieved preliminary results. I had planned to report back to you once we had more information. However, since you require an answer now, I can update you on our current findings. I listened intently as Hodgson began his report. Gu Heng patiently absorbed the information until Hodgson concluded. A hint of surprise flickered across Hodgson's face. He had prepared for interruptions during his narration, yet the governor remained silent. Nonetheless, he did not feel relieved. This silence could signify a far greater wrath simmering within the governor. Amidst his growing apprehension, Gu Heng's voice emerged slowly. Oh, is that all? Quite remarkable indeed. You have apprehended a few suspects linked to the cult and seized some materials. But what follows? Nothing at all. There is no clarity on the extent of the cult and Oppo's infiltration in Revival City, nor do we possess any insight into their nefarious plans. The materials you retrieved are so rudimentary that even I, a mere newcomer to Fury Star, can comprehend them. The captured minions have divulged no valuable information. I cannot even ascertain if they are mere scapegoats orchestrated by certain individuals. Do you not believe that the Alliance government should exert greater effort for the safety of Revival City? As anticipated, the inevitable confrontation came to pass. In response to the governor's probing inquiry, Hodgson spoke slowly. You are correct. The Alliance government indeed needs to exert greater effort. Our forthcoming investigation will intensify. However, in terms of results, we do possess one unverified piece of intelligence. Oh, we have reason to believe that you may be targeted by the cultists. They seem to have discerned that Wohan was dealt with by you, and they may even be aware that the current crackdown on them in Revival City is under your direct orders. They could potentially launch retaliatory actions against you. Gu Heng's expression turned icy. The mention of unverified intelligence regarding a potential attack on him raised questions. After Hodgson finished speaking, Gu Heng fell silent. This was indeed a stark warning. In an instant, he contemplated numerous thoughts. Finally, he spoke softly. Chairman Hodgson, you have truly surprised me. Hodgson sighed. The tone in Gu Heng's voice confirmed that his previous concerns were indeed justified. This matter cannot be spoken of lightly, as it is easily misconstrued. And he's at a loss for an explanation. I will remain vigilant regarding security issues. As for the cult, I hope that when I next communicate with you, you will have garnered more insights. After severing the communication, Gu Heng's expression darkened. A warning of an impending attack directed at him. The implications behind this incident are profound and multifaceted. Is it true, or is it false? Regardless of its veracity, Gu Heng could no longer press the old council chairman. If one were to speak of achievements, they had indeed secured one. Is not the safety of the governor a matter of great significance? Yet upon receiving this information, Gu Heng found himself ensnared in a dilemma. How should he respond to this security threat? Should he prioritize his own safety, proceeding with utmost caution in all matters? Clearly, such an approach would divert his attention, potentially diminishing his capacity to address future troubles in Revival City, and could even impede the burgeoning development of his own faction. However, to disregard it entirely would be unwise. What if this threat were genuine? But if he were to take action, what could he possibly do? The method of the attack remains entirely unknown. Could it be an assassin concealed among the displaced populace? A bomb? A sudden raid by a small squad? An army? Even if nothing transpires, Gu Heng would find it difficult to confront Hodgson. After all, according to that old coot, this intelligence remains unverified. And he had not suggested that Gu Heng had extracted it under duress during his inquiries. Should everything turn out to be unfounded? It would hardly impact the relationship with the alliance government. Advising the esteemed governor to exercise caution regarding his safety could hardly be deemed erroneous, could it? Hodgson's warning cast a shadow over Gu Heng's thoughts. He could entertain darker interpretations of the situation. Could it be that Hodgson, or the Alliance Council, is cautioning him against manipulating the governor's authority too excessively, reminding him that while he possesses the ability to bring about mutual destruction, they do as well? Contemplating such possibilities further darkened Gu Heng's countenance. Yet today, misfortunes seemed to arrive in rapid succession. After concluding his conversation with Hodgson, he pondered briefly when his attendant, Zhang Chao, rushed in, visibly flustered. "Governor, we have received a distress signal from Captain Yin Fangxiu. They are under siege by a multitude of monsters in the alien forest." After a moment, Zhang Chao's throat constricted, and he struggled to speak again. "Governor?" At this juncture, Gu Heng let out a long sigh. "I understand. Assemble our troops and prepare to rescue Yin Fangxiu." "Yes." Watching Zhang Chao hurriedly depart, Gu Heng sighed once more. This warning has indeed manifested with remarkable timeliness. Chapter 39. The Firekeeper. Thus far, Gu Heng remains uncertain whether Yin Fangxiu's predicament is indeed a manifestation of Hodgson's ominous warning. However, to dismiss this as mere coincidence would be naively simplistic. He has contemplated the possibility of a ruse, a stratagem to lure the main forces away from the camp under the pretext of rescuing Yin Fangxiu, only to then launch an assault on the encampment. Yet, this notion was swiftly dismissed by Gu Heng, for it seemed implausible. If his adversaries were merely those mutated monstrosities, it could be surmised that they lacked the cunning for such a ploy. Conversely, if his foes were indeed a malevolent cult, or, more grievously, certain factions within the alliance government, then the destruction of Gu Heng's camp would hold little value for them. After all, whether he troubled the cultists or caused unrest for the alliance, his principal leverage lay in his authority as governor. As long as he remained alive, the obliteration of his camp would avail them nothing in terms of alleviating their own predicaments. Of course, one cannot entirely rule out the possibility. Should the rescue team dispatched by Gu Heng not be led by him personally, it is conceivable that his enemies might seize the opportunity to strike at the camp in a bid to eliminate him. Conversely, if he were to lead the rescue efforts himself, he would have to brace for an ambush. Regardless of the circumstances, the situation was fraught with complexity. However, Gu Heng was not one to be mired in indecision. When faced with a challenge, he would confront it head-on. Within the confines of Revitalization City, Hodgson sat in his wheelchair, gazing through the expansive glass windows of his office at the sprawling metropolis. In truth, Revitalization City was not particularly large, nor did it boast an abundance of towering edifices. The internal layout of the city was meticulously organized, a testament to the foundational work laid by the inaugural governor during the establishment of the alliance. Yet, after so many years, while the inner city appeared relatively intact, the outer city, which clung to the city walls, was an entirely different story, chaotic and disordered. With a population nearing 1 million, the denizens of this outer city lived in destitution, barred from entering the inner city, thus forming sprawling slums beyond the walls. Here, there was no planning, no semblance of order. Everything was in disarray. Sewage flowed freely, resources were scarce, and life was fraught with hardship, conditions unbefitting a planetary capital. Many alliance senators and residents of the inner city harbored disdain for these displaced individuals, perceiving them as harbingers of chaos, and the slums as a breeding ground for filth. Yet, the more astute among them recognized the city's dependence on these very people. The inhabitants of the outer city endured the most meager and wretched rations, their bodies scarcely clothed, their shelters hastily constructed. The residents of the inner city offered them no public services or welfare, compelling them to undertake the most arduous tasks for a pittance. barely enough to sustain their existence. Without these individuals, how could the inner-city dwellers enjoy their comfortable lives? How could those senators amass wealth far exceeding their contributions? Thus, the shrewder citizens would occasionally indulge in the display of their benevolence. They promise to provide additional employment and charity to the destitute, as if they are genuinely rescuing them. Yet, they harbor no intentions of seeking welfare for those who do not qualify as residents. The notion of granting a decent life to nearly 1 million displaced individuals is utterly unfathomable. The inhabitants of the inner city are already discontented with their own insufficiently splendid lives. How could they possibly muster the energy to concern themselves with the plight of those outside? Their only act of compassion seems to be a desire for fewer deaths among the homeless. Those who are more astute may perceive the lurking crisis beyond the city walls. Amid the dilapidated shanties, beneath the demeanor of submission and taciturnity lies a smoldering fury. In truth, the flames of unrest have ignited countless times before. However, the sparks remain feeble. Any flicker of rebellion is either extinguished under the immense inertia of this grotesque regime or scattered by the armed forces confronting them. In any case, these sparks have yet to ignite a conflagration capable of consuming all. Yet, that day will inevitably arrive. What is lacking is a fuse, a figure to wield the torch. Hodgson is acutely aware that he belongs to the class of the more perceptive. He can discern all of this, yet his wisdom is limited to mere observation. He is unable to devise a solution, nor can he unify and rally everyone. He cannot even maintain control over the council. Within the council, there are those who secretly support the cult. He is oblivious to this. Some dare to ambush the supplies meant for the governor, and he is powerless to prevent it. The myriad obstacles encountered while mobilizing military and police forces to investigate the cult, coupled with the unending debates and doubts within the council, leave him utterly drained. He has felt, more than once, that he has grown truly old. Yet, he dares not retreat. The investigation of the cult was initially a command issued by the governor amidst the tumult of revitalization city's political landscape. However, as he delves deeper, he senses something amiss. The fuse he once feared, the figure to ignite the fire, seems to have emerged. Grandfather, Lambert Hodgson pushed open the door to the office. We still have not traced the whereabouts of those supplies. Counselor Marion denies that they passed through her hands, and 2 agents assigned to this line have gone missing. In the outer city, we discovered numerous statues of the angry owl, allegedly sourced from a relief center. A team of officers attempted to search there, but it incited a small-scale riot among the displaced, and they returned empty-handed. After mobilizing more personnel, they found the place already burned to the ground. Old Hodgson sighed heavily. This time, we are in serious trouble. Lambert acknowledged his grandfather's judgment, and it was precisely this realization that left him feeling somewhat at a loss. He inquired, I initially thought the governor was merely trying to trouble us, but as we investigated further, it has truly left me in a cold sweat. Those cultists intend to orchestrate something significant in Revitalization City, yet we currently lack any concrete intelligence. What shall we do next? The governor is likely to be attacked. Should we not offer support? Who should we send? I cannot even ascertain whether those we dispatch might be the very individuals poised to assault His Excellency the Governor. The governor may think the same. He will not easily place his trust in us. We must unequivocally express our stance. At this moment, Lambert stands resolute, declaring his intention to proceed with a team of utterly trustworthy individuals. Do you comprehend the implications of this? I do. It signifies that we shall endure the governor's skepticism while simultaneously being perceived by those legislators as wholly aligned with him, caught in a precarious position. Although he speaks of dire consequences, Lambert's tone grows increasingly steadfast as he continues. However, I have come to understand your previous assertion that only the governor can save this world. We cannot ascertain whether this particular governor is indeed the one we seek. Yet it appears that he differs somewhat from his predecessors. He has chosen a path that previous governors dared not tread, and he possesses the support of a starship that his forerunners lacked. I am inclined to give it a try, if he does not embody our expectations. I shall strive to assist him in becoming that kind of governor. We can no longer afford to wait for more governors. The entire planet yearns for rejuvenation, and the sooner the better. I am willing to contribute to this cause rather than remain in silent anticipation. To be a catalyst for change is far more meaningful than to sit idly by, anxiously awaiting the tides of time to shift. The youth articulate their lofty aspirations before their elders, who gaze at them in quiet contemplation. After a considerable pause, Hodgson exhales deeply. I am quite old. Having survived to my age in this wasteland, I feel I have lived enough and can no longer make bolder decisions. You have always surpassed your father. If this is your desire, then pursue it. Chapter 40. The storm approaches as the youth bid farewell to his elders, within the city of revival. The high priest of the primordial rage Al sect, Suko, was diligently performing his daily rituals. The hall was illuminated brightly, dominated by a statue of a deity that resembled both a bear and an eagle, standing majestically in the center. The idol of the rage owl, carved from marble-like stone, bore an expression of furious wrath. Anyone standing before it would feel an impending tempest. Those of weak mind would be mentally shattered by the gale. Yet, the high priest Suko stood resolutely before the statue, embracing the baptism of the storm while attuning himself to the deity's fury. At that moment, a priest clad in a grayish-white hood appeared silently behind the high priest. From a distance, he felt no wind. Yet he understood the dire consequences of standing before the statue of the storm. The high priest had remained there for an extended period. The priest's gaze was filled with reverence and trepidation as he softly reported, "High priest, our endeavors in the city of revival have encountered some impediments. The absent governor has exerted considerable pressure on the alliance government, resulting in a heightened scrutiny of our activities. Many resources can no longer be openly funneled through official channels, and our missionary efforts among the displaced in the outer city have been forced underground." The high priest turned, his eyes profound, as if peering into the very soul of the priest. Though his lips remained still, his voice, like a gentle breeze, resonated in the priest's ear. "The power of the storm is boundless. We shall overcome all obstacles to fulfill our sacred mission. Minor hindrances will ultimately be obliterated by the tempest, regardless of which governor stands in our way." The priest nodded in acquiescence. "You speak the truth. The harbinger of the howling winds has previously sent word. The enemy has taken the bait, and good news shall soon follow. Once that governor meets his demise, chaos will reign in the city of revival. They cannot bear the cost of his untimely death. They will fear the starships above, and in that tumult, no one will concern themselves with our actions." With a sigh, the high priest reflected, "Time passes swiftly, yet humanity remains mired in ignorance. Only the storm can lead them from the shadows. Our mission is to spread the divine glory to every corner of the world." He resumed his silent prayer, lamenting, "May the storm guide our path, allowing us to be beacons of light in this darkness. Go forth, my child. The Lord's blessings be upon you." The priest respectfully bowed and quietly departed, leaving the high priest alone before the statue of the rage owl. Yen Fangxiu had begun to sense that something was amiss. He led the newly formed 3rd Infantry Battalion, freshly equipped, in a cleansing operation of the alien forest. For hours prior, his unit had been purging a monster nest. They had vanquished dozens of creatures in the vicinity of the lair, and the subsequent tasks were akin to those undertaken in previous encounters. Although this hatchery was larger than any they had previously faced, it was still not beyond imagination. After destroying the nest, they prepared to depart for their next location. Then, the surrounding forest echoed with a cacophony of gunfire. Yen Fangxiu's command style has always been characterized by a steadfast demeanor. Even after having destroyed numerous incubation nests, he did not relax his vigilance upon encountering this one. The outer perimeter was meticulously arranged, and temporary defensive positions were established during the destruction of the incubation nest, ensuring a formidable and flawless display of combat readiness. He was acutely aware that old rascal Pabov had been muttering behind his back about his slow efficiency, seeking to have the 2nd Battalion undertake this task, while relegating the freshly formed 3rd Battalion to a defensive role. However, it was evident that the governor placed greater trust in him, a bona fide imperial lieutenant, rather than in the hastily trained Pabov. He did not betray the governor's trust. Since the operation commenced, his troops had suffered minimal casualties. Particularly today, his prudence bore fruit. The perimeter soldiers detected an enormous swarm of monsters approaching. They opened fire first, delaying the advance of these creatures and buying time for Yen Fangxiu. In the brief span of 10 minutes gained by the perimeter guards, a combination of Yen Fangxiu's adept command, thorough preparation, and strict discipline among the troops led to their success. Additionally, the military skills of the entire 3rd Battalion were exceptionally robust. Although they had yet to engage in a fierce battle, the soldiers were visibly tense. Yet their morale remained commendable, and they executed their orders with meticulous precision, achieving the standard expected of the Imperial Starbound Army. Each time Yen Fangxiu beheld this scene, he couldn't help but marvel. Such troops were not plentiful aboard the Quintet-class starship. Most of the slave laborers or mechanical soldiers did not reach this caliber. Only a select few ground combat regiments possessed such capability. The assault troops he commanded were indeed more elite. Yet only about 1,000 soldiers aboard the entire starship matched this level of proficiency. The soldiers efficiently constructed the defensive positions, alleviating much of the tension that had momentarily gripped Yin Fangxiu upon the sudden attack. Once the enemies appeared before them, the soldiers unleashed a fierce barrage. Under the crossfire, the monstrous foes fell in droves. They swiftly repelled the onslaught of the monstrous horde. The repugnant, variably shaped pustulent creatures lay dead in heaps, their dark green pus spilling across the ground, emitting an unbearable stench. Disgusting as they were, they posed little threat. Relying solely on biting and the splattering caustic pus at close range, these enemies had no chance against the hail of fire. Yet, before they could relax for even a moment, the second wave of the enemy's assault arrived, the pustule spitters. These creatures bore a resemblance to ordinary pustules, but were equipped with a spouting apparatus located either on their chests or atop their heads. Upon reaching a distance of approximately 50 meters, they would halt momentarily, gathering their strength before unleashing a torrent of yellow-green pus from their spouts. These monsters, capable of ejecting highly corrosive pus, posed a significant threat to the defensive positions. Chapter 41. Surrounding and Rescuing? The emergence of the pus sprayer posed a considerable challenge even for Yin Fangxiu. The viscous fluid expelled by these creatures, upon landing on the ground, would form a grotesque pool of pus, corroding the earth with a disturbing hiss. This area became uninhabitable if misfortune struck and one was hit. The splattering pus could harmlessly touch the soldier's armor, yet upon contact with skin, it would swiftly penetrate clothing, resulting in extensive corrosive burns that incapacitated the soldier. The most unfortunate fate awaited those doused entirely in the repugnant substance, who would perish amidst their agonized cries. What manner of biochemical artillery was this? Should these monstrosities unleash their full barrage, complete annihilation could ensue. Fortunately, the number of pus sprayers was not particularly high, and their effective range was limited to merely 50 meters, far less than true artillery. Within this range, even amidst a multitude of other pus creatures providing cover, they could still be easily targeted. Upon recognizing the threat posed by the pus sprayers, the soldiers prioritized their firepower against these fiends. The 3rd Battalion, newly formed, was the first to adopt the G9 rifle series produced by their camp. With remarkable power and stability, these firearms became the soldiers' most reliable companions. Particularly, the machine gun variant of the G9 boasted greater firepower, a higher rate of fire, and a larger ammunition capacity, sustaining relentless fire. In the face of these monsters, it was akin to a scythe cutting through grass. Bullets cascaded forth like a deluge, mowing down the creatures that stood before the pus sprayers. Their bodies shattered into grotesque remnants. Subsequently, the bullets turned upon the pus sprayers, reducing them to mere ruins. At a certain cost, they once again repelled the monster's advance. The surrounding woodland fell eerily silent. After 2 waves of assault, the creatures left behind at least 1,000 corpses. Prior to this, Yin Fangxiu had never encountered such a congregation of monsters within this dense forest. The very occurrence was peculiar, and what transpired next thickened the air with a palpable sense of conspiracy. It seemed the creatures recognized the futility of maintaining their prior ferocity. Realizing they were merely sacrificing themselves, they ceased their large-scale attacks, yet did not retreat entirely. The soldiers, including Yin Fangxiu, could discern the ominous shadows lurking deep within the thicket. The monsters had not departed but lay concealed behind the trees, their malevolence palpable even from a distance. The soldiers attempted to fire into the depths of the forest, but with little success. This area had originally served as a breeding ground for the creatures. To eradicate the nest, they had felled and burned numerous trees harboring parasitic eggs, creating a small clearing. During the assault, the vicinity within 100 meters of the soldiers' defensive positions lacked cover. However, beyond that 100-meter threshold, the bullet's efficacy diminished significantly. These soldiers, having undergone a brief training period, had indeed transformed into competent warriors. Yet, even competent warriors are not invariably sharpshooters. In the dimly lit depths of the dense forest, where visibility is obscured by foliage and trees, hitting an enemy concealed within a 100-meter radius proves to be an arduous task. However, Yin Fangxiu, with his exceptional military prowess and the formidable capabilities of his electromagnetic rifle, can ensure a perfect accuracy, striking down any foe in sight. Yet, after eliminating 2 suspected pustulous creatures with just a couple of shots, he refrains from firing further. Not only does he cease his own assault, but he also instructs his soldiers to halt their gunfire. He has come to a stark realization: the enemy is overwhelmingly numerous. Even if they were to expend all their ammunition, it is uncertain whether they could eradicate these monsters entirely. The supply of bullets is finite. Initially, They had anticipated merely entering the forest to execute a mission to destroy a hatchery, not to engage in a full-scale battle. Thus, they had not brought an ample stock of ammunition. Even in a true combat scenario, resupply would be contingent upon logistics. In the chaos of the field, how much ammunition could one realistically carry? Despite his caution, Yin Fangxiu had ensured that a sturdy bullock cart accompanied them, laden with provisions and ammunition. Yet, those supplies are still not inexhaustible. To hold their position would inevitably lead to depletion of resources. Attempting to break through, they found themselves thwarted. Once ensconced in the thicket, their firepower diminished significantly, while the threats they faced multiplied. The bioartillery became increasingly difficult to eliminate, posing greater risks to the soldiers, and even the ordinary pustulous creatures turned menacing. After all, it was impossible to predict from which tree a creature might spring forth. An even graver concern loomed. The true number of monsters lurking in the forest remained unknown. Should they force a breakout, the casualties could be catastrophic. If they chose to remain steadfast, the governor would lead the 2nd Infantry Battalion and Marine Assault Team to their rescue. The governor would not abandon them. However, as time stretched on, an unsettling feeling burgeoned within Yin Fangxiu. He sensed a semblance of intelligence in the creature's behavior. Their earlier assaults had been somewhat mindless, characteristic of their kind, recklessly charging at any other species without regard for their own lives. Yet now, the monsters utilized the forest terrain to confine them. A strategic maneuver that could not be attributed to mere instinct. Either these creatures had developed a form of intelligence, or there was a calculated influence behind their actions. Yin Fangxiu inclined towards the latter. Why had these monsters chosen to surround rather than attack? Were they intent on starving them out? That seemed implausible. Perhaps their objective was to anticipate reinforcements? Could this be a cunning ploy to ensnare the governor? A torrent of thoughts surged through his mind, leaving him momentarily disoriented. The path of their potential rescue would also be fraught with the challenges of the dense forest. If the governor's forces were to encounter a significant onslaught from these monsters during their march, the consequences would be unimaginable. He promptly reactivated the communication device. This time, he successfully established contact with Gu Hang and conveyed his conjectures to the governor. However, upon hearing his report, Gu Hang merely replied, "Do not worry. I have a plan. Take your time." Chapter 42. Fishing. Just hard fishing. Gu Hang indeed harbored his own plans. Having surmised that this matter was fraught with intrigue, he anticipated that the journey to rescue Yin Fangxiu would be anything but tranquil. Thus, he resolved not to fall into the enemy's snare unprepared. Presently, he could ascertain that his adversaries belonged to the original Furial sect. This cabal of fanatics had experienced considerable pressure due to his exertion on the revival city. And having failed to resolve their own dilemmas, they began to target the one who posed the questions, namely, himself, the governor. Additionally, they possessed rudimentary capabilities to manipulate mutated creatures, which was somewhat unexpected. However, he deduced that the forces they could marshal were unlikely to be overwhelmingly powerful. Had they possessed such prowess and wished for his demise, they would not need to resort to such convoluted methods. They could have simply mustered their strength to assault his encampment directly. Their failure to do so clearly indicated their incapacity to execute such a maneuver. They needed to select the battleground within the dense forest to leverage the advantages of the creatures they controlled, thereby increasing their chances of victory. Understanding this premise, Gu Hang refrained from recklessly leading the 2nd Infantry Battalion into the woodland. For armored vehicles forged ahead, accompanied by a multitude of foot soldiers trailing behind. As the entire procession advanced along the fringe of the forest, Gu Hang guided his troops in search of a path that would bring them closer to the besieged Yin Fangxiu, where the trees were less dense. He was unperturbed by a slower pace. After all, Yin Fangxiu had indicated that there was no immediate danger in his vicinity. Thus, Gu Hang was content to proceed leisurely. In truth, rescuing Yin Fangxiu was not Gu Hang's primary objective for this expedition. His actions were not urgent, although he feigned urgency in his quest for rescue. His true intention was merely to lure the enemy out. Before venturing deep into the forest, his forces encountered a minor assault. A horde of festering creatures charged forth, but was swiftly eradicated by the soldiers' concentrated fire. This skirmish seemed more like a probing attack or an indication of insufficient control over the larger monsters. Regrettably, it did not succeed in drawing out the enemy's main force. After some contemplation, Gu Hang waved his hand decisively, leading his troops into the dense thicket to continue the baiting. Once officially immersed in the forest, the pace of Gu Hang's troops slowed considerably. They maintained a tight formation, relying on the 4 walkers for support, unwilling to relax their vigilance. Whenever the trees became too densely clustered, They preferred to momentarily halt, clear a path by burning or cutting down trees, ensuring a clear line of sight. Fishing, with oneself as bait, must not allow the enemy to take a bite. The governor's forces, with their unhurried demeanor, were indeed a source of anxiety for some. Pabov felt a twinge of impatience. Suddenly, upon receiving the governor's orders to assemble the troops, he and his subordinates were invigorated, especially upon learning that their mission was to rescue the 3rd Battalion. Led by Yan Fengxiu and besieged by a multitude of mutated creatures in the forest, he was eager to engage. A seasoned officer of the Imperial Navy, was he not? Is it not still up to me, this humble man, to rescue you? He truly yearned to lead his troops through the entire forest, confronting Yan Fengxiu, and mock him loudly before his very eyes. However, he managed to suppress his fervent desire for battle. At the outset, the governor had outlined the mission objectives, emphasizing that while rescue was important, the primary goal was to draw out potential ambushers. Upon hearing this news, his anger surged. How dare anyone plot against the governor? Such a foe was indeed worthy of eternal enmity. To conspire against the governor was far more detestable in Pavlov's mind than any threat to himself. Currently, the residential area consisted of makeshift housing, but plans were underway to construct a new brick factory, a cement plant, and a designated area for standalone houses. Pavlov had seen the architectural designs, which were exquisite, in the past. While laboring in the underground, he could only dream of residing in such a dwelling. Housing would be allocated based on work points, and given Pavlov and Apos as contributions as a soldier and his wife and Apos as employment at the factory. They would be among the first to move into the newly constructed homes. Life was becoming increasingly better, and Pavlov understood that at this moment. He was fighting not only for the governor, but also to safeguard the life that had finally begun to improve. All of this was brought forth by the governor. Anyone who dared to threaten him or disrupt their pursuit of a better life would be a sworn enemy. Thus, he was able to contain his urge for battle, executing the governor's steady commands without reservation, concealing his anger until the moment of release. When that fury erupted, it would burn fiercely. That opportunity for eruption did not keep Pavlov waiting long. The enemy had arrived. They could hear the distinct, grotesque roars emanating from the surrounding thickets, growing clearer by the moment. The cries were peculiar. These headless, mouthless monsters emitted terrifying sounds through the high-frequency vibrations of their grotesque bodies. Upon hearing the commotion, without needing the governor's directive, Pavlov swiftly relayed orders to the various battalions. They promptly halted their clearing operations and transitioned into defensive positions. After a brief interval, the grotesque figures of the monsters became faintly visible through the foliage. Yet, the soldiers adhered to their combat discipline, refraining from firing immediately. Only the designated sharpshooters, equipped with superior shooting skills and precise rifles, attempted long-range kills. For the moment, gunfire was sparse, but with each shot, a creature from the thicket fell. As time passed, the monsters drew nearer to the forest's edge, encroaching upon the small clearing the soldiers had established. It was at this juncture that the officers at all levels commanded their men to open fire. In an instant, bullets, artillery, and the machine guns of armored vehicles saturated the surrounding area. Beneath the baptism of metal tempest, countless monstrosities fell before they could breach the dense thicket. And even those that managed to escape only advanced closer to their demise, succumbing to the onslaught of bullets. The prepared human soldiers stood resolute, their defenses as impregnable as fortress walls. Chapter 43. Come out quickly. The battle erupted with ferocity in an instant. Mortars began to unleash their fury. While some shells were thwarted by trees, the shards from the explosions still posed a significant threat. Numerous projectiles, unimpeded, crashed into the monstrous horde advancing through the woodland, obliterating entire swathes of enemies with a single strike. Overall, due to the forested terrain, the range and power of the mortars were considerably diminished. Yet one could not overlook their lethal potential. The machine guns proved to be even more fearsome assassins. If the enemy concealed themselves within the dense foliage, they were somewhat shielded. Visibility was poor, making distant shots challenging. However, the moment those creatures dared to emerge, even at the forest's edge where the cover lessened, the effectiveness of the machine guns surged dramatically. Once they fully broke free from the woodland's embrace, the bullets unleashed by the machine guns became akin to a whip of steel, leaving no survivors in their wake. Beyond this, conventional rifles merely required minor adjustments. A multifaceted and layered firepower network effectively ensured that the monsters could not pose a genuine threat to the troops led by Gu Hang. Biochemical artillery and agile zombie hounds proved utterly ineffective. What was there to fear from the 50-meter range of the pus sprayers? The sharp-eyed marksmen in the ranks had their sights set on such high-value targets. not to mention the sharpshooters within the T5 level military. The soldiers of the Marine Assault Brigade were indeed elite, armed with electromagnetic rifles of superior performance and greater firepower. They rendered it exceedingly difficult for the pus sprayers to breach the 50-meter threshold and launch their corrosive secretions into the formation of human soldiers. As for the zombie hounds, they were hardly a concern. Although they were relatively small, swift, and agile, the dense firepower network often led to their untimely demise. A mere spray from a heavy machine gun, even without a clear target, could result in several rounds striking the zombie hounds, causing these grotesque, dog-like abominations to burst apart. Should the hounds manage to close in, it was hardly catastrophic. Despite their ferocity, their estimated weight of about 30 kilograms limited the threat they posed. The soldiers were uniformly equipped with alloy bayonets. A swift thrust toward the lunging hound would suffice to pierce through its core, tossing the creature aside. They would stamp on its head, withdraw the bayonet, and fire a couple more rounds, ensuring a complete silence. Yet, the most formidable presence on the battlefield remained the 4 Walker V vehicles. These battle transports, capable of performing in interstellar warfare, were far beyond the capabilities of these monsters. A mere 2 of the few successful biochemical projectiles launched by the pus sprayers struck the Walker V, leaving no discernible impact. The corrosive effects of the pus appeared terrifying against organic matter. The fabric of the soldiers' uniforms offered little defense against the secretion, and upon contact with flesh, it induced excruciating pain. The armor vests worn by the soldiers are capable of repelling corrosion. Moreover, the Walker V boasts an exterior crafted from robust alloy plastic, augmented by an outer layer of ceramic steel, a material far superior to its alloy counterpart. In stark contrast, the weaponry mounted on the Walker, a dual-barreled 40mm cannon, unleashes projectiles that can obliterate with a mere graze. With a terrifying rate of fire and overwhelming power, hiding among the trees offers little sanctuary. Sustained assault would reduce both the trees and the lurking monsters to ruin. In a sense, it resembles a long-range lumberjack, faced with such formidable firepower. The attacking horde suffers far greater losses than those encountered by Yin Fengshu's forces from a distance. In comparison, Gu Hang's team finds themselves at a disadvantage in terrain. They occupy an area freshly cleared during their march, a product of their advance. Positioned as the ambushed rather than the aggressors, they lack the prerogative to choose the battlefield. However, aside from this factor, Gu Hang's contingent possesses comprehensive advantages over Yin Fengshu's. Their firepower is more substantial, and the soldiers are exceptionally skilled. Although both teams are T5 level, Gu Hang is accompanied by over 20 Marine Assault team members. On this battlefield, they can all serve as sharpshooters. Their accuracy within dozens of meters entirely reliable. This translates to a swifter demise for the aberrant creatures. Yet, they do not retreat, seemingly emerging endlessly from the thicket. These mindless monsters, oblivious to fear, are worth little in life, serving merely as fodder. Nonetheless, even as cannon fodder, they hold value. Should the puppeteer behind these creatures expect to trade their demise for the ammunition in Gu Hang's possession, they are sorely mistaken. Forewarned of the nature of their adversary, Gu Hang had prepared well before embarking on this journey. The G9 production line had yet to be established, and while he had brought along the finished black box manufacturing machine, it merely fulfilled the needs of the 3rd Infantry Battalion, with ammunition production not yet prioritized. Fortunately, the stockpile of ammunition transported from the starship remains adequate. At present, Gu Hang has brought forth a substantial portion of the reserves, with multiple bull trucks laden with ammunition positioned at the heart of their defenses. Such an abundant supply ensures that, even amid intensifying conflict, they are well equipped to sustain several encounters. Gu Hang coldly surveyed the battlefield. Situated at the center of his position, a Walker V served as his command vehicle. His field of vision may be narrow, yet it does not hinder his grasp of the overall situation. With his psychic vision activated, he perceives the battlefield with clarity. Satisfied with the state of affairs, Gu Hang directs his attention towards the potential emergence of cultists. The mindless monstrosity has drawn the majority of my soldiers' firepower. Now it is your turn to take action. Step forth without delay. Chapter 44. The Howling Wind Envoy. The monstrous beings had drawn the majority of the governor's soldiers' fire. What were we waiting for? Not far away, amidst the dense forest, 3 figures clad in grayish-white robes stood upon the branches, gazing intently at the distant battlefield. A gentle breeze swirled around them, obscuring their forms and making it difficult to perceive their presence, even through Gu Hang's spiritual vision, which failed to detect the figures concealed within the shadows. These 3 were, in fact, the envoys of the primordial Rathal sect. The foremost among them was exceptionally tall, creating a dissonant image as he stood on the branch. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that he was not merely standing. Rather, he was balanced delicately on the tips of his toes. A pale wind swirled beneath him, elevating his form as if he were floating. Few knew his true name, but his code name within the sect resonated like thunder. He was one of the 12 executing envoys, known as the Howling Wind Envoy. While they did not engage in the sect and Oppos' day-to-day affairs, they possessed formidable combat prowess. Each of the 12 executing envoys was blessed by the primordial Rathal, granting them the ability to wield powerful storm magic. Within the hierarchy of the sect, their exalted status ranked only below that of the 4 high priests. At this moment, however, the Howling Wind Envoy appeared hesitant. The officiant who had spoken earlier continued, "But Envoy, are we truly to forfeit this opportunity?" This question plunged the Howling Wind Envoy into silence. The individual waited a moment before speaking again. "This mission was personally entrusted to us by High Priest Sikau. It pertains to the divine endeavor in the City of Revival." The Howling Wind Envoy remained unresponsive. A third figure interjected, "Do not disturb the envoy's contemplation." The previous speaker's expression stiffened, and he added, "Apologies, I did not mean to question. I am merely anxious. The controller acquired from the School of Life is already in an overloaded state. We can maintain this level of control for no more than 10 minutes. Silence ensued. The third officiant interrupted once more, "You need not elaborate. We are all aware. Let the envoy decide." The individual finally fell silent. Moments later, the towering figure of the Howling Wind Envoy let out a deep sigh. "Let us proceed. Today is the moment we dedicate ourselves to the storm." The other two felt a shiver run down their spines. Had it come to this? Yet there was no time for further reflection. The Howling Wind Envoy leaped from the branch. The wind that had previously supported him in his floating stance suddenly surged, transforming into the shape of a colossal storm eagle, emitting a clarion call as it bore the envoy aloft. The other two officiants swiftly followed suit, summoning their own storm eagles to chase after him. Together, the trio formed a triangular formation, rapidly soaring towards the nearby human soldiers' encampment. Shortly after their departure, the governor's troops had already noted their presence. It was nearly impossible to miss 2 smaller figures and 1 larger, all riding upon 3 storm eagles, made for a conspicuous sight. Immediately, gunfire erupted, directed towards the trio. However, the impact was minimal. Targeting a mobile object traveling at high speed is no simple feat. The training regimen provided by the system had transformed all soldiers into competent fighters within mere days, yet this did not imply that every qualified soldier was an infallible marksman. For most, ensuring accuracy when engaging fast-moving targets at a distance proved exceedingly challenging. Even a barrage from a machine gun, attempting to track and fire, yielded poor results. Naturally, amidst the chaotic hail of bullets, sheer numbers ensured some hits would occur. Nevertheless, the relentless assault from the grotesque creatures below demanded most of their firepower, leaving few resources to redirect towards the enigmatic entities soaring above. With the already limited sharpshooters further hampered by concerns over precision, the likelihood of landing a hit diminished significantly. Only the specially trained marksmen and marines could guarantee a degree of accuracy, yet such skilled soldiers were exceedingly rare. Moreover, even if stray bullets or those from sharpshooters found their mark, their efficacy remained questionable. Even Vohan, who had merely purchased the favor of the storm sorcery, could employ a wind shield to deflect several seconds of concentrated fire from electromagnetic rifles. This was especially true for a divine envoy accompanied by 2 official priests. Beneath the dual wings of the Storm Eagle, the power of the wind enveloped the trio, rendering even the few successful shots ineffective as they were deflected away. The Howling Wind Envoy, along with the 2 priests, maneuvered the Storm Eagle above the governor's forces, beginning their aerial circling. Soon, the winds picked up. A white tempest descended upon the ground below. Wind, in theory, bears no color. It is merely the movement of air. Yet the gale conjured from their hands carried a mist of white. This mist, arriving with the powerful winds, was neither cold nor damp, but bore a sharp, cutting quality. The breeze, caressing their faces with a slight sting, caused many soldiers to stagger under its force. As the intensifying gust summoned a denser fog, this ability was severely compromised within mere minutes. Direct casualties remained minimal for the time being. Many soldiers sustained minor cuts from the wind imbued with extraordinary energy. Yet these injuries were far from lethal. Had the 3 cult priests and the envoy constricted the storm's radius, these small wounds could indeed prove fatal, akin to a slow execution. However, that was not their intent. rather than merely eliminating a few prominent soldiers. The storm sorcery they unleashed aimed primarily to disrupt the human soldiers' ability to continue fighting, allowing the grotesque entities on the periphery to breach their defenses more efficiently. As they circled overhead, the storm sorcery they wielded undeniably affected the soldiers' firepower output. The soldiers were buffeted by the relentless winds, struggling to maintain their footing, while the gusts inflicted sharp pain upon exposed skin, such as their faces. These conditions rendered it nearly impossible for them to fire their weapons effectively. Moreover, the swirling white mist that accompanied the tempest severely compromised visibility. As the soldiers and oppos' firepower diminished significantly, a multitude of monstrous creatures surged forth, drawing ever closer. Chapter 45. The governor takes action. A chill enveloped Pobo's heart. He was acutely aware that if these grotesque creatures were to breach the firepower blockade and surge forth, the consequences would be dire. The previously perceived formidable threat of the pus-spewing monstrosities paled in comparison to the true terror embodied by the ordinary pustule beasts. Their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Once engaged in close combat, despite the soldiers wielding bayonets, they would inevitably find themselves unable to fire. As an ever-increasing tide of seemingly endless monsters flooded in, how could his subordinates hope to prevail against such foes armed only with bayonets? Even if a soldier managed to slay 3 or 5 of the pustule beasts in close quarters, it would be of little consequence, for the enemy would simply drown them in a greater multitude. Indeed, ominous signs were already manifesting. The number of zombie hounds had doubled, and as firepower waned, they surged boldly into the soldiers' ranks. This was the first step toward undermining the entire defensive line. The intruding zombie hounds required immediate attention from the soldiers, and any time spent dealing with them further diminished their firepower. If they were not careful, even more of these hounds could breach their defenses, plunging the situation into a vicious cycle of despair and imminent collapse. Pobo could perceive this troubling trend, yet he felt powerless to intervene. He had already strained his voice to the breaking point, urging his men to hold fast and maintain their fire. However, this was no easy task. His warriors were not cowards, yet pain, fierce winds, and dense fog constituted formidable obstacles that could not simply be overcome by will. The fog, in particular, severely impaired their visibility. Even if they managed to remain steadfast at their posts, all they could do was fire blindly into the surrounding mist. Only at closer ranges could they discern vague silhouettes. The decline in shooting accuracy drastically diminished the effectiveness of their firepower net. At this moment, the most he could accomplish was to ensure that the more critical fire support units maintained their assault. The mortar positions, centrally commanded, could not falter. He ordered the gunners to adjust their shell impacts closer to the front line. Previously, most shells had targeted the forest's edge as an initial wave of destruction and interception. They had refrained from firing too close to avoid friendly fire and to account for the thinning enemy ranks due to casualties along their charge, which would also reduce the mortar's lethality. However, such considerations had become secondary. Additionally, the machine gunners stationed at various points were striving to hold their positions. Their circumstances were slightly more favorable. Their makeshift defenses of wooden planks and sandbags offered some respite from the elements. The gunners gritted their teeth, lying prone, their fingers clutching the triggers without regard for the risk of overheating their weapons as they unleashed torrents of bullets into the obscuring fog. Meanwhile, the firepower from the 4 walkers never ceased. It is precisely due to the artillery, machine guns, and automatic cannons, these 3 pivotal points of firepower, that the entire defensive line retains a semblance of assurance. Were it not for this, the front would have already crumbled. However, Pavlov understood that relying solely on his command, he could achieve no more than this. He glared upward, his gaze piercing through the mist to discern 3 storm eagles, 1 large and 2 small, faintly visible in the sky. He recognized that they were the source of the threat. Yet, against these aerial adversaries, Pavlov felt utterly powerless. He had ordered all the marksmen in his company to fire at the sky, but the results were negligible, even as he drew his sidearm to shoot upward. It felt more like an act of frustration than a solution, achieving nothing of consequence. He had exerted himself to the utmost, but the subsequent events seemed to herald the impending destruction of his efforts. At present, the stability of the position relied on the continued existence of the mortar and machine gun emplacements, a fact that the flying storm apostles could also clearly perceive. As for inflicting harm upon the armored vehicles themselves, that was an altogether different matter. In contrast, the machine gunners and mortar operators were somewhat less formidable. Suddenly, a wind bomb descended from the sky. A bomb the size of a wheel sliced through the mist, plummeting toward a machine gun nest, where it exploded with a resounding detonation. The blast, akin to that of a shell, sent shockwaves that hurled men into the air. The high-pressure winds scattered like shrapnel, tearing through flesh and leaving grievous wounds. The machine gunner and two nearby soldiers, flung by the explosion, lay lifeless upon impact. The loss of this machine gun position had significant repercussions. The area it had covered was immediately overrun by several zombie hounds, followed closely by the grotesque abominations. The pressure intensified dramatically. As two more wind bombs plummeted from above, Pavlov felt a surge of panic. Instinctively, he moved toward the impact points, desperate to shield his men with his own body. Just then, a familiar voice resonated in his mind. Do not rush, lead your team with conviction. The governor. Pavlov recognized the voice, glancing around, yet finding nothing. It dawned on him that the voice emanated directly within his consciousness. The governor wielded a mysterious power known as psychic energy, far from being powerless. If it was indeed the governor, then there would certainly be no cause for concern. Pavlov harbored profound trust in the governor. And indeed, Gu Heng did not disappoint him. The two wind bombs that he had desperately wished to intercept with his own body suddenly dissipated midair. Following that, the three soaring storm eagles also vanished. Three figures plummeted from the sky. In an instant, the tide of the situation had shifted dramatically. All of this was, of course, the result of Gu Heng's intervention. At this moment, he had disembarked from the armored personnel carrier. The psychic energy emanating from within the armor would certainly experience some attenuation. To ensure success, he exited the armored vehicle and ventured outside. Psycho-cutting proved to be an exceptionally useful spell. Gu Heng refrained from directly employing this incantation against the three cultists, for their soul strength was notably robust, clearly discernible within his spiritual vision. Even with full force, he could not guarantee the severing of their heads or the annihilation of their souls. Instead, Gu Heng chose to target the ethereal connection that the cultists maintained with the storm eagles they commanded. Meanwhile, 11 soldiers of the Marine assault team surged forth, each engaging the three fallen adversaries. These elite operatives, while sprinting at high speeds, demonstrated a remarkable accuracy in their marksmanship. As metal spikes found their marks on the free-falling targets with astonishing precision, their proficiency far surpassed that of their peers. The reason these 11 Special Forces operatives could perform at such an elevated level was that they had transcended the T4 warrior tier, attaining T3 status. Chapter 46. The T3 troops prior to embarking on a mission deceptively termed rescue, which was, in truth, a ploy, Gu Heng withdrew the entirety of his savings. Originally, the rewards he had accrued during the battle at the Marsh Valley Manor had been expended in the extraction of technology and the training of the 3rd Battalion. However, in recent days, during an operation led by Yan Fengshu to incinerate the incubation nests within the exotic forest, Gu Heng earned 1 to 2 points of reward for each nest destroyed, commensurate with its size. After obliterating 7 nests, he accumulated a total of 11 reward points, which he allocated to 11 Marines. The elite assault troops descending from the starship presented a stark contrast to ordinary soldiers. Clad in deep brown, form-fitting combat suits and donning masks, they were impeccably equipped, with no skin exposed during combat. The seemingly lightweight suits, reinforced with ceramic steel plates, surpassed even armored vests in utility. These were the elite of the Imperial Navy's Marine Corps, a special forces unit, rated at T4 level in the system's training hierarchy. Elevating their training to T3 level required 1 reward point per soldier, a cost that could otherwise suffice to train 100 ordinary individuals into a full company, equivalent to the standard of the Imperial Regular Army. However, when applied to training T3 soldiers, it was merely sufficient for the advancement of a single individual. To further elevate them to T2 level, an expenditure of 10 reward points per soldier was necessitated, an amount that could have elevated Gu Heng himself 1 tier on the hero panel. Nonetheless, despite this substantial cost, the value was extraordinary. He discreetly gathered the 11 Marines for a unique training session, which he had concocted, claiming it to be a blessing from the Emperor, stemming from his specialized training methodology. While such assertions might be dismissed by the average individual, they carried weight in the eyes of the Marines, who had witnessed firsthand how mere commoners could transform into competent soldiers in a remarkably brief span of time. How could they possibly doubt it? The Marines were positively ecstatic. The 11 of them, with utmost diligence and reverence, executed the prescribed movements under the governor's guidance. In a remarkably short period, they felt a profound transformation within themselves. They became stronger, even to an inhuman degree. Their speed increased, their strength amplified, and their resilience to impacts enhanced. Bullets of lesser caliber might scarcely penetrate their skulls. Their strength had surged to 2 or 3 times its previous level, and boulders that once proved insurmountable now felt almost trivial to lift. Their neural responses have become remarkably swifter. Some birds appear to them as leisurely gliding paper airplanes. Their military prowess has surged tremendously within a brief span, transforming them from merely competent marksmen into sharpshooters. They have also come to master an exceptionally efficient form of close-quarters combat, complemented by their personal daggers, enabling them to eliminate 5 or 6 past versions of themselves in close combat. Profoundly aware of the transformations occurring within them, they feel as though they are ensconced in a dream. Why is this the case? It defies scientific explanation, yet it is indeed reality. They can only attribute this phenomenon to the emperor's blessing and the governor's miraculous influence. They are, in fact, one of the trump cards prepared by Gu Hang for this operation. At this moment, these soldiers, enhanced to T3 level, are fulfilling the role Gu Hang had anticipated. 11 electromagnetic rifles pursue the descending malevolent priest. They require no verbal communication. Every 3 focus on one target. The metal spikes strike with the precision of a lockpick, seldom missing even while they run, with the target still in freefall. Throughout this endeavor, Gu Hang is engaging in subterfuge. His mischief this time involves disrupting and severing the 3 priests' control over the storm shield. Despite the soldiers being upgraded to T3, the enhancement pertains to them, not their weapons. The Eagle electromagnetic rifles in their hands remain unchanged. The metal spikes, upon striking the 3 priests, are entirely thwarted by the storm shield. Attempting to breach the storm shield solely through the force of bullets is a formidable task. It requires one to remain stationary and shoot for an extended period. However, it does have some effect, diminishing the shield's strength and compelling the malevolent priest to expend energy to maintain its integrity. This provides Gu Hang with an opportunity. He need only apply a light touch, without expending excessive effort to completely dismantle the storm shield. Merely destabilizing it suffices. A sudden reduction in strength, accompanied by gaps and vulnerabilities in the storm shield, proves fatal for the descending priests. Among them, the least skilled suffers particularly grievously. In midair, at least 5 or 6 metal spikes pierce his body. The overwhelming power of the electromagnetic rifle is beyond human endurance. In an instant, he is pulverized. And by the time he hits the ground, his form is unrecognizable, reduced to mere fragments. The other 2, however, fare somewhat better. Within Gu Hang's line of sight, he observes that the strongest of the trio remains largely unscathed. After the storm shield falters, he swiftly compensates, evading the bullets. The other priest exhibits a similar reaction. Yet his skill is evidently inferior to that of the strongest, resulting in him being struck twice, with a broken arm and leg. The 2 surviving priests, upon landing, each take action. The strongest, who has sustained minimal injury, suddenly sprouts a pair of white storm wings from his back. These wings resemble turbines, propelling him backward with a jet-like force, reaching an astonishing speed in the blink of an eye. He disregarded the marine assault soldiers rushing towards him, instead fixing his sights directly on Gu Hang, who remained stationed in the rear. The Harbinger of the Wind did not forget his mission. The paramount objective of his endeavor was the assassination of the planetary governor. He had initially intended to harness the storm and the white mist to disrupt the soldiers' defenses, allowing the grotesque creatures to charge in and decimate the troops, leaving only the governor, who was sheltered within an armored vehicle, to be dealt with. However, to his astonishment, the governor unexpectedly ventured out from the vehicle's protection. Moreover, this esteemed governor wielded psychic abilities and demonstrated advanced techniques, which took him by surprise. Consequently, his plan encountered a significant flaw. The governor's actions not only halted their devastation of the human soldiers' positions but also placed him and his 2 subordinates in a perilous predicament. Yet, he still had a chance, if only he could eliminate the governor on the spot. Chapter 47. Fortunately, I am a cut above the rest. The whirlwind surged, forming dual wings that granted the howling wind envoy an explosive velocity as he rushed towards Gu Hang. To eliminate Gu Hang was the essence of his mission. The seemingly elite soldiers appeared to have sensed his intent. Half of them aimed to subdue the remaining living priest, while the other half attempted to obstruct his path. Bullets rained down, yet the storm shield remained steadfast in its duty, proving to be an unyielding defense. 2 soldiers, positioned strategically, stood in his way, drawing short blades in an effort to engage him. The swiftness and agility of these soldiers astonished the howling wind envoy. Despite his super high-speed movement and the turbocharged wings that propelled him at a pace unfathomable to the average person, these soldiers managed to keep up. Their determination surpassed all expectations. Approaching him meant enduring the wrath of the storm. High-pressure wind blades sliced through their combat uniforms, inflicting numerous wounds upon their bodies. Yet, they remained resolute, unwavering in their resolve. More critically, their short blades, when brought down, could indeed pierce through the tempest that surrounded him. This was undeniably inhuman strength. Had he not reacted with remarkable speed to unleash a burst of wind between himself and one soldier, deflecting the attack, he would have been gravely injured. However, he could only fend off one. The other soldier plunged the blade deep into his flesh. Were it not for the wind's power, which aided him in redirecting the blade at a crucial moment, the wound would have been to his heart rather than his abdomen. Nevertheless, his predicament remained dire. The soldier swiftly released his grip on the knife, disregarding the blood that poured forth, and seized an electromagnetic rifle, preparing to unleash a volley at the envoy from close range. Should he be struck, the howling wind envoy would likely meet his end on the spot. His storm shield had already been compromised by that earlier thrust, and he could not guarantee his ability to fully withstand the eagle's assault. In a moment of desperation, the howling wind envoy resolved fiercely. He spread his arms wide, advancing rather than retreating, and embraced the soldier, preventing him from firing his weapon directly. Though he lacked the physical strength to hold on for long, the storm sorcery surged magnificently at that instant. Wind blades whirled around him, mercilessly invading the soldier's body. The armored plates would not shatter easily, yet they did not cover every inch. The combat uniform tore under the pressure of the wind blades, and soon flesh followed. Blood erupted, scattering in all directions like a crimson mist. In an instant, the formidable soldier was reduced to nothingness, leaving only a rifle, ballistic plates, a helmet, remnants of belongings, and shattered bones. Bloodied and battered, the howling wind envoy dared not linger. In that moment of desperation, he had unleashed his full power, achieving a terrifying effect. Yet, he had already felt the extraordinary might of these elite soldiers, distinct from ordinary troops, as evidenced by the knife lodged in his abdomen. After a moment's hesitation, soldiers would soon rush in. By creating distance and relying on the storm shield, which could withstand bullets, he might have a chance to eliminate all the soldiers. However, with Gu Hang capable of manipulating intricate psychic spells to disrupt him, and the current inability to distance himself, the storm shield offered significantly less protection against close-range blades than it did against bullets. Additionally, his physical strength and combat skills were only marginally superior to those of an ordinary person, making it exceedingly disadvantageous to confront those elite soldiers. Gritting his teeth, he forcibly summoned his strength once more. The pair of storm turbine wings, composed of dark sorcery, emitted a deafening roar as he once again unleashed his utmost speed. This time, no one stood in his path. He surged towards Gu Hang with breathtaking velocity, slicing through the thinning white mist like an arrow. In the next instant, he collided violently with Gu Hang, sending him sprawling. The raging winds enveloped Gu Hang entirely. The howling wind sorcerer was far more merciless towards Gu Hang than he had been with the soldier he had previously mutilated. He overloaded the energy of the storm sorcery once again, willing to endure the severe backlash, determined to ensure Gu Hang's demise. Gu Hang crashed to the ground, but then rose to his feet. The howling wind sorcerer stared at him in disbelief, utterly confounded by the sight. The force he had unleashed was sufficient to obliterate Gu Hang's body. Yet why did the governor appear unscathed? Clenching his jaw, he attempted to summon his strength once more. But the tempest did not heed his call. Instead, he felt a sharp pain in his lungs, as if the wind were relentlessly slicing through his chest cavity. Unable to withstand it, his body arched, and he opened his mouth, violently expelling blood mixed with fragments of his own lung. As the pain subsided slightly, he lifted his head, only to see the battle vehicle beside him had already trained its auto-cannon on him. It fired. In an instant, several large-caliber shells shattered his already fragile storm shield, subsequently annihilating his body. Gu Hang still felt a twinge of fear. Upon the enemy's appearance, he had sensed that one among them was particularly formidable. While dealing with these three adversaries, he had allocated his strength accordingly. The other two presented little surprise. One had perished before landing, while the other, though still alive, was severely injured and had fought back despite losing limbs. He was now subdued by several elite special forces soldiers, ultimately succumbing to a flurry of stabs. Yet the strongest among them remained an unexpected challenge. He had already attempted to engage, and when the formidable foe was intercepted mid-flight by the marine elite, it was not without Gu Hang and Appo's cunning intervention that he had avoided being easily dispatched with a single thrust. To his astonishment, despite having reached the limits of his dark arts and sustaining a grievous wound to his abdomen, that individual was still capable of unleashing an extraordinary force. Not only did he terrifyingly employ the tempest to dismember an elite ground combatant, but he also summoned the strength to charge towards him, propelling him through the air. while a ferocious storm swirled relentlessly around him. Under normal circumstances, he should have been dead, akin to the shattered elite soldier. At this critical juncture, it was the talent he acquired upon elevating his personal level to LV2 that came into play, Guardian Aura. This ability required no activation, it was a passive trigger, activated simply by enduring blows. It truly saved Gu Hang's life. After being hurled away, Gu Hang could feel the violent winds incessantly clashing and wearing down against his spirit. The ferocity of the gale was overwhelming, and in an instant, his spiritual essence was nearly depleted. Fortunately, this tempestuous power, though fierce, was fleeting. It represented the entirety of his opponent's explosive force, and once weathered, it dissipated. However, having withstood this barrage, Gu Hang's spiritual essence was almost entirely exhausted. Yet, he was not alone. The battle vehicle could assist him in the final endeavor. Observing the enemy, now reduced to nothingness, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, my skills have proven superior. Is it true that the female captain's admiration exceeds that of the protagonist? I meant to say, there are indeed many discerning readers. P.S. There was a data bug earlier. The number of T3 level ground soldiers is 11, not 9. This has been corrected. Thank you for pointing out the issue. Chapter 48. Shall we practice together? The howling wind envoy has perished, leaving behind naught but a formless void. Similarly, the priest who was pierced and exploded by metallic spikes has also lost all semblance of shape, reduced to mere fragments. The final one, however, met his end in a somewhat more dignified manner, though it was only marginally so. In midair, he was severed of a hand and a leg, and upon landing, he attempted to resist, only to be dispatched by the elite ground troops who breached his storm shield and subsequently overwhelmed him with a flurry of blades. With the demise of the three priests wielding storm divine power, the tempest soon subsided, and the white mist rapidly dissipated. Nevertheless, the chaos had wrought considerable destruction, though not fatal. As the wind ceased and the fog cleared, the soldiers regained their dominance on the battlefield. Despite their casualties, they eradicated all monsters that had breached their defenses, including the pus-spewing abominations that had only just unleashed a couple of rounds of biochemical projectiles, now obliterated by machine gun fire and the cannons of infantry fighting vehicles. Although the three storm priests were vanquished, the battle was far from over. The monsters, though once under the direction of the priests, remained a significant threat in their uncontrolled frenzy, surging forth from the forests in relentless attempts to assault any living creature within their sight. Despite their continued madness, the soldiers within the stronghold, though diminished in firepower due to prior losses, managed to hold their ground. The disparity in firepower was insurmountable for these primitive beasts. It is said that during large-scale, mature alien tides, a multitude of more advanced monsters would emerge, far surpassing the feeble pus-spewing creatures and sprayers. Fortunately, Gu Hang and his companions did not encounter such a scenario this time. However, the original Rage Owl sect, in their bid to eliminate Gu Hang, had hastily accelerated the maturation of most incubation nests within the forest, orchestrating what appeared to be a massive assault, yet devoid of formidable threats. In fact, to a certain extent, the actions of the original Rage Owl sect inadvertently aided Gu Hang. With numerous incubation nests prematurely matured and a plethora of monsters congregating in one location, this allowed for a more unified and efficient eradication. This significantly reduced the workload for Gu Hang's forces in their subsequent clearing of the alien-infested woods. As the battle progressed, it became evident that the numbers and density of monsters surging from the thickets were significantly dwindling. Clearly, they were not truly endless. After substantial extermination, few remained. Ultimately, when Yin Fengshu's contingent arrived at the scene, the conflict was nearing its conclusion. Upon learning of the potential ambush on the governor, he could not remain idle, waiting for rescue. He proactively led his troops, methodically advancing outward, adopting a steady and deliberate approach. In his view, success in breaching the encirclement was not imperative. Even if he could divert some attention towards aiding the governor, it would be a worthwhile endeavor. However, as they progressed, the number of monsters encountered suddenly diminished, as if they had retreated to other locales. He surmised that the battle at the governor and Appo's side had already commenced, as he could even hear the thunderous roar of cannon fire. Consequently, they hastened their pace, arriving at the scene of conflict to rendezvous with the governor. However, by that time, the battle was drawing to a close. He could only lead the 3rd Battalion into the fray, assisting in the elimination of the remaining monstrosities. Soon, no active creatures remained before the soldiers. Pei Bofa stepped on a grotesque creature that had lost its lower half, now crawling on its hands. He observed its futile attempts to grasp him and, after a moment of contemplation, raised his pistol and silenced the creature with a shot to its head. Hearing footsteps behind him, he turned to see the weary Yin Fangxu approaching. His gaze inevitably fell upon the corroded and tattered fabric of Yan's shoulder, revealing the inflamed skin beneath. He grinned and remarked, "Ah, Captain, you appear quite disheveled." Yin Fangxu rolled his eyes in annoyance and delivered a light punch to Pei's chest, saying, "You're not faring much better, limping about like that. Isn't it all in the name of rescuing you?" At this, Yin Fangxu could not refute, his expression darkening slightly. Pei Bofu, however, offered a comforting reply, "It's not your fault. Those scoundrels, traitors devoid of conscience, sought to ambush the governor through you. Our duty is to serve as the sword and shield for the governor. Neither of us executed our roles effectively today, but from this moment forth, I shall strive with greater diligence. What about you?" Yin Fangxu gazed at this officer, who had risen from the depths of hardship, in mild astonishment. Why had he suddenly expressed such sentiments? Unbeknownst to him, the recent confrontation with the storm priest who had threatened the governor's life had left a profound impact on Pei Bofu. This was a reality that eluded him, and thus he merely scratched his head and nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to Pei Bofu, Yin Fangxu sought out Gu Hang. The governor was resting in an armored personnel carrier. One of his old subordinates intercepted him, stating, "The governor is resting. I have matters to report." The Marine hesitated but ultimately prevented him from proceeding. "However, Captain, the governor is resting. It would be best not to disturb him." Yin Fangxu felt a wave of surprise wash over him. This was not a soldier recruited on the planet of Angry Owl, but rather one of his direct subordinates brought down from the starship. Their relationship had always been more intimate. To speak somewhat irreverently, they had often exchanged banter regarding the governor. The soldiers were loyal to the governor, but it was loyalty born out of duty and position. Yet now, he genuinely perceived the respect for the governor reflected in the eyes of his old subordinate. A question mark slowly ascended in his mind. What had just transpired? He did not perceive any issue with his subordinate's genuine respect and loyalty towards the governor. On the contrary, such sentiments were entirely appropriate. However, this did not quell his curiosity regarding the reasons behind these transformations. Upon learning the circumstances, Yin Fangxu fell into silence. The governor had been assailed by heretical cultists yet emerged unscathed. Merely fatigued, his psychic abilities had once again proven formidable, and his former subordinates had undergone astonishing changes after the governor's expedited training. This information sounded to Yin Fangxu like an incomprehensible scripture. Why had he remained unscathed? Why had those cultists, soaring effortlessly in the sky, suddenly plummeted? Such phenomena could only be attributed to the marvels of psychic energy. The news that the governor was a master of psychic abilities was something Yin Fangxu could somewhat accept. After all, he was not oblivious to the governor's capabilities, though his recent displays were undoubtedly more extraordinary. Yin Fangxu endeavored to convince himself that it was not a matter of great significance. Yet, could the elite soldiers who had once followed him truly become even more powerful? And could such transformations occur within such a brief span of time? It was akin to the governor training mere mortals. Yin Fangxu found this notion exceedingly difficult to accept and believe. He jested, "So, my friend, are you now superior to me? Care to spar?" In the past, no one dared to respond to the challenge, for Captain Yin Fangxu was renowned for his prowess. Training alongside him was a daunting prospect. However, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. The soldier, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "Sure. But wait, don't just gaze at the ladies. How did you surpass so many in just one night? The governor is rather impressive too." Chapter 49. Battle Settlement. Gu Hang sat pale in a combat vehicle, eyes closed in contemplation. He was aware of the commotion outside but chose to disregard it. The recent battle had drained him significantly. Fortunately, his spirit shield had absorbed nearly all the damage from the frontal assault, yet it had utterly depleted his spiritual energy. This state was perilous. According to the teachings he recalled about spiritual energy spells, complete exhaustion of one's spirit could lead to uncontrollable consequences: death, madness, psychological anomalies, and even personality disintegration were all potential fates. After the battle concluded, Gu Hang took a moment to recuperate while assessing his spiritual condition, finding himself somewhat relieved. The dire outcomes he feared had not materialized. He merely felt fatigued and had a slight headache. Generally, after some rest, he would regain his strength. Nevertheless, he had learned a valuable lesson. His actions had been somewhat reckless, placing him in jeopardy. He could not abandon Yin Fangxu and the 3rd Battalion, allowing them to be ensnared in the woods. Ultimately, the outcome was favorable. In fact, they had likely suffered considerable pain prior to this. Had he not urged the City of Revival to intensify its efforts against the cult, forcing them into a corner, they would not have resorted to desperate measures to assassinate him. Now, they had failed to eliminate him, and he would ensure that he returned to the City of Revival to expose their secrets. After resting for a considerable time, he felt significantly rejuvenated. At this point, he was truly in a state to meticulously tally his gains. This encounter could be deemed a resounding victory, despite the fact that the losses were the most substantial he had endured in all his battles. The spoils were equally significant. Minor advantage, 86 points of blessing. Losses, 103. Enemies eliminated, 6597. Captured, 0. 2nd Infantry Battalion. Losses, 77. Enemies eliminated, 4447. 3rd Infantry Battalion. Losses, 24. Enemies eliminated. 1613. Marine Corps. Losses, 2. Enemies eliminated, 537. While the casualty ratio appeared commendable, Gu Hang found no joy in it. The fallen were mindless creatures. Following Yin Fangxiu and Appo's strategy, they could have systematically eradicated the monsters' lairs in the coming months with minimal losses, rather than confronting them all at once after their unity had been catalyzed. Not to mention, they had faced 3 storm priests simultaneously. In total, they had lost 103 soldiers, with the 2nd Battalion suffering a loss exceeding 25. These casualties primarily occurred during the tempestuous fog. Among the fallen were 2 Marines he had recently promoted to T3 level, both of whom had been slain by the most formidable priest, representing a loss of 2 points of blessing. The 2 infantry battalions, particularly the 2nd, would require substantial reinforcements. Currently, Gu Hang's entire population under his command was barely 6,000. Excluding the mechanized troops, 2 infantry battalions comprising 600 men were previously supported, with a mobilization rate surpassing 10%. In fact, the demographic composition has already exerted considerable pressure. Furthermore, aside from the military, Gu Hang's various rapidly expanding production lines also demand manpower. The excessively high mobilization rate has begun to impair production efficiency, particularly affecting the availability of young laborers. The deficit in the Feidong society is significant and has become a limiting factor for development. The military's casualties necessitate the extraction of an additional 100 personnel from the labor pool, which is quite taxing. Gu Hang can already foresee the challenges Patel, who oversees heavy industry production in the Feidong society, will face. He will undoubtedly be at his wit's end. That individual will impose no barriers to the young men enlisting under the governor, as he perceives it as a noble endeavor, a defense of their labor's fruits. However, with a diminished workforce, how to sustain and even expand production will indeed be a conundrum. The core issue lies within the population. It remains essential to draw from available resources. The remaining options are the Rejuvenation City and Garbage Town. Garbage Town is predominantly inhabited by adventurous souls clinging to the dream of wealth, and while some may have weathered life's storms and now seek a simpler existence, it cannot be forced upon them. Rejuvenation City, a vast reservoir of potential, is home to countless refugees unable to survive outside its walls. And Gu Hang does not disdain them. While it is unrealistic to absorb hundreds of thousands in one fell swoop, he currently possesses ample job opportunities and abundant food, sufficient to support a considerable number of individuals. Having contemplated the losses, it is now time to focus on the gains. The 86 points of grace represent Gu Hang's most significant profit thus far, even exceeding the sum of previous earnings. This windfall engenders a sense of sudden affluence in him. The immense casualties suffered by his soldiers, which had cast a shadow over his heart, have considerably diminished in light of this joy. Within the 86 points of grace, it is estimated that over 30 points originated from the contributions of the 3 priests, with the most formidable among them bestowing over 20 points. This high priest, in terms of psychic energy intensity, surpasses Gu Hang. However, in the application of psychic abilities, Gu Hang benefits from the exquisite soul severing inherited from his ancient lineage and the spiritual protection granted by the system, rendering him far more proficient than the high priest, who merely borrows from indigenous malevolent deities to wield storm sorcery. In other words, Gu Hang's victory relies not only on his formidable spells but also on his numerical advantage. Indeed, his psychic intensity, being at level 2, is inferior to that of his adversary. Thus, it is only fitting that the elimination of such a formidable foe yields a greater share of grace. As for the remaining 50 points, they are the spoils derived from the 6,000-plus aberrant creatures vanquished by his soldiers. Clearly, the lives of these monsters hold little value. Yet their sheer numbers have contributed significantly to Gu Hang's accumulation of grace. Regrettably, the assessment of the battle's victory merely rated a slight advantage, resulting in a less than substantial grace coefficient post-battle. Otherwise, there might have been additional opportunities for gain. The next matter at hand is how to allocate this bounty of grace. With delight, he summoned the interface, whereupon he observed a familiar item flashing, alongside the emergence of something new. The item that was flashing was the hero panel. A novel feature has emerged, known as Event. Chapter 50, The War Group? The stir within the hero interface had been anticipated by Gu Hang. After such a fierce battle, surely he could level up, right? Indeed, upon taking a glance, he discovered that among the heroes, he was the only one who had met the criteria for advancement. However, the cost of this upgrade caused him to furrow his brow, 50 points. The price to ascend to level 2 was exorbitant. Yet, following this encounter, his yearning for personal strength had intensified. Not only would an upgrade ensure greater personal safety, but a powerful psychic would wield significant influence in battles of a certain scale. Even with the steep cost, he was determined to grit his teeth and proceed with the upgrade. But there was no rush. The hero panel revealed additional changes. He noticed 2 more candidates available for activation as heroes. One was Pobo, the minor captain from the Wasteland Society, who, after the battle, seemed to have been recognized by the system as a person of talent, eligible for activation as a hero. The other was named Osina Kinko. Who was this individual? Gu Hang was puzzled. Did he have someone by that name under his command? Oh, it appeared he did. He recalled skimming through the list of literate individuals among the recently migrated refugees from the Revival City, where that name had indeed surfaced. What had she done to earn the system's recognition of her potential? Curiosity piqued, Gu Hang pondered. While he did not intend to promote her to a hero immediately, being acknowledged by the system as having potential warranted his consideration of her for significant responsibilities, even without an upgrade. It seemed he had uncovered another use for the hero function, identifying talent without necessitating upgrades. Satisfied, he closed the hero panel and opened the newly appeared event panel. Unknown events are occurring. You may direct the events toward a related outcome. Activating this event requires 50 grace points. Event countdown. 1 day. 6 hours. Is that it? No information whatsoever, merely an attempt to swindle me out of 50 points? Without a second thought, Gu Hang closed the event function. Yet, he paused to reconsider and reopened it. The allure of the unknown was simply too enticing. Generally, the quality of offerings from the system was closely tied to the number of grace points spent. Pay a greater amount, receive superior rewards. Aside from 2 instances of drawing technology cards, where a 40 probability had failed him consecutively, he had not encountered significant pitfalls. Or had he? Wasn't and amp. Oppos. It possible that drawing an unknown event card could also lead to misfortune? What if hidden probabilities lurked within? For a moment, Gu Hang wrestled with these thoughts, his mind churning with conflicting ideas. He was not typically a person prone to indecision, yet what could he do? The root of all troubles was poverty. If Gu Hang had sufficient grace points in hand, he would have activated the event immediately and discerned its nature. However, doing so would leave him with only 36 grace points, insufficient for an upgrade. After careful deliberation, Gu Hang chose to place his trust in the system. Although it was a gamble, he adhered to the belief that a product of the system is worth its value, leading him to this decision. In just a couple of days, a month would pass, and the fixed monthly income would be dispersed. Given the momentum of the forces under Gu Hang's command, he anticipated an income of around 30 to 40 points, which would suffice for upgrading to level 3. Relatively speaking, the unknown event might warrant more caution, as it was time-sensitive. Once the countdown expired, the event would vanish. After all, a limited-time lottery should yield a prize, right? With this mindset, Gu Hang made his final choice. The 50 grace points vanished in an instant, replaced by new information in his view. Event activated. The Phoenix shall die. A star-spanning warrior battalion, on the brink of annihilation after a century-long quest for redemption, is nearing Furial Star, where they seem to seek salvation and hope. Please decide your actions with caution. Your choices will determine the next developments of the event. Event branch, unknown. Upon reading the newly emerged event notification, which mentioned a Star Warrior battalion approaching Furial Star, Gu Hang could hardly contain his expression. If a battalion of Star Warriors were to offer him assistance, what was there to fear? No obstacle on Furial Star could possibly hinder the advance of an entire battalion. The term Star Warrior symbolizes glory, greatness, and death within the Empire. They are the Emperor's angels of death. It is said that thousands of years ago, the God Emperor, using himself as a template, created various gene seeds, selecting the finest individuals to implant these seeds, thus forming the first Star Warriors. Each one is an extraordinary being, possessing a physique far stronger than that of ordinary humans, clad in specially designed power armor that connects to their nervous systems. Their individual combat capabilities are terrifying, capable of defeating hundreds with relative ease. Often, a mere squad of Star Warriors can penetrate tens of thousands of troops and decapitate high-ranking generals, a task that is but routine for them. They are true machines of slaughter, aptly named Angels of Death. During the era of nation-building, the various Star Warrior legions were the sharpest swords in the Emperor's hand, playing an indispensable role in the expansion of the Empire's boundless territories. Subsequently, around 10,000 years ago, after the Emperor ascended to divinity, all Star Warrior legions were divided into smaller battalions. According to the sacred texts, the maximum size of a Star Warrior battalion is capped at 1,000 members. Typically, a battalion will have a home world, which is exempt from tax obligations to the Empire. All resources and personnel are at the battalion's disposal. Battalions can form auxiliary human armies and fleets, enjoying immense autonomy. They respond to the Empire's highest-level summons, deploying to the most perilous battlefields. However, apart from that, their actions appear rather capricious, exhibiting a high degree of freedom. In Gu Heng's understanding, it resembles a confluence of warlords and feudal lords. Is such a battle group destined to arrive at Fury Hawkstar? Gu Heng quickly regained his composure. As the saying goes, products of the system are worth their value. 50 points of grace could scarcely exchange for a single interstellar warrior, let alone an entire battle group. Such fortune is unlikely. He also noted the information provided in the event interface, indicating that this is a dying battle group. That is rather fortunate. Were it a robust battle group, he would find himself at a loss for words. The status of a battle group leader could very well surpass that of a regional chief. Gu Heng has come to realize that this event harbors both risk and opportunity. He must indeed proceed with the caution advised by the system. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Nevertheless, on the whole, this also signifies potential. If there exists an interstellar warrior capable of aiding him, he would possess an absolute guarantee of military strength on Fury Hawkstar. Chapter 51. The Dying Phoenix in a Distant Void of the Cosmos. A crimson vessel traverses the vast expanse. It is battered and bruised, lacking the grandeur it once possessed, and it carries a battle group on the brink of extinction. The Phoenix Battle Group has concluded its protracted penitent expedition and has now regained its former glory. The High Tribunal of the Eastern Star Domain, representing the Imperial Center, has publicly proclaimed this to the world. But what does it matter? We have achieved victory in our century-long quest for atonement, seizing the spoils we coveted the most. Yet we stand on the precipice of annihilation. Such is the lament of Salus Martins, the 64th captain of the Phoenix Battle Group. This illustrious battalion, steeped in a rich history, may very well find its narrative concluding under his command. What life did the battle group lead prior to the penitent expedition? In those days, the Phoenix Battle Group was both honorable and formidable, safeguarding their homeworld while basking in the adulation of billions. They selected the finest youths from the masses, transforming them into members of their ranks through genetic modification. The entirety of the planet's resources were at their disposal. In addition to defending their home, they heeded the Emperor's call, embarking on numerous glorious and monumental campaigns across the universe. They crushed the Emperor's foes to dust and protected worlds teetering on the brink of destruction. They and their brethren were hailed as the Emperor's angels. This accumulation of glory, amassed over millennia, came to a sudden halt a century ago. Martins harbors no resentment towards anyone. During the Jinghua chaos, the Phoenix Battle Group found itself aligned with the wrong side. By the Emperor's grace, they were not purged as traitors, yet they remained guilty. The High Tribunal condemned them to a century-long penitent expedition. This expedition entailed sending the convicted battle group on the most arduous missions, devoid of supplies, reinforcements, and support, facing overwhelming casualties. Once the orders were issued, refusal was not an option. They were compelled to execute their tasks with unwavering resolve until death. Most battle groups sentenced to such penitent expeditions often succumbed before their punishment concluded. Yet, true to their name, the Phoenix persevered against all odds, miraculously enduring the trials of their expedition. A relentless series of brutal conflicts spanned a century. During this time, they continued to fight for the Empire, yet honor eluded them. Their struggles were for atonement, for the embrace of death. In the final battle of the penitent expedition months ago, the former captain led the last remnants of the elite forces in a desperate charge. They emerged victorious, yet the price was steep. Aside from Martins and 6 others, none returned alive. He is resolute in his determination to rebuild his battle group, yet he grapples with uncertainty about how to achieve this. Their homeland had long been assigned to another battle group. The fleet had all perished, leaving only the Phoenix Wing, a diminutive vessel that scarcely qualified as a frigate. The power armor, arsenal, and genetic seed vault had all been lost with the flagship's demise. Perhaps no other battle group had ever fallen to such dire straits. They could only drift aimlessly through the cosmos, akin to headless flies. Indeed, numerous factions sought to assist them. However, Martins could discern the malevolent intentions behind their offers. They merely desired the remaining 7 members of the Phoenix battle group to serve as elite enforcers. There was no glory in that, nor any hope. Martins envisioned an opportunity to rebuild the battle group, a chance to restore their honor in combat. Alas, whenever he broached these subjects, those attempting to help would fall silent. Yet, at that moment, the battle group's priest approached him, claiming to have received a revelation during prayer. The hope for the battle group's rebirth lay here. Hope blossomed in Martin's heart, akin to a drowning man grasping at a straw. Logically, he knew he ought not to believe it. What was so special about the Pegasus sector? An obscure region, devoid of notable resources, illustrious history, or any other battle group having ever garrisoned there. How could the hope for their resurrection possibly reside here? Yet, emotionally, he found himself believing it without hesitation. Though merely a few months had passed, insignificant compared to the prolonged lives of the Space Marines, he felt he had endured an eternity of torment. This emptiness felt even more agonizing than during the penitent crusade. He was eager to seize any opportunity that arose. Martin's demeanor grew increasingly anxious. However, that anxiety soon bore fruit. He heard the sound of heavy footsteps. Turning around, he beheld a figure clad in the priest and Apos, distinctive black power armor, adorned with a skull-shaped helmet, and massive pauldrons painted in the battle group's fiery red, emblazoned with the Phoenix insignia, symbolizing their identity. It was Rizzo, the oldest of the surviving 7, who had fought alongside the battle group for 4 centuries. He should have participated in the final desperate battle but had been forcibly retained by the former battle leader. The group needed his experience to assist Martins. Rizzo, priest, you have finally emerged. Has your prayer borne fruit? Yes, battle leader, Rizzo replied. His voice tinged with weariness, yet laced with a hint of anticipation. I have received a more precise revelation. The opportunity for the Phoenix's rebirth lies here. The priest's finger pointed to a location on the star map. There, it marked the planet of Prevails. Martin's expression turned bewildered as he rummaged through his memories. Utterly unable to recall anything remarkable about this world. Unable to restrain himself, he asked, Are you certain there is no mistake? I am certain, Rizzo replied candidly. The Emperor's revelation indicates that the chance for the battle group's resurrection resides there, specifically with the governor of that planet. Martins paced back and forth, ultimately arriving at a decision. Very well, change course. We shall head to Prevails. The revelation received by Pastor Rizzo is the only opportunity that Martin has looked forward to in recent months. Although he had never heard of any particular significance regarding the world of Prevails Star, it must be, given that it is the Divine Emperor's revelation, a matter of a powerful governor who may be inclined to assist the war faction in their efforts to rebuild. Chapter 52. Not quite a beating after activating the event, Phoenix on the brink of death. Guheng found that he had 36 points of grace remaining. While it was a considerable sum, it was not sufficient. For a fleeting moment, he felt a strong urge to utilize these points for card draws. With a 40 probability of success, how could he not draw a prize after 3 attempts? It seemed utterly impossible. However, he ultimately refrained from indulging in that temptation. He had aspirations of leveling up and preferred to wait for the fixed monthly income to arrive. With the addition of these 36 points, it would be ample. If he spent the grace now, he would find himself unable to level up in a couple of days. Thus, he managed to suppress his desire for card draws. Once Guheng completed the various system functionalities, he also took a moment to rest, though his head still throbbed slightly. It was a marked improvement compared to the acute pain he had experienced immediately after the battle. This reflection provided him with some reassurance. It appeared that the previous drain on his spiritual essence was not severe enough to jeopardize his foundation. Stepping away from the battle vehicle, the task of clearing the battlefield was still underway. These materials were essential for the synthesis of starch production. In other regions, corpse starch might be regarded as a derogatory term, but for Guheng, it seemed to be a grim reality. Although those starving in the wasteland might not be overly concerned, as long as the food posed no significant health risks, it was certainly preferable to starvation. Nonetheless, Gu Heng endeavored to keep this information under wraps. He could not ensure complete secrecy, but he certainly would not promote it. After all, it was not a matter of pride. Just as the troops were busy with their tasks, Yin Fangxiu approached him once more. Observing the captain's slightly crooked nose and the bruise above his left eye, Gu Heng was momentarily taken aback. How did you sustain such injuries? Surely, that cannot be the result of a pus monster's attack? Ah, it's nothing serious. Oh. As he caught sight of Captain Yan's awkward expression, Gu Heng suddenly recalled an almost forgotten incident. You were beaten up by your former subordinates? Yin Fangxiu immediately grew flustered. What do you mean beaten up? How can you say that? It was merely a slight misstep in a sparring match, not quite a beating. Ha. Gu Heng found this amusing. Indeed, not a beating at all. Just a minor thrashing. Yin Fangxiu fell silent. He did not wish to converse further with the governor. Yet he could not suppress his curiosity. Hesitantly, he spoke. Your Excellency, about that intensive training. He felt somewhat embarrassed to articulate his request fully. Having been bested by his former subordinates, he felt it was somewhat shameful to seek admission into such specialized training from the governor. Gu Heng patted Yin Fangxiu on the shoulder and said, How could I possibly deny such a request? However, not at this moment. You possess greater potential and deserve a more rigorous and valuable training regimen. Yin Fangxiu's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Thank you, Your Excellency. Hold your thanks for now. However, I must preface this by stating that with gain comes sacrifice. Nothing in this world is without its cost. If you wish to receive grace from me, you must offer your loyalty with sincerity. Yin Fangxiu grasped Gu Heng's intent, but hesitated to respond affirmatively. He is a member of the Imperial Navy, and his future lies amongst the stars and the vast ocean of space. Is he truly to abandon that for the position of a planetary governor, merely to serve in the planetary defense forces? Such a choice reflects a significant disparity. The imperial military structure consists of three primary branches: the Imperial Navy, the Imperial Astromilitary, and the Planetary Defense Forces, PDF. The first two are directly subordinate to the Empire, enjoying a relatively elevated status, theoretically under the command of the Imperial Central Authority and receiving provisions from the Empire. In contrast, the PDF serves as a defense force at the planetary level, formed and led by the planetary governor. The Empire does not oversee the training, equipment, or supply of the PDF, although occasionally they may be conscripted into the astromilitary or subjected to imperial taxation, often in the throes of intense interstellar warfare. The PDF is relegated to the role of cannon fodder by the Empire's main forces. The naval officers regard even the foot soldiers of the astromilitary with disdain. How could they deign to consider the PDF? A comparison between a captain of the Planetary Defense Forces and an Imperial Navy captain is unthinkable. Only a fool would choose the former. However, what if we were to compare a general of the PDF to an Imperial Navy captain? That becomes a more complex discussion. A Marine captain, such as Yin Fangxiu, commands at most a Special Operations Battalion, comprising around 100 personnel, though currently he finds himself with merely 30. Yet, should he ascend to the rank of general, he might become a pivotal figure on this planet. But can one truly attain the rank of general? Accepting the governorship would mean staking everything on the hope that this governor shall prevail. Yin Fangxiu hesitates to take such a gamble. Unlike the barefooted natives of Fury Hawk, he is not without means. Observing Yin Fangxiu's dilemma, Gu Heng refrains from exerting pressure. With a smile, he pats Yin Fangxiu on the shoulder and reassures him. There is no rush. The time is still early, and you need not make a decision at this moment. Regardless, you are my subordinate now, and you shall follow my commands. As for the future, trust that you will find clarity in due time. Yin Fangxiu exhales in relief, gazing gratefully at Gu Heng. Fortunately, the governor does not insist on pressing him for an immediate choice, alleviating his fears of making a misstep. Now, let us set this matter aside. What brings you to me? Indeed, there is a pressing issue. A contingent from Revival City has approached our vicinity. They appear to harbor no hostility, and their leader claims to be the grandson of Council President Hodgson, here to ensure the governor's safety. Gu Heng's expression shifts to one of intrigue, his tone imbued with a mix of sarcasm and wonder. A delegation from the council. Whether they come with malicious intent or genuine concern for my safety, their arrival seems rather belated. What shall we do now? Should we disperse them? No. Gu Heng gestures dismissively. The matter is settled. I wish to discern their true intentions. Take the 3rd Battalion, disarm them all, and bring them to me. After all, the battlefield requires more hands for cleanup, and I am curious to hear what the grandson of the council president has to share. Understood. Yin Fangxiu set to work promptly. and before long, he returned with the newcomers in tow. Approximately 500 soldiers, unarmed and earnest, began to clear the battlefield, assisting the warriors originally under Gu Hang's command in transporting the corpses of the monsters. Additionally, a young man clad in military attire was brought before Gu Hang. Lambert Hodgson. Gu Hang pronounced his name. The young Lambert saluted Gu Hang and greeted him loudly, "Your Excellency, the governor. What brings you here?" "I have come to safeguard the governor." "Does your grandfather know of your arrival?" "I am here on the orders of the Speaker of the Council." "Your timing is rather fortuitous. My battle has concluded, and the enemy has been vanquished. You ought to have arrived a bit earlier, regardless of your intentions." Lambert replied, "I sincerely apologize, Your Excellency. We arrived late. I understand your concerns. However, please trust that we have indeed come to protect you. My subordinates and I are prepared to obey any of your commands unconditionally, without any grievances." Gu Hang smiled. Chapter 53. The second-generation governor Gu Hang wore a smile as he approached Lambert, enveloping him in a warm embrace. "I am willing to place my trust in you. Welcome aboard, young comrade." Although Lambert's declaration was sincere, Gu Hang retained a degree of skepticism. Nevertheless, this individual had brought along a contingent. If he surrendered, he would surrender, and if he was asked to work, he would work. What was there to truly worry about? Gu Hang neither expected much from them nor intended to assign them any significant tasks. Cleaning up the battlefield or performing menial labor was a task anyone could undertake. The essence of utility was all that mattered. As for trust, it was not something that could be demonstrated through mere words. It would be revealed over time through shared experiences. Moreover, Lambert brought forth an even greater surprise. Accompanying him were not only 500 armed soldiers, but also over 2,000 displaced individuals. According to Lambert, these were recruited from outside the city before his departure. He had heard of a merchant named Denison Henry, who had previously gathered displaced persons for the governor, indicating a considerable manpower deficit in the governor's ranks. Thus, he endeavored to do the same before setting out. Furthermore, he had arranged for personnel to conduct ongoing migration campaigns outside the city of Revival, promoting the notion that ample employment, fair treatment, and sustenance awaited those who arrived. Ah, the young man was quite astute, Gu Hang mused with delight. In fact, he felt a twinge of embarrassment even when speaking to old Hodgson on the phone, as there was little to criticize. The recent attack seemed entirely unrelated to them. At least, no evidence suggested otherwise. The culprits were the cultists, and the potent storm sorcery had made that abundantly clear. Additionally, Hodgson had provided him with a timely warning prior to the incident. At that moment, old Hodgson also mentioned that they had made further progress in their investigation of the cult. They had captured 2 mid-level missionaries from the original Furial sect, revealing that this cult organization was indeed secretly intensifying its activities in Revival City, possibly executing some clandestine plan. Following this lead could yield even greater rewards. Beyond Gu Hang's use of the cult issue to exert pressure on the alliance government, Hodgson's performance in other respects had also been commendable. Sending a representative, whether to serve or act as a hostage, was in itself a demonstration of intent. In practice, he had made his position quite clear. The 500 soldiers and 2,000 displaced individuals might not seem like much. Hodgson had implicitly pledged that he would act according to Gu Hang's directives within Revival City and cooperate with the governor. However, Hodgson had also emphasized the need for the governor to understand his constraints. As the Speaker of Parliament, he did not wield absolute authority, directly providing resources, promoting a specific decree, replacing a member of Parliament, or mobilizing troops on a large scale. All these actions ultimately required the consensus of the entire Parliament. Gu Hang did not press the issue further. Coercion would yield little fruit. Presently, Hodgson could be regarded as aligned with his interests, at least judging by his demeanor. Forcing the matter would be of little significance. Conversely, Gu Hang required Hodgson and Oppos as assistants to exert pressure on those legislators. This time, Gu Hang engaged in an extensive dialogue with Hodgson, discussing his needs, the support he sought, and the incremental steps necessary to advance his will. He contemplated the conditions under which he might consider re-establishing his presence in Revival City, even touching upon the policies and reforms he would implement upon assuming the governorship of the Alliance, ensuring that the planet could contribute taxes within 2 years while continuing its development. Their conversation remained superficial in many respects, as Gu Hang did not yet fully trust this parliamentary leader who professed allegiance to him. However, the breadth of their discussion indicated that, to some extent, Gu Hang had accepted Hodgson's presence. Currently, Gu Hang did not plan to visit Revival City in the near future. The issue of the cult remained unresolved. and his safety in the city was not guaranteed. Power was not yet fully centralized, making it difficult for him to maneuver. And his own strength was still insufficient to command respect upon arrival in Revival City. Nevertheless, he sensed that the time for such a visit would not be far off. In a private club located in the inner district of Revival City, 3 prominent figures within the Alliance gathered. Each of these individuals was a legislator with significant business interests in Revival City, yet their expressions were notably grim. Bradford initiated the conversation, stating, "We and Oppos, we all listen to the recording. Let us not remain silent. Let and Oppos as share our thoughts." He was a business magnate in Revival City, possessing a limited number of enterprises but commanding robust commercial channels across the region. Many goods produced in Revival City could only be sold through his network, while those not produced there needed his channels for procurement. His status in this commercial hub was thus considerable. After Bradford spoke, an elderly man seated beside him shook his head and remarked, "I can never comprehend why old Hodgson would act in such a manner. Is he not fearful of a recurrence of the situation with the second-generation governor?" This man, known as Norris, belonged to a family of industrial magnates in Revival City, with enterprises spanning food production, chemical manufacturing, textiles, and even healthcare. He had been a crucial ally of Wohan, and the collapse of Wohan's enterprises following his death had significantly impacted him. When he referenced the situation with the second-generation governor, the expressions of the other 2 men darkened further. 12 years prior, the second-generation governor arrived on Fury Hawkstar aboard a warship. At that time, the alliance was still formidable. Although its structure was somewhat loose, it aligned with the realities of Fury Hawkstar, where various factions, while not entirely subservient, at least responded to the alliance government's requests. This was the solid foundation laid by the first-generation governor. However, this foundation crumbled nearly within 6 years. Upon assuming power, the governor did not choose to follow the previous governor's path of nurturing and prioritizing development. Instead, he believed that the former governor's compassion and weakness had led to insufficient tax revenues. The indigenous people of Fury Elstar are notorious for their disloyalty, necessitating an exceedingly harsh approach to compel them to pay their taxes. He has held this position for 6 years, during which he extorted and coerced the populace to meet the imperial tax demands on 2 occasions. However, his tyranny has incited turmoil that has swept across the globe. Rebellions have erupted, with factions severing ties with the alliance, others engaging in duplicitous behavior, some resorting to violent resistance, and yet others meeting their demise. Over the span of 6 years, the planet has suffered immense population loss, attributed to both the substantial labor forcibly submitted as imperial tax and the countless lives claimed by chaos, starvation, and exposure. The initial governor's 17 years of recuperation on Fury Elstar have been nearly obliterated, and the subsequent governor was, unsurprisingly, unable to endure the 3rd round of taxation, succumbing to the machinations of the imperial tax department. Those 6 years are a period that no inhabitant of Fury Elstar wishes to endure again, regardless of their wealth or poverty. The final member of the trio rose to his feet. He was a robust figure, donning camouflage military attire even at a gathering with friends. He was Mondok, a general of the Alliance. Within the city of Revival, the permanent garrison of 10,000 soldiers, over 20 aircraft, and 70 tanks, in theory, were all under his command. Impeachment by the Parliament? I recall that the next parliamentary session begins in 4 days. However, our success is not assured. Old Hodgson has garnered numerous supporters over the years, and our coalition will require considerable time to organize. No, Mondok dismissed this notion. It was far too slow. We need a more expedient solution. The other 2 were taken aback, witnessing the somewhat menacing expression on Mondok's face. Chapter 54. Activate this young lady. The situation in Revitalization City is complex and elusive. Gu Hang can surmise a portion of it, yet he lacks the clarity to comprehend it fully. His focus, however, remains on optimizing the developmental progress of his territory. The replenishment of the 2nd and 3rd battalions is ongoing, and Gu Hang intends to recruit another infantry battalion. This new influx of refugees represents a vital source of manpower. Given the options available, Gu Hang has consistently endeavored to avoid uniformity in the origins of soldiers within a single unit. However, the other factions under his command have already been mobilized several times, making it challenging to draw upon additional personnel. Consequently, Gu Hang decided to initially train the newly recruited 300 soldiers, spending 3 points of favor to accomplish this, before integrating some seasoned veterans from the 2nd and 3rd battalions into the 4th battalion. As a result, the total population under Gu Hang's rule has reached 8,000, including 1,100 soldiers. Despite this, there remains a significant manpower shortfall. Nevertheless, the initiatives previously undertaken by the Hodgson grandfather and grandson are beginning to bear fruit. Aside from the 2,000 refugees who arrived alongside Lambert, in recent days, a steady stream of refugees has been migrating to the governor's camp, drawn by the promotional efforts. This influx allows Gu Hang's faction to gain approximately dozens to a couple of hundred new inhabitants daily. While it may not quench all thirsts, the continuous supply of newcomers is a blessing. One by one, the smelting furnaces produced by the Black Box Mother Machine have been dispatched to the Waste Hole Society. Truckloads of hot ash, metallic refuse, and mineral ores are transported from Garbage Town to the smelting facilities. The alloy plastic steel manufactured at the Waste Hole Society is partially sent to Revitalization City for sale through Denison Henry's channels. Some remains at the Waste Hole Society, crafted into armored vests, prioritized for the newly recruited soldiers of the governor, though a portion is also sent to Garbage Town for sale. Another segment of the alloy plastic steel is directed to the newly established G9 Gun Clan workshop, where it is processed into various components before being reassembled. The G9 Gun Clan has gradually begun mass production within Gu Hang's territory, no longer reliant solely on the output of the Mother Machine. The population of the Waste Hole Society has now even surpassed that of the governor's camp. Heavy industry acts as a veritable population black hole, seemingly capable of absorbing any number of people. In contrast, the development of light industry at the governor's camp has progressed at a relatively slower pace. The textile and synthetic starch factories have commenced operations, yet the latter still lacks sufficient machinery. And the technicians disembarking from the starship have yet to devise a method for producing synthetic starch machines based on the current industrial foundation. Presently, there are only 2 production lines in operation. The textile factory, in theory, could accommodate a considerable workforce. However, according to plans, the heavy industry at the Waste Hole Society takes precedence in attracting workers, leaving the textile factory to recruit female laborers, many of whom have also migrated to the Waste Hole Society. Concurrently, the demand for construction workers in both locations remains substantial. Factories require expansion, residential areas need enlargement. And beyond these necessities, there are also establishments such as shops, distribution centers, canteens, schoolhouses, and administrative offices that require construction. The corresponding facilities also require a population to be incorporated. Population, and yet more population. The unemployment rate within Gu Hang's domain has nearly reached 0. This signifies that every individual arriving at the governor's encampment is met with enthusiastic reception. Supervisors from various factories, production lines, and departments are clamoring to recruit workers. Men flock to the factories, women to the textile mills, while children benefit from collective care and educational institutions. The elderly, as long as they can still manage to walk, invariably find work, even if it merely involves liberating another laborer. As Gu Hang's forces operate with a nearly clockwork efficiency, he approaches the conclusion of his 2nd month since arriving on the planet of Fury. Current blessing points, 88, monthly fixed income, 56, governor's temporary encampment, 17 Terra month, wasteland society, 39 Terra month. The monthly fixed income has been dispersed. Previously, he had 36 blessing points remaining, which he allocated to reinforce the 2nd and 3rd battalions and establish the 4th battalion, amounting to 400 new recruits in need of training, costing him 4 points. Adding this month's income of 56 points brings the total to 88. The figures for monthly income provide a quantifiable comparison of developmental speed. Approximately half a month ago, this number was barely above 20, yet it has now more than doubled. This represents the current limit of the population size. Any further enhancement would necessitate a substantial increase in population, while still maintaining an exceptionally low unemployment rate and high production efficiency. Under these circumstances, Gu Hang gazes upon the hundreds of thousands of impoverished individuals outside the city of Revival and feels it is a grievous waste. Within this population scale, if utilized to its fullest potential, what a formidable number it could yield. Allowing them to languish outside, beset by unemployment, hunger, and cold, constitutes a monumental loss. That individual, named Osina, emerged following the battle in the alien woodlands. He discovered her presence within the hero interface, capable of awakening as a hero. Initially, Gu Hang believed that this girl, who bore little resemblance to a warrior, might possess some form of psychic talent, which, upon activation in the hero interface, could transform her into a psychic. Such psychic abilities are exceedingly rare among the human populace. However, with a population of 8,000 under his command, The emergence of one such individual seemed reasonable. Yet, upon meeting her in person, Gu Hang felt a tinge of disappointment. This girl did not possess the psychic talent he had envisioned. As a psychic himself, he was capable of discerning this fact. However, after engaging in deeper conversation and learning about her contributions as a manager in the textile factory, Gu Hang realized he may have stumbled upon a treasure that rivaled that of a psychic. In truth, there was nothing particularly extraordinary about her achievements. Osina did not innovate any crafting techniques, rather. She reorganized the entire operational system of the factory according to her own ideas and cultivated a few capable assistants to help implement these systems. Through meticulous record-keeping, work planning, incentive policies, outcome evaluations, and execution efficiency, the management efficacy of the textile mill experienced a tangible enhancement. In the rapid development of the territory, the inevitable chaos and inefficiency have been effectively ameliorated. This realization dawned upon Gu Hang, leading him to contemplate that perhaps the limits had yet to be reached. Even in the absence of population growth and an increase in equipment, the establishment and continuous reform of administrative management systems could still enhance productivity. What of the relationship between the economic foundation and the superstructure? Gu Hang's mind wandered through these thoughts. While the current situation may appear manageable, he foresaw that as his influence expanded in the future, such an approach would become increasingly untenable. He required an efficient administrative system. Bureaucrats and civil servants were indispensable roles. The young woman before him seemed to be an excellent choice, her potential even recognized by the system. With that, Gu Hang harbored no further reservations. System. Activate this young woman for me. Chapter 55. The exceptional civil servant as Osina departed from the governor's mansion, a grand edifice in itself. Her mind felt somewhat hazy. Initially, upon learning that the governor wished to meet her, she experienced a wave of anxiety. Although she possessed a naturally poised demeanor, the trials of the past few months had imbued her with a fierce resolve akin to that of a wildcat, willing to fight and strive relentlessly. Nevertheless, she could not shake off the nervousness and disorientation that enveloped her. The harrowing experiences of recent times had etched themselves deeply into her memory, making her cherish the newfound stability of life at the governor's camp, where she no longer had to fret about her next meal or concerns for her safety. In her professional endeavors, she was diligent. Having joined the textile factory, her literacy set her apart, and she soon ascended to a managerial role. With unwavering determination, she endeavored to implement her ideas and insights gleaned from her past readings of pre-war literature. While she felt confident in her contributions, she recognized that some of her methods diverged from the norms of other factories and institutions. Would the governor take umbrage at this? With a heart full of trepidation, she finally met the governor. It was her first encounter at such proximity. She had anticipated a formidable figure, yet to her surprise, he appeared quite youthful, seemingly not much older than herself. Handsome in countenance, he donned a resplendent golden military uniform, yet his demeanor was unexpectedly affable. The governor began by inquiring about her life circumstances and past experiences, to which she responded candidly. As their conversation progressed, her apprehension began to ease. They delved into discussions about her work at the textile factory and her reflections on it. While he listened intently, he occasionally posed more profound questions and offered constructive suggestions. Osina found the exchange with the governor to be quite enjoyable. He proved to be an excellent listener, asking questions that were both timely and pertinent. Moreover, she found his insights to be remarkably profound, providing her with a wealth of inspiration. However, as their conversation drew to a close, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The governor mentioned the establishment of a new department, to be called the Department of Production, aimed at overseeing all factories under his jurisdiction, formulating production plans, and optimizing procedures. To her astonishment, she was proposed as the acting minister of this new department. Osina was momentarily stunned. Her first instinct was to question whether her ears had deceived her. Upon confirming the accuracy of his words, she found herself grappling with the incredulous thought of the governor and Apos' judgment. Surely, he could not be in his right mind, no. Such thoughts were disrespectful and unwarranted. Yet, the implication was clear. How could a mere novice, a naive fledgling, be entrusted with such a significant responsibility? The governor did not grant her the option to decline, nor would she wish to. A sense of panic and uncertainty washed over her. Just a few months prior, when she had still been a sheltered young lady, she might have succumbed to fear and chosen to evade such an opportunity. However, after enduring the trials of recent months, she recognized that every opportunity must be seized and fought for. The governor has bestowed upon her a remarkable opportunity. She is fully cognizant of what this position entails. Although uncertainty looms in her mind, it does not deter her resolve to persuade herself that she must attempt this endeavor and alter her fate. She cannot betray the trust the governor has placed in her. Only by doing so can she seize control of her destiny. Moreover, she begins to sense that perhaps she is not entirely devoid of capability. In her past, she might have faltered, yet after her conversation with the governor, she finds her thoughts swirling with new insights. The governor's words seem to have transformed into an array of peculiar, vast, and invaluable knowledge. Matters that previously eluded her understanding now appear to be within her grasp, as she discovers appropriate methods to address them. Even aspects she once believed she had managed well now reveal more suitable solutions that could yield better outcomes. This realization had begun to dawn on her during their dialogue. He himself was uncertain of the cause, and merely mused aloud. Then, she witnessed a rather peculiar smile from the governor. Under normal circumstances, perhaps this is the emperor's revelation. "This is your enlightenment," she complimented. Gu Heng laughed heartily and waved his hand dismissively. "No, please don't say that. I cannot bear such praise." Hero activated. Osana. N. Level 1. Physique. 4. Spirituality. 5. Leadership. 7. Politics. 9. Traits. Excellent administrative officer. Adept at statistics, arranging, and planning various political and economic affairs. Placing her in the right position can enhance administrative efficiency. Politics. 1. Observing the end oppos. In and oppos, Gu Heng and oppos. This expression turns somewhat peculiar. Shun and oppos. There also be and oppos, are and oppos, comma and oppos, sr and oppos, comma and oppos, ssr and oppos, above it? It dawned on him that this was not a farming system or a war system, but rather a card drawing system, complete with character development elements. By now, his system had already revealed 3 functions with an element of randomness. Gu Heng chuckled inwardly. Nevertheless, activating Osana is quite advantageous, even more so than activating Yin Fangxiu. In Gu Heng's current sphere of influence, there is a shortage of both population and talent. The military aspect might be somewhat manageable, thanks to the troop card system providing training bonuses for the entire unit, along with Yin Fangxiu, a bona fide Imperial Navy lieutenant. Even if he does not activate him as a hero, he still possesses exceptional military command skills. In simpler terms, he is serviceable. Conversely, in matters of administration, Gu Heng genuinely lacks suitable candidates. Previously, he had to rely on his young aide Zhang Chao and Patel to coordinate the entire camp's affairs. This placed considerable pressure on both of them. Zhang Chao performed adequately without major errors, but that was merely due to Gu Heng's modest expectations of him. Should more stringent demands arise, Zhang Chao would likely buckle under the strain. Furthermore, the heavy industry group of the Waste Hole Society is currently under the stewardship of Patel, the former leader of the organization. He is simultaneously learning while navigating the complexities of this role, as his past experiences are woefully inadequate to tackle the myriad challenges arising from the rapid development of the heavy industry sector within the society. His efforts are commendable, yet the struggle is palpable. Despite his diligence, it remains a formidable task to elevate his capabilities to the requisite level. With the addition of Osina to his team, Gu Heng can now approach administrative duties with a modicum of reassurance. However, the concern regarding the swift elevation of individuals to such pivotal positions, potentially leading to undue haste that might stifle future advancements, lingers in the air. While this is indeed a possibility, Gu Heng finds himself preoccupied with pressing matters at hand, prioritizing immediate concerns over the intricacies of personnel management. Osina, too, has aspirations of her own. Chapter 56, Card Draw. Engine. In the matter of Osina being activated as a hero, Gu Heng discovered a concealed mechanism within the system. It appears that those eligible to be activated as heroes are not fixed entities. Osina had not arrived at his camp for the first time. Rather, her exceptional abilities were recognized by the system, which deemed her worthy of activation. Subsequently, individuals like Patel and Zhang Chao could they, with the accumulation of work experience and enhancement of personal insights, potentially rise in their latent potential to become candidates for activation? Might even Osina, classified with the lowest rarity, experience an elevation in her potential in the future? Gu Heng considered this possibility quite plausible. The real world is not a game. People are capable of change. Those with extraordinary talents may falter, while those who initially lack aptitude might one day experience an epiphany. Such outcomes are unpredictable. After investing 10 points of grace in Osina, Gu Heng found himself with 78 points remaining. Undoubtedly, he allocated 50 points directly to himself. Level up. Level up successful. Physical attribute 1. Spiritual Attribute 1. Please select one from the 5 categories: physical, spiritual, command, leadership, unique, to generate a new talent. As was his custom, Gu Heng attempted to select unique, yet to no avail. Reluctantly, he opted to pursue the previously chosen path. His decision was made. He would continue along the spiritual route. Telekinetic control. You can now utilize spirituality to directly manipulate physical objects. Spirituality Level 1. This spiritual talent, though seemingly unremarkable, is quite conventional. In Gu Heng's memory, many spiritual practitioners exhibited their abilities in this manner, which is considered standard. However, conventionality does not equate to weakness. On the contrary, it is a robust talent, especially when the practitioner's spiritual strength is sufficiently formidable. While it is somewhat disappointing not to have drawn a more powerful or extraordinary spiritual talent, the outcome itself is far from unfavorable. Consequently, his overall attributes have been updated as follows. Hero, Gu Heng, faction leader, LV3, insufficient experience for leveling up, physical, 9. Spiritual, 17, traits, spiritual spellcaster, governor of the angry all-star, talents, protective spiritual aura. Telekinetic control. It is worth noting that Gu Heng has discerned the average standard for healthy mortals to be approximately 5. Taking Osina as an example, she is somewhat slender. Her spirituality akin to that of an ordinary person, with commendable command abilities that could qualify her as a leader. The military leadership may pose a challenge, however. Managing logistical matters should not be problematic. Her political attributes are the highest, rendering her well-suited as a competent civil servant. As for Gu Heng, his command and political attribute points are not displayed. It seems the system is reluctant to quantify his capabilities in these areas. In contrast, with each level he ascends, his physical and spiritual attributes each increase by 1, with each point approximately growing by a factor of 1. 5. At present, his physical attributes, ranging from strength to resilience against impact, to the speed of neural response, culminate in an overall capacity that is approximately 5 times that of an average person. His spiritual attributes, however, have reached a staggering 129 times that of an ordinary individual. If previously he could be deemed merely an exceptional spiritual practitioner, he is now undeniably formidable. Who among them is not a master of spiritual energy? Gu Heng felt quite satisfied with this development. The principle of overpowering with sheer force aptly describes his current state. Having completed the elevation of his own level, Gu Heng found himself with 28 points of grace yet to be utilized. After some contemplation, he succumbed to temptation and decided to draw a technology card. With a deep breath, he prepared himself for the possibility of disappointment. 2 consecutive failures would compel him to call for assistance. Eagerly, he examined the newly drawn technological marvel. Basic technology, whetstone hybrid engine. This engine is the most frequently utilized within the vast dominion of the Empire. It adeptly employs various types of biofuels, fossil fuels, and batteries to generate power. It can be flexibly configured and adjusted in size. While it may not be advanced or exceedingly powerful, it is sufficiently versatile. Appearing in countless imperial realms, Gu Heng was overjoyed. The technology cards yielded nothing but splendid items. Given the current state of his forces, it seemed that anything he drew would prove beneficial. Regardless, the whetstone engine possessed an irreplaceable significance. As the system's description indicated, it was not particularly advanced. Indeed, when compared to powerful engines utilizing material reactors, energy crystals, or ultra-compressed energy, it fell significantly short. However, even if Gu Heng were presented with such a high-level engine, he would find it impractical. He lacked access to adequate and qualified nuclear fuel, could not mass-produce energy crystals, and was far from being able to employ ultra-compressed energy or spiritualized energy. Moreover, even if he possessed these higher-grade energy sources, they would be of little use. Such potent power supplies were designated for power armor, Titan mechs, mobile fortresses, and various starships. Gu Heng was not in a position to manufacture any of these. The low-end attributes of the whetstone engine, however, were precisely what he needed. Its greatest strength lay in its ability to utilize an array of fuels indiscriminately. Whether it be battery power, diesel, gasoline, or kerosene, it could operate seamlessly. Even when presented with biofuels, wood, or crops, it could generate liquid or gaseous fuels through pyrolysis and gasification, allowing it to function effectively. Additionally, its application range was exceedingly broad. It could be constructed as a small, robust, and practical engine for lightweight vehicles, or scaled up to create more powerful engines for tanks, Further expansion could lead to the formation of power groups capable of propelling large cargo ships. And with a lighter design and higher quality fuel, it could even evolve into an aircraft engine. This versatility was invaluable. With this engine in hand, Gu Hang's engineering machines and vehicle manufacturing industry would find a solid foundation. He had previously contemplated that with the expansion of his territory and the increase in transportation demands, the previously acquired brute strength of the cattle, which he had seized from the supplies extorted from the city of revival, was becoming increasingly insufficient. He had even considered procuring additional cattle. However, that concern has now dissipated. Who still relies on outdated animal power? At most, it may serve a minor purpose in the rugged terrains where vehicles cannot traverse. Chapter 57. The inquisitive engineer. The presence of an engine alone does not suffice to create a vehicle or engineering machinery. A comprehensive assembly involving the chassis, moving components, suspension system, transmission system, body design, and control system is essential for crafting a superior automobile. However, the question of quality may be addressed later. The arrival of a functional power source marks the commencement of all endeavors. To put it bluntly, one could construct a rudimentary tricycle with a frame made of alloy plastic steel, a transmission rod, and some wheels, capable of locomotion while towing a cart, which would represent a significant advancement over manual or animal labor. Now that the engine is available, the next step is to extract designs for vehicles and engineering machinery, allowing Gu Hang's territory and heavy industry to ascend to new heights. Before embarking on this path, Gu Hang intends to seek out individuals to design a simple vehicle that can move, thereby enhancing transportation efficiency and potentially facilitating exports. Should production prove satisfactory and performance adequate, a small three-wheeled truck could be developed to equip the troops, effectively transforming them into a mechanized infantry division. Gu Hang arrived at a secret base, where an underground chamber had been excavated and walls erected. Loyal and reliable mechanical soldiers were given strict orders to guard the premises, permitting no one to enter, except, of course, the governor. Within this enclave resided 2 previously extracted technologies and 4 black box manufacturing machines. Furthermore, ample space had been reserved, both for the existing machines to receive materials and produce goods, and to accommodate additional machines in the future. He configured 2 new machines for operation. This clandestine factory employed a select group of workers, bound by stringent confidentiality requirements. They were prohibited from divulging any information and required to reside on-site, with limited allowances for leaving, subject to monitoring. The workers poured raw materials into the black box designated for producing engines, and soon, under Gu Hang's initial settings, 2 engines, 1 large and 1 small, were manufactured according to his specifications. These engines would be sent to the Research Institute, entrusted to a technician who had descended from the quintet. Meanwhile, the endeavor to develop a self-sufficient synthetic starch production line had encountered significant challenges. Gu Hang's industrial and scientific foundations were woefully inadequate. Even basic technologies, which might be considered rudimentary within the broader context of imperial civilization, posed considerable difficulties to realize. This situation indirectly underscored the immense value of the technological capabilities within Gu Hang's system. To state it plainly, if Gu Hang wishes to meet the biannual tax obligations, the effectiveness of the technologies presented on the panel will be crucial. Should Gu Hang possess the ability to transform the Angeral star into a miniature foundry world, concerns about the lowest tier of imperial taxes would be rendered moot. Initially, 2 engines were produced using the black box. Once the Research Institute formulates specific application plans, additional units could be manufactured. There is no urgency to activate the production line black box. It will also await the establishment of feasible application strategies before ramping up production of the engines. There is no need for haste. Entrusted with high hopes by Gu Hang, she was tasked with deciphering the complexities of synthetic starch technology and formulating an application plan for the whetstone engine. At that moment, she found herself scratching her head with a mechanical hand, contemplating her clandestine factory. Wu Jiarong was overwhelmed with curiosity. Hailing from a world of metallurgy, she was a technical specialist with the potential to ascend to the rank of mechanic. However, the internal strife within the mechanical sect was far more severe than outsiders could fathom. She lost the battle, failing to advance. All her assets and knowledge were appropriated by others, and she herself was stripped of personal freedom, treated as a tax for the empire. Yet, after that ordeal, she could not claim to have turned her fortunes around, but at least her circumstances did not continue to worsen. As a technical specialist, she was not relegated to servitude. When the Pegasus fleet required personnel reinforcement, she was assigned to the quintet, where she remained for a decade. Initially, she had resigned herself to her fate. Having departed from the world of metallurgy and the mechanical sex hierarchy, it seemed unlikely that she would find any further opportunities for advancement, even aboard the quintet. She was not the sole technical specialist. Several skilled technicians were present, making it difficult for her to be taken under someone's wing for future development opportunities. Over time, she even began to feel that her current existence was not devoid of merit. Life was not overly burdensome. She was free from scheming, able to focus on her responsibilities, and maintain her segment of the starship structure, particularly the logistics system. She still managed a cohort of laborers, junior specialists who adhered to her directives. In her spare time, she indulged in her interests and tinkered with small projects, finding joy in her self-made amusements. This way of life seemed quite satisfactory. Just as she had nearly come to terms with her destiny, a directive from Brigadier General Yalisha arrived, summoning her along with several junior specialists to the synthetic starch production line and its components, assigning them to the surface. She believed her fortunate days had come to an end. Wu Jiarong realized that she could not entertain thoughts of resignation. The moment she accepted her fate, life would swiftly deliver a harsh slap, pushing her even lower, testing her resolve to see if she would still acquiesce. After all, there would always be a lower threshold. Yet what could she do? She could only toil and bear her burdens. However, upon arriving at the surface, she discovered that the situation was not as dire as she had envisioned. She understood that Governor Gu had nearly begun developing this area from scratch, with an industrial and scientific foundation that was virtually non-existent. Yet, apart from that, the advantages were plentiful. Her basic needs were met. Her meals even surpassed those aboard the starship. Although she had received the governor's orders to explore how to implement synthetic starch technology under limited conditions, she herself had no need to consume synthetic starch. According to the governor's devised work point system, her points were quite substantial, ensuring a commendable allocation of resources. She basked in sunlight by day and felt the cool night breeze, luxuries absent on the starship. Most importantly, she had rediscovered a long-lost sense of purpose. This matter may appear abstract, yet when grounded in reality, it boils down to a singular point: understanding the true significance of one's actions. She observed the plight of the refugees from Revival City within the camp, struggling to find sustenance. To be candid, she felt little sympathy for their situation. However, through her research, the prospect of enabling them to secure food was certainly not a negligible outcome. In the future, she envisioned witnessing the smiles of the people, earning the governor's praise, and recognizing that her efforts were genuinely affecting change. Furthermore, the project on synthetic starch assigned by the governor was quite intriguing. It presented a challenge, yet seemed well within the scope of her abilities. She was motivated to engage earnestly in her work, fueled by curiosity. Chapter 58. One cannot simply accept fate. Is the realm under Governor Gu Heng truly a desolate wasteland of technology? Indeed, it is, though not entirely so. In most regions, the conditions are rudimentary and lamentably backward. Yet, remarkably, Wu Jiarong is able to encounter the finest alloy plastic materials in this very place. This is not referring to the alloys produced by the so-called waste hole society, but rather a special supply of alloys that the governor has specifically arranged for her. Others may not perceive the distinction, believing that one of the two materials appears more aesthetically pleasing and presumably more functional, but they cannot discern the nuanced differences. However, she is acutely aware that such alloy plastic qualifies as a specialized material. It is not merely the desolate angry hawk star that lacks the capability to produce such specialized alloy plastic. Even in many industrially robust regions, the production of this type of alloy plastic is not feasible, even in the casting world where she previously resided. The yield of such materials was scant, and often, during research or production endeavors, acquiring or purchasing them posed significant challenges. She does not believe this alloy plastic is indigenous to angry hawk star. There must be hidden secrets at play. She has inquired discreetly, though she did not dare to be overt in her investigations. Initially, she surmised that the governor had hoarded a stockpile of high-performance materials upon arriving on this planet, which he had yet to deplete. However, upon the emergence of the G9 rifle, she realized the matter was far more complex than she had imagined. Now, the governor has dispatched 2 engines of differing specifications, dubbed whetstone engines, to her. This technology is not particularly advanced on a galactic scale, however, akin to the specialized alloy plastic. What is most precious is the craftsmanship embedded within. While whetstone engines can be manufactured almost anywhere, she has never witnessed such exceptional quality before. It seems as though someone has dedicated their entire life to mastering the art of creating an engine intended merely to power a trifling contraption. The quality is astonishing. A bold thought began to take root in her mind. She found herself unable to sleep, oscillating between the notion that she was being fanciful and the possibility that there might be veracity to her thoughts, as she could not conceive of any alternative explanation. How could a mere wasteland planet, governed by a powerless governor, possess something akin to a black box manufacturing device? It might be plausible to suggest that the esteemed Gu family of the Pegasus sector had preserved such an item, but that still seemed far-fetched. Wu Jiarong could not fathom the implications but dared not delve further into her musings, fearing the consequences. She even began to regret her previous inquiries regarding the secret factory. What should she do next? This restless mindset persisted into the following day, casting a shadow over her work, leaving her unsettled. Then, she received news that further destabilized her. What? The governor intends to visit? Indeed. One of her apprentices, a junior officer, was somewhat perplexed by her mentor's distressed demeanor. What was so unusual about it? Sensing the apprentice's confusion, Wu Jiarong felt no inclination to elucidate. What could she say? That she had seemingly uncovered the governor's secret and was now in fear of being silenced? She could only hastily prepare herself. In truth, the new assignment given by the governor, requiring her to devise 2 operational plans for both a large and a small type of encompass, grinding stone and encompass, engine, was not particularly challenging. Given her expertise and the excellent materials at her disposal, creating 2 functional vehicles should have been quite straightforward. However, with the time constraints and her recent state of unease, she had yet to devote herself to the task. With the governor's imminent arrival, she found herself at a loss. She certainly could not admit to having accomplished nothing lately. Seizing the scant time available, she resorted to a last-minute effort. While she could not promise to present a complete design at once, she aimed to have at least some ideas and sketches ready for the governor's inquiries. Her advanced preparations proved to be of value. When the governor arrived, she was able to speak with a degree of confidence, showcasing the small components she had just fashioned by hand, accompanied by her design sketches to convey her ideas. Initially, she stumbled a bit, as the impromptu items felt somewhat crude to her, perhaps only barely functional. But observing the governor nodding attentively, her anxiety began to ease. Perhaps she was indeed competent. The governor's expectations were not insurmountable. With her spirits lifted, she found it easier to express her technical proficiency to the governor. This was the sole source of pride she had since arriving on the Fury Hawk planet. In her previous experiences, whether in the Foundry world or aboard technologically advanced starships, her skills had never stood out. Yet here, on the surface of Fury Hawk, she was unparalleled. As she watched Governor Gu nodding in acknowledgement, clearly engaged, Wu Jiarong felt her mood brighten. She even began to entertain the notion that leaving the starship for the planet's surface was not such a misfortune after all. Here, no one overshadowed her. She was the most trusted technical personnel of the governor, a status that stemmed from the absence of competitors. Was this not a fortuitous circumstance? To reign supreme. To be the leader, why should she contend with a multitude of technical experts? Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, Governor Gu spoke again. Officer Wu, I have another question. The governor has stated that I can assist you with any uncertainties. Wu Jiarong felt a surge of confidence. What piques your curiosity about the secret factory? At that moment, she felt as if she had plunged into an ice cavern. One thought dominated her mind. One must never resign oneself to fate. Throughout her life, whenever she had accepted her fate, misfortune had inevitably followed. The very situation she had least wished to confront had now unfolded. She found herself unable to recall the various excuses she had contemplated while tossing and turning in bed. Observing Wu Jiarong's flushed face as she faltered in her words, Governor Gu instead offered a gentle smile. Officer Wu, there is no need to be so anxious. You have formed some conjectures, have you not? Feel free to express them boldly. Upon hearing Gu Hang's inquiry, Wu Jiarong appeared deflated. Indeed, within your clandestine factory, there resides a black box manufacturing machine, does it not? Yes, indeed, Gu Hang replied with a smile. Wu Jiarong received the answer to her prior curiosity, confirming her suspicions. Yet, in the current circumstances, she found no joy in this revelation. Wu Jiarong sighed deeply. I would have preferred if you had kept this information to yourself. A simple lie would have sufficed, and I would have believed it without hesitation. But that would be unnecessary, would it not? Yu Hang rose from his seat and gazed out the window, reflecting on how, merely 2 months ago, this place was a barren wasteland. Now, it has taken on the semblance of a town. Further afield lies the abandoned cave society, which you have visited. It is thriving beyond measure. To many, this may not appear to be the endeavor of a governor, yet I am convinced I am on the right path. Here, I intend to sow a seed that will eventually take root and flourish across the entire Fury All-Star. I envision a future where Fury All-Star possesses a production capacity equivalent to that of the Forged world, alongside a living environment akin to that of the Garden world. Do you believe this? Chapter 59, From the Golden Era. Do you believe it? Wu Jiarong does not. Is it conceivable for productivity to rival that of the Forged world? Perhaps. Can living standards match those of the Garden world? There are indeed instances of this. Yet, to possess both simultaneously? That is mere folly. The Garden world boasts a splendid environment, abundant resources, and a superior quality of life. It is typically an administrative planet or a commercial hub. In contrast, the Forged world is often far less hospitable, resembling a colossal factory where countless individuals toil, contributing their sweat and even their very flesh to the labor. Can these two entities be casually merged? Among the myriad stars within the Empire's vast domain, how many such examples can be found? Does the capital, the Holy Terra, truly embody the image painted by the governor? Who can say? One may listen to the propaganda, yet without personal experience or first-hand observation. One cannot easily place their faith in it. If she cannot even believe that Holy Terra resembles the governor's description, how could she trust the portrayal of this impoverished, desolate planet? Rationally, she perceives the governor's words as mere fabrications, grandiose dreams. That dream may be large and round, yet it appears distant and somewhat absurd. Nonetheless, on an emotional level, she can sense the governor's lofty aspirations. Ambition, of course, cannot be consumed as sustenance. Once, she harbored aspirations of ascending to the rank of mechanic, or even further, to become a technical priest. Yet ultimately, did she not find herself reduced to paying the Empire's taxes? Yet, she firmly believes in the governor's ambitions. Trusting in his aspirations is distinct from believing in their realization. Merely believing in the governor's goals allows her to envision that he is not the type to merely seek a life of leisure, to engage in oppressive taxation every 2 years, and then indulge in pleasure for the remainder. To serve under such a governor seems, perhaps, to be an opportunity unlike any she has ever encountered. A decade ago, in the Forged world, she considered herself exceptionally talented, full of promise. Yet her aspirations were limited to becoming a mechanic. On the starship, her future appeared bleak, her thoughts consumed with the desire to marry a suitable man, bear children, and lead a life of complacency. One day, she might retire, but it was equally possible that before then, the quintessence would be destroyed in some conflict, along with all aboard, becoming yet another fragment of space debris, following a governor and becoming one of his most vital technical personnel. Her future achievements might transcend the mere titles of mechanic or technical priest. Perhaps she could aspire to become a mechanical bishop, or even. She dared not entertain such thoughts further, for the ambition of becoming a sage is exceedingly daunting. Such musings are as insubstantial as the governor's dreams of transforming the desolate star into a synthesis of the Forged world and the Garden world. All this seems distant, yet not entirely so. Now is the time to embark on this journey, to seize the opportunity presented amidst adversity, and to grow alongside the governor as he ascends to power. Moreover, the governor possesses the enigmatic black box manufacturing machines. The value of these devices is immeasurably precious. According to legend, they originate from a distant golden age, a time before the establishment of the empire, an era shrouded in obscurity. It is said that during that epoch, humanity reigned supreme across the cosmos, with each individual enjoying dignity and the opportunity to revel in the finest of lives, pursuing any vocation they desired, or choosing to forego work altogether without consequence. The black box manufacturing machines were products of that era, designed to ensure that humanity could effortlessly and expediently procure goods in any environment. For interstellar colonizers, possessing a black box enabled them to swiftly establish suitable homesteads on barren new planets. It was precisely through the reliance on these machines that humanity could extend its reach throughout the universe during the Golden Age, maintaining a relatively uniform level of technological advancement across diverse worlds. In stark contrast, the technology of the present empire pales in comparison to that of the Golden Age. The phrase research relies on archaeology is no jest. A conundrum that a world of metal might take a century to resolve could be unraveled in a single day upon the discovery of an ancient relic, yielding even the slightest hint. In truth, many of the technologies currently employed by the empire have been resurrected through archaeological endeavors, and their sophistication does not even reach 1% of that from the Golden Age. The precious Titan giant armor in the Golden Age may have merely been a vehicle operated by lumberjacks. The black box manufacturing machine, however, stands as the pinnacle of archaeological, scientific pursuit. This device can directly produce finished products and holds immense research value. Although the 3 black boxes currently in the governor's possession yield items that are commonplace within the empire, rendering them seemingly valueless. After all, which civilized world cannot produce rifles, alloy plastics, and grinding engines? The true worth lies in the black boxes themselves. The output may be of lesser significance, yet the technology they embody, originating from the Golden Age, possesses the potential to incite fervor within the mechanical church. Gu Heng listened attentively as Wu Jiarong elucidated these matters. Some of the information he recalled from memory, while other details were new to him. This intelligence was crucial, albeit not of paramount importance. According to Wu Jiarong, he had effectively abandoned the notion of selling the black box manufacturing machines. It was not entirely impossible to sell. After all, acquiring them through force would require effort, and a monetary transaction could prove to be a more expedient solution. However, Gu Heng would not entertain the idea of selling. The risks were far too great. In comparison to the overwhelmingly powerful mechanical church that spans the empire, he, as a mere governor, wielded little significance. What was even more perilous was the prospect of selling a few machines. Would the mechanical church not take notice? Might they seek to acquire more? Or inquire as to how he had come into possession of such valuable black boxes? The aspect of lesser importance lay in the remoteness and inconspicuousness of Furial Star. Events occurring here were unlikely to reach the ears of the mechanical church. At present, the entirety of interstellar communication from Furial Star was limited solely to the quintet. If the information does not reach the heavens, then this matter can be considered as though it never occurred. Moreover, Gu Heng would never forsake the essentials for trifles, as he possesses a black box that he would not leave unused. Previously, he had exercised a degree of caution, but it was inevitable that some details would be revealed. Once in use, concealment becomes impossible. In the future, he shall exercise even greater vigilance. Simultaneously, he finds himself in need of assistance from another. Gu Heng's gaze turned towards Wu Jiarong, imbued with hope. Chapter 60. Technological tree planting during a recent exchange with Wu Jiarong. One aspect that brought him joy was the attitude of this female technician. Ultimately, the implication became increasingly apparent. If Your Excellency the Governor trusts my words, I can join the secret factory. There, it will serve as your research and development center, providing credible explanations for all your future technological outputs. Wu Jiarong and Appo's demeanor appeared humble. Gu Heng regarded her with a warm smile. Excellent, I am thoroughly pleased with your suggestion, and I hope you will fulfill all that you have promised. In return, I assure you that you will obtain what you desire. A sudden jolt coursed through Wu Jiarong, yet she quickly regained her composure. She was confident that Governor Gu understood the subtext of her statement. Working in the governor's secret factory would undoubtedly allow her to attribute all special outputs to herself in the future, beyond the normal confidentiality protocols, creating an additional layer of illusion that a talented technical master was working for the governor would adequately explain the outputs of the secret factory, or what might be termed the Wu Jiarong Research Institute. The level of security would significantly increase. Simultaneously, she stood to gain much more. She would become the governor's most crucial technical advisor, and even if more distinguished technical experts were to arrive later, she would have no cause to worry about her position being usurped, even if she were to adopt a passive role. A continuous stream of technological knowledge would flow to her, with various technological achievements being attributed to her, especially as the governor's territory expanded, ushering in new and advanced technologies. She might indeed find herself in the enviable position of a sage, effortlessly basking in success. Moreover, the opportunity to study the enigmatic black box, this emblem of the golden age of technology, was something she could scarcely have imagined in the past. Given her previous status, it would have been utterly inconceivable for her to access such premier research materials. She was acutely aware of her limitations in dismantling the black box and fully comprehending its contents. After all, even the most esteemed sages within the mechanical church had struggled to grasp its mysteries. How could a mere technician like her hope to understand it? Yet, even the smallest gleaning of insight, a mere fragment, could potentially rival the results of her prolonged studies in technology. Thus, she resolved to act swiftly. Following Gu Heng's departure, Wu Jiarong, accompanied by her team and guided by the loyal mechanical soldiers of the governor, swiftly took residence in the secret factory. It had been rebranded as a research institute, albeit regrettably failing to adopt the name Wu Jiarong Research Institute, remaining nameless instead. However, she was undeterred. Having envisioned a bright future that fueled her motivation to the fullest extent, the application plan for the whetstone engine, as requested by Gu Heng, was promptly presented. It was not the hastily contrived version crafted to appease the governor, but rather a meticulously constructed proposal infused with her dedication. Although it was not particularly advanced, too sophisticated would have overwhelmed her capabilities. The governor's requirements were not for cutting-edge technology, but rather for sufficient reliability and relatively low mass production difficulty. In these respects, she had achieved an exemplary standard. She firmly believes that, among her peers at the technician level, none can surpass her expertise. After all, she nearly ascended to the rank of a mechanic, only to falter in her struggles and miss that promotion. She has always maintained that her true capabilities have already reached the level of a mechanic. What she presented was far more than a mere design blueprint. It was accompanied by two prototypes. One was a three-wheeled cart, equipped with a cargo area capable of accommodating 3 individuals, with additional space on the side for mounting a machine gun. The other was a military variant of the tricycle, which emerged with great ingenuity. The larger engine was repurposed to construct a substantial front-end vehicle, adaptable with various types of cargo areas, including flatbeds, enabling it to serve as either a transport truck or a troop carrier. Upon witnessing the finished products and even taking a turn at the wheel herself, Gu Heng was immensely pleased with Wu Jiarong's work. He designated model names for these vehicles. The tricycle was named Hunter, XL100, while the truck's front end was dubbed Iron Bull, RN100. Both types of vehicles are destined for continuous evolution in the future. Wu Jiarong has already devised a plan for their mass production, with subsequent tasks allocated to the Waste Whole Society. The alloy plastic steel processing plant will undertake the production of various components. A new vehicle factory will be established, guided by Wu Jiarong's expertise in crafting processes and production lines, as they embark on attempts at mass production. The engine factory, however, is in no rush. The mother machine's black box can directly facilitate the production lines for 2 different specifications of grinding stone engines. There is no immediate need to expedite this process, as the pace of vehicle production is insufficient, and producing an excess of engines will merely result in them gathering dust. Moreover, Wu Jiarong elaborated to Gu Heng on many of her future plans. She intends to delve into the black box, striving to enhance technological proficiency without disassembly, perfecting theories and researching the various products derived from the black box. These pursuits belong to her personal cultivation and shall remain unelaborated. Additionally, she aims to ensure that the Research Institute lives up to its name. In the future, she plans to engage in the development of propellants and artillery shells. This task should prove manageable, as the production line for the G9 rifle family already incorporates bullet manufacturing processes. The propellant is a crucial component in this endeavor. However, the production line established for the black box is specifically designed to serve the G9 rifle family and is not particularly suited for artillery. Nevertheless, given her capabilities, Wu Jiarong can independently extract the propellant production segment for specialized manufacturing. With the integration of warheads and the production of explosive devices, self-sufficiency in artillery shell production will become a reality, alleviating Gu Heng's concerns about depleting his mortar shells and leaving his mortar as a mere shell. Not only mortar shells, but also the production of rockets is feasible. With the ability to manufacture shells, the development of artillery must also be prioritized. Unlike mortars, Wu Jiarong plans to design legitimate, large-caliber artillery pieces. Artillery is the embodiment of the deity of war. She envisioned a 155mm howitzer, crafted with a pragmatic approach, emphasizing durability, ease of operation, high reliability, and straightforward manufacturing processes. Naturally, this may compromise accuracy to some extent, but it is of little consequence. This aligns with the governor's philosophy of addressing the existence of a solution before refining its quality. Furthermore, the development of individual-use rocket launchers and rapid-fire rocket nests will also be prioritized. In due course, when paired with the Iron Bull truck, potentially with some enhancements, it will facilitate the creation of rocket launch vehicles, towing artillery, and even self-propelled heavy artillery systems. Chapter 61. Let Them Come. Wu Jiarong is a treasure. She has the ability to render Gu Heng's enigmatic black box technology comprehensible. In truth, the black box technology he currently possesses is rather rudimentary. Even a technical specialist or a mechanic could produce such items, which is hardly remarkable. Furthermore, she is capable of introducing a plethora of technological products beyond the confines of black box technology to Gu Heng's domain. Ascending the technological hierarchy cannot solely rely on system-generated black technologies. Naturally, the so-called technological hierarchy encompasses not only military-industrial technology, but also the advancement of non-military industrial manufacturing techniques. While Wu Jiarong lacks the capacity to modify the already sophisticated production lines derived from black box technology, she perceives ample opportunity for enhancement in production technologies acquired from various locales on Fury Star, such as thermal greystone generator sets, textile machines from textile factories, cement plants, and brickworks. This skilled technician seems somewhat regretful, almost eager to expedite the technological upgrade of the entire camp for the governor within a short span of time. This prompts Gu Heng to reflect inwardly, realizing that human beings, in their quest to realize their value, are driven primarily by intrinsic motivation. Sole reliance on duty and servitude yields dismally low productivity and capability. Once an individual genuinely desires to accomplish something, viewing it as a means of fulfilling their own value and aspirations, they often unleash tremendous energy. This energy is the essence of transformative change in the world. After Wu Jiarong demonstrated her genuine commitment and proactive attitude, Gu Heng's system panel registered new developments. Upon inspecting the hero interface, he noticed Wu Jiarong's name appeared among the heroes available for activation. This was an anticipated outcome. Having deduced that the hero function would unveil new activation options as individuals evolve, Gu Heng, after conversing with Wu Jiarong and observing her subsequent performance, surmised that she indeed possesses potential. In fact, she is inherently talented. A decade ago, in her youth, she was already poised to ascend to the rank of mechanic. At that time, she was just in her early 20s. A background-less female technician who had achieved such a standing could not have done so without diligence and innate ability. If her journey had been smooth, while aspiring to become a bishop might be a far-fetched dream, attaining the status of a technical priest or even a mechanized spirit priest would not be insurmountable. However, her life has not been easy, preventing her from reaching such heights, leading to a decade of stagnation aboard the quintet. Now, with Gu Heng, she has stumbled upon an unconventional yet promising opportunity that could invigorate her ambitions and propel her upward. It is only natural for such a person to be recognized by the system as possessing potential. Gu Heng, without hesitation, allocated the remaining 10 points of grace to Wu Jiarong. Activated hero, Wu Jiarong, in level, LV2, physique 6, spirit 8, command 5, politics 3, technology 11, traits. Upon activation, Wu Jiarong stands at LV2. This is presumably due to her previous experience as a technical specialist, which has led the system to classify her as a level 2 foot hero. The activation cost remains a fixed 10 points. I wonder if activating individuals of higher caliber into heroes will demand a greater expenditure of grace points. Another notable distinction is that, compared to Aesena, Wu Jiarong possesses an additional attribute point, technology. As her title suggests, this should reflect her technical prowess. Her political score is merely 3, significantly lower than the average, which explains her struggles in the fiercely competitive environment of the mechanical sect, as well as her earlier indiscretion in probing for secrets about the factory. Oblivious to the necessity of discretion and only aware of her own trepidation. Nonetheless, it matters not. Gu Heng's intention in elevating her to hero status is not to engage her in political maneuvering. As long as her technical skills are sufficient to aid him in the development and enhancement of technology, that suffices. After activating Wu Jiarong, Gu Heng is left with only 8 grace points. He gazes at the hero interface, where Yin Fengshu and Pabov await activation. Next time for sure. He then realizes that Aesena has been performing admirably, with the camp and Oppos' population nearing 10,000 and daily increases of dozens to hundreds. Amid the pressing need for manpower and a multitude of affairs to manage, she still manages to keep things generally organized. Excellent. Elevating this young woman to hero status to shoulder greater responsibilities was indeed a wise decision. Zhang Chao appears to lack significant ambition. After Aesena's assistance, Gu Heng observes the lad and finds that rather than being displeased by the division of power, he seems somewhat happier due to a reduced workload. Gu Heng is uncertain whether to feel relieved that no signs of internal strife have emerged among his subordinates or to lament his inability to elevate his little follower. However, overall, he remains quite satisfied. With Aesena's help, he can ease his worries and devote some of his energies to other pursuits, rather than spending countless hours managing various political affairs as he had previously. The energy saved can now be redirected towards his upcoming strategy, the revitalization of the city. With the assistance of Alliance Speaker Hodgson, Gu Heng feels that the plan he had devised to take control of the entire revitalization initiative can now progress at a quicker pace. Yet, just as he is refining his plans, he receives a communication request from Elisha Fofana. The female captain conveys an unexpected message. Gu Hang, are you acquainted with the Phoenix Brigade? Upon hearing this question, Gu Hang's immediate reaction is to ponder whether the event he previously activated has already commenced. Has it been so little time? That brigade has arrived remarkably swiftly. Whether to claim acquaintance or ignorance seems equally precarious. Thus, he counters, Brigadier Elisha, are you aware of the current situation regarding the Phoenix Brigade? Elisha did not dwell on convoluted thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, her face reflected hesitation. Yet she offered Gu Hang a solemn warning. Their circumstances are rather intricate. Although Elisha's explanation remained somewhat vague, the essence was clear. 100 years ago, they were condemned to a penance expedition, destined for extinction, which they should not have survived. Now that they have endured, it has caused some distress among certain individuals. As for you, I shall not provide any specific counsel, merely advise you to approach this matter with utmost caution. After a brief pause, she continued, they demand to descend to the surface to meet you. I cannot hinder them, but if you require assistance, I can attempt to intervene. Gu Hang pondered for a moment before responding. There is no need. Let them come. Chapter 62. Disappointment. Every Space Marine chapter represents a formidable force. When fully staffed, they not only comprise 1,000 of the finest warriors but also command a fleet, supplemented by hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of well-equipped mortal auxiliary troops. The Empire establishes one chapter after another to garrison critical worlds and, when necessary, deploys them to pivotal battlefields in the vast cosmos to deliver decisive blows. The Phoenix chapter has atoned for its transgressions. Logically, the Empire ought to support their reconstruction, as adding another chapter could secure stability for one or several star systems. Yet, the Empire has refrained from doing so. While Gu Hang cannot concern himself with the higher-level machinations, he understands, as Elisha has warned, that the Phoenix chapter undoubtedly harbors troubles. Elisha's offer to intervene if Gu Hang requires assistance implies a willingness to intercept the Space Marine chapter, even a remnant one, which she is reluctant to undertake due to the potential complications involved. However, should Gu Hang choose to shoulder this burden and request assistance as the planetary governor, she might be willing to take the risk to help. Achieving this level of cooperation is commendable. Gu Hang recognizes her intentions are benevolent, encompassing both her assistance and her counsel. It appears that the female captain has unconsciously begun to regard Gu Hang as an ally, which bodes well for their relationship. Nevertheless, Gu Hang politely declined Elisha's goodwill. What purpose would there be in intercepting these Space Marines? For the time being, he has no intention of relinquishing this activated chain of events. He is exceedingly eager for that remnant chapter, regardless of the current frailty of the Phoenix chapter. It remains a chapter nonetheless. If he could enlist their service, his path to sweeping across the entire Fury Star would become unobstructed. Starships are impressive. Yet no matter how powerful, they can only bombard from above. Elisha cannot deploy ground troops. Even if she could, her limited ground forces would prove inadequate. Orbital bombardment serves as a strategic deterrent akin to nuclear weaponry, reserved for dire circumstances. Mere intimidation, however, has been Gu Hang's modus operandi over the past month. Otherwise, the government of Revival City would not be so compliant, readily providing resources or scrambling to address their inquiries regarding cult activities, with Hodgson, the council president, even offering assistance. Simply relying on the governor's title is insufficient. Previous governors had their titles too, yet they met their downfall. Defiance is a primitive tactic. Deceit and subterfuge, along with the failure to execute orders, can lead to chaos. Lacking one's own strength might result in being manipulated, all while believing that one remains in control. The indigenous leaders may appear compliant and diligent, with tax collection progressing favorably. Before the tax officials arrive, they may even believe their warehouses are stocked to capacity, ordering inspections that yield no issues, only to discover, on the eve of taxation, that the amounts fall short. Gu Hang is determined to prevent such occurrences. Mere intimidation will not suffice. He must possess tangible power on the ground, commanding obedience from his subordinates and relying on a dependable military force. He needs assurance against deceit. With those who defy orders facing formidable suppression, not through the catastrophic means of orbital bombardment. The situation on Furyhawk Star is already dire. Should he resort to annihilating Revitalization City with ship cannons, it would undoubtedly lead to insurmountable tax issues. The undying bird represents such conventional strength. With the aid of the Space Marines, Gu Hang can ensure that his judgments lead to the demise of adversaries without resorting to the obliteration of cities for the sake of a few lives. However, When he finally encounters the undying bird battle group, he is taken aback. Hours later, he stands on the landing field, watching something descend from the sky. It is the Phoenix, a vessel that cannot truly be termed a starship, but rather a mere spacecraft. Its dimensions are modest. When he learned that the battle group intended to land their ship directly on the surface, Gu Heng was initially astonished and concerned about space constraints. In his mind, even a frigate would carry thousands of crew members, landing as a formidable entity. Yet now, he observes this. It is scarcely larger than the transport ship responsible for surface communications on the quintet. Is this truly a remnant faction? Can they be so diminished as to lack even a single starship? The Space Marine Battle Group? Is this all they present? Could they merely be an advance unit? As the hatch opens, Gu Heng first perceives a figure far more robust and towering than an ordinary human, clad in crimson power armor adorned with white trim. Wielding a grenade launcher as he strides from the spacecraft. Each heavy footfall exudes an imposing aura. His armor, though not resplendent, bears signs of wear. Hinting at the seasoned veteran, he is countless foes, monsters, aliens, and traitors have met their end by his hand. Beneath the crimson helmet, his icy gaze fixates on Gu Heng, who feels a chilling presence. Is this what they call murderous intent? Fear does not grip him. Rather, Gu Heng feels a twinge of exhilaration, witnessing a space marine firsthand. He finds their reputation well-deserved, indeed formidable warriors whose renown spans the cosmos. As more space marines emerge from the hatch, Gu Heng's satisfaction grows. Yet, this sense of contentment abruptly halts. Only 7 have disembarked, leaving the rear conspicuously vacant. Just 7? What sort of battle group is this? It cannot even constitute a tactical squad. He understands that this is a dying faction, yet their state seems painfully dire. Disappointment wells within Gu Heng. Martins, bringing up the rear, shares in this disappointment as he steps out to meet the governor awaiting him. He recognizes Gu Heng as the individual he has come to see. The one foreseen by Priest Rizzo as the potential savior of the battle group. En route, he had envisioned Fury Hawk Star as a prosperous planet or a thriving manufacturing world. The governor here wields considerable power and exhibits a friendly disposition towards the battalion, expressing a willingness to assist in its reconstruction. However, matters appear to be far from his expectations. The current governor seems rather ordinary, does he not? He is neither tall nor robust, apart from his rather handsome appearance. He resembles an unremarkable mortal. Certainly, Martins can detect a significant psychic energy emanating from this governor, yet it pales in comparison to what one might expect from someone of his stature. This level of psychic energy poses no threat to him or any of his battle comrades. Their powered armor possesses a degree of anti-psychic energy properties, and their genetically enhanced physiques, coupled with their formidable mental fortitude, are beyond the capabilities of an ordinary psychic to challenge. To suggest that he could easily dispatch Gu Heng would be an exaggeration. It would be more accurate to liken it to a burly man strangling a mere wolfhound. Of course, comparing a mortal to a death angel is rather harsh. The strength of a planetary governor does not solely rest upon his individual prowess. Yet, one must ponder the state of this planet. What about this place? Martin struggles to determine whether to classify it as a small town or a military camp. Is this truly the essence of the governor's dominion? Chapter 63, What Shall Save Us? The inaugural encounter between Gu Heng and Martins is challenging to categorize as either fortuitous or unfortunate. If deemed fortunate, both individuals harbor a sense of disappointment within. Conversely, should it be labeled unfortunate, they simultaneously conceal their discontent and engage in relatively fluid dialogue. The demeanor of the governor consistently exudes a pleasant smile, akin to a refreshing spring breeze. In contrast, Martins and his cadre of interstellar warriors maintain an expression of cold severity, which aligns with their established style. Gu Heng, having composed himself, reflects on the dire state of the Phoenix Legion, which exceeds his initial expectations of desolation. Although this realization brings him some disappointment, he acknowledges that even with a mere 7 members, they are formidable warriors. He ponders whether his own contingent of over 1,000 soldiers, combined with his abilities as a psyker, could stand against these 7 in direct confrontation. The prospect appears bleak. What more can be said? These 7 interstellar warriors remain a decisive force. Furthermore, if the Legion were indeed as feeble as it seems, possessing merely 100 or so members along with a couple of large starships and a multitude of mundane auxiliary troops, what role would he play in such a scenario? It is likely that he, as the governor, would find himself subservient to the Legion commander, merely securing a position as a logistics overseer. Ironically, such circumstances might present a greater opportunity. In contrast, Gu Heng finds himself increasingly intrigued by the demeanor of the individual who identifies as Martins, the commander of the Phoenix Legion. Their conversation, if one were to frame it positively, revolves around mutual understanding. If viewed negatively, it devolves into inane chatter. Ultimately, the topics of their exchange are devoid of substance. So, why does this commander, despite his stern countenance, maintain a patient discourse on such trivial matters? This is indeed curious. Typically, the death angels of the emperor are not known for their loquacity, not out of an inability to converse, but rather because they tend to perceive themselves as distinct from the so-called mortals. They consider themselves heirs of the emperor, inheritors of his genes, angels elevated above humanity. Among them, some exhibit friendliness towards mortals, others display cruelty, while some simply ignore them. Regardless of their attitude, even the benevolent sentiment is one of superiority, akin to an angel's benevolence towards humanity. Responding with a touch of disdain seems to reflect the commander's underlying stance. What could this imply? I seek your assistance. Could it be that you also desire something from me? What might that be? A legion of interstellar warriors, on the brink of obliteration, concludes a century-long quest for redemption. Drawing near to the planet of Prevails, where it appears they seek both salvation and hope. On the verge of annihilation, in search of redemption and hope. Ah, so you wish to rebuild your legion and require my aid, do you? But why me? I seem to be in a state of utter destitution. Hardly the figure one would envision as capable of aiding in such a reconstruction. Is this yet another facet of the system? Has the system convinced you that I can assist? Yet, crucially, the system has not imparted how I might extend my help. While maintaining a beaming smile and an earnest yet dignified demeanor in his exchange with Martins, Gu Heng grapples with a rising tide of anxiety within. As the conversation unfolded, Gu Heng gradually set aside his previous thoughts and became increasingly captivated by the tales recounted by Martins. However, amidst the tumultuous battlefield of the Starry Sea, where one executed jump assistance missions, vanquished foes, and commandeered vessels, where lone warriors infiltrated enemy lines to obliterate heavy artillery positions, where they stormed enemy strongholds to eradicate heretical traitors, and faced colossal alien beasts to sever their heads, each of these achievements sounded nothing short of legendary. Gu Heng let out a prolonged sigh and remarked, "Commander Martins, your experiences are profoundly moving, regardless of others' opinions. I firmly believe that no matter the transgressions you may have committed in the past, you have now atoned for them. The Emperor will certainly not hold you accountable any longer. You are great heroes and should not wander aimlessly through the starry expanse." After a brief pause, Gu Heng continued, "Though my conditions here are not particularly favorable, if you do not mind, I would be willing to offer the Phoenix Legion a place to call home. You may rest and resupply here whenever you wish. I realize this may come across as presumptuous, but if you are amenable, Fury Star would gladly serve as your second sanctuary. My doors are always open to you." At this juncture, Gu Heng turned to face the towering commander, his expression calm, sincere, and warm. Yet, Martins hesitated. "I am truly grateful for your generous offer, Your Excellency, but I need to contemplate it further." Within the encampment, Gu Heng had arranged for a temporary dwelling to be prepared for the Phoenix Legion. Their imposing stature made them resemble 7 miniature giants. The houses, constructed for average human needs, appeared rather low and cramped for them. Nevertheless, there was little choice given the circumstances. Fortunately, they did not express excessive demands regarding their living conditions. Although theoretically safe, none of the 7 warriors removed their armor, at most merely discarding their helmets. They sat together, and one warrior, bald with a square face and 3 golden service studs embedded in his forehead, spoke in a subdued tone, "Commander Martins, I fail to understand why you were so courteous to that mortal. Brother Schneider, we all fight for the God Emperor, and we are all his subjects. We should not be overly proud. We must show the utmost respect to a planetary governor." "But it seems otherwise," Schneider retorted. "Do you still believe this mortal is the hope for our legion's salvation? A mere mortal, a governor of a decaying world, who cannot even control his own planet. What capability does he possess to aid us in rebuilding the entire legion? We are merely wasting our time here." Schneider's demeanor was far from respectful. He touched the service studs on his forehead, which he regarded as his badge of honor. One golden service stud represented a century of service by a space warrior to the legion. 3 studs denoted that he was a veteran of 3 centuries. He had always believed himself more qualified than the younger Martins to assume the position of commander, yet the previous commander had entrusted the significant responsibilities to Martins. He would rather have perished alongside the battle commander than endure the leadership of Martins in the present circumstances. Indeed, He was even less inclined to grapple with the current state of confusion that left him at a loss. He understood that within the ranks of the immortal Phoenix battle group, there existed little room for power struggles. Unity was paramount. Although he could not claim to fully endorse Commander Martens, he would unconditionally obey orders, as that was the duty of a soldier. Moreover, he believed that this uncertainty resided not solely within his own heart, but also echoed in the minds of his fellow warriors. Chapter 64. Fighting for the newborn in the face of his battle brother's skepticism, Martens let out a long sigh. The commander, who was supposed to embody steadfastness at all times, bore an expression of fatigue and confusion. "We have no choice," he declared, and his words cast a pall over the others. Another soldier spoke up. "How are we to find our way? Shall we continue to wander aimlessly? Wander until the fuel of the Phoenix is exhausted? We cannot even find a single planet willing to supply us properly. Must we resort to thievery like those treacherous pirates?" The Phoenixes rarely descended into such discord. They understood that they were each other's last brothers, their family. Yet, the uncertainty of their future rendered it impossible for them to maintain a positive outlook indefinitely. This was not the time for battle. Although their current predicament was far more critical than any fierce conflict, they needed a clear direction now more than ever. Martens did not intervene in the quarrel among his brothers. He recognized that part of the reason for this situation stemmed from his own lack of authority. And even he felt lost, uncertain whether to accept Governor Gu Hang's invitation, let alone quell the discord. Ultimately, it was the oldest and most uniquely positioned member of the battle group who stepped forward, Priest Rizzo. The priest's power armor was distinct from that of the other 6 warriors. Rather than being entirely crimson, it was predominantly black, adorned with a vibrant red flame phoenix emblem on his shoulder. Removing his helmet, the priest's countenance appeared slightly aged, his beard and hair peppered with gray. Space Marines possess extraordinarily long lifespans, with no reports of a death angel perishing from old age. However, this does not imply that they are impervious to the ravages of time. Time is the sharpest blade, always etching its marks upon the face and body. The priest spoke. "Cease this fruitless argument." Upon his utterance, the battle brothers fell silent. As the most senior member of the squad, Rizzo's words carried more weight than even the commander's. Yet, after silencing the quarrel, Rizzo did not elaborate further. He turned his gaze toward Martens and said, "Commander, you must shoulder the responsibilities of the entire squad. This matter is for you to decide." Martens hesitated. He understood that Rizzo's intervention was a show of support. However, his inability to make a decision amid the earlier dispute, or to halt its continuation, diminished his stature as commander. Rizzo shook his head and said, "This question is one you should not pose to me. The revelation has not provided me with an answer. Yet the one who received the revelation resides in this very town. Why not inquire of him directly?" Martens sighed deeply and replied, "Very well, I shall go at once." As they watched the commander depart the dwelling, the bald Schneider remarked, "Our commander is far too indecisive. Perhaps the weight of his responsibilities compels him to tread carefully. Such behavior is unwarranted." Schneider appeared somewhat dissatisfied. "I do not necessarily wish to leave this place. However, we certainly require a resolute objective, followed by unwavering action. We cannot linger here hesitantly. Those months adrift among the stars were equally dismal. I abhorred this uncertainty. A warrior should not endure such a state." Faced with the recurring inquiries of Commander Martens, Gu Hang found himself momentarily at a loss. "How can I assist you in rebuilding the regiment? You ask me, how on earth would I know? If I were to declare my inability, would you suddenly erupt in rage and unleash a grenade upon me?" Internally flustered, yet maintaining a facade of calm, he responded, "Commander Martens, your sudden query leaves me uncertain as to where to begin." Upon hearing Gu Hang's words, Martens felt a twinge of disappointment. It was hardly surprising. If even he did not know how to reconstruct the regiment, what answers could a mere mortal provide? Yet at that moment, Gu Hang continued, "However, Commander Martens, please pardon my audacity in speaking frankly. Your current state of confusion is somewhat unjustifiable. Rebuilding the regiment is an ambitious and arduous endeavor. When you contemplate how to achieve it all at once, seeking a definitive answer, it is only natural to feel overwhelmed and directionless, with hope appearing dim. Such thoughts inevitably transform into insurmountable obstacles before you. Why not break this colossal plan into a series of achievable smaller goals, and then diligently pursue them step by step?" Martens did not lament before Gu Hang. He simply stated, "I understand these principles, yet." Gu Hang shook his head, gesturing for Martens to refrain from continuing. He sought to seize the initiative in the dialogue. "Since you have come to consult me, let us delve into my ideas. Commander Martens, in your view, what is required for the regiment's reconstruction?" Martens' thoughts shifted, and he pondered Gu Hang's perspective, replying, I require sufficient manpower and resources to establish the foundational strength of the regiment, including logistical support and a substantial number of mortal auxiliary troops. Martins expressed his doubts. Even if I trust you, I am aware that, although you are the planetary governor, you have yet to gain control over this planet, and the resources at your disposal are limited. The planet's production capacity is indeed questionable. You cannot even manufacture a single grenade. To his surprise, Gu Hang, faced with skepticism, erupted into laughter. Indeed, Commander Martins, you are entirely correct. However, I have a plan. In the future, I shall transform Fury Crow Star into a world of forges, providing everything the regiment requires. I do not inquire whether you believe in my plan. Belief is of little consequence. I only ask you this. Are you and your regiment willing to fight for the rebirth of the regiment? Chapter 65. Would the Emperor and Appos' warband be willing to fight for the rebirth of the Legion? This query was one that Martins did not need to ponder. It was a matter of course. However, he was not so easily swayed by Gu Hang's mere words. Indeed, we would fight for the revival of the Legion, even at the cost of our lives. Yet, I must ascertain that our struggle is genuinely aimed at the resurrection of the Legion and not merely for the sake of certain individuals' power. The two are not synonymous. Gu Hang replied, on this matter, I shall remain candid with you. My actions are certainly not solely for the benefit of the Phoenix Legion. I was summoned in a time of peril to this desolate planet to cultivate and enhance it. However, are our objectives not aligned? I believe that for the Phoenix to be rebuilt, 3 essential elements are required. Firstly, human and material resources, an ample supply of auxiliary troops and robust logistical support. Secondly, you will need a fleet for the Legion. Thirdly, the 7 angels alone do not constitute a Legion. You must rejuvenate and replenish your ranks with sufficient battle brothers. As for the third point, I cannot assist you. Yet, regarding the first and second, as long as Fury Owl Star develops according to my plan, it shall simultaneously serve as your steadfast support, addressing your needs for mortal auxiliaries, fleet, and logistical supplies. I seek to expand and fortify my world, and you require a thriving world to aid in the reconstruction of your Legion. The Phoenix fights for the future of Fury Owl Star, while Fury Owl Star fights for the resurgence of the Phoenix. We are destined to cooperate. The commander of the Legion may not be a politician, but the Space Marines often do not require such considerations. Many among them have always been forthright. Then why not choose a world that is already flourishing? Gu Hang smiled. If you had a choice, you would not have come to Fury Owl Star. Martins had to concede that this mortal governor was indeed correct. The Phoenix Legion had wandered for months, traversing numerous worlds, and had they had options, they would have settled long ago. Their goal had always been the restoration of the Legion, yet no one genuinely wished to aid them in that endeavor. It would certainly be advantageous to recruit a few Space Marines as allies or enforcers. However, the reconstruction of the Legion? That was a different matter altogether. Maintaining a legitimate Legion requires the concerted effort of an entire planet. It demands vast armies, extensive logistical manpower, and starships that are exorbitantly costly. Moreover, the unique nature of the Space Marines designates them as highly independent beings, possessing a distinctive status within the Empire. The title of the Emperor and Appos' Angels of Death is not merely a description but a designation of their exceptional standing. After exhausting tremendous effort to rebuild the Legion, one might believe they have acquired a force that serves them, yet in reality, who would hold dominion, the Legion or the governor? In the eyes of most Space Marines, a planetary governor is merely a mortal providing supplies and managing the planet. At most, they are akin to a steward. To imagine commanding Space Marines to move hither and thither, that is but a dream. Most governors, as well as the generals who forged the world, harbor no desire to labor for half a day only to crown themselves with the title of a supreme ruler. Throughout his journey, Martins has encountered numerous individuals of this ilk. While he himself is not overly contemplative, he possesses the keen ability to discern the thoughts of others. To him, those insincere smiles and thumping promises are nothing but illusions. They wield reconstruction as a carrot to dangle before the weary, compelling them to toil, only to cast them aside when they no longer hold value. Yet, a dying battle group finds it exceedingly difficult to resist the might of a powerful governor. Upon arriving at Fury Owl Star, although disheartened by the world and Appos' backwardness, Martins perceives a certain advantage in it. His battle group lies in tatters, reduced to a mere 7 warriors. However, Fury Owl Star is also a dilapidated realm, and Governor Gu genuinely requires their assistance. With their support, the governor will be better equipped to exert control over the entire planet. As the governor's influence expands, they too will reap the benefits and grow alongside him. He need not worry about Gu Heng deceiving them or acting against their interests. Given Gu and Appo's current state, even if they, the Phoenix, are diminished, they possess the capacity to retaliate and withdraw unscathed. As long as the battle group can strengthen in tandem with the governor's burgeoning power by the future. Even if the governor turns against them once his strength has multiplied, the battle group will likely possess sufficient might to withstand such a shift. In that eventuality, should they part ways, they would still have the strength to return to the starry seas, and what harm is there in becoming a fleet-based battle group once more? Even in the most dire of circumstances, they can assure their own survival. Oh, no, we are the loyal battle group. We would never resort to such actions. Observing Martins' stern visage, which seemed to reveal nothing of his inner thoughts, Gu wore a warm and sincere smile, appearing utterly unconcerned with Martins' musings. Martins finally spoke. Perhaps we indeed ought to grow together. You revive your world, and I shall restore my battle group. However, how can you guarantee that you will succeed in developing your world as you envision? He continued, you see, my situation may mirror yours. Your realm teeters on the brink of annihilation, and if I fail to achieve significant results within 2 years, I too shall perish. Yet, our divergence lies in my unwavering confidence in my future. While you remain engulfed in uncertainty, you lack the knowledge of how to prevail, whereas I possess that understanding. Thus, why not bind your fate to mine, you who wander in confusion? The wait shall not be long, merely 2 years, and clarity shall emerge. Martins found himself swayed by Gu Heng's words. Why should the aimless Phoenix not board a train that knows the way? After all, 2 years is but a fleeting moment for the long-lived interstellar warriors. Having endured a century-long expedition of penance, spending 2 years on Fury Star, merely watching time pass is hardly a daunting prospect. Should this governor truly falter 2 years hence, when the imperial administration decides to execute him, he could personally escort the governor on his final journey. You are the leader of the battle group. You must shoulder the weight of its responsibilities. Thus, Martins altered his perspective. He rose to his feet, gazing down at the diminutive Governor Gu, whose stature was significantly lesser than his own. He noted that although his form entirely overshadowed that of the governor, compelling him to tilt his head upwards to behold his countenance, the sense of oppression was palpable. Yet, the expression on the governor's face remained utterly unchanged. Ultimately, Martins extended his enormous palm towards Gu Heng, proclaiming, "May our collaboration receive the divine blessing of the God Emperor." A radiant smile blossomed on Gu Heng's face, becoming even more resplendent. He reached out his hand, clasping it with the disproportionately large hand of Martins, exclaiming, "For the Emperor." Chapter 66. A modest deception. Gu Heng deceived Martins, albeit in a trivial manner. The act of drawing illusions cannot be deemed as a true deception. Should the Space Marines be willing to assist him, the future of Angry Hawkstar would indeed develop as he envisioned. He had never contemplated the notion of having the Phoenix Legion serve him entirely and unreservedly. The disparity between their statuses was too vast. Within the imperial framework, the planetary governor and the commander of a Space Marine chapter operate within entirely different systems, devoid of any subordination. However, in terms of stature, the latter holds significantly greater esteem than the former. During the zenith of the Phoenix Legion, they would dominate their homeworld, rendering the planetary governor little more than a mortal steward, tasked with the mundane chores that the Space Marines deemed beneath them. Their influence would resonate powerfully throughout an entire star sector, where every governor would greet the chapter master with reverence, praying for assistance from their neighboring warriors in times of peril. Across the vast expanse of the star domain, even with countless light years of separation, the renown of the Phoenix would be widely acknowledged. In the event of a large-scale conflict, should only one chapter engage in battle, the chapter master would typically ascend to the role of the supreme military commander. Although the Imperial Navy and the Imperial Astral Army are not formally subordinate to the chapter, they would thoroughly respect the chapter master's counsel and even heed his commands, unless a particularly illustrious hero were present, which could alter the dynamics. Despite the fact that the Phoenix Legion is no longer the formidable force it was a century ago, the structure of the chapter and the identity of the chapter master persist. Thus, Gu Heng could not expect an entire chapter to be wholly obedient to him. Not even the leaders of the star sector could achieve such a feat, however. Forming an alliance based on mutual benefit sufficed. You reside in my abode, drive my vehicles, partake of the provisions I furnish, utilize the supplies I procure for you, and I promise to assist in the reconstruction of your chapter. In such circumstances, is it unreasonable for me to expect your assistance in times of my own crisis? as long as this pact is maintained. Gu Hang is indifferent to the passage of time before fulfilling his promise to restore their chapter, whether through the allocation of manpower and resources or by devising means to construct or acquire starships for them. As for where Gu Hang had deceived them, it pertains to his earlier assertion regarding the third point, supplying sufficient space marines. He indeed possesses the means to do so. How does one become a space marine? It is an arduous endeavor, necessitating a gene seed. Once implanted, the aspirant undergoes intense physiological transformation, enduring a grueling period of 1 to 2 years as the gene seed meticulously alters their entire being. Upon completion, they emerge as a neophyte, following extensive training. Should the chapter deem the neophyte has met the requisite standards, they will be bestowed with power armor, thereby truly becoming a space marine. While the concept may seem straightforward, the reality of this process is profoundly challenging. The severe transformation following the implantation of the gene seed is a trial of immense endurance. To aspire to become a selected candidate for the Space Marines, one must emerge from a population of billions, possessing both physical vigor and unwavering determination. Yet, despite these attributes, most individuals ultimately succumb to the trials. Whether through physical collapse or the shattering of their will, any failure in either realm precipitates genetic annihilation. Throughout this arduous process, 2 elements stand paramount: high-quality recruits and genetic seeds. The recruitment of soldiers is relatively straightforward. Typically, each battle group possesses an entire planet designated as a recruitment world, referred to as the home world. Individuals from a planet can be selected to form a cadre of soldiers, with the most exceptional among them chosen without concern. Even fleet-based battle groups can venture to certain planets to seek recruits. Conducting large-scale selections across the globe is impractical. Yet few governors would oppose the prospect of taking a few hundred individuals for training. Even in the current disheveled state of the Phoenix, merely visiting a world and securing a few promising candidates rarely incites a planet to pursue a band of space marines. However, even if the issue of recruitment is resolved, the Phoenix remains unable to address the latter concern, the matter of genetic seeds. The methods by which the Emperor originally created the genetic seeds of the Space Marines are shrouded in mystery, with no technological records surviving from the events of millennia past. In the present era, Space Marines primarily rely on their own capacity to produce these seeds. Each Space Marine can generate 2 genetic seeds over their lifetime. The first matures within 5 years of their transformation, allowing for extraction to cultivate new recruits. The second matures a decade later but cannot be harvested until after the Marine and Oppos' death. In theory, a Space Marine could exponentially increase their numbers. 1 becomes 2, 2 become 4, 4 become 8, and so forth. However, in practice, this is unfeasible. Furthermore, each battle group is mandated to remit 10% of their genetic seeds to the Empire as a form of genetic taxation, which serves to verify the purity of the seeds, detect contamination, and identify mutations. The collected seeds are also utilized as a repository for the establishment of new battle groups. Compounding these challenges, the implantation of genetic seeds carries a significant failure rate. Should it fail, both the individual and the seed perish. Under such a multitude of constraints, the Phoenix's ambition to increase from 7 to 14, then to 28, seems nearly impossible. Compounding matters, the 7 surviving individuals of the Phoenix are all seasoned warriors, each having lived for over a century, and they have long since harvested their 5-year seeds. To obtain more, they must await their demise. Additionally, it appears there is no specialized apothecary among them to perform the implantation of genetic seeds. The task has fallen to Priest Riza. While he possesses the necessary skills, he undoubtedly lacks the reliability of a dedicated battle group apothecary. Inadequate expertise may further diminish the likelihood of successful awakenings among the subjects. Gu Hang expressed that he could offer no assistance to the Phoenix in this regard, and Martins harbored no doubts about this, merely considering it a fleeting topic of conversation. No Space Marine would expect a mere mortal to provide any aid in such matters. Yet, the reality is that Gu Hang possesses the capability to assist. In the event panel, a new development has emerged within the event line titled The Phoenix Approaches Death. The Phoenix is nearing its demise. The gene seed, repeatable events. Choices available. The Phoenix Warband has arrived at the Furial Star and has established a preliminary cooperation agreement with you. A governor striving for dominion and the development of the world, alongside a dying yet resolute warband seeking revival, makes for an intriguing partnership. The most crucial element for the resurgence of the warband, the gene seed, remains elusive. If you possess such an ability, how would you choose? For a payment of 100 points of grace, obtain a gene seed, Phoenix Warband. Observing this system function, the joy felt by Gu Hang was overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of dread creeping upon him. Chapter 67. The Authenticity of the Phoenix? 100 points of grace in exchange for a seed. It is indeed exorbitant. However, the seed acquired for 100 points of grace cannot be equated with a single interstellar warrior. What is the worth of a young, robust individual, resolute in spirit, endowed with exceptional talent? After undergoing implantation surgery, enduring the rigors of transformation, and enduring the prolonged and grueling training typical of interstellar warriors, what is their value? And what of the specialized power armor designed for interstellar warriors, capable of establishing a neural connection with them? Gu Hang preferred to assess worth through the system of grace points. He had currently upgraded twice to level 3. With an approximate total value of 70 grace points, 10 points to activate, 10 points to reach level 2, and 50 points to attain level 3. However, to reach level 4, he would require 200 grace points. At present, he was no match for any interstellar warrior and would likely need to reach level 4 to contend with a standard interstellar fighter. It was probable that only at level 5 could he hope to face the seasoned veterans like the Phoenix. Furthermore, figures such as Maidens, the priest Rizzo, and a certain bald warrior he had observed surpassed the other 4 veterans in strength. Thus, one might estimate that an interstellar warrior holds a value of around 300 grace points, while a veteran may be valued at approximately 800 points. Should Gu Hang wish to utilize the system to create an interstellar warrior from scratch, he would first need to exchange 100 points for a seed, followed by the implantation procedure. Should he fail, that 100 points would be lost entirely, and only those who succeeded could proceed to the next step. The new recruit, despite possessing the requisite hardware, would lack experience and skill. Gu Hang would need to invest at least 111 grace points to elevate them to the level of AT1 soldier, after which he would need to procure a set of power armor. This entire process would likely consume over 200 grace points, and if the power armor was valued at 100 points, it would indeed align closely with the estimated price of 300 grace points for a standard warrior based on his own calculations. Thus, Gu Hang lamented the exorbitant costs, exclaiming how, after several months of effort, he had yet to accumulate enough grace points to even approach 300. However, what chilled him, making him uneasy as he gazed upon the redeemable gene seed of the Phoenix on the brink, was his swift recognition of the inherent peril in this situation. Should he exchange for a seed and then present it before Maidens, claiming it as support for them, Maidens would undoubtedly harbor no gratitude. Instead, he would brandish his explosive firearm and demand to know how Gu Hang had acquired the gene seed, subsequently sending him to the tribunal. No amount of clever argumentation would suffice. This seed was explicitly marked as belonging to the Phoenix Legion. Each legion's gene seed bears distinct characteristics. While it might be difficult for outsiders to discern, their own members would recognize it instantly. How could Gu Hang possibly explain this? He would find himself at a loss for words. This was a function he could not dare to utilize. Yet, soon an audacious thought surfaced in Gu Hang's mind. Could he perhaps usurp the nest? Once affluence is attained, I shall acquire a plethora of genetic seeds, discreetly enlist individuals to ensure unwavering loyalty, employ psychic indoctrination, clandestinely implant the seeds, and cultivate them in secrecy. Additionally, I can procure battle armor through certain clandestine avenues within the forges of the universe. When my amassed strength reaches a substantial level, I shall orchestrate a grand feast, a tumultuous gathering where 7 genuine phoenixes shall be encircled by 70 counterfeit ones, nurtured by Gu Hang. Once they are vanquished, the true phoenixes shall rightfully belong to me. Governor Gu. As for the population replacement scheme, such a course of action is rather unscrupulous. Gu Hang shook his head, dismissing the thought. Would I, Governor Gu, stoop to betray my allies? We shall defer this matter for now. For the time being, I find myself ill-equipped to engage with such advanced troops. From this moment forth, the governor's administration of Fury All-Star and the Phoenix battalions shall establish an informal alliance. The term informal is employed as no specific agreements have been penned. There exists no written accord. The Phoenix battalions have merely consented to extend task invitations to Governor Gu whenever he encounters difficulties. In turn, they shall assess the situation and decide whether to accept and fulfill the tasks as required. Beyond the governor's task invitations, all their activities shall, in principle, remain free, although it is prudent to consult the governor out of respect for his dominion over the planet. The governor, in return, bears the responsibility of providing them with a base of operations, supplying resources, and continuously offering necessary support for the reconstruction of the battalion, within the limits of what he can afford. In fact, this reconstruction assistance has already commenced. First and foremost, the supply of ammunition. Wu Jiarong received the governor's request and must now oversee the production of explosive ammunition. This task is daunting, as the current industrial foundation of Fury Star is wholly inadequate for such production. The diamond-tipped projectiles, secondary propulsion systems, and quality reactive fuses, along with their secondary explosive properties. They must possess both armor-piercing capabilities and explosive power, which necessitates a high level of craftsmanship. It is feasible, but it would require Wu Jiarong to painstakingly craft each round with her modified mechanical arm. Her subordinates, mere rudimentary technicians, might manage the workbench, albeit with dismal output. Moreover, having the amp, oppos, technical leader and amp, oppos, of the governor and amp, oppos, camp engage in the laborious task of handcrafting ammunition is clearly a misallocation of talent and would hinder the development of Guhang and amp, oppos, as territory. Nonetheless, it remains a viable means of supply. Subsequently, Wu Jiarong also procured some equipment from the Phoenix Battalion's ship, the Burning Feather, to explore methods for mass production, at least enabling her elementary technicians to undertake the task. Additionally, there is the maintenance of the power armor, a responsibility currently resting solely upon Wu Jiarong's shoulders. As long as the damage is not severe, she can manage minor repairs with her specialized technical skills. Typically, equipment maintenance within the battalion is entrusted to technical sergeants. The former technical sergeants of the Phoenix battalions had undergone training at the headquarters of the mechanical cult on Mars, boasting skills superior to the average technical cleric. Yet, what can be done? Under these conditions, we must endure. Reconstruction is no easy endeavor. It demands relentless effort. On the other hand, Governor Gu's commitment to the reconstruction of the battle group has indeed been acknowledged. A specialized engineering team has been assembled, tasked with constructing a monastery at a considerable distance from the camp. The Space Marines pride themselves on being the progeny of the Emperor. The angels of death sent forth by him, they regard themselves as the most fervent devotees of the God Emperor within the Imperium. While they are undoubtedly a military organization, they equally embody a religious one. Many Space Marine chapters refer to their headquarters as the Fortress Monastery. The ongoing construction site has also attracted the attention of the Phoenix Warriors, who visited to witness the progress. They couldn't help but reminisce about their chapter's former headquarters on their home planet. The contrast between the two is stark, however. At the very least, this marks a promising beginning as the chapter embarks on the right path. By the following day, the 7 warriors of the Phoenix had vacated the accommodations previously arranged by the governor and relocated to reside beside the monastery construction site. They wished to observe the monastery rise from the ground up. Chapter 68. An incident. The arrival of the Space Marines had a surprisingly minimal impact on the governor's encampment. Even the denizens of the wasteland had heard of the illustrious name of the Emperor's angels. In the bygone days, before the planet had been ravaged, these tales were perennial favorites, captivating audiences through both written and visual mediums. Although such narratives have faded in the post-war era, the essence of storytelling endures. The elders would regale the younger generations with these tales, passing them down through the ages. This legacy instilled a sense of curiosity among the governor's subordinates, prompting them to gaze intently at the Space Marines, albeit with a cautious distance. Yet, true to the nature of the wasteland dwellers, they were acutely aware of danger and thus inherently timid. They dared only to observe from afar, their eyes refraining from any bold or direct gaze, lest they provoke these titans capable of annihilating them with a mere swipe. As for the Space Marines, they were thoroughly accustomed to such scrutiny. Regarding the encampment's development, there was indeed some influence, albeit manageable. Guhang had long faced a significant manpower shortage in his production efforts. Setting aside other supply demands for the moment, he had to allocate a construction team to erect dwellings for the Space Marines. These warriors placed immense importance on the matter, opting to reside nearby for direct oversight, ensuring that no corner cutting would occur. A substantial quantity of alloy, plastic steel, cement, and bricks needed to be transported for their use. Despite utilizing the finest materials available, the Space Marines remained somewhat discontented until they were assured that these were indeed the highest quality resources the governor's encampment could provide. Ultimately, this degree of influence remained within Guhang's acceptable limits. He regarded it as merely hiring 7 formidable laborers and paying their wages. Aside from attracting attention and slightly hindering the encampment's developmental pace by consuming some manpower and resources, their presence was otherwise minimal. Daily activities consisted primarily of observing the construction site, praying and training, leading lives akin to ascetic monks. Eventually, as if feeling somewhat guilty for their idleness, they began to engage in combat with the mutated creatures lurking in the alien jungles, ostensibly to aid the governor's cause rather than out of sheer boredom from the absence of bloodshed. However, the monsters of the forest failed to satiate the Space Marines' thirst for more exhilarating combat. They found themselves yearning for a more substantial challenge, a rekindling of the thrill of battle. But soon, their opportunity for action would present itself. The total population of the encampment officially surpassed 10,000 in recent days. The various production plans and population allocations, orchestrated by Osina, were not only commendably organized but also remarkably effective, leaving Gu Hang with little to directly intervene. A bureaucrat with a political score of 9 managed the 10,000-strong encampment quite adeptly. With just a slight attention, there is no need for excessive worry. He observed that his monthly income steadily increased, currently reaching 61 points. He aspired to surpass the 100 mark with the next month as salary. Specifically for the 5th and 6th battalions, the 600 soldiers had undergone rigorous training enhancements through the system functions employed by Gu Hang, signifying that he had expended 6 points of grace. This also indicated that his forces had amassed over 700 troops. Exercising caution, Gu Hang replaced and redeployed most of the officers in these 2 battalions. A substantial number of soldiers were restructured from the previous 2nd, 3rd, and 4th battalions. The mixed forces had been meticulously rearranged to extricate themselves from the influence of the original command structure. After the reorganization, even if that rascal Lambert harbored ulterior motives, it would be of little consequence. It was improbable that he could incite a rebellion among the ranks. However, based on the interactions thus far, Gu Hang tentatively believed that the Hodgson family, both the elder and the younger, were genuinely inclined toward cooperation. Nevertheless, one must always remain vigilant. Thus, Gu Hang implemented additional precautionary measures, which were entirely justified. Lambert had no objections to this. He even accepted his demotion from military authority, finding himself under the command of the young Osina, dutifully attending to tasks and earning her commendations. He understood that his background could lead the governor to harbor misunderstandings and suspicions. Yet, he had resolved to demonstrate his loyalty through his demeanor and every action he undertook over the long stretch of time ahead. Gu Hang was pleased with this. The young man was astute, and so was his grandfather. The growth in the camp's population would be challenging to achieve without cooperation from Revitalization City. Furthermore, most goods within the governor's camp, aside from those consumed internally, were performing well in foreign trade at Revitalization City. Acquiring food, minerals, and other consumer goods was proceeding smoothly. However, today, Lambert approached Gu Hang with an anxious demeanor, delivering some rather troubling news. "I cannot reach my grandfather," he confessed. Gu Hang furrowed his brow. "Be more specific." "This morning, I attempted a routine communication with Revitalization City, but I was unable to connect. It was not merely a case of someone not answering. The line was entirely severed. Realizing something was amiss, I tried connecting through other wireless lines associated with our family, but met with similar results. I also reached out to several acquaintances with good relations to our family, but none knew what had transpired. They informed me, however, that Revitalization City is under martial law, prohibiting the impoverished from entering the city." Gu Hang narrowed his eyes. This was indeed dire news. It sounded as though old Mr. Hodgson might be in grave trouble. "I implore you to save him." Chapter 69. The Emperor's daughter. Gu Hang gently patted Lambert's shoulder and said, "I understand your urgency. But at this juncture, impatience will only exacerbate the situation. Calm yourself. You must leverage every connection and hidden strength you possess in Revival City to ascertain what has transpired." After a brief pause, he continued, "Moreover, I will prepare myself. If necessary, I shall enter the city." "You intend to enter Revival City?" "Thank you, Your Excellency," Lambert exclaimed. "Now, please attend to your affairs." Gu Hang's intention for vengeance was indeed serious. Old Hodgson had maintained his position in the fishing chair for many years. Without a solid foundation, he could not have ascended to the role of council leader. Having weathered countless storms without incident, it was shocking that after publicly declaring his support, he was suddenly beset by calamity. Gu Hang, as the governor, could not remain idle. Someone had declared war upon him. Although the circumstances remained unclear, the fact that Hodgson had openly supported him, yet still faced an attack in Revival City, unequivocally signified the commencement of hostilities. In truth, his current preparations were inadequate. In his previous plans, he intended to personally enter Revival City in 2 to 3 months. By that time, the economy and production capabilities of his territory would sustain a military force at least 3 times larger than his current one for short-term operations. Consequently, he would gain nearly 1 million inhabitants. The production potential indicated by the technological panel would be significantly realized. Politically, he could genuinely exercise the powers of a governor. Backed by military force, swiftly encompassing all surrounding settlements and integrating them into his burgeoning production system. Now, it appeared that this plan had been forcibly advanced. Since war had been declared, the notion of being prepared was irrelevant. He could not expect others to wait for him to be ready before engaging in battle. Yet, there was a silver lining. Although Gu Hang's strength had not fully accumulated, he now had the assistance of the Star Warriors, which was an unexpected enhancement to his plans. The 7 veteran Phoenix soldiers, whose support would likely prove more valuable than the military forces he could develop over the next 2 months. If war was to be waged, then let it commence. An expedited plan might not be an ill fate after all. It was unfortunate for old Hodgson. One could only hope he remained unharmed. Gu Hang's direct troops swiftly assembled. As per usual, the mechanized battalion would oversee security while the remaining 5 regiments formed an infantry brigade, awaiting further orders. Gu Hang personally communicated with Yalisha, and the two conversed for approximately half an hour. Yalisha indicated that the entire starship would enter a state of combat readiness effective immediately. Should the governor require assistance, the orbital cannon strikes could reach any designated location within 20 minutes. Beginning tomorrow, the starship's combat readiness would transition into wartime status, which meant that the response time for orbital cannon strikes could be reduced to 10 minutes. Simultaneously, with the understanding that the operational objectives would likely include heretical cults. Gu Hang's mission would receive support from the National Religious Team aboard the starship. A squad of battle nuns is set to arrive on the surface in 6 hours. What an unexpected surprise this is. Until now, Gu Hang was unaware that there existed a team of battle nuns aboard the quintet. Throughout his journey to Furiel Star, this revelation had eluded him. The battle nuns are indeed a legendary group. They represent the only armed force openly associated with the imperial cult. Following the ecclesiastical wars, the cult was forbidden from maintaining any armed men. Yet, they seized upon this stipulation to support the order of nuns, establishing the sisterhood of battle nuns. These sisters, blessed by the cult and possessing unwavering faith, are referred to as daughters of the emperor. While they may not possess the immense strength of the genetically enhanced space marines, they can still harness extraordinary powers under the emperor and Apos' grace, clad in specially designed power armor. They differ from the space marines in that they cannot establish direct neural connections with their modified spines and armor. Instead, they channel the power of divine sorcery to operate their suits. Although their blessed armor may not be as heavy as that of the space marines, it remains a formidable weapon. Initially, Gu Hang found it rather peculiar that a squad of battle nuns was stationed aboard the quintet, but after rummaging through his memories, he suddenly understood. The sisterhood comprises numerous branches. Beyond the primary orders, there exist subordinate second and third-tier convents. Naturally, they require places to reside, typically alongside significant institutions of the cult. Within the Pegasus sector, on the hive world of Kuroga 3, stands a grand cathedral of the cult, not only serving as the most vital division of the imperial cult in this sector, but also as a spiritual hub for several surrounding sectors. It is here that the Sisters of Saintly Lily are stationed. On a large starship like the quintet, the presence of a chapel is essential. In peacetime, priests and nuns provide solace to the crew. In times of war, they resist the encroachment of malevolent corruption. In such circumstances, if the sector's government maintains a close military cooperation with the cult, it is certainly plausible to allocate an additional squad of battle nuns alongside the regular ship's chapel. Similar to the Space Marines, the battle nuns do not fall directly under the command of Captain Yalisha. However, being on the same ship, it is quite reasonable for them to respond positively to requests. Moreover, this time, it was not Yalisha who made the request. Upon receiving news of the heretical cult on Furiel Star, these daughters of the Emperor volunteered for the mission. The fervent battle nuns will not tolerate the existence of heretical sections. With the assistance of these sisters, who, while perhaps slightly weaker than Space Marines, are still formidable allies, Gu Hang's operation has gained remarkable strength. Furthermore, in terms of expertise in combating heresy, these battle nuns surpass even the Space Marines. Should the original Furiel cult be involved, The daughters of the Emperor are sure to deliver a tremendous surprise. Chapter 70. I shall go as Gu Heng endeavored to gather every possible form of assistance. Reports from the city of Revival continued to accumulate. Lambert had assumed the role of intelligence officer. He had mobilized himself and his family's connections to the utmost, striving to extract information from Revival City. Meanwhile, Denison Henry, though currently situated in Garbage Town, had numerous partners in Revival City. He too was actively engaging his network to assist in the collection of intelligence. The situation within Revival City was becoming increasingly alarming. The one who initiated the martial law was General Mundok, the supreme commander of the military forces in Revival City. This indicated that the military may have aligned itself against the governor. As of now, there had been no word from old Hodgson. His fate remained uncertain. However, concerning news had emerged, suggesting that several key members of the Hodgson family were similarly missing, including Lambert's father. Rumors circulated that the body of a servant from the Hodgson household had been discovered. The estate of the Hodgson family had been sealed off by the authorities, with armed soldiers guarding the perimeter, preventing anyone from approaching. Such news was dreadfully grim. The authorities claimed they were also investigating the disappearance of the speaker of the Hodgson family, suspecting foul play by a cult. The imposition of martial law and the sealing of the estate were deemed necessary measures to uncover the truth. They assured that any developments would be promptly communicated to the governor. Gu Heng harbored not an ounce of belief in their assurances. If that were the case, why had the authorities in Revival City not reported Hodgson's disappearance to him immediately? It was only when Lambert, following the usual protocol, contacted his grandfather that the information came to light. At this point, Gu Heng had confirmed that the situation in Revival City had spiraled entirely out of control. I shall go. Will he come? The industrial magnate Norris inquired cautiously. Are you certain? He said he would come. It must be true, Bradford replied. But our governor does not strike me as one who would simply surrender. He will come, and he is unlikely to bring merely 100 men. Norris pressed further. The informant embedded within his ranks reported that 7 individuals suspected to be Star Warriors have recently arrived at his camp. If this is true, what shall we do? This question caught Bradford off guard. His gaze involuntarily shifted to Mundok, tinged with a hint of reproach. Norris, visibly dissatisfied, retorted, I warned you against acting too hastily. That Governor Gu possesses formidable capabilities. If he truly secures the assistance of Star Warriors, how shall we extricate ourselves from this predicament? Mundok scoffed. Now that we find ourselves in this dire situation, you suddenly feel fear. What good does that do? Old Norris, have you lost your former vigor? Norris countered. Does this relate to vigor? No matter how spirited one might be, can one truly confront Star Warriors head-on? Do not fret excessively, Bradford interjected, attempting to ease the tension. This matter may not even be true. How could such legendary figures as Star Warriors be summoned at his beck and call? This may very well be an illusion crafted by the governor, and we must not allow ourselves to be thrown into disarray. Yet, despite such reassurances, his expression betrayed an undeniable sense of anxiety. The likelihood is that it is a fabrication, but what if it were true? Mundok observed the 2 men at either end of the table, and the disdain on his face became increasingly apparent. However, he understood that he still required their support, and thus he needed to instill a measure of confidence in them. Firstly, Bradford is correct. It is highly probable that this matter is indeed a ruse, a mere fayade orchestrated by our governor. Secondly, even if it were true, what is there to fear? Multiple sources of intelligence indicate that there are only 7 Space Marines. Just 7. We command a legion of 10,000. We possess 70 Challenger tanks. We have 100 pieces of artillery of various calibers. Should we truly be intimidated by 7 Space Marines? Have you all been so influenced by tales from the bygone era that you genuinely believe these warriors are deities descended from the heavens? I have never subscribed to such exaggerated tales that are mere fabrications. They are, after all, just men with 2 hands and 1 head. Can they truly tear apart a tank with their bare hands? It is utterly laughable. After a brief pause, Mundok continued, the governor commands merely 1,000 men, and they possess no heavy weaponry. You need not fret day in and day out. Instead, it would be more beneficial to assist me in other matters. Upon hearing Mundok's confident declarations, Norris and Bradford felt a slight sense of reassurance. Upon reflection, it indeed made sense. Even if there were Space Marines, what could 7 of them accomplish? Could they really slay 1,000 and annihilate the Legion of Revival? However, at this moment, the cautious Norris raised another concern. Have you considered the issue of orbital strikes? At this point, Mundok fell silent for a moment. Compared to the uncertain threat posed by the Space Marines, the looming presence of the Starship Quintet was the true source of his headache. This vessel was undoubtedly real. A massive starship hovering in the sky could even be observed with the naked eye on clear nights, its lights visible. The main cannon of the quintet might not obliterate the entire city of Revival with a single shot, but a few rounds would suffice. Spending half a day or a full day meticulously bombarding an area the size of a city would ensure that every inch of land was addressed. Within Revival, there existed underground air defense positions from the war years. Hiding within them might offer a chance of survival against orbital bombardment. However, firstly, there were not many who could find refuge there, and secondly, even if some survived, what would it matter if the city lay in ruins? Could General Mondoc conjure food and ammunition from thin air to sustain his army? Could the industrial magnate Norris maintain his manufacturing operations underground and produce in large quantities? Where would the commercial mogul Bradford procure goods to trade and amass wealth? They were unwilling to part with what they had. They often looked down upon the hundreds of thousands of refugees outside the city, even dismissing the ordinary residents of the inner city. Yet, these very individuals were their true source of wealth. The loss of a few mattered little if the city were to be utterly destroyed and its people extinguished. They too would face ruin. Yet, the issue concerning the starship remains insurmountable. In the end, Mondoc can only state, Gu Hang would not act in such a manner. With the destruction of Revival City, he is destined to perish within 2 years. Chapter 71. Life is the Emperor's coin. If Gu Hang were to discover Mondoc's intentions, he would surely find it amusing. Why would I annihilate an entire city when I merely wish to eliminate a few individuals? Would he truly issue a command for Yalisha to bombard Revival City? The answer is both yes and no. Yes, it would pertain to a limited scale, relatively precise military strike. No, it signifies that, barring extreme circumstances, Revival City would not face annihilation. The inner and outer populations of Revival City nearly total 1 million. Yet what is the entire population of Furioxstar? 6 years ago, during the twilight of the second governor's reign, the last imperial tax report recorded this figure at over 42 million. A planet housing 42 million souls represents a mere 0.5 of its pre-war zenith, a staggering 99. 5 of the population perished during that war in the ensuing century of darkness and turmoil. Following the conclusion of the second governor's rule, governors have been replaced every 2 years for the past 6 years. Has the situation on Furioxstar improved? Clearly, it has not. Based on current conditions, the population likely continues to decline. In comparison to the demographic losses, the decline in productivity is even more severe. This implies that, although the population is already sparse in relation to the planet's capacity, the remaining individuals are still undervalued. Even this scant number barely sustains the current output. Thus, the answer to the pressing question becomes apparent. Why is Gu Hang utterly reluctant to command the bombardment of Revival City? This locale stands as one of the few densely populated areas on Furioxstar. With a population of 1 million, it constitutes 2.3 of the planet's total population 6 years ago, and the actual proportion is likely even higher. According to Gu Hang's estimates, the current total population of Furioxstar may have dwindled to below 40 million, or possibly even fewer. Furthermore, despite the destitution surrounding Revival City, this urban center remains a gem upon Furioxstar. The scale effect resulting from the aggregation of 1 million residents generates productivity gains far surpassing that of 100 smaller, 10,000-strong communities combined. Leveling Revival City would result in a loss of 2.3 of the global population, if not more. Along with a reduction exceeding 5 of global productivity, consequences Gu Hang finds unacceptable. Moreover, without Revival City as a pre-existing population hub, immense developmental potential would be forfeited. If the city could be subdued peacefully, the collaboration of its million inhabitants with Gu Hang's technological systems would unleash tremendous productive capacity. In contrast, without Revival City, Gu Hang would be compelled to scavenge across the desolate land for scattered groups of a few thousand, or even just hundreds, seeking out countless hidden, vigilant enclaves akin to the numerous abandoned holes. Peacefully controlling Revival City would equate to reclaiming 1,000 of those forsaken enclaves. This encapsulates the paramount reason Gu Hang would not easily order the destruction of Revival City. Life is the Emperor's coin, a statement that rings true. Yet it carries an additional phrase, use it wisely. Even the Emperor himself is not so extravagant. Thus, Gu Hang, whose entire fortune theoretically does not exceed 40 million, has no reason to squander 1 million coins carelessly. 6 hours is indeed 6 hours. A transport vessel descending from the quintet has brought forth a squad of battle nuns. 11 nuns, led by their superior, Sister Guru Te, have arrived on the surface. Towering at over 1 meter 80, their armored forms appear even more imposing and substantial. Their ivory-hued armor, adorned with verdant patterns, exudes an air of sanctity and elegance, rendering them akin to living embodiments of the lily flower. As they emerged from the hatch, Gu Heng momentarily mistook them for an entire battle regiment. Yet, that was merely a fleeting impression. The distinction between the two was quite significant. The crimson armor of the Phoenix Brigade resembled that of seasoned warriors who had fought through rivers of blood, while the delicate green and ivory armor of the Holy Lily seemed to belong to refined ladies spreading the gospel. The most notable difference lay in their physiques. Each battle nun, standing at over 1 meter 80, was already considered tall and robust among women, especially when clad in power armor, which rendered them even larger than the average troops. However, compared to the interstellar warriors, whose average height surpassed 2 meters 3 or 4, they were still lacking in stature. Gu Heng collected his thoughts and approached them. Sister Guru Te, welcome to our midst. With your assistance, the traitors and heretics of Furial Star will have nowhere to hide, unlike the perpetually stern-faced interstellar warriors. The battle nun leader exuded a demeanor that was gentle and amiable, at least, Sister Guru Te did. With her short white hair and a warm smile, she extended her hand for a brief handshake with Gu Heng. Her voice was low, soothing, and imbued with a healing quality. I am equally pleased to meet you, Governor. I hope our collaboration will be fruitful. Upon finishing her words, she turned her gaze towards the interstellar warrior regiment leader, Martins, who stood not far behind Gu Heng, and nodded with a smile. Gu Heng noticed this exchange. There seemed to be a story between the two. Curiously, he inquired, do you two know each other? Sister Guru Te chuckled softly, replying, if the governor wishes to know, perhaps you should ask regiment leader Martins. If he is reluctant to share, I dare not divulge further. Gu Heng shifted his gaze to Martins, who remained silent for a considerable time. Just when he thought he would receive no answer, the serious interstellar warrior finally spoke. We fought side by side in the Organ Star sector. Sister Guru Te added, I owe you my gratitude. Without your aid, the Holy Lily might have ceased to exist. No, it is I who should thank you. You could have evacuated but chose to stand alongside us in battle. Sister Guru Te and Apos' smile took on a hint of cleverness. You certainly did not say so at the time. Martins, rarely displaying any bashfulness, appeared somewhat flustered. Gret, with a resplendent laughter, approached with grace. Despite being considerably shorter than Martins, both donned their power armor. Yet this did not hinder the abbess from enveloping the battle commander in a warm embrace. Regardless, it brings me great joy to see you once more, my comrade. Congratulations on your redemption. May the God Emperor bless your future. The reunion of these two long-separated warriors in a quaint locale such as Furial Star, and the prospect of fighting alongside each other again, was indeed a marvel. The so-called Apos, Organ Star sector and Apos, they referenced lay far from the Pegasus Star sector. However, their time for reminiscing was fleeting. The hour to depart had arrived. The delay had stemmed from Gu Heng waiting for the arrival of the battle nuns. Though they numbered merely 11, they were undeniably formidable warriors. With the cooperation of just 2 or 3 nuns, they stood a significant chance of overcoming an ordinary space marine. Moreover, the presence of Abbess Gret added to their strength. Gu Heng could vaguely sense through his psychic abilities that the Abbess and Apos' prowess was unlikely to be much inferior to Martin's. Nonetheless, further news from Revival City remained elusive. Old Hodgson seemed to have vanished from the earthly realm, leaving his fate shrouded in mystery. Yet, Gu Heng resolved not to linger any longer. The mechanized servants stood guard, while the 2 to 6 regiment, comprising over 1,500 soldiers, including the Marine Corps, Phoenix Space Marines, and the Battle Sisters of the Holy Lily, embarked on their journey to safeguard the governor as they departed from the encampment towards Revival City. Chapter 72. Are you putting on an act? Setting out from the governor's camp to the city of Revival, the journey would take nearly a full day at the pace of infantry. By evening, the contingent arrived at the outskirts of Revival. The city had long been aware of Gu Heng's approach. If one considers only the inner city, Revival is not particularly large. However, when including the outer city, with its haphazardly constructed dwellings of the impoverished, the area becomes considerable. Upon reaching Revival, Gu Heng halted merely at the outer city. A military force stood before him, the garrison of Revival. A substantial number of soldiers occupied the impoverished district in front of the main gate, vigilantly watching from their makeshift shelters. Tanks were concealed within the residential chaos, their silhouettes obscured by low structures, yet their dark barrels protruded ominously. They obstructed the governor and Apos' advance. An officer, accompanied by several subordinates, approached Gu Hang's party, requesting an audience with the governor. Gu Hang met his gaze. The officer from Revival saluted, addressing him. "Good day, Your Excellency the Governor. I am from Revival. There's no need to announce your name. I have no interest in it. Tell me why my city is preventing my entry? Why do you soldiers, who are meant to pledge allegiance to me, stand in opposition?" The interrupted officer swallowed hard, feeling an overwhelming sense of anxiety. He glanced to his left, where a giant in crimson armor stood, in Astartes. To his right was a lady clad in white and green battle armor, a sister of battle. Then he looked to the center, where the governor, the supreme ruler of this planet, stood. He pondered what merit he possessed to dare speak in the presence of such legendary figures. Yet, he found his voice. "I come on the orders of the League Council. Under General Mondoc, the garrison commander of Revival, to request that you cease your advance. It is permissible for you to enter the city, but you may only bring a maximum of 100 guards, and none of them may include Astartes or Sisters of Battle." Gu Hang seemed to hear the most ludicrous of jokes. "Mondoc? General? He is making demands of me?" The officer appeared to realize the absurdity of his statement, lowering his head slightly in silence. Gu Hang had already extended an opportunity to this officer, yet he failed to seize it. It was evident that he was under immense psychological pressure, but he persisted, saying, "I am sorry, Your Excellency, but please heed General Mondoc's." His words faltered. He felt an inexplicable force constricting his throat. Soon, the lack of blood flow to his brain caused him to faint, releasing the telekinetic grip that had ensnared him. Gu Hang gestured for soldiers to come forth and remove the fallen officer. The man displayed considerable bravery, yet it was misapplied. At that moment, Martin spoke. "Governor, the situation is now quite clear. The self-proclaimed General Mondoc has exhibited behavior akin to rebellion. Those standing before us are all insurgents. So, Commander Martins, what do you suggest? Shall we annihilate all the traitors? Can the 7 Phoenix warriors accomplish such a feat?" Martins deliberated carefully and responded, "Relying solely on the 7 of us to completely vanquish this force of 10,000, equipped with heavy artillery and armor, poses a significant challenge. I require the support of the Sisters of the Sacred Lily, as well as the bombardment capabilities of the quintet. Under the cover of night, we can infiltrate the target area, marking it for orbital strikes, followed by an initial bombardment from the starship, allowing us to sweep in afterward. This strategy should enable us to achieve our objective with relatively minimal cost." However, Sister Jarrett, the battle nun, raised an objection. "I regret to say, Commander Martins, that I long for the opportunity to fight alongside the Phoenix once more. Yet, our mission upon descending to the surface is not to quell a rebellion, but to confront heretical cults. I will not partake in actions against mortal insurgents. Governor, I ask for your understanding." Gu Hang was not disheartened. Rather, he wore a reassuring smile. "I understand, of course. Commander Martin's plan is indeed suitable. When I deem it necessary to eradicate the foes before us, I shall adopt your strategy. For now, however, we need not complicate matters further. What do you intend to do? Let us rest first. After a whole day of marching, while you may be fine, my soldiers require recuperation to restore their combat efficacy. As for the specific plan, I will inform you later. And I kindly ask you and Sister Jarrett to cooperate with me tomorrow." Martins gazed at Gu Hang for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Jarrett also declared, "We shall not slaughter mortal soldiers, but we will provide the necessary protection for you, Governor. Achieving this is already greatly appreciated." In the city of Revival, Norris and Bradford anxiously awaited news from the outer city. Upon learning that Gu Hang had set out, accompanied by Space Marines and even battle nuns, the 2 merchant politicians were filled with trepidation. Regret consumed them. And even when General Mondoc decided to lead his troops to the outer city for defense, they voiced their opposition. Yet their objections were feeble, as always. They could only watch as Mondoc positioned himself in front of the governor, praying that conflict would not erupt. To their astonishment, it did not. Governor Gu obediently halted just outside the outer city. This was indeed a momentous development. Bradford remarked, "It seems we have overestimated Gu Hang's resolve. Perhaps his previous firmness was merely a facade." Norris chimed in cheerfully, "At least we can enjoy a peaceful night's sleep tonight. We truly need strong figures like Mondoc. He is performing admirably, just as the previous 3 did. Indeed, we possess countless strategies to contend with him. Why engage in grand illusions of saving the world? The fierce owl of the stars requires no such salvation. All he needs is to fulfill his role as a governor, enjoying a life of comfort for a couple of years, and then peacefully embrace death when the time comes." Chapter 73. Why is no one confronting him? The following day, at dawn, before the sun had fully risen, the sky was merely beginning to brighten. Outside the city of Revival, numerous soldiers had stood guard throughout the night. At the forefront, the officers in charge of the barricade were two major officers. One inquired, "Has the general lost his temper? He seems rather pleased, considering Randolph is his nephew." The other merely shrugged, indicating the matter was as it stood. How cold-blooded. Poor Randolph. In the midst of their casual conversation, one officer suddenly extended his hand, pointing towards the dim morning mist beyond the perimeter. "What is that?" he asked. The other followed his gesture with his gaze. The light was still insufficient, and the morning fog obscured visibility, yet he could faintly discern several giant-like figures slowly approaching. The sound of their footsteps came abruptly, devoid of any prior noise, akin to specters. Yet, once seen, the footsteps became alarmingly pronounced and heavy, as though war drums were echoing in their hearts. He realized who the approaching figures were, yet he felt utterly at a loss. Should he fire? The thought was too daunting. Firstly, he could not bear the responsibility of firing the first shot. Secondly, and more crucially, standing before the road without any cover, if he dared to pull the trigger, he would surely meet his demise in the next moment. But could he remain passive? Amidst the turmoil of his thoughts, he noticed the soldiers stationed behind him, alerted by his companion's earlier remarks, had readied their weapons. Dozens of guns were now aimed at the approaching figures, which brought him some solace. He redirected his gaze forward and sought to inquire once more. However, as the footsteps drew closer, he could already discern the identity of the visitors. The fiery red power armor and their unmistakably vast physiques left no doubt as to their nature. The man they surrounded, though unfamiliar, was undoubtedly the esteemed governor. As they advanced ever nearer, the obstructing officer felt an increasing tension, his hands slick with sweat upon his weapon. He felt compelled to issue a third warning. "Halt. You are not permitted to pass." After the third warning was proclaimed, the visitors were alarmingly close. According to the customs of the wasteland, in such situations, one would typically fire a volley without hesitation. A death would eliminate the threat. Yet here, disregarding any political protocols, would the soldiers' rifles prove effective against these armored behemoths? What to do? No one knew how to proceed. In the throes of hesitation, turmoil, and overwhelming pressure, the soldiers and officers manning the barricade allowed the interstellar warriors, the battle nuns, to escort the governor right to their forefront. The moment of ultimate decision had arrived. The officer with authority still dared not command the firing of weapons. Yet he could not simply allow them to pass unchallenged. At last, he gritted his teeth and bravely positioned himself in front of the advancing crowd, extending his palm in a gesture of refusal towards the leading interstellar warrior, simultaneously uttering, "Halt. The front is forbidden." A dull thud echoed. His head collapsed. The crimson-armored warrior at the forefront showed no intention of stopping. In the face of resistance, he merely swatted away the officer as one would a fly, his hand striking the officer's face with a swift motion. The action was so rapid that the officer had no time to react or evade. His head crumpled as if struck by a heavy hammer. Blood splattered, staining the brilliant armor, yet it went unnoticed. His body tilted and fell to the side, limbs twitching. The already misshapen head bled profusely, quickly forming a sizable pool. No one cared, no one paid heed. The leading officer had perished. Yet the soldiers dared not fire a shot, even when the interstellar warrior kicked Lucar aside. No one dared to stand in their path. They allowed the governor's entourage to pass unimpeded. Following behind, Gu Hang and his companions also traveled freely. Although there had been a death at the first barricade, the commotion was minimal. There were no gunshots, nor artillery fire. Many soldiers further back were completely unaware of what had transpired, and a significant portion remained asleep, oblivious to the chaos. Under such circumstances, Gu Hang and his group of 19 strode confidently along the thoroughfare leading from the outer city to the inner city gates. The outer city was in disarray, with haphazard construction and no planning, featuring narrow alleys typical of a high-density slum. However, the broad avenues leading to the inner city gates remained spacious. The heavy thud of powered leg armor reverberated far and wide. Many of the alert soldiers, roused from slumber, peeked out and caught sight of them. The imposing interstellar warriors and the valiant battle nuns struck awe and admiration, further accentuating the governor's esteemed presence under their protection. Such beings were beyond the capabilities of mere foot soldiers like them to confront. No one dared to entertain such thoughts. Yet simultaneously, a sense of relief washed over them. Previously, General Mondoc had resolutely refused the governor entry into the city, presenting a stance of fierce opposition. Now, they were grateful that General Mondoc had changed his mind. The majority of the soldiers in the rear were utterly unaware of the events at Lucar, and upon seeing the governor's entourage confidently traversing the main road, they assumed it was normal, believing the general had granted them passage. After all, why else would no one confront them? Chapter 74. A dilemma. Why did no one stop them? Mondoc, stationed at the gates of the outer city, had just been roused from slumber and felt a surge of trepidation upon receiving the news. Little did he anticipate that, early this very morning, he would be confronted with such shocking tidings. The governor, accompanied by 7 interstellar warriors and 11 battle nuns, audaciously traversed through his ranks, making their way along the main road towards the inner city. Throughout this entire episode, there was an unsettling sense of peace between his troops and the governor's escort. It was reported that a lone officer who had blocked their path met with a grim fate, his skull crushed by a single blow. Yet, aside from that, not a single shot was fired, nor a cannon discharged. His soldiers simply allowed the enemy to pass unimpeded. Why was this so? Had his forces truly rebelled? This was the root of Mondoc's anxiety, for it was not beyond the realm of possibility. Though he held the rank of general and was the commander, he was nominally subordinate to the governor, who was the supreme leader. The average foot soldier was not privy to the intricate politics above and would not readily label the governor as an adversary. To some extent, if the soldiers had indeed set their minds on and oppose, insurrection and oppose, what recourse did he possess? Mondoc could hardly suppress his apprehension, glancing around nervously, fearing that before the governor and oppose's entourage arrived, his own men might bind him, shouting something about offering the general's header similar threats. Fortunately, such a scenario did not materialize. His personal guard remained steadfastly loyal outside. If anyone believed otherwise, even he himself was inclined to think so. Nonsense. Mondoc seethed with anger. You didn't issue such orders, did you? Faced with this question, Mondoc found a measure of calm. He steadied his thoughts, rapidly assessing the current circumstances. The situation was not as dire as he had initially feared. The soldiers were merely confused, disoriented, and at a loss, showing no signs of treachery. The esteem he had established among his troops still held sway. They would still regard him as their highest commander. More crucially, the long-standing propaganda disseminated by the Alliance authorities within the military and throughout the city remained effective. In the Angry Owl Star, in the Era City, after enduring the trials of the past 12 years, while some still reminisced about the revival brought forth by the former governor, the present populace harbored little fondness for the governor dispatched by the empire. Hatred was not quite the sentiment. After all, he was a newcomer who had yet to commit any transgressions. However, the remnants of fear and resentment lingered in abundance. When Gu Hang arrived, he unexpectedly ventured out from the revival city to engage in his own endeavors, a move that the Alliance's higher-ups had not anticipated, yet found amusing. If he wished to indulge in some construction game, let him do so. No one believed he could survive the imperial tax 2 years hence merely by initiating ventures from scratch. 2 years hence, the governor was executed, and the high-ranking officials of the Alliance introduced a few scapegoats, claiming them to be members of the governor's administration, all meeting their demise together. Then, they simply awaited the arrival of the next governor, enduring yet another 2 years. It is precisely for this reason that they have recently relaxed their smear campaign against the new governor. Moreover, among them arose the traitor, old Hodgson, unintentionally or otherwise. The new governor's burgeoning reputation circulated widely among the impoverished outside the city of revival. Yet, if the destitute were to be treated as tax-paying citizens, it might not be such a terrible outcome. Living as a slave worker on a starship could perhaps be preferable to suffering as a pauper on Fury Hawk Star. Of course, there remains the chance of being conscripted into the Star Realm military as a laborer, cannon fodder, or part of the frontline logistics team, which could prove slightly more dire, though sustenance would still be assured, albeit with a drastically reduced average lifespan measured in hours. Nevertheless, their propaganda would not mention abundant sustenance or the concepts of glory and honor. Instead, it would solely focus on the brevity of life. Their propaganda has indeed borne some fruit. Previously, Gu Hang had garnered significant attention for his construction efforts, attracting many displaced individuals, while Henry and Hodgson had tirelessly promoted him, resulting in an admirable reputation. However, their current attempts to disparage Gu Hang have yielded limited results. At the very least, they have diluted his former acclaim considerably, rekindling the fear of the governor's reign and causing the populace's previously inclined attitudes to once again waver. Reflecting on this, Mondoc could not help but feel fortunate. It was indeed a masterstroke. Otherwise, he might have faced the alarming scenario of the governor rallying the soldiers to turn against him in droves. Having analyzed these circumstances, Mundok began to discern the course of action he must take. He needed to step forth personally, utilizing his own prestige to bolster the soldiers' resolve, ensuring they could discern the true situation, distinguishing between foes and their commander. Furthermore, at a critical juncture, he would need to adopt an even more resolute stance, inspiring his personal guard to decisively obstruct Gu Hang's advance, thereby galvanizing the entire army. Yet, as he considered this, hesitation crept in. Logically, it was sound. But confronting interstellar warriors in person? If the governor were to disregard all else and issue an assault order, could his mere contingent of several hundred guards withstand such an onslaught? It seemed likely that before the army could react or the heavy artillery could be mobilized, his own head would be severed from his shoulders. Mundok found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Chapter 75. 3 Warnings. Mundok was acutely aware of the correct course of action. However, fear held him captive, a fear of death, to be precise. Caught in a web of indecision, he swayed back and forth, while Gu Hang's footsteps grew ever more resolute and increasingly closer. Time passed, and with it came the realization that he could no longer afford to hesitate. At that moment, making a choice, even if it were the wrong one, would be far better than inaction. Ultimately, he devised a compromise. Gu Hang, at long last, encountered an impediment. To be frank, he felt a sense of disappointment. His reaction had been sluggish. Nonetheless, the scenario unfolding before him was merely one among many possibilities he had anticipated. The soldiers, perhaps paralyzed by the governor and Apos, as authority, the suddenness of the situation, and the lack of gunfire thus far, found themselves at a loss. This was precisely why Gu Hang had chosen to set out before dawn, while many remained ensconced in slumber, and why he had refrained from allowing gunfire at the previous checkpoint. However, witnessing the hesitance of his adversary stirred his frustration. Had he been in Mundok and Apos' position, he would have decisively commanded the heavy artillery and tanks to advance, disregarding the potential for collateral damage and the consequences that might ensue, simply to unleash hell. Did Mundok truly believe he could escape his fate? He remained mired in indecision, unsure of what merited such caution. Heavy artillery would not obliterate the Space Marines, nor would it vanquish the Battle Sisters. In fact, it would struggle to even reach them. More accurately, it would simply fail to hit its target. However, that scenario did not materialize, and there was no need to dwell on it further. At present, Gu Hang paid little heed to the obstruction ahead. Approximately a company of soldiers, led by several officers, had effectively sealed off the main road. Their haste was evident. They had not even established a proper checkpoint, but instead formed a human barricade, without firing a single shot. One officer, standing at the forefront, brandished a loudspeaker and proclaimed, "Halt your advance. After 3 warnings, we shall open fire. The governor must approach alone." Hearing the warning, Gu Hang observed the soldiers across from him, their weapons raised, fingers poised on triggers, prepared to unleash fire at any moment. 3 warnings? A sardonic smile graced Gu Hang's lips. Those before him were undoubtedly traitors. He murmured softly to himself, just as the officer prepared to issue the second warning. A shell exploded, obliterating his body. The diamond-tipped, large-caliber projectile completely devastated much of the officer and Apos' form. The highly penetrative explosive continued its relentless trajectory, claiming the life of another soldier before detonating amidst the crowd. The characteristics of the standard explosive, featuring a potent, large-caliber warhead, an explosive fuse, and micro-shaped charges, resulted in a forceful impact, with shrapnel that surpassed the ferocity of an ordinary grenade or rifle-launched shell. In the hands of the Space Marines, the explosive weapon was nothing short of an overwhelming force against a conventional army. The weapon serves a dual purpose. It can function as a rapid-fire small-caliber howitzer when engaging lightly armored infantry, or as an armor-piercing armament against armored units. Upon penetrating the armor, the explosive projectile detonates within the vehicle, inflicting catastrophic damage upon its occupants. 7 Space Marines unleashed their firepower simultaneously, the barrage from the explosive weapon obliterating the 100 or so soldiers who formed a human barricade on the road within the blink of an eye. Even with 2 tanks among those soldiers, their presence was rendered utterly inconsequential. Should the tanks have been main battle tanks from the Star Realm, such as the Lion King tank, the explosive rounds would barely have made an impact. However, these tanks were merely locally produced models by some military-industrial enterprises of the Fury All-Star, far inferior to the main battle tanks of the Star Realm forces. Despite their thick armor, their design, technological sophistication, and material quality were all subpar, rendering them incapable of withstanding the diamond-tipped projectiles. The explosive rounds breached the armor, detonating inside the vehicle. While creating a hole in the tank might not seem overly problematic, the fate of its occupants was sealed. None would survive. Amidst the chaos, a few soldiers instinctively reacted, pulling their triggers in a desperate attempt to return fire at the Space Marines. Yet, by the time nearly all of them had perished, the bullets they managed to fire numbered scarcely more than 20, with the vast majority missing their mark. And those that did strike failed to leave even a scratch on the powered armor of the Space Marines. At the forefront, one Space Marine spoke. "What emboldens these mortals to stand before us in the open, without cover or adequate equipment, in such a dense formation?" Gu Hang recognized the speaker as Schneider, a veteran warrior with a bald head, a figure of superior prowess among seasoned soldiers. Gu Hang also sensed an underlying tension between Schneider and their battle group leader, Martens. Yet, such matters, along with Schneider's words, were of little concern to Gu Hang at that moment. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Harnessing psychic energy, he amplified the vibrations of his vocal cords, projecting his voice to the ears of numerous soldiers who had just witnessed the devastating slaughter. "I am the Imperial Governor, the ruler of the Alliance. Anyone who dares to obstruct my path shall be deemed a traitor. I command all soldiers to follow orders, remain in position, and await further instructions. I am the Imperial Governor. All soldiers, heed my command, remain in position, and await further instructions." Simultaneously, Gu Hang and his contingent accelerated their pace. The Space Marines and Battle Sisters surged forward with a velocity akin to that of armored vehicles, exhibiting explosive power surpassing that of sprint champions and endurance exceeding that of long-distance runners. Gu Hang, of course, did not rely on his own legs to keep pace. Once more, he invoked his telekinetic abilities, an invisible force elevating his form, allowing him to glide alongside the advancing superhuman warriors, ensuring he remained within their protective embrace. Previously, the distribution was conducted in two separate sessions, one at noon and the other in the afternoon, which rendered the experience somewhat disjointed. Chapter 76, No Escape. Despite Gu Hang's adept use of psychic energy to convey warnings and commands to every soldier of the Alliance in proximity, he was acutely aware of the unpredictability of fate. It was entirely plausible that these soldiers might disregard his admonitions, either out of unwavering loyalty to Mondok and the Alliance or due to an instinctive response that could prompt them to open fire on Gu Hang and his companions. Thus, Gu Hang prepared himself to brace for the impending assault, should the nearby soldiers resort to violence. The armor of the warriors and sisters in motion would serve as his optimal shield, impervious to ordinary firepower, in the event of heavy artillery being unleashed. Regardless of the difficulty in striking a moving target, Gu Hang possessed the capacity to discern the trajectory of the incoming shell in advance. By harnessing his psychic abilities, he could induce a slight deviation in its path mid-flight, ensuring it would miss its mark. Simultaneously, they would transform into a spearhead, piercing through the entire army and charging directly toward the command center of the military at Rebirth City to capture Mondok alive. He firmly believed that nothing could obstruct 19 elite warriors, especially with the assistance of a psychic like himself. At the very least, the military at Rebirth City lacked the capability to thwart them. However, despite Gu Hang and Appos' preparations for the worst, the anticipated calamity never materialized. The surrounding soldiers remained passive, refraining from firing their weapons. Perhaps Gu Hang's psychic whispers had indeed made an impact. The soldiers hesitated, grappling with the weight of the governor's identity and the pressure of becoming traitors to the Empire, rendering them reluctant to act. Alternatively, the harrowing spectacle of the Space Marines annihilating an entire tank and mixed infantry battalion within mere seconds was undeniably terrifying. The annihilation of the blocking Mondok's elite guard had stemmed from their utter failure to comprehend the combat strategies of the Space Marines, resulting in their catastrophic miscalculation. The onlooking soldiers were likely trapped in a state of shock and disbelief, taking time to process the horrific scene. Furthermore, even once they grasped the reality, would it not still evoke fear? Over 100 corpses alongside the wreckage of 2 tanks, all accomplished by merely 7 individuals in 2 seconds, was enough to instill terror. The Battle Sisters had yet to engage in combat. It is conceivable that both factors played a role in this outcome. The soldiers were indeed frightened, and the governor's words provided them with a rationale to justify their inaction. In summary, the soldiers did not fire. Meanwhile, Gu Hang and his companions sprinted inward, their pace exceeding the speed at which Mondok received news of the annihilation of his intercepting guard. Consequently, by the time Mondok learned of the obliteration of his most loyal troops, Gu Hang was almost upon him, his face drained of color. The most reliable force at his disposal, his elite guard, had been divided into 3 units in his previous strategy, apart from the contingent sent to intercept Governor Gu. The remainder was tasked with mobilizing additional forces. He certainly contemplated the consequences should conflict erupt, pondering the governor's potential decision to take action or whether he himself should prepare for such a course. Initially, he believed himself ready. Yet upon realizing that Gu Heng could traverse Lu Ka without impediment, doubts began to creep in. He dispatched a contingent, hoping to directly command the larger forces below. However, it seemed that time was not on his side. What should he do? In a fleeting moment of contemplation, he found himself undecided on whether to advance, retreat, or engage, when suddenly the sound of gunfire pierced the air. His most loyal guards, facing the oncoming 19 adversaries, bravely retaliated. Yet such resistance proved utterly futile. Montdoc's command center was essentially a relatively large and aesthetically pleasing building repurposed from the outer city. Part of the surrounding structure had been dismantled, and debris was utilized to construct fortifications. With the guards stationed nearby, accompanying them were 4 Challenger tanks and a command vehicle. In the face of assault, this location could hold its ground, if necessary. With the surrounding disarray cleared, he could conveniently escape in the command vehicle. His guards were stationed appropriately, having already adopted a defensive posture without clustering together, with cover and foxholes ensuring they wouldn't be easily decimated by enemy fire. Although many soldiers fell to precise strikes and small-scale explosions, a significant number were still able to retaliate. Simultaneously, a considerable portion of the coalition soldiers nearby were galvanized into action upon witnessing their general, Montdoc, in the fray. Many coalition soldiers, once passive, now sought to launch their own assaults. Nevertheless, while the Space Marines failed to obliterate the defending forces in one fell swoop, they remained undeterred. Without the need for cover, they surged forward. The bullets ricocheted off the titanium alloy armor with little effect. Grenades failed to detonate near them, and the few rockets launched were both sparse and inaccurate, often deflected by Gu Heng's psychic abilities. In truth, even without deflection, the impact would not have been catastrophic. A glancing blow might cause some disorientation or minor discomfort, with only a bit of soot staining the armor, no significant harm done. Of course, the battle nuns might experience greater repercussions. The elegant white-green armor of the Holy Lily was indeed striking but lacked the robustness of the Space Marines. Thus, Gu Heng took particular care to shield the nuns from incoming fire. Sister Chang Rui Te noted this attentiveness, offering a subtle nod to Gu Heng before redoubling her efforts in the fray. She charged ahead, breaking through the line, rapidly approaching a tank that was pivoting its cannon in preparation to fire. Wielding a long-handled war spear, she swung with precision, severing the tank's barrel in a single stroke. Then, with a powerful leap, she plunged the spear into the tank's interior. The soldiers inside the vehicle felt a blinding golden light illuminating their heads, and in an instant, they witnessed the vehicle commander and driver being strung together like candied hawthorn. The sight left them utterly dumbfounded. This was merely a microcosm of the battlefield. The firepower of ordinary soldiers was utterly incapable of hindering the advance of superhuman warriors. The explosive firearms wielded by the Space Marines and Battle Sisters effortlessly annihilated any foes obstructing their path. They did not need to swiftly eliminate all the soldiers. That was of no consequence. In mere moments, they had already breached the soldiers' and Oppo's defenses. Gu Heng could even see Mondoc, the general of the City of Revival, hastily boarding a command vehicle, seemingly intending to flee. But now that he sought to escape, how could he possibly evade capture? Chapter 77. Execution at this juncture. Mondoc and Oppo's fate was sealed. There was no escape for him. The one taking action remained Sister Jarrett. She understood that capturing this rebel leader would hold greater value for Gu Heng, even if his ultimate fate was still inevitable death. After slicing through a tank, Sister Jarrett did not pause, but rather accelerated further. She leapt high into the air, her combat backpack suddenly spewing forth deep green flames, propelling her body with tremendous force. The command vehicle, which had only just begun to move, was swiftly overtaken by her. In midair, she fired her weapon single-handedly, methodically eliminating the infantry accompanying the command vehicle with pinpoint precision. By the time she landed, no enemies remained in her vicinity. With a flourish of her spear, she severed the rear wheels of the command vehicle, and with another stroke, she sliced open the vehicle's door, revealing Mondoc's terrified visage. Even at this moment, the rebel leader displayed a semblance of defiance. Trembling, he raised his prepared handgun and squeezed the trigger towards Sister Jarrett. Yet, the bullets from an ordinary self-defense pistol could not possibly penetrate her feedback-powered armor. He fired once, the bullet ricocheting off her armor, and before he could react, Sister Jarrett seized him by the collar with one hand and yanked him from the vehicle. Like a defeated dog, Mondok collapsed to the ground, being dragged toward Gu Hang by Sister Jarrett. He struggled incessantly, but it was futile. Her grip was as unyielding as steel. The surviving loyal soldiers could only watch in horror as their once mighty general was dragged along the ground. Some contemplated a rescue, yet they were utterly at a loss for how to proceed. Bullets would be of no use. Heavy firepower could inadvertently claim the general's life as well. Even more terrifying was the realization among the dozen or so soldiers present. They had faced the Empire's most elite extraordinary warriors, and their sole sentiment was one of despair. Could such an enemy even be considered human? Impervious to blades and cannon fire, yet with a mere flick of their wrist, they could decimate their ranks if they were clustered together. These death angels moved with an unsettling ease, extracting their general from amidst his protectors. They had not fought without resistance, but their only recourse seemed to be resignation to their fate. In this battle, which was destined for defeat, they found themselves unable to continue. Witnessing their general's capture, they even felt a sense of relief. Having lost, might they not be obliged to fight any longer? Such thoughts permeated their minds, causing their fingers on the triggers to lose their resolve. The Space Marines, too, diminished their firepower, refraining from further gunfire, opting instead to focus their explosive rounds on the remaining defiant enemies. The Phoenix Legion was a desperately impoverished battalion. In their eyes, those explosive rounds held far greater value than the lives of these local insurgents. At this moment, Jarrett had brought Mondok before Gu Hang. The once formidable General Mondok, clad in his battle attire, had entirely shed his usual dignified demeanor, dragged across the ground with such brutality by the nun that, for a considerable portion of the journey, half of his face lay against the earth. By the time he arrived before Gu Hang, that half of his face was a grotesque mask of blood and flesh, his body smeared with dirt and blood, his tattered clothing rendering him utterly disheveled. He was thrown at Gu Hang's feet, struggling to rise. Yet the pain coursing through him rendered him incapable of lifting himself. However, he need not exert himself. An invisible force elevated his body, allowing him to face Gu Hang directly. He struggled to part his lips, desperate to utter something, yet no words emerged. Another unseen power constricted his throat, making even the act of breathing arduous, let alone speaking. This was, of course, orchestrated by Gu Hang. Regardless of whether this man wished to make a final stand or beg for mercy, Gu Hang was disinclined to listen. At this juncture, Mondok's attitude bore no significance. For Gu Hang, capturing this individual alive served but one purpose: entrusting the matter of security to his comrades. Gu Hang's voice resonated in the ears of the Space Marines and battle nuns, and Jarrett nodded with a smile, for this message was primarily directed at her. Soon, Gu Hang would expose himself to the gunfire of all enemies. He harbored no fears regarding ordinary soldiers or the bombardment. He possessed means to deal with those threats. His sole concern lay with the possibility of the original Wrath cultists lurking among the ranks. This was a credible threat, should they strike. Coupled with the gunfire from controlled soldiers, it could indeed pose a danger to him. While death was unlikely, he could simply retreat into the protective embrace of the Space Marines and battle nuns. Could anyone truly breach the defenses of those 19 warriors and end his life? Absolutely not. However, such a retreat would be somewhat humiliating, detrimental to Gu Hang's efforts to establish his authority. What he required from the Sister Superior, Jarrett, was to ensure he did not find himself in such an embarrassing predicament. This had been previously discussed, and the Sister Superior had readily agreed. To put it differently, if the primary task was merely to aid the governor in quelling the rebellion, the Sisters of the Holy Compassion Lily would be somewhat disinterested. Their ultimate objective in descending to the surface was to combat heretical cults. The current task of monitoring for potential cultists aligned perfectly with their interests. It was time to utilize this alliance general. Under the dominion of his psychic powers, Gu Hang's body began to ascend, Mondok levitating alongside him. Gu Hang and Appos, Golden Governor and Appos, attire moved as if stirred by a wind that did not exist. His expression was grave and solemn as he surveyed the battlefield from above. Mondok's form hovered slightly below him, his limbs and throat bound by psychic energy, utterly immobilized and incapable of speech. Only Gu Hang's voice, amplified by his psychic might, could resonate throughout the scene. All soldiers, lay down your weapons. I am Gu Hang, the representative of the empire to whom you have sworn allegiance. I am the executor of the Divine Emperor's rule over this land. I am the master of the Fury Star, your governor. And this man, whom you refer to as General, has betrayed the empire, betrayed the divine emperor, and betrayed me. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the space warriors and battle nuns subtly shifted. To betray the governor is indeed to betray the empire. To betray the empire is to betray the divine emperor, is it not? This assertion is undeniably accurate. Yet the governor's self-equation with the empire and the divine emperor felt somewhat disconcerting. However, they remained silent. Gu Hang paid no heed to the thoughts of these devout followers of the divine emperor and continued, I hereby declare, in the name of the emperor, the revocation of General Mondok's identity, sentencing him as a traitor to the empire. Soldiers, regardless of the orders you have received previously, they are now rendered null and void. By my authority as governor, I command you all to lay down your weapons. Your past actions shall not be held against you, but from this moment forth, anyone who disobeys orders shall be deemed a traitor, and Appos, in a decisive gesture, Gu Hang raised a pistol and aimed it at Mondok and Appos' forehead, executing him with a single shot. Chapter 78. Lay down arms, do not become traitors. For Gu Hang, eliminating Mondok in his current state was akin to crushing a chick. It bore no significant difference. His psychic abilities allowed him to lift Mondok's entire being into the air, and with the same force, snapping Mondok's neck would be a trivial task. However, Gu Hang refrained from such an act, opting instead for execution by gunfire, driven by the need for formality. Through this highly symbolic method of execution, Gu Hang aimed to convey to all soldiers that their former commander was indeed a guilty man, a traitor to the empire. They were to unequivocally sever ties with the traitor and accept the governor's leadership. He had no intention of immediately mobilizing all 10,000 soldiers in the city of revival. Nonetheless, these individuals must not become an impediment to his forthcoming actions. If a great purging was to be inevitable, it would commence within the ranks of the army. The soldiers who surrounded the scene bore witness to the events unfolding in midair and heard the governor and Appos' declaration. The notion that the general was a traitor was a hard pill to swallow for many. It was not merely a matter of Gu Hang's words. The soldiers would not instantly regard Mondok as a traitor or accept Gu Hang as their commander. After all, they were not well acquainted with Gu Hang. While Mondok had been their leader for many years, many among them had been elevated to their positions by General Mondok himself. Yet now Mondok lay dead before them, executed for his crimes. Their object of loyalty was lost. Confusion enveloped many. What should they do next? Avenge the general? For some, particularly those who had greatly benefited from Mondok's favor, this was indeed a consideration. In reality, some attempted to act on this sentiment. A few officers endeavored to incite their subordinates to launch an attack. However, this proved largely ineffective. The crux of the matter lay in the undeniable fact of Gu Hang's authority as the ruler. He was an authentic governor. He had executed the general, leaving the remaining soldiers with little reason to continue fighting. Mere exhortations from officers held little sway. Only a select few, unable to grasp the reality, drew their weapons in a futile attempt to attack. In the face of these assaults, Gu Hang remained steadfast in the air. This was not a moment for retreat. He intended to stand firm, reiterating his declaration to the soldiers, embedding his identity deeply within their minds. Should he be confronted by a multitude of adversaries, he would have no choice but to flee. Yet, such a scenario did not materialize, as the attackers remained but a minority. This small faction of obstinate individuals was swiftly quelled. The Space Marines would intervene. The explosive weapon in the hands of the Phoenix could accurately eliminate those insurrectionists. Meanwhile, the cultists that Gu Hang feared posed no significant threat to him. His previous conjecture proved correct. Within the ranks of the army in Revival City, there undoubtedly lurked practitioners of the heretical Original Wrath sect. Upon his ascension, these sorcerers stealthily revealed themselves, setting their sights upon him. Within the realm enveloped by Gu Hang's psychic perception, he discerned the traces of these cultists. They intended to assault Gu Hang with psychic force while attempting to incite the surrounding soldiers to persist in their attacks against him. Yet, trusting in the battle sisters, Gu Hang refrained from action. Sister Jarita, leading her companions, indeed did not betray Gu Hang's faith. In their previous endeavors, the Holy Lilies had exhibited a slight lack of zeal, but at this moment, they became invigorated. The 11 of them, without the need for communication, seamlessly divided into pairs, with Jarita acting solo, forming a total of 6 groups that plunged into the throng of soldiers. They shouted in the name of the Emperor, unearthing those who had cast aside their disguises, preparing to wield dark sorcery against Gu Hang. They were true experts in combating heresy, the nemesis of all aberrations, cults, and psychics. Of course, there existed a limit to this obstruction. Should the target possess overwhelming strength, the malevolent sorcery could still manifest. After all, Their anti-psychic abilities stemmed from the divine arts they wielded, bestowed by the Emperor's grace. Essentially, when hostile spells were activated, their divine power would immediately counteract them. However, at least for the moment, none of the sorcerers present could surmount the Battle Sisters' anti-psychic suppression, with dark magic and psychic force rendered ineffective. The cultists mingled among them stood powerless, easily vanquished. Witnessing the Battle Sisters slay their so-called comrades, some soldiers began to resist. Whether driven by instinctive retaliation or genuinely swayed by the cultists, the Holy Lily showed no mercy, eliminating them all. These infiltrators bore little difference in appearance from ordinary soldiers. The soldiers, unaware of their true identities as cultists, mistakenly believed they were being slaughtered. To prevent the spread of such misunderstandings, which could escalate the already tense situation into uncontrollable chaos, Gu Hang amplified his voice through psychic resonance, declaring to all soldiers, "Lay down your weapons. Cease resistance. The cultists intent on destroying Revival City are conspiring. The Battle Sisters are purging the heretics. Lay down your weapons. You shall not be implicated. All who continue to bear arms will be deemed traitors. Lay down your weapons. Do not become traitors." In their bewilderment, a significant portion of the soldiers ultimately ceased their resistance. At that moment, the infantry regiment led by Yin Fangxiu also entered the fray. They cautiously approached the defensive line of the Allied forces, joining the governor in vociferously urging, "Lay down your weapons. Cease resistance." The disarmed soldiers remained safely in place. Those few still wielding weapons, whether resisting or not, faced execution. The governor, suspended in midair, served as a human broadcasting station, simultaneously deploying a surrender halo to the entire Alliance forces. The Space Marines and Battle Nuns undertook an internal purge of the recalcitrant traitors, disarming the ordinary soldiers. Under the command of Yin Fangxiu, the infantry regiment commenced disarmament from the outside. Thus, the principal combat came to an end. The majority of the Alliance soldiers, having witnessed the general's punishment and execution, and in light of the governor's personal order encouraging surrender, chose to capitulate in the face of the irresistible Space Marines and Battle Nuns. They no longer wished to fight. Confronted with the impossibility of victory and lacking any understanding of the purpose of continuing the struggle, they pondered, what was the point of persisting in this futile endeavor? Chapter 79. The situation is settled. With the situation now secured, Gu Hang exhaled a sigh of relief. His actions today, albeit somewhat perilous, were not excessively so. Under the dual protection of the interstellar warriors and the Battle Nuns, he himself was a formidable psychic adept, making it rather improbable for any mishap to befall him. Furthermore, his status as a governor provided an additional layer of security, leaving the Alliance soldiers in a state of confusion, hesitant to unleash their full might in combat. This served as yet another safeguard. It was precisely due to these advantages that he dared to approach Mondok for execution, thereby gaining control over the entire army. The most significant risk he faced was merely the possibility of failure. At this moment, his predetermined objective had been accomplished. Naturally, he had contemplated the scenario in which this venture spiraled into complete chaos. In the orbital expanse, the quintet was fully prepared for combat. Its cannons primed to deliver orbital strikes upon the surface at a moment's notice. Should the situation deteriorate beyond control, Gu Hang would mark his position and attempt a full retreat. Yin Fangxiu, leading his team, would be stationed on the periphery to provide support and establish a defensive line, effectively sealing the Alliance forces outside the city. Once Gu Hang broke free, the cannons would commence their bombardment, targeting the Alliance forces stationed in the outer city with relative precision and a modest scale of firepower. While orbital strikes are not entirely invulnerable, should the target possess deeply excavated air raid shelters and tunnels, fortified bunkers specifically designed to withstand such bombardments could significantly mitigate the impact and reduce casualties. However, it was evident that the Alliance forces had not made such preparations, and last-minute excavations were simply unfeasible. Once the orbital bombardment concluded, Gu Hang would lead his troops to cleanse the battlefield, effectively achieving the objective of annihilating the Alliance forces. Although orbital strikes may lack absolute precision, there was always the risk of munitions landing in the inner city or non-combat zones, potentially resulting in serious collateral damage. The dread associated with orbital bombardment would undoubtedly permeate the inner city of Revival, instilling a sense of panic that could either assist Gu Hang in his subsequent endeavors or inadvertently inflame the resistance sentiments among the city's inhabitants. Should the situation reach such a critical juncture, Gu Hang would not hesitate to act resolutely. Otherwise, he would not have devised such contingency plans. Yet, if avoidance were possible, it was certainly preferable. The present outcome was far superior to clearing a path with orbital cannons. The alliance forces had now become his own. However, merely possessing an armed contingent of 10,000 soldiers was insufficient for complete dominion. Transforming them into trustworthy subordinates would require far more effort. Even the act of disarming and confining these soldiers proved to be a considerable undertaking. Following the execution of Mondoc, the mere task of disarming and securing these troops consumed nearly an entire day. While the majority of the soldiers had resigned themselves to their fate, a minority still refused to relinquish their weapons, leading to conflicts with Yin Fangshu's infantry regiment and resulting in bloodshed. Simultaneously, a significant number, though too intimidated to openly resist, sought to stealthily escape while still armed. The forces led by Gu Hang comprised only 5 battalions, approximately 1,500 personnel, a rather insufficient number. Despite their earnest efforts to mitigate the situation, a considerable number of alliance soldiers managed to flee, armed and desperate. These individuals are likely to become a source of future complications. Should they conceal themselves within the slums of the outer city, they may pose a significant threat to public order. If they escape beyond the city walls, they may transform into bandits. Nevertheless, while troublesome, these issues are but trifles, mere irritations rather than grave concerns. Excluding the deceased and those who fled, around 7,000 soldiers were ultimately gathered for oversight. Consequently, Gu Hang refrained from hastily entering the city. The current circumstances, the city's dilemmas, and the issues concerning Hodgson were no longer of primary importance. With the army disarmed, the city had become a vulnerable prey, awaiting Gu Hang's opportune moment to reap its rewards. In truth, what Gu Hang faced was but a fraction of the entire military potential of the City of Revival. This operation scarcely qualified as war. If Gu Hang were to name it, he would deem it a special military operation. Gu Hang astutely discerned that, although Hodgson's disappearance signified a declaration of war by the alliance authorities, the adversaries he must confront in this war were not the entirety of Revival. On the contrary, the city should belong to him and its inhabitants, along with the forces sworn to protect it. Ought not to be his foes, they should rightfully be his subjects. Understanding who his true enemies were, and who could be swayed to his side, was the essence of Gu Hang's success in achieving substantial results with minimal costs. Comprehending this matter would yield greater efficiency rather than foolishly regarding the entire city as an enemy, which could lead to mutual destruction. With the issue of routes resolved, the next step was the execution of his plan. After neutralizing the alliance forces, Gu Hang dispatched his troops to 5 locations. For infantry battalions secured and sealed the 4 city gates of the inner city. The inhabitants, fortified behind towering walls, were now stunned to realize that these barriers had become their prison, with no means of escape. Thus, the elites of the inner city, alongside the 100,000 residents within, were confined, isolated from the 8 or 900,000 populace outside. The 5th Battalion stood guard over the 7,000 disarmed and captured alliance soldiers. Gu Hang was present as well. These 7,000 individuals were pivotal. Gu Hang did not naively assume he could immediately convert them into his subordinates. However, in the future, they would constitute a significant element of his military strength. He could not afford to disregard these 7,000 men. Even with systematic training capabilities, a reliable source of troops remained essential. Yet, before incorporating this force, Gu Hang had a multitude of tasks ahead. Chapter 80. The construction of thought. The disarmament of over 7,000 soldiers and their subsequent confinement does not signify the conclusion of matters at hand. Is there a possibility that heretical cults still linger among them? Could there be cultists who managed to conceal their identities during the recent actions against Gu Hang? Such a possibility looms large. The Battle Sisters are tasked with this endeavor. Unlike the seemingly idle phoenixes after the battle, the Sisters of the Sacred Lily have become increasingly occupied. They embark on a mission across the army to uncover any remaining hidden cult members. Under the vigilant gaze of the Sacred Lily, heresies find no refuge. They are swiftly identified, their identities unveiled, and they face public execution. Their actions not only incite no backlash from the soldiers, but also further assist Gu Hang. The reputation of the Primordial Fury cult is far from commendable. Upon discovering the presence of several heretics among them, the soldiers are filled with indignation. This leads them to ponder whether the former commander had been complicit in this. Would they truly align themselves with those treacherous cultists and continue opposing the governor? Certainly not. In other words, this provides the soldiers with another rationale to convince themselves to accept the decision to surrender with equanimity. Simultaneously, the Sisters of the Sacred Lily also engage in proselytizing, instilling the doctrines of the state religion, the faith in the emperor, and loyalty to the empire within the hearts of the soldiers. Their formidable presence has already made a profound impact during the preceding bloody conflicts. Now, they showcase their compassion. With gentle smiles adorning their faces, they radiate a divine light. The faith in the emperor, who ascended to divinity, represents the most prevalent belief throughout the human empire, and this remains true even on the Fury Star. Seizing the moment to combat heresy, bolstered by the aura of victors, coupled with the soldiers' confusion post-defeat, their evangelistic efforts yield considerable success. The actions of the Sisters of the Sacred Lily are not solely to aid Gu Hang. What other motives could there be for the sisters proselytizing? As for the unintended consequence of fortifying the soldiers' loyalty to Gu Hang, the planetary governor and representative of imperial rule, it is merely a delightful surprise. Meanwhile, while the battle sisters are diligently at work, Gu Hang is equally occupied. Following their private meeting, he convenes all military commanders at the company level and above for a closed-door conference. During their discussions, Gu Hang listens intently and speaks extensively. He does not come to destroy the city of revival. Rather, he arrives to construct it. Loyalty to the empire is an obligation for every soldier. They will earn greater merits on the battlefield. They shall fight for the reconstruction of this world, for themselves, for their families, and for a brighter tomorrow for their homeland. Admittedly, such sentiments may seem rather abstract. However, Gu Hang also articulated many pragmatic matters in the city of revival. The treatment of these regular troops from the alliance is relatively decent. Gu Hang can assure that their supply ratios will only improve compared to the past. And the same goes for the officers. In the future, the army will expand, and well-performing officers are likely to encounter more opportunities for promotion. The military will receive greater attention and better equipment will be allocated accordingly. Families of all soldiers and officers will receive corresponding subsidies based on their ranks. In the event of casualties, the compensation rates will be higher than before. In both spiritual and material dimensions, Gu Hang has provided assurances to these mid-level officers. One by one, the officers, invigorated, patted their chests and assured the governor that they had been misled in the past, but now understood that loyalty to the governor was the only righteous path. Overall, the conversation flowed pleasantly among the guests. Of course, Gu Hang is not naive. Can one truly believe every word they proclaim with such fervor? Can they immediately be regarded as allies? That is evidently unrealistic. For instance, it is currently impossible for Gu Hang to assign these alliance soldiers the task of blocking the city. If that were to happen, many influential figures within the city, familiar with the officers, would likely pull strings and offer bribes, resulting in a mass exodus. In this current situation, seasoned veterans and those officers mingling within the political landscape of Revival City would be foolish not to utter flattering words. Yet, Gu Hang remains indifferent. As long as his stance is made clear, that suffices. In the future, he has myriad ways to enhance the combat effectiveness of the army and strengthen his control over it. He will indeed honor his commitments regarding material conditions and will not mislead anyone. Providing sustenance to soldiers and fulfilling promises establishes a foundation of basic loyalty. However, the construction of spiritual civilization must be further reinforced. In this regard, Gu Hang intends to implement some special measures. He plans to extract a contingent from the 6 infantry battalions he personally established for specialized training. He will invite combat nuns and space marines to conduct lessons for them. After the courses, Gu Hang himself will also participate in the teaching. This will not be a form of specialized military training, but rather a cultivation of ideological awareness. The emphasis on loyalty to the empire and faith in the God Emperor must be amplified. Furthermore, Gu Hang aims to bind concepts of loyalty, honor, and faith to himself. This is logically sound. If one believes in the God Emperor and is loyal to the empire, then this governor, appointed by the empire, governs on behalf of the God Emperor on the planet Angaral. Therefore, loyalty to the emperor equates to loyalty to the governor. There is nothing wrong with this logic. However, for these tasks of personal interest, Gu Hang will not trouble the immortal bird or the holy lily. He will undertake the labor himself. The individuals cultivated through this process will be placed within the ranks of the alliance troops at various levels of officer positions. They are not there to seize power or become military leaders, but rather to serve as political commissars. Their duty will be to disseminate the ideology of loyalty to the governor throughout the army and to oversee the actions of military commanders. Should any officer exhibit signs of disloyalty, the political commissar shall report this upwards for appropriate action in times of war or other emergencies. The commissar may even execute the military commander and assume control of the unit. Such positions exist within the ranks of the Imperial Regular Army. However, Gu Heng intends to take this a step further by establishing political commissars at the company level. The mission is to build the army, reinforce discipline, boost morale, and instill loyalty. These are the tasks that these individuals will undertake for Gu Heng in the future. To this end, Gu Heng spent a full 2 days in the outer city. Approximately 50 political commissars were selected, donning black coats and freshly dyed red military caps as they took residence in the prisoner of war camp and integrated into various companies of the Allied forces. Although these individuals were somewhat thrust into their roles, and the ideological training envisioned by Gu Heng was rudimentary at best, with the nuns engaging them in conversation for a time, and Gu Heng himself having discussions, there remains a certain assurance of their loyalty to him. By placing them within the military, it is hoped that control over the troops will be enhanced. Meanwhile, during Gu Heng's military endeavors, the inner city has undergone a significant upheaval in the past 2 days, likely culminating in a notable event at midnight on Monday, Sunday night at 12. Chapter 81. Each with their own agenda. Norris and Bradford, two influential figures within the League and in the city of Revival, now found themselves devoid of any semblance of composure. Curse Murdoch, insisting on a hardline approach. Sacrificing his own life was regrettable, but what can be done now? The army is gone, the city is under siege, we are all like fish on a chopping block. Bradford, disheveled and frantic, cast furtive glances at Norris. Upon hearing Bradford's lamentations, the aged Norris remained silent. His thick white hair and beard framed a countenance steeped in glow. With gritted teeth, Bradford continued to voice his grievances. What do we do now? Is there even anything left to be done? Did you see the photographs? Did you witness the video? That Gu Heng. He soared through the sky. He publicly executed Murdoch. Damn it. Why did we never realize that Gu Heng was such a formidable psychic? After this outburst, he once again turned his gaze toward Norris, who continued to withhold his words. Bradford pressed on. Those space marines. The battle sisters. Were they not supposed to be a myth? They slaughtered fully armed soldiers as easily as one would kill a chicken, demolishing our tanks as if opening a can. How dare we engage in battle against such foes? Damn it. That fool Murdoch led us astray and brought us to ruin. At last, he succeeded in irritating Norris. Enough. Put away your frenzied demeanor and cease your theatrics before me, Norris said. You wish to inquire about my next steps? I can assure you, no problem. Revival City has become our prison, and what is there to discuss among men condemned to die? But even if I divulged my plans, would you truly dare to follow me? Humph. Norris scoffed. After Murdoch's demise and the surrender of the League, the political landscape of Revival City had irrevocably shifted. Who among the astute could fail to notice that the League had undergone a transformation? If there was once a possibility of resisting the governor by relying on the military potential represented by the numerous inhabitants of Revival City, that prospect had been extinguished. With the gates sealed and the army having turned against us, even escaping the city had become an impossibility. What remained was merely the question of survival. Their fates now rested solely upon the whims of the governor. In their minds, although the governor had yet to enter the city, waiting for his arrival to make decisions might prove too late. Presently, their options were regrettably limited. It boiled down to flight or submission. In the current state of Revival City, fleeing was no simple task. As for kneeling before the governor, a poor posture in supplication could very well lead to death. Former allies, who once collaborated seamlessly, were now ensnared in a web of deceit and treachery. For instance, Norris could discern that Bradford was merely feigning despair before him, while secretly flattering him, harboring no good intentions. That fellow, with a semblance of inciting himself to arm the industrial workers and resist to the bitter end, would likely be the first to betray his own if it came to that. Of course, his claims of having a plan and knowing the course of action are equally spurious. He would arm the workers and transform the factories into military strongholds. But this is not for the sake of resistance. Rather, it is to consolidate the actual power within the city into his own hands, augmenting his leverage so that when he ultimately kneels before the governor, he can do so with greater weight. The ability to organize the populace, procure weaponry, and harness the production resources within the factories. All of these belong to me, Norris. The governor has retained my services. I shall surely be of great use in the future. As for this Bradford before me, a man who once thrived on connections and channels to engage in trade, he may as well fend for himself. After concluding a brief conversation with the elder Norris, Bradford's countenance darkened considerably. He sensed that Norris had discerned his intentions and had not fallen for his ruse. Damn it! Without a conspicuous figure in the city to draw the governor's attention, how could he escape? Indeed, Bradford sought to flee. He had no desire to remain as a pawn, nor did he possess the capital to endure such a fate like Norris. Conversely, his extensive network, cultivated over years as a trader, afforded him numerous avenues to pursue upon leaving Revival City. Though life may not be as prosperous as before, it would still be preferable to staying behind. The only imperative was to escape. He held no faith in Norris. He doubted that this man would truly confront the governor. Rather, he believed that Norris was merely seeking a means to kneel with greater significance, hoping to secure more favorable terms of surrender before Guhang. Indeed, he might even find himself becoming a bargaining chip for that man. However, such thoughts seemed trivial to him. Those who cannot survive have already felt the governor's wrath. And no matter how gracefully one kneels, it pales in comparison to being dead. To clear the stage and leave the upper echelons vacant, thus allowing the governor to paint upon a blank canvas, was the only way forward. Furthermore, even if survival were possible, the authority of this city would soon rest with the governor, and the Alliance Council would undoubtedly lack the power it once wielded, if it even exists at all. Old Norris was certainly doomed, but what irked Bradford was that if one must perish, why not do so with more flair, thereby granting him more opportunities to flee? After much contemplation, Bradford grit his teeth, realizing he could wait no longer. The governor could enter the city at any moment, and the Great Purge could commence at any time. Delay would only diminish his chances of escape. He resolved to take action. Chapter 82. The Value of Life. Bradford resolved to flee without delay, planning to escape that very night. He dared not carry too many belongings. Despite possessing considerable wealth within Revival City, such material possessions would undoubtedly hinder his escape. His greatest treasure lay in his own life and the extensive network he had cultivated over the years in business. As long as he could survive and leave, he believed he could regain any fortune lost. In a bold move, he withdrew a significant sum of money to distribute among his bodyguards and the skilled mercenaries he had recruited, promising them further remuneration once they had safely exited the city. As night fell, Bradford ventured to the northwestern edge of the city. While this was not the main gate, it was still a viable exit. His years of experience in commerce had afforded him knowledge of certain clandestine passages. Previously, this route, a tunnel hewn beneath the city walls, had been utilized for smuggling, facilitating the discreet import and export of goods while circumventing taxes. Now, this passage would serve to save Bradford's life. After traversing the darkened sewer and the secretly excavated tunnel for half an hour, they reached their destination. A group of bodyguards led the way, with one climbing a ladder to forcefully push open the concealed manhole above. This was no easy task. The manhole was camouflaged with dirt. If it could not be easily opened, they would need to use a knife to loosen the soil around the edges. It was laborious, but manageable. After considerable effort, the cover was finally pushed aside, and 3 bodyguards ascended. Professionally armed, they stood vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any threats while awaiting the arrival of the others. Soon, under the protection of the front and rear guard units, Bradford emerged into the open air. The twilight was dim, and the environment was familiar to him, though unnervingly quiet. In the past, emerging from this spot had meant hearing the bustle of the outer districts, where the impoverished often created a lively atmosphere at night. However, given the recent conflict, it was understandable that fear might keep people indoors. Moreover, it was possible that the governor had imposed martial law outside the city. Lost in these thoughts, the bodyguards covering the rear soon joined them. Hurry, Bradford urged. Navigating through the tunnel had been relatively simple. The real peril lay ahead. They needed at least half an hour to fully exit the outer city, and only then would they be safe. Before setting off, they carefully restored the cover of the secret entrance to its original state. Otherwise, anyone discovering it would realize someone had escaped. Once they completed this task, they prepared to depart. Suddenly, 2 bright white searchlights illuminated them. Simultaneously, a commanding voice rang out. "Drop your weapons. Kneel and surrender." Blinded and in agony, Bradford's heart sank. He understood that it was over. He resigned himself to fate, discarding his weapon and kneeling on the ground, too fearful to move. Yet, his bodyguards reacted differently. Some sought to flee, while others, blinded by the glaring light, attempted to retaliate against its source. In the next moment, the distinctive rat-a-tat-tat of the G9 rifle echoed through the air. Those who wished to escape, those who dared to resist, all met their demise. On the return journey, Colonel Pavlov of the 2nd Battalion of the Governor's Infantry Regiment laughed heartily. I never expected such a bounty. This information about the hidden passage is truly remarkable." His adjutant chimed in with equal glee. Indeed. The governor's decision to appoint someone as a political officer has proven beneficial. When Cody was chosen, I felt a twinge of regret, but lo and behold, the very next day we uncovered this smuggling tunnel. We initially intended to merely test the waters. Yet here we are with tangible results. Has the captured individual divulged anything? He claimed to be a member of the Alliance Council and insisted on meeting the governor. By God, does he think anyone can simply request an audience with the governor? Nonetheless, I shall report this to the governor and ascertain whether he is inclined to meet this man. If so, we shall dispatch a team to escort him. If not, damn it, I have no place to keep him. Perhaps it would be better to simply execute him. The bound Bradford, trailing behind in fear, felt a cold sweat break out. The governor will surely see me. I possess vital information. I will be of great use to him. Bradford had initially believed that his fate would remain uncertain until the following day. However, much to his surprise, despite the late hour, Gu Hang had not yet retired and chose to meet him in the early hours of the morning. This brought a sense of relief to Bradford. The governor's willingness to see him indicated that he would not be executed by the officer who apprehended him. Yet, the moment for relaxation was still far from arrival. What lay ahead was the true juncture that would determine his destiny. Whether he could prove his worth would hinge on the next few exchanges. To survive, he must demonstrate his value, convincing the governor that his life was more beneficial than his death. However, the conversation with the governor took an unexpected turn. Bradford, Yu Hang began. We met on my first day upon descending to the surface. I sensed then that you would perish by my hand. For your smile struck me as rather displeasing. Now, it seems my intuition was correct. Bradford was taken aback. Why the hell did I smile that day? If that is the reason for my demise, it would be utterly unjust. Before he could utter a word, Gu Hang continued. I understand you wish to persuade me to spare your life and showcase your worth. I offer you this chance, but first, allow me to outline the advantages of your demise. This way, you may ponder what you are willing to sacrifice in exchange for your life. Bradford nervously swallowed, listening as Gu Hang slowly elaborated. Soon, I will conduct a thorough purge within the city of revival. The performance of the entire Alliance government has profoundly disappointed me over these past few months. How can one cultivate good governance amidst a swarm of vermin like you? Therefore, I have resolved to apprehend all members of the Alliance, along with mid-level government officials, to publicly trial them and unveil your transgressions for all to see. I do not. Bradford could not restrain himself from attempting to elucidate, but was abruptly interrupted by Gu Hang. I care not. You shall inevitably be found guilty. The denizens of the inner city of revitalization have no means to improve their existence, while those in the outer city struggle to meet even their basic needs. The world is in utter disarray, and these are your original sins, intricately woven into a tapestry of specific, outrage-inducing crimes. Ultimately, you shall pay the price upon the gallows, and the populace will revel in their satisfaction, perhaps feeling a twinge of fear, yet they will ultimately hold me in greater esteem. You need not fret over solitude. Many shall accompany you on your journey. Following a comprehensive cleansing, the political landscape of revitalization will be rejuvenated. I shall elevate a cadre of new officials, devoid of roots and entanglements, emerging from the grassroots to become a new class of beneficiaries. Their fortunes and misfortunes will be inextricably linked to my own. And while they may falter at first due to inexperience and lack of capability, they shall endeavor to execute my will with utmost diligence. And I, in turn, shall wield complete and total dominion over this city, implementing my resolute plan to revive not only the city but the entire world. That concludes my discourse. Now it is your turn, Mr. Bradford. Can your sufficiently astute mind conjure a reason for your existence that holds greater value than death? I am quite eager to hear it. Chapter 83. Thoughts on the launch tonight marks the launch of my book. The idea of writing this piece was rather impulsive. Many friends advised against it, suggesting that the topic is niche, the market limited, and its reception uncertain. When it comes to writing, what is the most crucial aspect of selecting a subject? Is it the market's acceptance? Is it whether one's own capabilities can accommodate the writing? While these factors are certainly significant, they are not the most paramount. In my view, the most important consideration is what truly ignites my creative desire and my yearning for expression. What I wish to convey. I envision themes of interstellar adventures, space operas, the warfare of World War I and II, featuring artillery, tanks, mechs, special forces, trench warfare, and mass assaults. I then seek to crystallize these ideas into tangible concepts. The amalgamation of elements from Total War, Stellaris, Hearts of Iron, and Warhammer 40K fills me with excitement. Thus, I took pen to paper, disregarding the advice of others. And upon completion, I submitted it for publication. The initial reception was less than favorable, and my editor informed me about the opportunity to feature on Sanjiang, which genuinely surprised and delighted me. as I had thought my chances were bleak. Nonetheless, the overall performance still leaves much to be desired. I have prepared myself for this reality. My aim is to write what I am passionate about and to discover readers who resonate with my thoughts. This remains my goal. This is the essence of my creative journey, and as we embark on this evening's launch, I wish to share the update plans with everyone. Some comrades express concern over the frequency of updates, and I find myself at a loss. Approaching middle age, with limited energy, a full-time job, and family responsibilities, it becomes increasingly challenging to make additional commitments. Now, addressing the update plan for the launch day, it is approximately as follows. I sincerely hope for your generous support, which would enable me to write this book consistently and sustainably while providing some income to help with household expenses. See you all this evening. Chapter 84. Is this the CPU? Gu Hang spoke with a sincere demeanor, as if he were not conversing with a prisoner. Yet, the words he uttered were strikingly cold. Chapter 85. The epic triumph. This was precisely what he had originally anticipated. Chapter 86. The revival of the United City seated in the Grand Hall of the Alliance Council. Gu Hang cast his gaze around. Chapter 87. Am I the Minister of Production? Upon hearing the governor's command, Osina found herself somewhat bewildered. Recently, she had just managed to stabilize her workload and establish a governmental team. Chapter 88. Artillery. Seeking initial subscription, Bradford devised a sinister plan. He feigned agreement to Norris's terms of surrender, only to renege and eliminate him. Lambert was. Chapter 89. Then you stay. The disheveled old Norris has completely lost his former grace. He intends to surrender to the governor. In his view, although the alliance. Chapter 90. Ground offensive. Gu Hang suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. He rose from his seat and approached the window, gazing outward. From this vantage point, the battlefield was not visible. Chapter 91. The corpse bomb through the sharp gaze of Gu Rue. The governor's soldiers who had just executed the enemies with precision had performed admirably. The bullets were delivered with accuracy and meticulous care. Chapter 92. Storm trap. The battle nun's reasoning is sound. The factory, reduced to ruins, holds little value when bombarded further with artillery. The collapsed remnants of its structure, in fact, have become. Chapter 93. The abbess. The soldiers under Gu Hang's command, of course, adhered to the orders. The governor had issued the directive. Although they were unaware of the reasons behind it, they still complied and retreated. Chapter 94. I have underrated you. Observing the armed workers who had fallen beside him, intended to act as bombs to thwart his actions, none of them managed to detonate. Gurut was filled with profound emotions towards Gu Hang. Chapter 95. Why take advantage of me? Once the battle had conclusively ended, and it was ascertained that no enemies remained in the vicinity, the soldiers withdrew from the area. Provided that there were no further disturbances, those who had perished. Chapter 96. The governor cannot come for free, can he? The suggestion to have Osina conduct a citywide investigation does not stem from a desire for the young lady to solve cases, for her expertise does not align with this task. In truth, Gu Hang. Chapter 97. The wind rises. The 3rd Regiment of the Governor's Infantry Corps shall be responsible for ensuring food security while simultaneously safeguarding the person of Osina herself. However, relying solely on a single infantry regiment is undoubtedly. Chapter 98. Comrades, charge with me. Quickly, quickly. A little faster. Cowdy shouted loudly. Beside him, 2 infantrymen were moving swiftly, still clad in the attire of the Union forces. Chapter 99. Tactical interleaving in the midst of battle. The repercussions of being caught off guard are catastrophic. Behind those rioters, 2 infantry squads led by Cordy are encircling from both flanks. Chapter 100. The death of Cody. Cody's actions evidently garnered considerable attention. Chapter 101. Passive response. Cody has perished. He sacrificed himself to eliminate the final 2 sorcerers. Thaddeus's eyes widened in fury. He felt that he had not done enough. Chapter 102. Mind manipulation. When Gurut found Gu Hang, her expression was markedly solemn. The gentle smile she usually wore completely absent. We had a vague understanding of that group of heretical traitors. Chapter 103. The profound meaning of laughter. Having completed the upgrade, Gu Hang felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual power coursing through him, filling him with an unparalleled confidence. He was even inclined to seek out an immortal. Chapter 104. The Battle of the Power Plant. As the interstellar warriors commenced their assault, 2 transport helicopters, carrying a total of 9 battle nuns along with Gu Hang himself, arrived at the designated location. Chapter 105. Otherwise. How to break through under the relentless assault of the battle nuns and the space marines. The cultists entrenched within the windmill tower could not withstand even 2 minutes of onslaught before. Chapter 106. Suekout gazed at the celestial visitors who had approached him, laughing maniacally. Aha! You have found your way here, but what significance does it hold? Chapter 107. The completion of the ritual. Gu Hang understood that the primordial high priest did not devote all of his energy to confronting the interstellar warriors and the battle nuns. This was certainly not due to his inability to. Chapter 108. Damn you. This is the first time Gu Hang has encountered the visage of the Xiong beast. Although it is merely an ethereal form composed of a white tempest, it bears a striking resemblance to the extinct ancient creatures depicted in the illustrated catalog. Chapter 109. Blow it up for me. Blow it up fiercely. I will bear any responsibility. Damn it, what is there to fear about collateral damage? Can the governor's capabilities be harmed by you lot? With such a mighty wind. Chapter 110. Do not let the governor's efforts go to waste. It is imperative to avert the impending storm that seeks to sacrifice the entire city. A responsibility that the Space Marines and the Sisters of Battle must undertake without hesitation. Even if not. Chapter 111. The Tempest. Asana was drenched to the skin. She had been running for quite some time amidst the tempest, even with a raincoat draped over her. Her fragile form was no match for the fierce wind and torrential rain. Chapter 112. The Hollow Wind Farm. Gu Hang and his companions remained present. After issuing numerous commands, Gu Hang devoted all his attention to the pressing issues at hand. Chapter 113. The Destruction of Projections. Upon the conclusion of Gortha's words, Gu Hang posed the pivotal question: how shall we conquer it? How do we overcome a primordial energy being that has ascended to divinity? Chapter 114. The Termination Ceremony. In a state of dizziness, Gu Hang declined the assistance of the approaching soldier and made his way toward the group of signalmen. While resting nearby, he spoke. Chapter 115. Among mortals, there are heroes. Thaddeus himself was uncertain how he accomplished it. He led his battalion to this wind farm, following the orders of Yin Fangxiu, to execute their mission. Chapter 116. The hero and imp, Apos. As Ascension confronted with the activation options for Thaddeus, Gu Hang hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to proceed with the activation. This decision was not solely made to honor the achievements of this esteemed figure. Chapter 117. Reactor Technology. Gu Hang, having emerged from the system interface following the conclusion of the recent storm event, found himself in possession of benefits that extended beyond mere survival. The battle results he had been anticipating. Chapter 118. Technological card draw. After acquiring the technology for a controllable reactor, Gu Hang felt immensely satisfied and was eagerly anticipating the 100-point technology lottery. He still had over 500 points remaining. Chapter 119. As long as I can reduce them to ashes, there is no problem, I guarantee it. In response to the request from Captain Martins of the battle group, Gu Hang confidently patted his chest and assured, in the city of revival, no, it can be even more. Chapter 120. Rebuilding the city. Asana did not find herself at leisure following the conclusion of the calamity. On the contrary, she became increasingly occupied in the process of orchestrating the evacuation of the populace from the city of revival. Chapter 121. The steward, Richie, was taken aback. How is it that you? He was not blind. He could discern that Osina held a significant position here. Chapter 122. A haunting shadow in the midst of that terrifying tempest. The inner city was certainly affected. However, in contrast to the outer city, the inner city boasted a far more rational development plan and a considerably more modern infrastructure. Chapter 123. The Wealthy Travel Magnate. The public trial assembly has been advanced to align with the award ceremony, presenting an excellent opportunity for promotion. The award ceremony, in turn, serves the purpose of the forthcoming military reform. Chapter 124. The Chaos of Incompetence. When Gu Hang placed several new black boxes before Wu Jiarong, her jaw dropped to an unprecedented extent. These. Chapter 125. Ensuring task completion. After thoroughly discussing the production status of the various technological industries with Wu Jiarong, Gu Hang conducted an inspection of the Waste Cave Society. The Waste Cave Society. Chapter 126. Execution. Marinus Flanagan, convicted of murder, subversion of government, enslavement of others, and unlawful imprisonment, in the name of the Emperor, sentenced to death. Chapter 127. Long live the governor. In truth, not all the inhabitants of the inner city are affluent. With such meager productivity, how could one support such a vast number of the rentier class? The majority of the inner city dwellers, however. Chapter 128. Ideals and Forgiveness. Gu Hang's speech concluded amidst the resounding cheers of "Long live the governor." Chapter 129. The food crisis. As the efforts to rebuild the city began to find their footing, Osina was relentless in addressing the next pressing issue, the food crisis. Chapter 130. The proclamation of determination. Pharmaceuticals are the hard currency of the wasteland, with very few places possessing the corresponding production capabilities. Currently, the foremost pharmaceutical factory in the Alliance of Washing City has successfully commenced. Chapter 131. Selfish desires. Jason Morgan, with a swelling on his forehead, felt utterly unfortunate. He was an employee at a small factory in Revival City, engaged in statistical work. Chapter 132. The Battle of Sanchi. Upon receiving the telegram from Morgan and others regarding their escape, Peebov realized that the journey to Sanchi town would undoubtedly be fraught with turbulence. Chapter 133. Global Strategy Timeline. As the commander, Pobo Fu is stationed in the command vehicle listener, positioned not far from the front lines. The enemy lacks any significant long-range firepower. Chapter 134. Loyalty is of paramount importance. Before meeting with Dennis and Henry, Gu Hang attended to another matter. It had been some time since the last fixed income distribution. Chapter 135. What kind of trash is an agent? Regarding the construction of the school, Gu Hang entrusted the task to Aocina, instructing her to first establish the framework for the 3 academies. Aocina found herself somewhat perplexed. Chapter 136. On the brink of collapse. Incompetence. Pobo felt somewhat perplexed. At this moment, Henry patiently began to elucidate the situation. He first gestured towards himself. Chapter 137. You have no choice. The town of Garbage is currently facing an impending catastrophe, a fact well acknowledged by many. Swan awaits Henry and Apos' insights. Chapter 138. Beast Slaughtering Group 6. For K subscription requested. Damn. Henry couldn't hold back and let out a curse. It is true that Swan has submitted, from this perspective, the retreat of those deserters. Chapter 139. The limits of perseverance. The appearance of the Challenger tank alongside another unfamiliar war machine left Li Keqi momentarily astounded. He truly did not anticipate this. Chapter 140. Just because he is the governor? Dennis and Henry was also quite anxious, although his understanding of military affairs was limited. He certainly grasped the simplest numerical comparisons, no matter how formidable Prevov's army might be. Chapter 141. Aspiring to be the leader, Henry had already learned of the recent events that transpired in Garbage Town. As an agent himself, he was entitled to a position at the meeting. Engaged in external affairs, he found himself pressed for time. Chapter 142. Fragile as glass. The current state of Trash Town, along with the myriad of love and hate that has recently transpired, remains unknown to Gu Hang. The latest information he received came from Dennis and Henry. Chapter 143. New troops. Gu Hang stood up and extended his hands in a downward motion. The agents obediently fell silent. I understand what is on everyone's mind. Chapter 144. The transformation of Garbage Town. Luigi Likexi received the orders for a strategic withdrawal and rest. Ever since being rescued by the forces of the Alliance, he and his comrades had fought valiantly alongside them. Chapter 145. More death, more whack. Hero Lacrocia sensed that war had transformed. Or rather, this was what war truly entailed. The previous skirmishes were mere trifles. Chapter 146. I want this big fellow. I am not interested in hearing endless reasoning. I simply wish to know when the significant matter you mention will be resolved. The beast growled with impatience, already showing signs of annoyance. Chapter 147. Do you have any idea how exorbitant orbital strikes are? The greenskins are born for war, as long as battle persists. The growth rate of the greenskin spores from the same tribe accelerates, resulting in a greater proliferation of greenskin aberrations. Even so, there is no. Chapter 148. Proactive offense. In response to Governor Gu's request, Martins accepted it without hesitation. This was indeed one of their areas of expertise, if not the most proficient. Chapter 149. The murderous canister. After Schneider had slain the largest and most verdant orc chieftain, the battle was nearing its conclusion. His 4 fellow warriors. Chapter 150. Orbital bombardment. Upon receiving the news, Gu Hang found it impossible to enjoy his meal. Among the 10,000 greenskin beings, over 3,000 were genuine orcs, and their numbers continued to swell. Chapter 151. The deathly iron canister. Private Hero Lacrocia of the 3rd Infantry Regiment could never have envisioned, even in his wildest dreams, the horrifying scene that was unfolding before him. Chapter 152. It is vast and verdant. The roasted axe, along with the malevolent iron behemoth he piloted, was annihilated by 50 rounds of 155 mm howitzer shells raining down from the heavens. The concentrated artillery. Chapter 153. The tribe, 7K words. Subscription requested. If there were a reliable ally on the front lines to divert attention, the 5 interstellar warriors of the Phoenix might still have a chance at success. Yet at this moment, Chapter 154, The Death of the Space Marines. Space Marines undoubtedly exhibit a spectrum of strength and weakness. Beyond the variations in weaponry and the specifications of powered armor, the prowess of each individual also plays a significant role. Chapter 155. I realize that the Space Marines are not invincible. This universe is filled with an abundance of strange and terrifying phenomena. In fact, if those green-skinned beings were a bit more strategic. Chapter 156. What is the matter with those black boxes? When Gu Hang received the news, the battle had already concluded. Early in the morning, the 1st Battalion of the Sheafing Brigade, under the command of Paboth, advanced with ferocious intensity. Chapter 157. Settlement of the Greenskin Battle. Martins unexpectedly mentioned the secret laboratory and the black box, which took Gu Hang by surprise. However, his demeanor remained composed. He countered with a question. Chapter 158. The Prelude to Star Wars in possession of 3,000 points of grace. Gu Hang was suddenly beset by the vexations of newfound wealth. However, upon a moment's reflection, he realized that although the points were considerable, there remained an insatiable. Chapter 159. The Stargate. Within this vast expanse of the universe, the foremost reliance for interstellar travel is the Stargate. A single Stargate connects to. Chapter 160. The starting point of the glorious path. The proximity firepower of 11 green-hulled vessels rendered it exceedingly challenging for Wang Jiarong's fleet to mount an effective defense. Meanwhile, their counterattacks appeared feeble and ineffectual. Chapter 161. The dazzling explosion. Upon hearing the phrase "the starting point of the glorious path," Yalisha let out a cold snort. Displaying an air of disdain, she had no inclination to respond to Gu Hang and turned her head away. Chapter 162. The meaning of life. LaCroix finds himself contemplating a profound question. What is the true value of life? This trivial inquiry had previously eluded his thoughts. In his early years, while following his tribe. Chapter 163. Fleet Commander. To speak of Jenny, the Mad Fong, personally leading his elite band of combatants into the Amp, Oppos, Quintet, and Amp, Oppos, engaging directly in battle, is indeed a matter of considerable significance. Chapter 164. The moment of reckoning has arrived. Jenny, the Mad Tooth, sensed that success was within his grasp. At this very moment, he could even catch a whiff of the aroma emanating from the core engine power chamber of the shrimp vessel. Chapter 165. The Death of the Commander. 6K. Seeking subscriptions, Kuan Yu was somewhat taken aback. He never anticipated that those shrimp would dare to charge forward so boldly. In truth, throughout the journey, the shrimp encountered. Chapter 166. Conclusion of the naval battle. When Gu Hang opened his eyes once more, several minutes had elapsed, and the battle at the crossroads had come to a conclusion. The figure that descended from the heavens. Chapter 167. Victory and its fruits are not always the same. As Wang Jiarong journeyed aboard the Quintet, she was still enveloped by the lingering sensation of having survived a catastrophe in the midst of the green-skinned orc fleet from the moment of their leap. Chapter 168. Gu Hang's past. In contrast to the two ladies, Gu Hang possessed relatively fewer possessions. Nevertheless, he felt quite content. This raiding fleet of the Iron Tooth clan. Chapter 169. Next time, for sure Gu Hang could ascertain that the deepest resentment his predecessor harbored towards his mother stemmed from that one slap. The memory lingered, as Ms. Wang Qi gasped for breath after striking him. Chapter 170. Do you find it hard to part with me? Upon hearing the news of a new power armor, which includes a set of Terminators, Martins was also moved. The Terminator-type power armor possesses capabilities far beyond. Chapter 171. Mother, 7,000-word extension. Shortly after conversing with Yalisha regarding her future, news from the commander of Pada arrived. In the captain's quarters of the female captain. The communication device. Chapter 172. I thought you were here to support cousin Wang Qi. Observed that the letter was indeed penned by Gu Hang himself, without any external guidance. In composing this missive, he harbored two intentions. The first, affection. Chapter 173. Work report. As I contemplated the affairs concerning Blackbird Heavy Industries, individuals gradually began to arrive. Although there remained 15 minutes until the scheduled time, everyone had already gathered. Chapter 174. Population, production, trade. As Osina delivered her report, Gu Hang nodded frequently. The increase in population was of great concern to him, according to the information she provided, as well as. Chapter 175. Loyal Offspring Academy. The inaugural and significant work meeting following Gu Hang's landing concluded shortly after Lambert finished discussing the pertinent aspects of legal system development. As the attendees gradually departed, Chapter 176, The Central Blossoming Army. After personally experiencing the elevated teaching standards brought about by the architectural system, Gu Heng felt quite satisfied. The direct enhancement was in the instructional quality of the teachers. Chapter 177, Making Dumplings. I intend to assemble the tank companies from various combat battalions throughout the entire journey. Over 50 tanks will coalesce into an armored fist, striking fiercely under the protection of artillery. Chapter 178, Draining the Technology Card Prize Pool. 4 days ago, our department successfully executed the predetermined military strategy, annihilating over 80,000 insurgents. Among them, more than 9,000 were eradicated, while over 70,000 were captured. Chapter 179, This is the reward of the Divine Emperor. He is somewhat conflicted. He desires to develop a remarkable elite-level technology, yet he is apprehensive that even if he succeeds, the current industrial capabilities of his territory may prove inadequate. Chapter 180, No need to worry about imperial taxes after this round. Gu Heng had completely exhausted his bestowed points, leaving only 62 behind. However, all tasks had already been assigned, and Gu Heng needed to. Chapter 181, Gu Heng, you are truly incorrigible. Among those displeased with the agreement between Gu Heng and Blackbird Industries are Yi Lucia and Wang Zhero. Let us first discuss Yi Lucia. This lady. Chapter 182, Gene Seed Implantation Surgery. The powered exoskeleton and powered armor are distinctly different entities. Although welding armor plates onto the exoskeleton may render the two somewhat similar, even resembling the design of steel plates. Chapter 183, The Technical Expert You Desire. Gu Heng cannot allow Wu Jiarong to relinquish her responsibilities. Without her, it is unrealistic to expect the remaining individuals to perform beyond the rudimentary levels of technical proficiency. Chapter 184, What rank can the engine prophet determine? For who cooked? This half-year escape to the north has been even more nerve-wracking than his initial flight from his hometown of Heavy Forge. The Battle of Heavy Forge. Chapter 185. The treatment of C9-level employees. By the time the entire situation had been reported up the chain to Gu Heng, 2 days had already elapsed. While this efficiency was not particularly low, Gu Heng still felt a sense of relief. Chapter 186. The objective of the war encompasses the entire Qinggu region. The vicious cycle in the Qinggu area is not a novel occurrence. In previous years, each time a distorted and monstrous wave emerged, it resulted in analogous circumstances. Chapter 187. What is the nature of loyalty? The Croc Plantation, arguably the largest estate in the northern region of Qinggu, has been home to the Croc surname for 4 generations. Chapter 188. From the very beginning, all were my people. This farce concluded with the arrest of young Croc. In the eyes of Jason Morgan, it was nothing more than a spectacle. Young Croc on the committee. Chapter 189. The howling arrival. Jason Morgan now found himself in a state of unease. During the committee meeting, inspiring morale and ensuring that the wavering members remained steadfast in their positions was proving to be more challenging than he had anticipated. Chapter 190. The Alliance Air Force. Ace pilots apply for combat. Ace pilots applying for battle. Enemies detected at 12 o'clock. Commence bombing. Kachina is exhilarated. Chapter 191. Elimination of the jungle. After the tide of mutated creatures receded, the predicament of Croc Manor was entirely resolved, despite the heavy losses suffered by the militia and the devastation within the estate. Chapter 192. Special Forces. What is its name? After witnessing the demonstration of the Purple Fire Thrower's capabilities, Gu Heng posed this question to its developer, Mr. Huku. Chapter 193. Heavenly Jean Lacroix and his companions found the town of Canticle to be quite a picturesque place. The 2- or 3-story buildings, each adorned with its own garden, were arranged in an enchanting manner. Chapter 194. The Grace of a Benevolent Father and the Tale of the Angry Owl Star. Upon hearing the report, Gawaga opened his eyes. His slanted gaze appeared rather indifferent. He spoke, All shall be buried underground. Chapter 195. An unimaginable shot. Kuch's strike proved to be remarkably effective. The enemies appeared utterly unprepared, having just been soaring in the sky, now reduced to headless flies. Among them, Chapter 196, a major offensive. After the establishment of the Special Forces Brigade, Gu Heng remained deeply invested. He meticulously reviewed the combat report and was filled with profound sentiments. The 30-man squad. Chapter 197, Have I been exposed? In the outskirts of Weixing City, the Phoenix Academy stands. After more than 6 months of construction, the Phoenix Academy has transformed from a mere construction site into a more refined establishment at the very least. Chapter 198. From this day forth, I am the Phoenix. In an era beyond verification, an emperor who still roamed the mortal realm forged genetic seeds and birthed interstellar warriors. Yet now, this technology has long been lost. Chapter 199. Will you train the interstellar warriors? When Gu Hang raised his second finger to present the second condition, Martins was already at his wit's end. Even the oath he had just taken, he followed suit with the battle group as priest. Chapter 200. New blood in the battle group. After receiving the 1432 points of grace this month, Gu Hang currently possesses a total of 1,440 grace points. Even if all of these grace points. Chapter 201. The governor's vision for the phoenix. Before the surgery commenced, Anatole and his two companions were exceedingly anxious. Initially, Anatole even struggled to comprehend. Chapter 202. The maritime ruins. The comments were not deleted, yet after the content was revised, all the remarks were consumed. Chapter 203. Aerial assault. When a shimmering barrier enveloped the periphery of the maritime structure, successfully repelling all ground attacks from the aircraft, Martins was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 204. The unclean ones. All who beheld the spectacle within the living jar were unable to withstand the profound psychological shock, even disregarding the spirits that arose under the malevolent sorcery. Chapter 205. The Great Demon. The term demon refers to a formidable entity, one that straddles the line between reality and illusion. In the material realm, it is unbound by the laws of physics, and its very existence poses a challenge to. Chapter 206. The Warrior King can achieve this. The surface of the bronze bell suddenly emitted a rich green radiance. A beam of green light shot forth, and around it swarmed what appeared to be numerous mosquitoes and flies. Chapter 207. Execute 5 full-force rounds towards the ground. There were indeed some unexpected developments. LaCroix not only had to throw the thermobaric bomb like a grenade over a distance exceeding 100 meters, but he also needed to achieve remarkable precision. Chapter 208. A bounty of 7,777 points. The terrifying heavenly fire descended upon the sea. The orders of Brigadier General Yalisha were resolutely carried out by all the officers and soldiers aboard the fierce Claw Tiger. Chapter 209. Am I about to become the governor of the province? On the planet Faye, within the Gu residence, a middle-aged woman draped in a bathrobe nestled on the sofa, perusing a stack of letters and newspapers. Chapter 210. Settlement of the Chingu battle. I command 38 divisions. Jason Morgan has ascended to the position of provincial leader, holding a C1 rank. This nearly qualifies him as an esteemed member of the upper echelons within the Alliance and Oppos' official hierarchy. Chapter 211. Sweeping through the eastern provinces after the Central Army Group was granted leave and subsequently replenished its ranks with new recruits to compensate for the losses incurred during the battles in the Chingu region. They set forth towards the east. Chapter 212. 10 consecutive draws at the 1000 level. When it comes to drawing technology cards, Gu Hang's preferred choice remains unequivocally the 1000 level. The 10 yuan and 100 yuan stores are no longer under consideration. Chapter 213. Starport technology. Among these 4 advanced technologies, Gu Hang was immediately captivated by the Starport blueprint, which commanded his full attention. Starport. Chapter 214. The heretic hunter. 3 months have swiftly passed, bringing us to the cusp of late spring and the onset of summer. In the past, Gu Hang had contemplated this question. Anger. Chapter 215. Mother's plan. After conversing with Lambert Hodgson regarding the recruitment and impending training of the heretical demon hunters, Gu Hang received a particularly special gift. Chapter 216. The need for a mother. Gu Hang's arrival at the Angry Owl Star has undeniably placed her mother in a rather precarious position. Initially, she aspired to seize the position of the family head, but now, the very individual she had anticipated to succeed has unexpectedly vanished. Chapter 217. The first high official dismissed from the Alliance after concluding the discussion with his mother. Gu Hang ultimately decided to deploy a contingent of approximately 30,000 troops to accompany the expedition to Black Arrow Star. The reason for this. Chapter 218. The veterans return, eager to return home. What? The governor of the Tower province has been dismissed. Is it truly a dismissal? The newspaper stated that Governor Henry is unwell and has gone for recuperation. Chapter 219. Do you truly comprehend the gravity of the situation? He has been envisioning the future all along. Chapter 220. The purge action. Milia de Zhang, her fate intertwined with her sister's persuasion, entered the Academy of Shifeng Zhangzi. Following her selection into the advanced class, her life underwent a profound transformation. Chapter 221. The challenge overcome. In the past 2 months, the disciplinary committee, the government of Beiqing Valley, and the demon hunters have united in a concerted effort. executing extensive purges within the Beiqing Valley province. Chapter 222. If it were Elisha, the quality of the descendants. Gu Hang remained resolute in his opposition to the extreme oppression of the populace, refusing to allow every individual on the planet to become a mere cog in a relentless machine, frantically engaged in unceasing production. Chapter 223. Confirming that she is indeed my biological mother. Welcome to Angry Hawkstar. Gu Hang's voice jolted Wang Qi from her stupor. She beheld Gu Hang, arms outstretched. Chapter 224. Messages from the Nest City world. Ms. Wang Qi came and went in haste. After spending a night, she departed aboard a spacecraft. The journey from Fury Hawkstar to Black Arrow Star required only a brief interlude. Chapter 225. A thought of the Alliance faced with Gurut's unwillingness and dissatisfaction. Gu Hang felt equally helpless. Sister Gurut, I share in your regret. You and your sisters in this. Chapter 226. 2 minutes. President Pierre felt a surge of anger upon learning of the sudden mobilization of the Alliance's forces. His initial reaction was to believe that the Alliance was engaging in extreme measures. Chapter 227. 1 hour and 22 minutes of rapid completion. Pierre found it hard to fathom such occurrences. The aircraft known as the Falcon, possessed by the Alliance, was truly formidable. Not only did they soar. Chapter 228. Leave it to us. Greetings to all employees and residents of Polar Industrial City. I am Jerome Pierre, the president of the group. It is with a heavy heart that I. Chapter 229. The first battle of the Phoenix's new blood. The so-called C7 zone is not a city area defined by the Polar Industrial City itself, but rather a designation established by the Alliance's General Staff during the formulation of the operational plan based on the preliminary assessments made by the nuns. Chapter 230. The incarnation of the evil god. Your new blood has been cultivated remarkably well. I almost believe they were seasoned veterans, said Jarrett to Martins. Chapter 231. Ascension. Level 6 Spiritual Energy. The storm approaches. Event activated. The storm approaches. The cult that venerates the primordial wrath has erupted in a final frenzy as its impending doom looms. Chapter 232. Here lies the abyss of Helinato had exhausted the last bullet from his explosive firearm. That bullet pierced through a wolf-shaped creature, formed from visible white winds coalescing into a tangible form. Chapter 233. Witness the astonishment of mortals as Gu Hang arrived in this realm, which exists outside the bounds of the ordinary universe yet is imbued with untamed ferocity. A deluge of knowledge surged into his mind like a torrent. Chapter 234. The intrusion. The chaotic octogram array, a conduit to the real world, has been meticulously safeguarded by humanity. Initially, when there were merely 100 or so interstellar warriors present, it had already. Chapter 235. Silence the wind. Slay the god. 50,000 soldiers, along with their accompanying technical weaponry, heavy arms, and vehicles, are already in position. Meanwhile, Gu Hang has also commenced his actions. Chapter 236. Perhaps. Shall we let it be this time? The primordial angry owl has sustained injuries, a sensation it has not experienced in a very long time throughout its protracted existence. It is a deity. How could it ever be harmed? Chapter 237. The successful deicide. The death of the malevolent god. The primordial wrathful owl contemplated a retreat, choosing to forego the opportunity to venture into the realm of reality. Chapter 238. Can I ascend to divinity as well? The grounded Gu Hang is truly exhausted. Chapter 239. The end Opos, unique and Opos, upgrade sequence has been unlocked. To remain human or ascend to godhood. This choice now lies before Gu Hang. To speak candidly, the allure of ascension to divinity. Chapter 240. The essence of the true realm. The upgrade project for the unique sequence has been unlocked and successfully upgraded. Wait. Where are the spiritual attribute points I requested? No, that is not. Chapter 241. Am I not dead? In the Polar Industrial City, the headquarters of the conglomerate has been temporarily organized to serve as the command center for the Alliance in the city. And Chapter 242. My heroic spirit Legion Colonel Derrick, the commander of the 31st Airborne Division, now found himself in a state of bewilderment. He was certain that he had perished previously. At that moment, Chapter 243. The four deities and the Emperor. Upon realizing the precarious situation, Gu Hang acted with remarkable decisiveness. He immediately severed all connections and ceased his observations. Chapter 244. The Knight's Order. Wang Qi is not the kind of woman who is easily frightened by the sight of blood. Although she is a merchant, she has certainly encountered her share of it, as she was pushed to the side by LaCroix. Chapter 245. Peace of mind comes from one's son. What is the purpose of security? To guard against assassination, to prevent turmoil, to protect the master. They may possess training superior to that of the military, along with better equipment and certain. Chapter 246. Your words hold great wisdom. Your Excellency, have you received any news about my aunt? The speaker of these words was Wang Jiarong, and the one referred to as the general was none other than Pobov. Chapter 247. The conflict in the suburban town for the army of the Lumen Kingdom. The casualties among the expendable troops are of little concern to the noble knights. However, the damage inflicted upon the sentinel mechs is indeed a matter of great distress. Chapter 248. Charging into battle, Drexus undoubtedly ranks as a prominent noble within the Kingdom of Lumen. Throughout the entirety of the kingdom, the total number of Ranger-type Knight Titans does not exceed 8. Chapter 249. The death of Titan in the capital city of Pincel of the Lumen Kingdom. As well as in the surrounding suburbs, the residents were engulfed in a state of fear and bewilderment. The dread stemmed from the ongoing war, a conflict that left both sides. Chapter 250. Holding out for 8 days, the governor will arrive. The leg was severed, and the head housing the integrated perception components was obliterated, along with the shield generator. In such a dire condition, this Knight Titan was in a state of utter disarray. Chapter 251. Subtlety. On the very day that the incident occurred on Black Arrow Star, Gu Hang was already aware of the news. He had also established the Star Language Tower, albeit with limited power, serving merely as a. Chapter 252. Across the night sky. After Paidezi terminated the interstellar communication with Gu Hang, there remained another connection beside him. This was the link to his younger brother, Xiao Paidezi. And Chapter 253. Bewitched. If one were to encapsulate the current sentiments of King Lumen and Gu Ming in a single word, it would be flustered. When Pebov witnessed the rippling. Chapter 254. The gale and thunder. Niece Lumen and Gu Ming, after having clashed, found themselves compelled to reconcile due to their shared predicament under the weight of reality. Today's update will be posted this evening. I have not yet completed it and am too weary to continue. I shall publish it once finished. Chapter 255. How could there possibly be interstellar warriors? 15 crimson-armored warriors. Undoubtedly the Phoenixes. These Emperor's Angels were the first to disembark from the landing craft. This kind of landing. Chapter 256. The liver and gallbladder fear the cold, as Niece Lumen and Gu Ming found themselves in a state of utter panic, unsure of how to proceed. The formidable Phoenixes, whom they deeply feared and who instilled in them a profound sense of dread, had already. Chapter 257. You must have guessed it, right? The battle reports of the Immortal Phoenix Corps and the Alliance Air Force. Gu Hang was seated within the command center of the Alliance Expeditionary Army, located in a town on the outskirts. To speak frankly, Gu Hang. Chapter 258. They took the initiative. What are Gu Hang and Oppos as thoughts on the Black Arrow Star? Undoubtedly, they are significant. Initially, he dispatched Pobov to lead the expeditionary forces here, solely for. Chapter 259. The troops at the gates. The conversation between Gu Hang and Wang Qi, this mother and son duo, revolves around the post-war arrangements. Regardless of their myriad differences, Wang Qi harbors concerns about her son's plans. Chapter 260. Why does your majesty conspire against us? Pobov gazed at the city before him, his expression tranquil. Leroy approached his side. Pobov turned and regarded his old companion. Chapter 261. A humble apology as Yasa Gu tacitly acquiesced to Gu Hang's terms. It was soon followed by Jan Weissi's acceptance as well. The news of the two marquises being placated reached Gu Hang's ears. Chapter 262. Offering everything in supplication for the governor's forgiveness, the sovereign of a nation, bare-chested and bound tightly, knelt before Gu Hang, earnestly articulating his transgressions. Truly a litany of offenses. Chapter 263. Settlement of the Black Arrow Star battle. Regardless of the treatment that Niece Lumen's soul received as Gu Hang silently drew it into the divine realm. At the battlefield command post outside the Alliance Expeditionary Forces city. Chapter 264. After diligently toiling for 2 decades and finally resolving the matters concerning Niece Lumen, obtaining a puppet leader in the process, Gu Hang chose not to linger on Black Arrow Star any longer. Approximately a week later. Chapter 265. The wrath of the Owlstar port. Gu Hang understood that the leader Paidezi would not be pleased. The reason was rather simple. Multiple planets simultaneously obeying the commands of a single governor. Chapter 266. The great development of the star port. Upon descending to the ground, Gu Hang took the time to engage in conversation with the person in charge of overseeing the construction of the starport. This individual was none other than Huku, under Gu Hang's command, the most outstanding. Chapter 267. The formation of the army, the Furious Bear Legion at this moment. Gu Hang possessed a staggering total of over 17,000 merit points. Such a substantial accumulation of merit points afforded Gu Hang the opportunity to accomplish a myriad of endeavors. At last, Chapter 268. Once again, the much-anticipated card-drawing segment at present. The technical capabilities of the Angry Owl Star in fundamental army construction appear to be quite comprehensive. Without claiming unparalleled excellence, the top-tier equipment still falls short. Chapter 269. Alliance output. Gu Hang still had some time, so he engaged in conversation with Wu Jiarong for a while longer. Reflecting on Wu Jiarong's rapid progress, he conceived another idea. Chapter 270. The western coast of the continent. Regarding the increase of the death penalty, Gu Hang felt a tinge of hesitation. He sensed that he might be exhibiting a touch of idealism. However, he truly harbored reservations about augmenting the servitude. Chapter 271. The demon hunter of Blackbird City. Elon Bird lifted his gaze towards the foreboding structure ahead, shrouded in the rain's embrace. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a small scythe emblem. Thus, it was. Chapter 272. The intelligent band. The demon hunters have developed a profound interest in Blackbird City. The more enigmatic it is, the greater the secrets it harbors. They traverse the continent. Chapter 273. This makes sense. A solitary bird soared beyond the curtain of rain, ascending into the vastness above. Despite the awareness of its improbability, Elon Bird clung to a flicker of hope. Chapter 274. Lord of the Sun, 6K update. Through the glass window, Gu Hang observed the restless little boy as he underwent questioning by the Alliance intelligence officer. In an effort to soothe his anxious disposition, a special. Chapter 275. Your appetite is quite large. Is Gallardo, the apostle of war, merely visiting the Pegasus galaxy? Clearly, that is not the case. The solar expedition is in full swing. Chapter 276. Mobilization. In the city of Weisheng, Osina, accompanied by Patel, was inspecting the construction of the factory. Your Excellency, please observe. Patel gestured towards the machinery being transported. Chapter 277. Intercontinental missiles. The Alliance is not solely the domain of Gu Hang. He cannot dictate every matter, for that would be utterly exhausting. At present, as the Assembly engages in discussions, a consensus gradually emerges. Chapter 278. The Alliance indeed lacks the capability for intercontinental long-range strikes. The self-produced missiles of the Alliance are incapable of reaching distances nearly 20,000 kilometers away. Chapter 279. The cold fury of the Phoenix. Erong Fox was acutely aware that he could not remain in the western continent indefinitely. According to his previous plans, he intended to develop quietly, gradually, and ultimately sweep across the entire planet. Chapter 280. Downtime. Although they had only captured 3 strongholds temporarily, Anatole believed that they had already completed the most challenging step of the battle, despite the obstacles they faced. Chapter 281. The voice of Furionato's expression grew grave and tense. He promptly alerted his comrades about the shift in circumstances and requested the 4 distant team members. Chapter 282. Shattered to pieces. Erong Fox would never find himself in a state of unpreparedness. However, the visual system detected the target, performed logical calculations, and dispatched commands to the mechanical body. Chapter 283. Nirvana. Though it is challenging to articulate and the specifics remain unclear, Anatole harbors no intention of concealing the truth. He candidly shares his experiences with his battle brothers. Chapter 284. The mystery of the genetic seed. Nirvana. Gu Hang furrowed his brow, quite perplexed. After the Phoenix Legion successfully accomplished their mission behind enemy lines, Martins, the leader of the Legion. Chapter 285. A rather disloyal suggestion at this moment. Gu Hang found himself truly plagued by a headache. It turned out that the Phoenix harbored yet another pitfall awaiting him. The genetic seed of the Phoenix inquired. Chapter 286. A decisive blow. The Blackbird Heavy Industries has lost its capability to launch intercontinental ballistic missiles. Not only have 5 missile silos been destroyed, but the intercontinental missiles surrounding these silos have also been rendered obsolete. Chapter 287. Journey to the West. Yin Fengshu's words left his political commissar, Nelson, utterly speechless. The casualty reports were updated daily, and Nelson could see them. Those figures weighed heavily upon his mind. Chapter 288. Let the explosive gun roar. The Ninth Company of Valenzuela must traverse a desolate expanse of 35 kilometers within 2 hours, with a maximum allowance of 3 hours, to reach the designated combat zone. Chapter 289. The loyal explosive gun feels worthwhile. As the bombardment commenced, the mechanical monstrosities surged forward, covering a considerable distance within mere minutes. At the Ninth Company's position, the firepower had momentarily ceased. Chapter 290. A resounding victory in the flash-tail operation. Who are you? Which unit do you belong to? Gorky Dimitrov, Sergeant, from the 3rd Brigade, 2nd Regiment, 3rd Company. This place should not. Chapter 291. Settlement of the Western Desert Battle. Likashi had ample reasons to be incensed, although the Beast Slayer Brigade had subsequently replenished its ranks with numerous soldiers. Nearly half of its personnel were still comprised of those he had previously led. Chapter 292. The victory of the extraterrestrial visitor and Oppos' flash-tail operation. The conclusion of the Western Desert Campaign rendered a total of over 12,000 merit points for Gu Hang. This quantity, in comparison to the annihilation. Chapter 293. Imperial tax. The world, which ought to have been prosperous and beautiful, is regrettably marred by the ravages of war. Galador's expression was tinged with melancholy. However, in the eyes of Lois. Chapter 294. Do you want 300 million? The final words left by Lacey nearly elucidated the predicament that Gu Hang was about to encounter. This indeed posed quite a dilemma. Chapter 295. A surge of malicious intent. Galarado personally participated in the inspection. The entire Furious Bear Legion appeared quite formidable. Yet Galarado could not bring himself to believe that the Furious Owl Star. Chapter 296. Teasing and the million-strong army. Gallardo could undoubtedly perceive that Gu Hang harbored a deep-seated hatred towards him. However, he had grown far too accustomed to such sentiments over the years. Chapter 297. Kurogia No. 3. There are still 700,000 Star Realm troops loading in the Fox Star system, with an expected arrival time in 2 weeks. Meanwhile, the 300,000 Star Realm troops that have already arrived. Chapter 298. The Decaying Dragon. It was a dragon, though it appeared diminutive from a distance. In reality, it was a colossal creature. Its form descended rapidly, transforming in a remarkably brief span of time. Chapter 299. The savior of the Pegasus. The assault in the banquet hall struck with astonishing speed and unexpectedness, concluding just as swiftly. The plague demons. Alongside the decaying dragon from the heavens. Chapter 300. Life is indeed resilient. In truth, Gu Hang's original plan harbored a degree of risk. To directly seize and draw Gallardo's soul into the Storm Divine Kingdom was fraught with peril. Chapter 301. The struggle for command while Governor Gu was stationed aboard the Kuroga 3. Collaborating with a coalition of personnel from various factions to investigate the mysterious disappearance of the War Apostle on the planet of Fury Hawk, the situation along the Western Front. Chapter 302. Are you not capable of playing? Although it was claimed that the conflict would conclude swiftly, the battles on the Western Front of the Alliance have persisted for half a year. As the conflict approached its 1-month mark, the remaining 700,000 stars. Chapter 303. The mechanical throne. Kai Min-jin, seething with anger, was simultaneously tasked with organizing his troops for an all-out assault. Although he had heard reports that the Allied forces advancing from the north had not. Chapter 304. The conclusion of the Blackbird battle, the Iron Man puzzle. The gunshot fired by Martins roused his subordinates from their stupor. Without uttering a word, his actions alone conveyed his dissatisfaction. Chapter 305. The method to return to the Fury Hawkstar. Our genius has arrived. The speaker was Zhang Guanyan, a portly man who, at this moment, found himself amidst a grand banquet. Chapter 306. Assessing the situation. Luigi Likexi is one of the few individuals whose military rank did not diminish during his transition from the ranks of the Allied forces to the Star Realm Army, ultimately becoming part of the Furious Bear Legion. Unlike others. Chapter 307. The benefits of waging war for the Empire. What advantages does the Imperial Army gain from engaging in warfare? For the government of the Angry Hawkstar Alliance, there are no immediate benefits. However, for Chapter 308. Unifying the world. Steadfast progress. End of this volume. The 210,000 refugees aboard the transport vessel are the spoils of war for Gu Hang and the political arena. These over 200,000 individuals are destined to relocate to the planet of Fury Eagle for a new life. Chapter 309. Administration. The reclaimed western region of the continent has been delineated into 3 provinces: Baojun Province, Gushu Province, and Peninsula Province. The names were, in fact, chosen quite arbitrarily. Chapter 310. The Governor's Address to all residents of the Angry All-Star. I am your governor, Gu Hang. 2.5 years ago, I arrived in this world and addressed the entire. Chapter 311. Apology. What was the slogan of Blackbird Heavy Industries? Ah, yes. Embrace the glorious evolution. The bar owner, preferring to. Chapter 312. I'm a member of the Alliance. In the Chingu region A group of investigators has just returned from their hunting expedition. Oh, I meant their quest for clues. They also heard the governor's speech broadcasted over the airwaves. Chapter 313, Investment in Starport Construction. This broadcast address to the entire alliance was certainly not a whimsical act on Guhang's part. In this matter, he had at least 3 layers of intention. Chapter 314, The Cradle Project, Wizard Academy. Once you have established an institution dedicated to imparting the mastery of spiritual energy control and specific spiritual spells, and it is operational, you may redeem. Chapter 315, Military Construction, Storm Mage Corps, Cradle Program. These are the 2 fundamental pillars of Guhang's subsequent endeavors and talent cultivation. The former focuses on individuals endowed with spiritual abilities, nurturing the extraordinary. Chapter 316, Powered Armor Technology. After completing the military establishment, including the Phoenix Legion, Guhang found himself with only 18,000 points of grace remaining. In reality, Chapter 317, I am about to perish. The Angry Bear Legion will no longer speak. This is the Star Realm Army. Following the directives of the Ministry of Military Affairs and the headquarters of the Star Realm Army to engage in battle, Guhang does not intend to hold them accountable for this. However, the Fury. Chapter 318, not only interested, but also greatly so. On the journey, they remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Chapter 319, The Strategy of Black Arrow Star. The position of governor of Black Arrow Star is theoretically under the control of Guhang. The current governor is Neslumen. In this national. Chapter 320, The Iron Curtain Queen. Within the fortress-like palace of the Kingdom of Stefano, chaos reigns supreme. Today marks the 42nd day since the Kingdom of Stefano was besieged by invaders. Chapter 321, A larger-scale assaultinato withdrew the bloodied chainsaw sword from the fallen sentinel mech's chest, while his other hand wielded an explosive device. Chapter 322, Psychic Teleportation. The elite special forces of the 10th Brigade do not possess the terrifying battlefield dominance of the Space Warriors. Although the armor plates welded onto their exoskeletons provide formidable protection for their torsos. Chapter 323, The Collapse of All Resistance. This is the second time that Draze has witnessed the Angels of the Phoenix, armed with firearms and adorned with sharp blades, marching in formation with resolute steps. However, the shock. Chapter 324, Refusing to drag out. Swift offensive strategy. In her youth, Especia was renowned for her striking beauty. Now, at the age of 35, although the years have diminished her allure, her extensive reign as a queen has instead bestowed upon her an air of. Chapter 325, The New King's Parliament in a state of disarray, where any attempt to unite would result in punishment. The remnants of the 1 million-strong army of the Kingdom of Stefano lay shattered, scattered across the ground in disarray. Chapter 326, He did not perish. Pabov encountered the returning Martins. Although under the governor's appointment, he was the supreme commander of all military operations across the entire Black Arrow Star, the Star. Chapter 327, Indeed, my fate is not yet sealed. Naturally, this so-called not bad. Chapter 328, Has my brother by perished? Gallardo felt that, despite the departure of divine power, the divine emperor still bestowed his favor upon him. In the face of dire circumstances, he always found a way to prevail. Chapter 329, Farewell, my friend. Upon deciding to extricate Gallardo, Guhang had already been preparing for today. Seizing the opportunity to attend Ivan Fox and Oppo's inauguration ceremony, he. Chapter 330, The Black Arrow Star joins the Alliance. Gallardo truly left a tremendous surprise for both the Pegasus Star District and Guhang. His sudden appearance in the Pegasus Star District brought forth. Chapter 331, Is a mountain cannon still a cannon? The war on Black Arrow Star has not subsided in the slightest since Guhang's departure. The coalition established by the new king and Amp, Oppos, as parliament now boasts a formidable force of 500,000. Chapter 332, The Great Confrontation. To speak candidly, mere possession does not equate to triumph. When the news of the severed retreat reached the Kingdom Army, deep within enemy lines, they did not succumb. Chapter 333, The Titans have perished. The Phoenix Legion was an integral part of this battle from the very beginning. Such a dependable force could undoubtedly not be overlooked by Pobo. Chapter 334, Father. Times have changed. Eureka was still pondering the role of the political commissar within the Allied forces when a call roused him from his reverie. Chapter 335, Your Majesty. Please abdicate. The expression of the old king was one of utter disbelief. He truly could not comprehend the events unfolding before him. His confusion stemmed from 2 distinct factors. Chapter 336, Tax season returns. Gu Hang and the high-ranking officials of the alliance meticulously crafted a series of political and economic development schemes for the Black Arrow Star. However, within these proposals, there existed. Chapter 337. The Empire's Sustainable Pill. Regarding the matter of Kaloja No. 3, Gu Hang hesitated to respond. Lacey appeared to be observing Gu Hang's expression as well. She smiled and said, "Do not misunderstand." Chapter 338. Expansion of the military in Gu Hang's view. Kaloja No. 3 has now become a realm steeped in despair. To appoint him as the governor of Kaloja? That would be akin to sending him into battle unarmed. Chapter 339. 100,000 graces. It has been quite some time since Gu Hang last laid eyes upon Yalisha. Ever since 2 years ago, when Yalisha commanded a naval vessel stationed near the orbit of Furiok Star. Chapter 340. Refined gold, knights, and titans. Despite not being entirely depleted, the 1,000-tier resources have almost been exhausted of all their valuable offerings. The meager probability of generating even the most basic items renders the endeavor exceedingly unprofitable. Chapter 341. Fafana on the Winged Star, a grand hotel, once bustling with activity, has now ceased its external operations. The Gu family has completely taken over this establishment. Chapter 342. The farewell of the flute. Gu Hang's previous statement mirrored exactly what old Fu had said to Fana. Although it was delivered with great respect for Yalisha, granting her the choice, the differences in their identities rendered it a more complex matter. Chapter 343. For years, 4 fleeting years have passed, marking the 5th year of Luji Likishi's relentless struggle on Kaloja. Gazing into the distance at the shattered remnants of Pheno. Chapter 344. The Crawling City. The commander of the Tianma fleet, providing orbital support at Kelwogia, made judgments that were fundamentally sound. The Navy could not possibly engage with the surface in such circumstances. Chapter 345. The Scars of the Plague. Standing on the bridge, Gu Hang gazed out at the desolate Kalogia 3, rendered speechless by its barren beauty. This was a parched and withered planet, its surface marred by the absence of life-giving waters. Chapter 346. It turned out that my house was on fire. Governor Gu, the meeting is about to commence, a servant reminded from behind. Gu Hang nodded slightly, turned, and made his way towards the spaceship. Chapter 347. A mission not to be disgraced. Gu Hang gently patted his mother's hand, signaling her to remain calm, and then shifted his gaze to the others present in the meeting. Silence enveloped the room from the moment they first heard. Chapter 348. I am the governor of Kalogia. You are too impulsive. After the meeting, Wang Qi criticized Gu Hang. Yet, Gu Hang continued to smile. I have obtained the Kalogia I have longed for. Chapter 349. One must believe in our loyalty. This is not the first time Israhood has entered the governor's palace. Nor is it the first occasion he has witnessed a change of master upon the governor's throne. However, this Chapter 350 ended. Bring the head back. Upon hearing Hudi's revolutionary remarks at the banquet, I expressed my own stance, leading to an extensive discussion that lasted throughout the night, with the aim of influencing the esteemed mayor of Yinqing. Chapter 351. Tens of millions of troops. Greetings, esteemed individuals. As this is our first encounter, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lambert Hodgson, the Chief Justice of the Alliance. The legislative, enforcement, and judicial functions of the Alliance are conducted. Chapter 352. Pray as the soldiers on Kalogia prepared for the final desperate struggle demanded by the governor. As the esteemed officials and citizens of Salt City devoted themselves to the governor's war strategy. Chapter 353. Against the tide. Yet the city of Pheno continues to advance. In 6 hours, it has progressed 12 kilometers. From its body emerges the plague demon army, gaining aerial superiority. Chapter 354. Not yet the time. The 2 vanguards of the Angry Bear Legion have effectively sealed off the 2 breaches in the formation, significantly impacting the course of the battle. In terms of the war situation, the 2 breaches. Chapter 355. The meritorious troops. Is it not yet the time? General Hans was somewhat incensed. So, when shall we wait until? One day, with casualties in the millions. 20. Chapter 356. I assure you, during the advance, the 35th Brigade did not emerge unscathed. Although the orbital strike forged a path for them, the ongoing. Chapter 357. The subspace smuggling scheme. Without the need for my words, you can witness the countless Imperial warriors valiantly battling on the battlefield below. Our armored forces have already paid a tremendous cost. Chapter 358. It is nearly impossible for Roshan to reach Pheno City through this method. The area is saturated with the power of Gawaga, and due to its presence in subspace, it will. Chapter 359. Ironheart Gu Hang's current actions are entirely aimed at creating additional time windows for Team Is operation. The essence of their mission remains to. Chapter 360. The Chaotic Army's Blade. The onslaught of the Plague Army's blade was exceptionally swift and utterly unexpected. Having been thoroughly baptized by the intense barrage of the molten cannon and numerous heavy artillery, even a Lion King. Chapter 361. Mission accomplished. Report to the General. We have detected that the void shield over Phino City has dissipated. Upon receiving this news, the captain of the Concerto and the representative of the Pegasus fleet. Chapter 362. Invasion of the Divine Realm. The Storm Divine Realm was tumultuously shaken, and even in the realm of reality, Gu Hang had already sensed the disturbance. Such occurrences were not unprecedented. The Hyperspace. Chapter 363. Unforgettable Eternity. Report to the General. The designated strike time has arrived. Please provide your instructions. According to the prior plan, the moment we are to breach the void shield surrounding the city of Phino is now. Chapter 364. Something is amiss at this moment. Gu Hang and Apos' consciousness was hazy. Within the storm god and Apos' realm, he had been engaged in a fierce battle with the malevolent figure, Gawaga, for 2 consecutive days. Chapter 365. Golden light enters the dream. The power of the subspace is boundless, and it is also remarkably generous. Should one seek the strength of the subspace, it will bestow its gifts without hesitation. Chapter 366. A million blessings. When Gu Hang awoke, he felt remarkably refreshed. After a full night of undisturbed rest, coupled with what seemed to be a unique, invigorating energy, he had enjoyed a night of profound slumber. Chapter 367. Applause is in order. Upon boarding the vessel of Loris, Gu Hang was greeted by a splendid soiree, clad in a crisp, white uniform dress, near Loris, with her graying hair. Chapter 368. Remember, you must dedicate 6 years to the Kelwogia war zone to eradicate all the nests. Laui and Apos' expression was rather grim. Gu Hang sat with a smile. Chapter 369. Insufficient troops. During this encounter with Loris, Gu Hang ultimately acquired what he sought. Although the envoy from the Star Domain was generally disinclined towards Gu Hang's reckless behavior. Chapter 370. Fundamental solutions. As Gu Hang attended to the documents before him, he listened to General Hans's incessant complaints emanating from the speakerphone. Commander Gu, do you even have? Chapter 371. Internal strife. Malka gently caressed the brand on the back of his left hand, as if he could still recall the searing pain when the scorching iron was pressed against his skin years prior. He was a member of the branded hand gang, and Chapter 372. On track. The task requires the division of forces into 2 separate contingents, dispatched to 2 distinct strongholds separated by thousands of kilometers, to undertake military governance duties. General Hans muttered curses under his breath. Chapter 373. The state religion requires alliance regulation. The reforms in Kelwogia continue to progress. Although there are numerous challenges, Gu Hang has not harbored significant concerns from the very beginning. Chapter 374. Alpha-level Psion. Gu Hang has never dared to underestimate the national religion. Although they do not possess formal military might, their most formidable weapon lies in their influence. This, in itself, is exceedingly terrifying. Chapter 375. The Alliance Shipyard. Gu Hang is currently engaged in the procurement of technology at the 10,000 yuan tier, ensuring a 100% success rate in deliveries. Furthermore, there is a high probability that the goods are of superior quality. After all, even epic-level technologies carry a certain degree of. Chapter 376. The Black Box Factory. Regarding Chapter 377, a century of the Navy. The area on the outskirts of Weixing City, which originally belonged to a secret research facility, was transformed by Gu Hang into a superposition state with the Storm God Kingdom. This was merely the beginning. Gu Hang. Chapter 378. The shipbuilding industry's extraordinary profits and value inspired Gu Hang's ambition. According to Wu Jiaron's projected construction timeline, in 6 years, the Alliance Shipyard. Chapter 379. Celestial Language Phone. The so-called awards ceremony is intended to honor Gu Hang for his exceptional performance as the theater commander during the Koragia campaign. The atmosphere of the ceremony is quite formal, yet. Chapter 380. Central High Official Galarado possessed a profound understanding of his predicament from the very beginning. He knew that inaction would surely lead to his demise. He was the Lord of the Sun. Chapter 381. Maintaining respect for Gu Hang. Regarding the taxation that each world should contribute, the Empire has established a standard, a coefficient of 0.1 based on the total population. For instance, planets such as Furiel Star and Black Arrow Star. Chapter 382. How dare you? Iron Curtain Queen. It has been a long time. Ispisi waved her hand and said, "There is no queen anymore. Just call me Ispisi." Chapter 383. He truly believes. At the heart of the Fox family dominion lies Fox I, the palace of the era. This is the ruling center of the Fox lineage, where the Fox triad is governed by 3 governors. However, in reality, the other 2 merely. Chapter 384. No choice. I comprehend everything you have articulated, Mr. Leader. However, what eludes my understanding is the relevance of this to me. Chapter 385 reveals that Gu Hang has incited me to rebel. He has established a family in Keluoja, mingling local troops into the legion and manipulating the military as the theater commander. All of this is orchestrated by Gu Hang. Chapter 386. The right moment, it was Gu Hang who incited my rebellion. From a certain perspective, the proclamation made by Minnick does hold a kernel of truth. Salahovi. Chapter 387. The Fox Coup. Salahovic raised his head and addressed Mr. Minnick, who sat atop the throne in the palace. Mr. Minnick, the Alliance's benevolence towards Fox has been evident from the very beginning. Chapter 388. The people of Fox are loyal. The coup that transpired on Fox 1 was a long-planned scheme by the Alliance. The delivery of supplies to the planet of Fox served, on one hand, to reinforce the covenant between the 2 parties. Chapter 389. The outbreak of war. The public declaration made by Peters, directed at the entire populace of Fockers, elicited a tremendous response. Objectively speaking, he was incapable of taking control of the Alliance. Chapter 390. Conquering the planet. After 4 hours of intense space combat, the Tianma Navy has achieved certain results. However, the fortress of the Fox starport remains steadfast, its shields yet to be breached. Chapter 391. It would be better to call it the Gu Hang Star District. In the vastness of space, the resistance of the fortress starport has become utterly futile. Chapter 392. Chief Gu. What is the significance of the Pegasus Galaxy? It would be more fitting to simply name it the Gu Navigation Galaxy. Chapter 393. Economic reform and development plans. The Alliance system has long been overlooked by the external world. However, it is, in fact, a formidable strategy of Gu Hang. This approach is exceptionally suited for rapidly ascending from a state of utter poverty and ignorance. Chapter 394. The joining of Red Arrow Star. Regarding the reforms of the Fox star system, even if the plan devised by Osina is executed smoothly, the Alliance will have to endure continuous losses for up to 5 years. Chapter 395. The choice of Winged Star. Although it may seem similar, after joining the Alliance, Red Arrow Star still retains the autonomy to manage its own agricultural groups and farms, and can act according to its own will. Chapter 396. The Winged Shipyard. Chapter 397. A visit to the mechanical god sect. The Alliance's approach towards Winged Star bears a certain resemblance to that of the Fox star system. The steady implementation of monetary reform and the nationalization of key industries. Chapter 398. Education is of paramount importance. Regarding the matter of mechanical education, Gu Hang entrusted the overall management to Wu Jiarong. As they anticipated, Wang Zhaoran indeed proposed further. Chapter 399. In the prime of youth, under the auspices of the advanced educational system of the Flying Wing Star, Gu Hang devised a comprehensive series of plans aimed at addressing the pressing issue of insufficient talent within the Alliance. In the future, he contemplated. Chapter 400. An ordinary journey. He certainly would not allow Lu Xiaoyu to accompany him, just as he had stated at their parting. Chapter 401. Taxation in Keluoja. The transformation of the Greenby district instilled a profound sense of surrealism in Shang Yinwen. After 4 years of absence, why did it feel as if he had returned to an entirely different world? Chapter 402. Now I am wealthy. While Shang Yinwen was diligently attending to the imperial taxes, he did not neglect a personal ambition he wished to pursue. This aspiration had originated during his time on the Winged Star, where he had combined his own experiences. Chapter 403. Is this what you call a planetary defense force? An annual financial surplus exceeding 5 billion is undoubtedly a figure that the Pegasus Galaxy could never aspire to. Compared to the surrounding star systems, the Pegasus Galaxy. Chapter 404. The Iron-Toothed War. The Alliance's military force, comprising 400 million troops, has incurred an overall construction expenditure exceeding 20 billion. Furthermore, it consumes approximately 2 billion of the Alliance's annual military budget for maintenance. Chapter 405. The Tall Pirate Squad. The allied forces of the Dragon Eagle Star Domain have achieved their wartime objectives, yet this does not signify the cessation of hostilities. War may be instigated at will, but it does not. Chapter 406. The traitorous space warrior on the planet of Furyhawk. Within the confines of the battle group's monastery, Martin sat in solemnity, quietly perusing the battle report. Throughout this period, the cosmic communication remained uninterrupted. Chapter 407. The Phoenix has no secrets. Can the planetary defense force withstand the onslaught of interstellar warriors? Evidently, they cannot. Chapter 408. The Ashen Dead warband. This place is rather agreeable. Nides, or rather Sidney Blavins, expressed his satisfaction as he observed the sandy cavern discovered by the battle brethren. Chapter 409. Who will judge? Governor Gu. There is one thing that Blithens and the others have not grasped. If Martins were to discover that they had not perished and had been wandering for all these years, even. Chapter 410. The Atonement Expedition, the Independent Kingdom. Chapter 411. Do not be too honest. The expedition to the desolate star has placed considerable strain on Gu Hang. There exists a long-term risk posed by the Ironclad Legion, alongside an imminent threat that may soon erupt, the Ashen Dead. Chapter 412. Dramatic changes in the Golden Pass in the Eagle Horse Star region, within the Eagle Horse 2 galaxy. The main fleet of the Tiamat fleet is navigating through this area. Yalisha gazes out at the planets beyond the bridge, a hint of impatience flickering in her eyes. Chapter 413. The Collapse of Heaven and Earth after several leaps upon entering the Golden Barrier Star region. The Pegasus fleet eagerly sought the latest intelligence from the front lines. Chapter 414. Total War. Gu Hang accepted the invitation to participate in the conflict and expressed his willingness to personally lead the coalition forces to the Eagle Horse Star region to engage in battle. The factors concerning Yalisha, of course, are present. Chapter 415. The Battle of the Jump Point. No matter how much the Alliance's strength needs to be gathered or prepared in advance, it cannot be delayed for too long. If too much time passes, the Eagle Horse Star region may fall into ruin. Chapter 416. The Battle of Steelwing Star. Gu Hang has been meticulously monitoring the situation regarding the Steelwing Star. Tillman's decisions during the naval engagement at the jump point were undoubtedly correct. Chapter 417. Do you still intend to collect the Imperial tax? Is Gu Hang leveraging the war to enhance the influence of the Alliance? Objectively speaking, yes. Subjectively, he indeed harbors such intentions. Chapter 418. The Full Army Strikes. The matter of collecting Imperial taxes is far more sensitive than the Seven Horse Alliance. In fact, the authority of various levels of the Imperial government is fundamentally established upon the Empire. Chapter 419. Consider joining the Alliance? Relying solely on orbital bombardment coupled with the counteroffensive of the planetary defense forces, the situation on Eagle Horse 3 has significantly alleviated. The Vanguard fleet of the Alliance Navy. Chapter 420. Turning the tide of battle. Joining the Seven Horse Alliance is only considered when one is driven to a certain extent. As for the governors, they are even less likely to contemplate joining the Alliance at this moment. The Seven Horse Alliance. Chapter 421. Terrifying Psychic Energy. Torn shield of the fleet. When Gu Hang proposed to proactively launch an attack on the Greenskin fleet, he encountered opposition from Commander Tillmans. The commander believed that since the decision had been made. Chapter 422. Supreme Command. When Gu Hang first suggested taking the initiative to attack, I was, in fact, opposed to the idea. The voice of Tillmans resonated in Yalisha and Apos' ear. Chapter 423. Close your eyes, just for a moment. Major General Du Shiryong. The fleet you command will return, and all will fall under my command. Upon hearing these words, Du Shiryong instinctively turned towards Gu Hang. Chapter 424. My hero Alicia felt a twinge of anxiety, for she was uncertain of Gu Hang and Apos' true intentions towards her. Yet, having already aided him in his coup, even going so far as to. Chapter 425. Do not expect to reap the benefits without effort. Addressing the issue of the green-skinned invasion across various planets in the Eagle Horse Star region is not an insurmountable challenge. In fact, the situation has already been brought under control on half of the planets. Chapter 426. The widespread diffusion of the Seven Horse Pact. Indeed, those words were spoken by Gu Hang. In truth, whether it pertains to the Mist Horse Star region or the subsequent Purple Horse, Edge Horse, and Iron Horse Star regions, their perspectives on. Chapter 427. The factory worth 500,000. The Battle of the Steelwing Star may be the largest conflict that Gu Hang has initiated. The ground combat alone could rival the Plague War of Karogia. Chapter 428. An investment of 500,000 benevolence points in humanity yields an annual output value of 10 billion, and theoretically, this increase is perpetual. Of course, if corresponding factors. Chapter 429. I am the Supreme Bishop. Whether it pertains to the cultivation of the military backbone, the establishment of the academy, the unwavering loyalty training at the Academy of Loyal Offspring, or the targeted stimulation of ship engineers and operatives. Chapter 430, the battle moon. As the mechanical teaching fleet set sail, Wu Jiarong found herself aboard the mechanical ark alongside hundreds of other archbishops, listening to the discourse presented by General Qin Haishu. Chapter 431, no hope, awaiting death. Wu Jiarong harbored doubts that Frost Origin 4 could withstand the onslaught of the green-skinned army. Although this appeared to be the most rational explanation, Wu Jiarong still felt. Chapter 432. I called too early. Gu Hang received the message from Wu Jiarong while at Shang Yuan Star in the Misty Horse Star region. Following the conclusion of the Steel Wing Star battle, the Eagle Horse was besieged by the main forces of the Greenskins. Chapter 433. The cost of war. What does it mean? The High Plateau Star has been lost. The mechanical arc of the Mingyang sect is no longer secure. And General Qin Haishu, the master blacksmith, is leading a small group to break through. Chapter 434. Subversion operation. Pushing open the door to the innermost room at the back of the tavern. Under the dim yellow light, Arno Chinko discovered a small table, beside which stood a man and a woman. Chapter 435. Assassination. The impact of the attack on the hotel, concealed among the civilians, was not particularly effective. Despite the continuous sounds of explosions and gunfire, Arno understood that the Alliance had arranged. Chapter 436. Following the script. Is it you, the Foreign Affairs Bureau? Are you the Investigation Bureau? Upon their next encounter, Arno and Amanda simultaneously inquired of one another. Chapter 437. The Seven Horses return. If it were merely this, it could be overlooked. Although a leader and a governor perished almost instantaneously, the intricate dynamics of your alliance are well understood by all. Chapter 438. Humanity's inevitable victory. The Tamir star system is situated in the southeastern corner of the Jingguang star region, serving as a crucial passage connecting Jingguang and Ingma. It also stands as a vital transportation hub within the entire Jingguang star region. In this, Chapter 439, I am not the executioner in the void. Aboard the interlude, Du Shiyang gazed at the fireball receding further into the cosmos. His expression was devoid of emotion, resembling that of a merciless general. Chapter 440. The Termir No. 5 meat grinder. The war situation on Termir No. 4 is progressing largely in accordance with the plans devised by the General Staff, although there have been some unforeseen developments, such as the actual ground forces. Chapter 441. I do not seek casualty figures, I only desire jamendling. When the Orc commanders truly consolidate the green-skinned army, and when their firepower and armored might are unleashed without restraint, they. Chapter 442. Do not betray the heroes. Commander, disembark. Quickly, the advisor shouted from outside. Zhang Zikai seized the last fleeting moments to finalize the edits within the electronic system of the command vehicle. Chapter 443. The efficacy of annihilation warfare. On the opposite bank of the Great River, the battle progresses swiftly, although the scale of the Orc assembly far exceeds expectations. The breaches in the front line are also more substantial than anticipated, to the extent that. Chapter 444. The mobilization ratio must be higher. Within the Tamir Galaxy, aboard the flagship megalith of the Iron Tooth Clan fleet, Sara crushed yet another imp and feasted upon its heart. The gushing blood invigorated him. Chapter 445. The Alliance is engaged in frenzied exploitation. The Terramir No. 5 exhibits a disturbing tendency towards becoming a perpetual meat grinder. It is a terrifying phenomenon. Countless beings, numbering in the billions, shall meet their fate upon this planet. Chapter 446. Even the mechanical sect cannot endure. Although the monthly income has accumulated significantly, it remains painfully slow. Since the conclusion of the Steel Wing Star battle, nearly half a year has passed unnoticed. Gu. Chapter 447. The betrayal of the Space Warriors. Gu Hang's thoughts were quite natural. He was aware that a contingent of green-skinned reinforcements would soon arrive, and it was only logical to strive to vanquish the enemy before their arrival. Chapter 448. The Iron Horse Naval Battle. The naval confrontation on the Xinqing I-3 did not truly erupt. The commander of the Allied fleet understood that engaging in combat was futile, thus refraining from any reckless assaults. They simply. Chapter 449. The simplicity of seizing ships. The Soul Piercer flag triumphantly waved. With a single cannon fire, it obliterated a Silver Sword vessel. This is the standard performance of a Retribution-class battleship, delivering a decisive blow to the X-class specifications. Chapter 450. Unable to persevere for long, Anconi regarded the current Phoenix with disdain, labeling them as Appos, greenhorns, and Appos, and there were indeed reasons for his contempt. Most of the members of the Ashen Dead were. Chapter 451. The demise of the Ashen Dead, the chief sorcerer of the Ashen Dead Battle Guild, is indeed quite formidable. Upon closer examination, one could ascertain that they possess a level of power comparable to that of a standard S-class psychic, surpassing Gu Hang in his usual state. Chapter 452. The heroic spirit of the ship. Had Gu Hang merely sought to achieve victory in a war, he could have accomplished it long ago. The Soul Piercer was indeed formidable, being a main battleship. Chapter 453. So you have also sought refuge upon encountering Martins. Along with a cadre of immortal beings who barged in, Zhang Jihua felt his heart plummet to the depths of despair. Nevertheless, he endeavored to maintain an appearance of. Chapter 454. Dragging the battleship home. The demise of Zhang Jihua signifies the impending conclusion of the battle. Following his death, the combat on board the vessel persisted, let alone those deeply afflicted by chaotic corruption. Chapter 455. The Great Purification of the Mechanized Soul. In order to assess the condition of the recently captured Retribution-class battleship, the entire joint fleet must remain within the Iron East 2-star system for a full day to conduct repairs. Chapter 456. The Phoenix of Fire. The Soul Piercer glided through the cosmos, under the vigilant supervision of humanity's united fleet. The crew of the Alliance Navy embarked upon this vessel. Chapter 457. A dramatic shift in the war situation. The arrival of the Fury Legion is the long-awaited savior that the Star Domain government has yearned for. In their understanding, as long as there exists a force like the Fury Legion. Chapter 458. Will you sign or not? The situation of the war has undoubtedly improved. For the time being, there are no signs of defeat. However, the expansion of the war has placed a significant economic burden on the Alliance. Chapter 459. Do you dare? Leyland Ulrich and Amp. Oppos. S expression was rather grim. The planetary governor, particularly of a small and impoverished planet like Eagle Horse 3, within the vast empire. Chapter 460. Cruiser Technology. In a mere 6 months, Gu Hang was able to observe within the vassal interface those who had signed the 7-Horse Land Economic Union Act. Chapter 461. Iron Cavalry Terminator. The Terminator Power Armor. This is indeed a remarkable item. The Alliance previously lacked the production capability for Terminators, and the one on Maidens was still from Gu Hang. Chapter 462. It is time to urge on. 2 years have swiftly passed. Initially, it was believed that after the furious assault by the Flame Legion, the battlefield of the Dragon Eagle Star Domain would see a complete reversal. Chapter 463. Only the defeated are war criminals, and it is the weak who betray their country. Kazimij Esso's so-called urging was not merely a matter of contemplation. He took decisive action. A fleet. Chapter 464. Not giving it their all. Slander. Lacking the qualification. After listening to Gu Hang's words, Yin Fangxiu silently repeated them in his mind, and unexpectedly, a sense of exhilaration began to stir within him. Chapter 465. Was it humiliation before? No. The humiliation has only just begun. On the vessel occupied by the fiery warriors, an interstellar brawl erupted, culminating in a resounding victory for the Phoenix. Chapter 466. The Alliance rushes to the battlefield. After finishing the ship cleaning, the somewhat fatigued Gu Hang found that there was little time for rest. He still had numerous tasks to attend to. The Alliance was preparing for war. Chapter 467. I have long suffered enough. The war has commenced. Or rather, it has never truly ceased. Report to the commander. The astronomical observatory has detected the enemy's presence. Chapter 468. The deceptive nature of Siami. A single powerful blast, though slightly misaligned, nonetheless instilled a profound sense of peril in the orc leader, Sara. Yet, since the shot did not hit its mark, he could only discern the threat through careful observation. Chapter 469. Reverse decapitation. Although he had not directly interacted with them, Sari was acutely aware of the formidable nature of these canned shrimp. He still managed to glean some information about the main battlefield. Chapter 470. The Great Victory of Tamir. Assisting Commander Martins in vanquishing King Saru, in addition to the treacherous Karl Dassault, was none other than the foremost strategist of the battalion, Henrik. Chapter 471. 8 million blessings. The triumph in the Tamir campaign undoubtedly qualifies as a resounding victory, whether assessed by the scale of the conflict or the ratio of exchanges between the two parties. Chapter 472. Victory strategy. The Golden Pass Star Zone occupies a position of significant importance, not to mention the war with the Alliance. Even the reinforcements and supplies obtained by the Greenskin forces led by Titus from their own stronghold comprise half. Chapter 473. A direct assault on the Yellow Dragon. Titus, the unifier of the Ironjaw clan, incited a monumental Wyak as the Grand Chieftain. embracing the nature of the greenskins. He engaged in. Chapter 474. The demise of the great chieftain Gu Hang commanded 1/3 of the Alliance fleet, wreaking havoc for 3 months within the 4-star regions occupied by the green-skinned adversaries. For blazing sky torpedoes obliterated. Chapter 475. Presenting the corpse. The first fatal issue that Tyrus encountered was not the pursuit of humans, but rather an insurrection from within. In truth, it would be more precise to refer to it not as a rebellion. Chapter 476. First, overcome the challenge of Mr. Gu. The atmosphere between Esso and Gu Hang abruptly fell into silence due to this statement. After a few seconds, or perhaps it was a few minutes, Esso finally spoke. Chapter 477. Enclosure. Following the brief exchange between Gu Hang and Esso, these two formidable military and political forces, each recognized as the most significant within the Longing Star domain, did not proceed further. Chapter 478. The grand investment. In this endeavor of expansive investment, Gu Hang focuses on the overarching direction, while he refrains from delving into the intricate strategies and executions. The initiative is dispersed across numerous planets for the purpose of warfare. Chapter 479. The long-awaited technological lottery. The notion of rebirth for the interstellar warrior lingered in Gu Hang's mind, yet he hesitated to pursue it overtly. It was prudent to proceed with caution. However, preparing in advance was a wise course of action. Chapter 480. Apocalypse-level technology. The fearless mech and strike cruiser both belong to the realm of interstellar warrior technology. This classification arises from the fact that these two technological advancements are predominantly utilized in the cosmic expanse. Chapter 481. The technology of battlecruisers. The monthly income from the homeland, the revenue from vassals, the earnings from the cleanup of green zones and the controlled regions, and the operations to cleanse the 4-star zones of the Iron Tooth stronghold. These collectively constitute. Chapter 482. Only a madman would pay taxes. Battlecruiser. Although it is not a genuine battleship, its significance may rival that of the battleship itself. Essentially, it is. Chapter 483. You made the right choice through the virtual projection of the star language phone. Gu Hang observed the astonishment etched upon Osina's face, and he remarked with displeasure. What is that expression on your face? It and Apo's, nothing. Chapter 484. The Silver Tribunal, Laois and Apo's, choice. For Gu Hang, this was indeed a delightful surprise. Wasn't and Apo's, the concern merely about legality? If Laois could attend, then. Chapter 485. Confronting the trial before the silver judges even entered the Dragon Eagle star domain. Gu Hang had already been aware of their impending arrival. They approached with a formidable presence, leaving no room for subtlety, boldly announcing their intentions. Chapter 486. Marshal Gu gazed at the planet before him, utterly unable to recognize it as humanity's cradle, Earth. The once vibrant and beautiful blue sphere had vanished entirely. Chapter 487. Only you, my friend, outside the Terra Imperial Palace. Gu Hang encountered the renowned two factions of the Imperial Army, the Golden Knight Brigade and the Imperial Forbidden Army. The former is. Chapter 488. It is time for him to step down. Gu Hang was somewhat taken aback by the arrival of Jiren. From the previous soiree, it was evident to Gu Hang that Gallardo had arrived at the Empire. Chapter 489. The perils of the game. Jiren intends to pursue and Apo's, Iron Fury Stone and Apo's. And Gu Hang believes this to be entirely justified. This aligns with their principles of centralized political ideology. Meanwhile, Chapter 490. Fatal assassination. The convoy vehicle erupted in a violent explosion, instantaneously torn apart, with debris scattering in all directions. Yet amidst the flames and wreckage, a sphere of blue light emerged. Chapter 491. Have I become an investor in Assassin and Apo's escort? The mastermind behind the assassination attempt against him is undoubtedly Norberto. However, the identity of the shadowy figure has become irrelevant. What truly matters to Gu Hang is time to rise and write. Chapter 492. Identification of Naldo Crow. Naldo Crow? I am not acquainted with such an individual. At the Supreme Council, Norberto remarked with a sneer. Chapter 493. Never worry about Gu Hang's loyalty. Jiren's concerns are certainly justified. Throughout the sacred Terra, which military force reigns supreme? Undoubtedly, it is the Imperial Guard. Chapter 494. The enemy in Terra. One banquet after another, one conference following another, a series of social gatherings cloaked in the guise of art and music. In the sacred realm of Terra's final moments. Chapter 495. Delivered to one's doom? The behavior of the Alliance, so brazenly disrespectful. has incensed the judges of the Silver Tribunal. Throughout their extensive careers, such instances have been exceedingly rare. Chapter 496. The blood-soaked duel. Is this our first encounter? As the two battle captains stepped forward to engage in dialogue before the fierce blood duel, Ursula displayed a remarkably calm demeanor. Chapter 497. How to secure victory. Karl Dusso effortlessly closed the distance with Qiao Baiyang. Although the suppression from the rocket launcher had ceased, in reality, Qiao Baiyang still possessed the strength concealed beneath his left arm. Chapter 498. In the name of the battle group, having suffered 4 consecutive defeats, and in a manner most humiliating. In the first match, the Terminator faced off against the conventional tactical power armor and was vanquished. In the second match, the Terminator. Chapter 499. The death of Urso. The restoration of the entire territory. The battle between Martins and Urso persisted as the longest engagement among a total of 68 clashes. The two warriors, clad in distinct Terminator power armor. Chapter 500. I have returned in the Dragon Eagle Star region, on Yunluo Star. 8 months have elapsed since the brutal duel in which the immortal Phoenix emerged victorious, after ensuring the wrathful flames. Chapter 501. The Alliance of 400 Worlds. The Alliance government has performed far better than Gu Hang had anticipated. The fierce and blood-soaked battle between the Phoenix of Immortality and the Flame of Fury was initiated by Martin's invitation. In Chapter 502, more busy after peace. During the meeting, numerous high-ranking officials of the Alliance were embroiled in heated debates. However, Gu Hang had already drifted into a realm of his own. The war within the Dragon Eagle Star region. Chapter 503. Fiscal allocation. The issues previously resolved are, in fact, not particularly significant challenges. The 7-horse land serves as the fundamental base. The 8 major Eastern Star regions can be regarded as impoverished. Chapter 504. Zhuge-class star carrier. In the midst of the cosmic battle, the paramount capability of an aircraft carrier lies in its ability to launch a myriad of spacecraft, ranging from the diminutive Wind Falcon to the colossal Dragon Elephant, via its catapult deck, ensuring their deployment in relative safety. Chapter 505. How formidable will the Alliance fleet be for years hence? The Empire harbors a reluctance towards the utilization of aircraft carriers. However, Gu Hang bears no prejudice against them. In fact, he currently finds himself devoid of any biases, regardless of the circumstances. The Zhuge class. Chapter 506. The Great Rebellion of the Princess. The onset of the Andapos. Great Rebellion of the Princess Andapos occurred later than Gu Hang had initially anticipated. Earlier, he had even contemplated the eruption of Tiniu Stone. Chapter 507. Mutual vigilance. Upon hearing that the forces painstakingly assembled in the Web of Spiders domain were to be represented by Humphrey Paul alone, Gu Hang was taken aback, realizing that an entire fleet, along with the astral army it bore, was at stake. Chapter 508. Heartbeat. Has Humphrey Paul sought you out? The stellar communication with the sacred Terra remains as challenging as ever. Revealing virtual imagery presents its own unique difficulties. Chapter 509. The Indifferent Ones. Chapter 510. Commander of the Southern Theater. Upon hearing Gu Hang's assurance that he would deploy some troops and take action regardless of the circumstances, Gallardo had little to no objections remaining to preserve the integrity. Chapter 511. The Imperial Alliance Act. When Gu Hang inquired if there were no precedents for such actions, Gallardo found himself at a loss for words. Precedents? Indeed, there were some. Chapter 512. The Land Occupation Act. In the 230th year of the 10th millennium of the Empire's establishment, the rebellion of the princess became the most significant news within the entire realm. Initially, it was merely sensational. It was simply. Chapter 513. The strategy of renown. Gu Hang personally boarded the Alliance vessel, arriving in the Menghe Star domain. His actions were, of course, sensed by Tai Nu Shi. Hanfulei. Chapter 514. The strategy of renown adopted by Humphrey is, in fact, quite challenging. There are numerous obstacles to overcome. For instance, Gu Hang heard Gallardo mention the high collar. Chapter 515. Mr. Gu's generosity. Gu Hang arrived to address the sluggish operations within the Menghe Star region. The solution, of course, did not entail Gu Hang personally engaging in combat. Rather, it involved. Chapter 516. Frere, come with us for a while. The generosity of Mr. Gu is overwhelming. Hearing this, Zhai Guangshan felt an urge to spit blood. What exactly has he given? The Star Domain government towards you. Grangia, towards you. Chapter 517. Collaboration in the Tribunal Guards. Guards. Zhai Guangshan, sensing impending danger, shouted forcefully towards the outside. There was no response. This was not. Chapter 518. Is it a doe? Gu Heng no longer took it upon himself to oversee what would transpire with Wan Mingxing. He entrusted it to Martini, a senior adjudicator. Within the hierarchy of the court. Chapter 519. I go to Minghe as the leader as Gu Heng became increasingly occupied. Fisher found himself resigned to the role of a mere observer, accompanying the alliance officials as they explored various sites. To be honest, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Chapter 520. The thief within the confines of the Longying star domain. No one can overlook the presence of the Mingyang sect. These oil merchants suffered greatly during the Iron Tooth War, their pride. Chapter 521. The right of veto acquiring the coveted Gene D star is undoubtedly not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. However, the value brought forth by Wu Jiarong's ascension to the esteemed position of chief sage within the Mingyang sect. Chapter 522. I want it too. Chen Haishi was able to exercise his veto power, forcefully rejecting Gu Heng despite the unanimous agreement of the other 8 esteemed scholars present at the meeting. Chapter 523. The allure of the black box. In response to Chen Haishi's request, Gu Heng acquiesced. After all, it was merely 3 black boxes. Aside from Wu Jiarong, the other 7 principal sages each. Chapter 524. The steel fire dragon raised its head, gazing at the dim red sun of the Ronglin star. Jason Morgan always felt that time passed far too swiftly. In the blink of an eye, he. Chapter 525. The Ronglin and Steelwing. Jason Morgan, appointed as the regional governor by the Alliance, stands in stark contrast to the nominal leaders under the imperial conventional system, who resemble mere puppeteers devoid of genuine authority. Chapter 526. 8 majestic vessels. 4 years ago, Gu Heng personally journeyed to Jindi Star to negotiate crucial matters with the Mingyang sect. The 2 most significant agreements involved the reallocation of 3 star regions under the governance of the Alliance's leading stellar administration. Chapter 527. Shifts in power. Osina and Tadius swiftly convened at the spaceport of Wayne Star. After completing a few administrative handovers, the 2 engaged in casual conversation. Chapter 528. Political pressure. The emergence of the Void Insect tribe from the northern front of the Spiderweb domain is undeniably linked to the Ironclad battle group. Otherwise, how could the timing be so impeccably orchestrated? Chapter 529. The northern expedition of the Alliance. The political pressure endured by the Alliance has always been a constant presence. Initially strong, then weakened, followed by a sudden resurgence, the Alliance was compelled to make concessions to a certain extent. Chapter 530. The Battle of the Zhongbei River. Boom. 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 The successive explosions erupted around Xiong Lei's ears. Yet, he remained unfazed. As long as there were no direct. Chapter 531. Delivering a resounding defeat. Xiong Lei stood atop a high tower within the fortress, holding a telescope to his eyes, peering through a small window at the fierce battle surrounding the 2 furious interstellar warriors. His palms, fraught with tension, began to sweat. Chapter 532. The first battle of the war cruiser. The Angry Eagle, adorned in a striking blue and white livery, gracefully glided through the void. Framed by the brilliant star of the Vega 7 system, fragments of rapidly drifting space debris. Chapter 533. The situation takes a turn. The battlefield of the River 7 has been completely transformed. Prior to this, over 10 million Alliance troops, accompanied by 40 million Allied forces, were resisting the onslaught of more than 70 million Royal troops. Chapter 534. The new era torch aboard the flagship of the Fury War Band. The battle barge Flame of Triumph, an interstellar warrior adorned in brass from the waist down and resplendent in an orange-red hue from the waist up, stood amidst a throng of guardsmen. Chapter 535. Give me an explanation. The new era torch stands firmly on the side of Iron Fury Stone, exhibiting a remarkably positive attitude. During the Battle of Tianyuan 6, they acted as traitorous turncoats. Chapter 536. The True Fortress World. In the 235th year of the 10th millennium, November, the Alliance had largely reclaimed the entirety of the northern region of the Minghe Star domain and commenced its advance towards the final world, which also served as a connection to Minghe. Chapter 537. The Battle of Guangfeng Star Sea. The firepower information detected by the patrol ship was transmitted to the Blaze Nova 5 minutes ago. The enemy's firepower blockade and the peculiarities of the space surrounding the jump point. Chapter 538. Regrettably, the opponent fled swiftly, observing the Inferno fleet disengaging from battle. Gu Heng, aboard the Eagle Horse, felt a twinge of disappointment. Wasn't he the intent to fight until the bitter end? Why not continue the struggle? Chapter 539. The outcome of the Battle of Baidiri and the 20 worlds in the vast star sea of Guangfeng. The alliance emerged victorious. However, when considering the losses incurred by both sides' fleets, the alliance cannot be said to have gained a significant advantage. Chapter 540. Fortifying strongholds and engaging in stalemates. As the extent of the alliance and Oppos's offensive expands and the territories seized increase, the previously laid risks become increasingly impossible to overlook. The resistance across various planets. Chapter 541. Surrender, for our fleet surrounds you. Carl Dassault dragged a dispirited general out from the command center. Outside, the diplomat from the alliance awaited. Chapter 542. Resolving the itch of the throat. Wang Mingyi ultimately chose to surrender. No matter how defiant his words, they could not withstand the weight of reality. Star Harbor had been overrun by the interstellar warriors, capturing nearly all significant strongholds. Chapter 543. Battleship technology. When Gu Hang learned that the issue concerning the vital passage from Shandong to Guangfeng had been resolved, a faint smile graced his lips. From the Minghe star domain to the Aozhua star. Chapter 544. The direction with the most victories on the planet of Angry Owl. Wu Jiarong received with astonishment the message sent by General Gu. As she eagerly prepared to construct the Retribution-class battleship, the Alliance and Oppos's military operations. Chapter 545. Whose side does time stand on? Gu Hang was certainly not speaking without reason. If the Alliance truly managed to conquer the Aozhua star domain and further advance their military might into the Jingjie star domain. Chapter 546. The Battle of Mentes. Utilizing the ships in relation to the planetary defense system grants a greater initiative, as the Alliance's vessels repeatedly engage in tactical maneuvers of attrition. This strategy proves to be effective. Chapter 547. Assault capability. In the process of breaching Starport and Star Fortress, the Alliance and Oppos's teleportation strike force suffered minimal casualties. Rather, it was during the enemy's counteroffensive with orbital cannons that the bombardment of Starport and Star Fortress commenced. Chapter 548. Breaking the glass ceiling. In many worlds where banners are altered and allegiances shift, there remain, quite evidently, the rebel princesses stationed on their native planets. Furthermore, the planets that have adopted a posture of surrender. Chapter 549. The moment of the hunt. As the main fleet of the Alliance, led by Gu Hang, pierced through the heart of the enemy like a sharp sword, Adler Politos and Wang Mengsong commanded the Fury fleet, demonstrating formidable prowess. Chapter 550. Life and Death Pursuit. The three Holy Grails, maneuvering with all their might, sought a direction for their retreat. To be frank, their withdrawal appeared rather chaotic. The enemy. Chapter 551. The unknown battle group. Under the fierce firepower of 2 combat barges, 3 Alliance battlecruisers sustained further damage. The adversary chose not to prioritize the activation of their engines and shields, but rather opted to concentrate. Chapter 552. The Oppos's Blood Shark and Oppos's of Space. The flagship of the new Era Torch Corps became chaotic and sluggish amidst the fierce battle. For a reason, they were besieged by jump ambush tactics. Chapter 553. Blood Shark slaughters the Torch. The scene before Wang Mengsong resembled a hellish battlefield, inducing a profound sense of discomfort within him. He personally assembled 200 interstellar warriors, dividing them into 2 teams, to carry out a targeted assault against the. Chapter 554. Who can save? Lying in the medical room, Wang Mengsong gazed at the ceiling, allowing the pharmacist to work tirelessly on his severed arm, remaining silent throughout the procedure. The battle group leader. Chapter 555. Can the Blood Shark be captured? Suddenly, the Blood Shark battle group emerged from a position deeper within the Proud Claw star domain, rescuing 3 battlecruisers of the Alliance in a moment of peril. This was, in fact, no mere coincidence. Chapter 556. The League versions of Blood Tax and Great Tax. Gu Hang set his sights on the Blood Shark. Although he was aware that transforming the Blood Shark into something akin to the Phoenix was rather unrealistic, the Phoenix of yesteryears. Chapter 557. The sect dispute. As the Alliance displayed an imposing stance towards Heyong 8, the communications from the Fangzhuo sect had already been established with the Alliance. Indeed. Chapter 558. The Battle of Heyong. The mechanical sect is strikingly pragmatic. In times of adversity, they exhibit indifference, yet when opportunities arise, they display an insatiable greed, eagerly rushing forth. Chapter 559. How to rescue my warband. 1,000 interstellar warriors aspire to breach the guardianship of the Heianite stationed at the Starport and Star Fortress on Heia 8, swiftly conquering the pivotal regions. Chapter 560. Herding sheep. It won't do. We must expedite our pace. Upon hearing this, Paulson shook his head and remarked, "The mechanical arc fleet operates with its own volition." Politos. Chapter 561. I find myself at an impasse. The Fury fleet resembles a flock of sheep, aiming towards the destination of Witchy Star. While Bloodshark pays little heed to the overall direction, it employs every means of intimidation in the selection of the route. Only. Chapter 562. The Arc Fleet of a Fangswo. Politos is a capable individual, Guhang remarked with a sense of admiration. At this moment, he was engaged in a leisurely conversation with his wife, Yalisha. The two of them. Chapter 563. Where is the alliance? Some are filled with anxiety. Others are gripped by fear, while naturally, there are those who are overjoyed. Undoubtedly, the most delighted are the Fury fleet. While. Chapter 564. The fleet's decisive battle on the war Arc Alfonso II, the assembly of sages came to an urgent conclusion. There was no longer any necessity to prolong the discussions. Chapter 565. Primal spiritual energy. Guhang swiftly comprehended the unique essence of the force that engaged him in the contest of spiritual energy, noting its distinct flavor. Its manifestation within the subspace was markedly different. Chapter 566. The tyrant of the brainworm. Guhang was undoubtedly aware of the nature of the brainworm. Although, thus far, the Alliance had not engaged in any encounters with the Void Insect Clan, there existed a plethora of information regarding these entities. Chapter 567. Is the brooding and big-eyed Guhang also a traitor? Dubo is not a psychic, yet this does not hinder him from utilizing machinery to distinctly perceive. From a higher dimensional perspective, the power of the neuroplasm he manipulates. Chapter 568. All members arrive in the lower deck. The tactics of the heroic spirits were rather insidious. They deliberately spared a group of the Guardians, allowing them to continuously relay information outward, stating. Chapter 569. Movement within the vessel. As the assembly process unfolded, Martins cast his gaze around, meticulously analyzing his surroundings. Their location resembled a dining hall, where. Chapter 570. Right before our eyes, Martins, as the commander of the battle group, was not the type to remain stationed in the rear giving orders. When the moment called for it, he would undoubtedly lead by example, charging to the front lines, even taking on the role of. Chapter 571. 1,000 meters to death. We are now a mere 1,000 meters away from the original insect chamber, maintaining a direct line of distance. Always trailing closely behind Martins. Chapter 572. Slaying the bishop. The adversaries are not only elite but also numerous, with reinforcements arriving incessantly. It is unrealistic to hope to eliminate all the foes guarding the entrance before attempting to breach the chamber of the primordial insects. Chapter 573. I have had enough of formalities. The sound of the door to the protozoan chamber being blasted open reached the ears of Sage Dubois. Despite his unwavering vigilance concerning security and the presence of guards throughout, he could not. Chapter 574. The protozoan uprising. Anton Dubois needed no observation to ascertain that he could forcibly restrain himself, rendering him capable of contending with a being of Titan caliber. Almost single-handedly. Chapter 575, shattered into 5 sections. The losses remain profoundly painful. 800 have perished. Chapter 576, seizing the ship. After completing 2 rounds and launching all the missiles, the 2 black fish had fulfilled their mission. The impact of the strikes was remarkably effective. In the ammunition. Chapter 577, Bloodshark? Adorable. Alongside him in battle, besides the gray-armored warriors of Bloodshark. Chapter 578, what is the price? Union has silently recalibrated his assessment of the Alliance and Oppo's strength in his mind. It can no longer be taken lightly. He must contemplate the implications ahead. Chapter 579, capturing the protozoan. In truth, it was not as such. Union, amidst the battle. Chapter 580, consumed, yet he found himself. Chapter 581, the aftermath of the war. In essence, the principal vessels of the Alliance are merely the Ronglin and Yuluo, 2 Dragonsnake-class battlecruisers. Among the 6 battlecruisers of the Alliance, the Fae is currently under repair. Chapter 582. The flames of fury extinguished. The 2 battle regiments stationed in the illusory moon galaxy were engulfed in a state of relentless anxiety. They were acutely aware that, regardless of the Alliance's forthcoming actions, they were. Chapter 583. The sweet taste of victory. Engaging in a battle jump has never been an easy endeavor. At least, that was the belief held by Martins before his association with Guhang. In the course of his combat experiences. Chapter 584. Military upgrade. The merit points in Guhang's possession have now surpassed 30 million. The monthly income from merit points accumulated remains modest, as it has been some time since the last. Chapter 585. The Alliance is truly remarkable. The Alliance has recently achieved splendid victories. Yet there are those who bear the weight of the journey. As for Gu Hang, he need not elaborate. Participating in the Battle of Baoang nearly drained him completely. Yet he. Chapter 586. Cleanly utilized the bounty the Alliance bestowed upon the blood shark, not merely the blood tax, but also an additional gray tax. A detail that Gu Hang would not overlook. When it comes to generosity, one must indeed be magnanimous. Chapter 587. The Supreme Mother within the webbed expanse of the universe. Aboard the flagship of the ironclad war corps, Steel Body, Humphrey Paul is engaged in a discourse with the illustrious sage Valuk, who resides in the distant Alfonso Star region. Chapter 588. The Defeat of the Phoenix, Sacred Terra, Royal Palace District. An important meeting is currently underway. 13 High Lords have gathered together to deliberate on matters concerning the East. Chapter 589. The collapse of the Western Front. The declarations made by Gallardo in the hallowed chamber of the Supreme Council left all present in a state of shock. The High Lords sat regally upon their thrones, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Chapter 590. The news brought forth by Gallardo regarding my impeachment cast a profound silence over the entire assembly hall. The lofty lords remained utterly mute, all of them. Chapter 591. Please address me as Lord Gao Ujran's countenance darkened considerably. What nonsense are you spouting? You have no right to speak here. Guards, expel him at once. Chapter 592. A bright future for all. Gallardo ascended to the ranks of the High Lords, entering the highest echelons of the Empire's central decision-making body, which certainly brought great joy to Gu Hang. Although, during the last. Chapter 593. The surrendering battle group. Upon concluding the conversation with Gallardo, Gu Hang had essentially solidified the forthcoming strategy. If the iron armor wished to persist in their offensive, then let them proceed with their assault. Chapter 594. Surely, you wouldn't want your photographs to be seen by others, would you? Wang Mengsong resolved to initiate surrender negotiations with the Alliance. The current state of the battle group could not be sustained any longer. The new era torch comprised merely 300 individuals, and this. Chapter 595. Showcase your worth. Zhang Mengsong abruptly turned around, fixing his gaze upon Wu Yang with a menacing tone. Are you threatening me? His demeanor was fierce. Yet he was suddenly taken aback within. Chapter 596. The Battle of Betrayal. 15 minutes had elapsed, and Wang Mengsong was drenched in sweat. Previously, he had felt no apprehension. But now, faced with the reality of the confrontation, he realized just how formidable the fury was. Chapter 597. A swift resolution. Gurut is one who profoundly senses the burdens of the new era torch. After all, she and her sisters on this planet are intertwined with the new era torch and the raging flames. Chapter 598. The addition of the 2nd Regiment. When Gu Hang received the report from the Phantom Moon Star, he merely glanced at it before signing to acknowledge his review and express his agreement with the subsequent directives. His demeanor was more. Chapter 599. The new heir of the Gu family. As the name suggests, the Deathline is a place where battles are fought to the bitter end. Unexpectedly, yet predictably. Wang Mengsong and his soldiers. Chapter 600. Speculation. Humphrey Paul, accompanied by his troops, is not advancing towards the Sacred Terra, but rather expanding into the Magri domain, leaving Gu Hang somewhat perplexed by the rationale behind this decision. Chapter 601. The chaos in Alfonso. The rescue of a mechanical teaching vessel belonging to Alfonso seems rather peculiar. Aren't they the adversaries? Why extend a hand to save them? To elaborate. Chapter 602. The Princess Arno accomplished a significant feat in the Afanza Star domain. He mobilized a vast array of resources to rescue Sebastian Morrow, not only his own faction. In Chapter 603, titled The Lord of the Swarm, Gu Hang was enraptured by a tale recounted by Morrow. Within this narrative, the Ironclad Legion once stood alongside numerous other loyal factions within the Empire. Chapter 604. Parasitic infection. Previously, Gu Hang was determined to wait for a shipbuilding cycle. For the undeniable truth lay in the fact that the Alliance's war potential surpassed that of the Iron Armored. This reality could not be altered in any way. Chapter 605. Proactive assault. As the 8th standard Terra month of the year 10,328 commenced, the landscape of the Iron Armor War underwent a dramatic upheaval. In truth. Chapter 606. The strategic use of schizonepida. The internal issues within the Thorn Star domain are relatively easier to resolve. After all, it is separated from the ironclad stronghold of the Princess Star domain by the schizonepida, and over the past century. Chapter 607. Node biology. The airdrop capsule crashed violently into the flesh carpet of the swarm, splattering viscous fluids. Doors on all four sides swung open, revealing Martins and three of his loyal guards, poised for battle. Chapter 608, engaged in the salvation of the world, yet the beasts battle solely by instinct. Chapter 609, advancing to Afangzo Guhang, who was en route to the Afangzo Star region, received the news. The alliance ultimately decided on a strategy of dual offensives. The primary focus remained. Chapter 610, the Yellow Spring Gull and the Dragon King's Spear. Although Guhang has already led the main force to the Afangzo Star domain, it does not imply that he is indifferent to the matters concerning Jingjie. He had previously conducted an analysis in the Iron Armor. Chapter 611, for whom does the Dragon Spear fight? Navigating this specialized vessel, the agents can traverse the enemy-occupied cosmic expanse without fear of being apprehended. On one hand, it is swift and, on the other, remarkably agile. Chapter 612, an unexpected alliance. Amanda's eloquence is indeed commendable. However, in the endeavor to persuade the Dragon King and Apos' spear, it was not her rhetorical skills that played a pivotal role, but rather Amanda and Apos'. Chapter 613, the Western Front. The Northern Front. The spear of the Dragon King has restored order amidst chaos, resulting in significant repercussions. With 1,100 interstellar warriors, a direct auxiliary force numbering in the millions, and an additional combat barge. Chapter 614, forging the world. The main force entering the Alpha Centauri star region was led by Guhang. In terms of fleet strength, it was significantly superior to that left in the hands of Martins. There were also two. Chapter 615, the original sin of the Torch Warriors. As LaCroix donned his gear piece by piece, he remained remarkably composed. Although their numbers were scant, they found themselves in the heart of the adversarial realm of Alameda. What should one do when confronted with a perplexing dilemma? The answer lies in addressing the source of the problem. The Alliance's recent maneuver against Alameda was. Chapter 617, the death of the Forging General. 5 minutes is a rather pressing time frame. However, it generally falls within Moretti's contingency plan. Chapter 618, the abilities of the new era. Torch Wang Mengtong observed the battlefield with a detached gaze. What could he possibly say? He was merely an ordinary soldier in the redemption camp of the battle group, leading the group of offenders. Chapter 619, the new and the old. Each nascent battle group, upon its establishment, evolved distinct styles due to subtle variations in their genetic seeds. Naturally. Chapter 620, the Battle of the Control Tower. Elich gazed at Wang Mingsong, his expression profoundly intricate. What should be done now? To strip Wang Mingsong of his command authority. To remove this overreaching individual.